Chapter 1. Can you take me away? Beep beep beep. Loading. Binding host Yanci. Binding successful. Preparing to enter the divine slaying world. Please make the necessary preparations. Host. In a remote mountainous area of Shangjing City, a sudden wildfire erupted. 6-year-old Yanci, along with his parents, found themselves trapped amidst the flames. The inferno raged mercilessly, consuming the vitality of all visitors within the mountains. The young Yanci, overwhelmed by the acrid smoke, succumbed to unconsciousness. His parents, filled with despair, exchanged a tearful glance and embraced him tightly. Ultimately, the three of them were engulfed by the blaze, their lives extinguished. As Yanci faced death, a faint green light unexpectedly enveloped him. The fire raged for 3 days and nights before finally being extinguished. Rescue teams and vigilantes from Shangjing City scoured the mountain, fully aware that such a fierce blaze would likely leave no survivors. Yet they clung to a flicker of hope. Suddenly, a voice cried out, "There's a child over there." 2 young men spotted Yanci and hurried over, crouching down to assess his condition. Detecting a faint breath, they gently lifted him and called for a helicopter. Soon, the helicopter whisked away the 3 of them to a military hospital. Within the hospital, Chunmai and Xiaopinga stood in the corridor. Such a massive wildfire, how did this child survive? Is it possible he awakened some form of rebirth ability? Let's wait until he recovers and observe him for a while. Xiaopinga's phone chimed, and he glanced at the message. I just received news that this child was with his parents and those around him. Alas, Chunmai sighed, lamenting that the child was still too young to be without his parents. As the lights in the operating room dimmed, the 2 men rushed forward. The doors swung open, revealing Yanci being wheeled out on a bed. How is he? Chunmai inquired, concern etched upon his face as he gazed at the beautiful child. Rest assured, gentlemen, he is out of danger and merely needs some time to recuperate before being discharged. They both sighed in relief. Yanci awoke on the 3rd day. Chunmai and Xiaopinga, assuming the roles of guardians, took turns watching over him. Yanci's delicate eyelashes fluttered, catching Chunmai's attention as he quickly pressed the call button. The child gazed at him with innocence, parting his lips as if to speak. Chunmai leaned closer to listen attentively. His voice was barely a whisper, yet Chunmai discerned clearly, "Mommy." Taken aback by being called mommy, Chunmai momentarily froze before realizing the implication. Your parents, he began, his expression softening, but he hesitated, fearing the truth might be too much for the child to bear. Yanci seemed to grasp the situation, tears welling in his eyes. He bit his lip, closed his eyes tightly, and let the tears cascade down, soaking the pillow beneath him. With a gentle sigh, Chunmai sat on the bed, cradling the small Yanci in his arms, softly patting his back. Yanci clung to his neck, burying his face in his embrace, weeping silently. After a moment, Yanci's faint voice broke the silence. "Uncle, I gonna be sent to an orphanage?" Realizing the child's keen intelligence and quick acceptance of the situation, Chunmai felt a twinge of helplessness. "You clever boy, how do you know so much?" "I don't want to go, can you take me away?" Jian's voice quavered as his fingers clutched tightly to Chunmai's shirt, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, fixed intently upon him. Chunmai, caught off guard by such a gaze, felt somewhat overwhelmed. It was not that he was unwilling, but rather that as a single man, it was rather challenging to find a partner while caring for a child. Noticing his silence, Jian lowered his head, murmuring, "Have I troubled you, uncle?" At that moment, Chunmai made a decisive choice. Who needed a partner when he could take home such a beautiful child? What a splendid bargain. "Not at all, if you don't mind. You can come with me," he replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. In his heart, Jian reassured himself, "Dear Mom and Dad, you needn't worry, this uncle seems quite kind, and I shall take good care of myself." Shortly thereafter, several doctors entered to conduct various examinations on him. Chunmai stood by, reminiscent of a concerned father. "How is he?" he inquired, as the doctor reviewed the report, nodding slightly. "He's quite healthy, just keep an eye on his emotional well-being after discharge at such a tender age. Children often find it hard to be apart from their parents." Upon hearing this, Chunmai made a mental note. "Understood. Thank you." He arranged for Jian's discharge and brought him to his apartment in the capital. Jian presented a facade of composure in Chunmai's presence. Yet that night, he secretly wept in his room. After all, despite his understanding, The pain of losing his parents was not something that could be swiftly mended. Chunmai stood outside the door, hesitating for quite some time, ultimately deciding against entering. He shared his concerns with Xiao Pinga, who suggested bringing Jian to the 006 team's base, emphasizing the strength in numbers. Chunmai found this notion agreeable, and the following day, he drove to the courtyard. Upon arrival, he took Jian's small hand and led him inside. Jian observed the uncles in the courtyard waving at him, glancing up at Chunmai, who softly encouraged, "Go play." Nodding, Jian stepped forward, finding that the members of the 006 team possessed a remarkable knack for engaging with children. Jian grew fond of them, prompting Chunmai to request that he remain with the 006 team. The higher-ups, hopeful about this survivor from the Inferno, acquiesced. After careful observation, no special abilities were discerned in Jian. However, this did not diminish his cherished status within the 006 team, was their beloved mascot. 2 years later, Chunmai received a confidential order. After much contemplation, he chose not to inform Jian. He intended to leave quietly that evening. Just as he took a few steps, he spotted a small figure outside. "Uncle Chun, are you leaving?" Jian's tear-filled eyes were fixed on him, a tactic that had proven effective in the past. Chunmai's heart melted at the sight, yet the urgency of his mission left no room for delay. With a heavy heart, he approached, crouched down, and gently ruffled Jian's hair. "Uncle is being reassigned and won't be able to stay with you. Uncle Xiao and the others will take good care of you. Must you go?" Jian pleaded, clutching his shirt, tears streaming down his cheeks as he sought to hold him back. Chunmai sighed and embraced him, soothingly saying, "Uncle is a soldier, and a soldier's duty is to obey orders. When you grow up, you can come visit Uncle, but you must be good at it." SG Yanci heard his words. He bit his lip, realizing that Chunmai must leave this time. Reluctantly, he nodded, "Take care of yourself, eat well, smoke less, and when I grow up, I shall provide for you in your old age." "You little rascal, can't you speak properly?" Chunmai, upon hearing this, playfully tapped Ji Yanci's head. "That's just the way it is." Ji Yanci murmured, covering his forehead. "All right, I must take my leave now. Don't l'encre show. Understood? Punto. Fine." Chunmai ruffled his hair once more before standing up and departing without looking back. Chapter 2. Audience Anticipation 1. Ji Yanci watched as Chunmai walked away, lowering his head to kick at the stones nearby with the tips of his shoes. Over the past few days, he had observed Chunmai acting furtively, his demeanor filled with hesitation, leading Ji Yanci to suspect that he was hiding something from everyone. Thus, he had waited up at the door late into the night, squatting there for him. To his surprise, Chunmai had sneaked away without informing him. Fortunately, he considered himself clever. Yet, for some reason, Ji Yanci had an unsettling feeling that once Chunmai left, he would never return. Indeed, Ji Yanci's intuition proved correct. Uncle Xiao made quite a fuss, even going to that place called Sangnan to search for Uncle Chun, but Uncle Chun simply did not come back. Furious, Uncle Xiao returned and scolded for a long while. Subsequently, Uncle Xiao became the captain of Team 006 in Shangjing City, and he found Ji Yanci a new Mother Yuan gang. Though this may sound abstract, it was indeed the truth. Yuan gang was far more nurturing than Xiaopinga. "Mama Yuan, what's for dinner today?" "Ji Yanci, you little rascal, are you getting restless again?" Yuan gang, wielding a large ladle, pointed at Ji Yanci with a feigned annoyance. Ever since Ji Yanci turned 13 or 14, Team 006 had devised a training plan for him, prioritizing his physical fitness above all else, regardless of his combat prowess. Although Ji Yanci had not entered the Forbidden Ruins, the skills honed through rigorous training could enable him to take down a burly man with a single punch. The members of Team 006 looked on with pride as their young charge began to mature. In the year Ji Yanci turned 18, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Ding! Host, I apologize for my tardiness." "Who are you?" "I am the collective of 10,000 Hearts, the live streaming system that fills in the regrets of the narrative, though you may also refer to me by my designation, 021. "And what about me? Am I perhaps the chosen one?" Ji Yanci's eyes brightened. "No, I forgot you lack memories. Please hold on, I am currently restoring your memories." In the next moment, memories spanning over 2 decades flooded his mind, causing Ji Yanci to clutch his head and draw in a sharp breath. "Thank you," Ji Yanci exclaimed through gritted teeth after assimilating the memories. No need for thanks, this is your due. So where have you been these past 18 years? Well, I was trapped in a temporal rift, but before I detached from the host, I left you a resurrection card. It seems the resurrection card has activated now. Yanci pondered for a moment, realizing that was why he had survived 12 years ago. The system had saved him. Thanks a lot. Regardless of the circumstances, the system had indeed rescued him. It was worth noting that he had initially been leading a normal life, attending university, when boredom led him to read a novel. What is the title of that novel? I didn't catch the full name, but he spent 3 days and nights engrossed in it, completely devoid of violence, yet brimming with passion. It captivated Yanci. As he stood up, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground. Before losing consciousness, he heard his roommate calling his name. After that, everything was a blur. Am I still alive in the real world? You were originally deceased, but due to our binding, a sliver of your life has been preserved here. You are currently in a VIP hospital room arranged by your roommate, in a state of vegetative existence. So, I still have a chance to awaken? Yanci furrowed his brow. Indeed, as long as the host rectifies the regrets in this book, the system will return you to the real world. A friendly reminder, although you will spend 100 years in this realm, only a few days will pass in the real world, so there is no need for concern. Oh, so I can enjoy a lengthy stay in this world? Perhaps fill some of the regrets. In truth, he had little desire to return. Feel free to explore. Once the task is initiated, it will be broadcast live in real time. The audience will generate tasks based on the anticipated events they wish to witness. Upon completion, viewers will reward you according to their satisfaction, and these rewards can vary immensely. If they wish to see an invincible character, they will bestow upon you an invincible physique. Ultimately, your skills will be derived from the audience's rewards, and real-time interaction through comments is encouraged. Please seek donations. So, I've become a streamer, haven't I? Precisely. Yanci contemplated, given the current plot. Chimai's already. His brow furrowed slightly at the thought of the storyline. 021. Initiate the task. 021. Request from the host received. Connecting to the multiverse live broadcast signal. Ding! Live broadcast has commenced. Audience anticipation 1, audience anticipation 2. Wow, the main package is stunning. Yay, the broadcast has begun. Front row. Wow, this main package is so dazzling. It's simply on a master level. A gem in the gay community. Ah, the screen is a stunning visual blow. I'm directly ecstatic. My love, can my love hit me? I'm begging. Yanci gazed at the barrage of comments, lost in contemplation. 021. Are these viewers serious? 021. Well, they are rather lecherous, but it's a common human trait. You'll have to cope with it. They are wealthy. Yanci raised a hand to his forehead. Is this right? Never mind. I'm here now. A bunch of lewd individuals. My love, we are incredibly serious. Exactly. Whatever my love desires as a reward, just call out husband, and I would give my life for you. You up there, step aside. Do you understand what you're saying? My love, call for me. I have wealth. My love, step on me, hee. Slump Yanci. A grand scene of coercion for prostitution. May I report this to the authorities? 021 remained silent, feeling guilty. This had never occurred before. Previously, the live broadcast comments were quite serious. Does that mean the previous host lacked an appearance? 021. May I file a complaint against you? 021. It is not advisable to complain about me. I am innocent. Yanci decided to take a shower first. Just as he removed his outer garment and was about to take off his t-shirt, revealing a glimpse of his waist, the live stream suddenly went black. Yet, the comments continued to flood in. What on earth can't this VIP watch? Ah, the beauty is bathing. Why has it gone dark? Moderator, ding. Privacy protection for the streamer has activated shield mode. Dark, twisted, writhing, howling, 360-degree rotation continued howling. Yanci glanced at the barrage of comments before nearly bursting into laughter. What bunch of lunatics. He would be heading to Sangnan tomorrow, and it seemed the plot was about to unfold as well. Yanci was the protagonist of this tale, and to fulfill his destiny, he inevitably had to join the main character's entourage. He needed to think of a strategy. Currently, he possessed no abilities as for soliciting tips. This group of crazies should be willing to oblige, right? Who would have imagined he would one day have to sell his charm? Yanci wiped his face, dismissing it as no big deal. Ha ha, let this world be obliterated. Yanci was in a bit of a rage, but ultimately accepted the reality of his eccentric audience. He wrapped himself in a towel, stepped out, and donned a relatively loose shirt, just as the live stream abruptly resumed. The comments then surged uncontrollably. Gulp. Thud. Mum. Imnus ipliding. So fair, no. So long who understands the helplessness of hands not reaching through the screen? Wife, step on me. I am your dog. Woof, woof, woof. Chapter 3. The King Halo GNCI, unable to contain his frustration, glared at the barrage of comments with his captivating peach blossom eyes. His expression a mixture of indignation and vexation. Be quiet, he exclaimed, and the comments fell into an abrupt silence. Just as he believed they would cease their antics, a comment appeared. Anonymous user rewarded with a small whip and remarked, "Hit me." In the next moment, a whip materialized in GNC's hand. He stared at the whip, contemplating, "If you dare crawl out from within, I shall not strike you, nor will I share my surname with you." Then another comment surfaced. Anonymous user rewarded with a waist chain and remarked, "The main character looks splendid in this bag." Suddenly, a cool object encircled his waist. He incredulously touched it, discovering chains adorning his midsection, jingling with his movements. 021. I wish to report this, GNCI said darkly, his face clouded with displeasure. 021 responded, allow me to negotiate. Please remain calm, host. What nonsense is this? What are they trying to achieve? Ban them. They must be banned. 021's negotiations amounted to threatening the super admin, who, though seething with rage, begrudgingly revised the rules to prohibit the gifting of lewd items. To safeguard the host's privacy, any improper attire below the neck would trigger a shielding state. Subsequently, they traced the real identities of those two perverse individuals and permanently banned their accounts. With satisfaction, 021 reported back to GNCI, "Host, it is resolved. This was my oversight, and as compensation, I offer you an opportunity to customize a skill. I assure you, such an incident will not recur. Beep. Please devise your desired ability. The system will generate corresponding skills based on your specifications." GNCI sank into the sofa, deep in thought. He needed to contemplate what ability could resurrect Chenmuyi. "I wish to possess the power to revive, to bring others back from the brink of death." Beep. Unable to generate. Friendly reminder. The system only provides resurrection abilities for the host, not for others. Such abilities must be acquired through rewards. Ah, I see. So there lies a chance. After all, it is a lingering regret. The audience surely does not wish for Chun Muye's demise. Perhaps I could conjure a divine realm? No, wait. Why would I want an incomplete divine realm for my customized ability? What I cherish most is the sword. Imagining the exhilarating swordplay from cultivation novels. Soaring through the skies is simply magnificent. 021. I desire the swordplay from cultivation novels, a sword that determines the fate of the universe, shattering all laws. It must be impressive. Beep. Your request has been received, and the skill is being generated. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the King Halo. The specific skill description is as follows. King's Domain. When activated, all will involuntarily submit to you. This is purely a momentum-building skill, lacking offensive capabilities. Wuyuan Sword. Allegedly the sword of a powerful being from ancient times, it possesses sentience, capable of autonomously attacking enemies and ignoring barriers. Note, this weapon description is not exhaustive. Other abilities are for the host to explore. 10,000 swords return to the origin. With a single draw, the universe is set, and all laws are shattered. Friendly reminder, this skill is a finishing move, capable of disregarding all obstacles. Yanci gazed contentedly at the skill introduction. Quite impressive indeed. It resonated with his desires. He summoned the Wuyuan Sword, which manifested before him, a blade radiating silver light, adorned with golden lotus patterns along its body. Grasping the hilt, Yanci effortlessly performed a flourish, and the Wuyuan Sword seemed to quiver with excitement, as if to proclaim, "Master, am I not splendid?" This sword, both beautiful and sentient, had capabilities beyond what the introduction conveyed. The moment he held it, he intuitively grasped its other functions, such as the ability to enable flight. A true sword cultivator's delight. How exhilarating. Subsequently, the Wu Yuan sword transformed into a ring that adorned his index finger, in accordance with Ji Yanji's wishes. He still wore that waist chain, and since the current scene was obscured, he made his way to the bathroom. Unbuttoning his shirt, he glanced in the mirror, and lo and behold, he looked rather handsome. In the reflection, his white hair cascaded casually, the waist chain tracing from his neck to his waist. A slight smile graced Ji Yanji's lips as his expressive eyes lingered on his own image in the mirror. No wonder they were enamored. He indeed possessed considerable allure. Good for you, he mused. Ji Yanji examined the waist chain, pondering how to detach it. Never mind. With a forceful tug, the waist chain broke apart. He discarded it carelessly into the trash bin, not sparing a glance as he made his way to the bedside and collapsed into slumber. The next morning, Ji Yanji awoke punctually due to the training regimen devised by Team 006. After completing his morning routine, he selected an outfit and prepared for the day. The live stream resumed. Hey, good morning, my beloved. Waking up to beauty. What more could one ask for? My love, are we heading to Songnan today? You must save Zhao Kongcheng. Agreed. Agreed 110086 as Ji Yanji perused the day's comments. He noted a marked improvement in their tone. Excellent. He smiled, greeting the audience with a warm good morning. My love, my love, my love. Lowering his head to check with a bubbly voice. Little one, I command you to grow. Are there sisters among you? But your expression is rather abstract. You too. Ahem. Actually, I'm quite the lady wow. I thought all the perverts were men. Turns out we're all in this together. I'm just a bit playful, a little cheeky, you know. Wink, is it possible that the perverts are directly messaging? Whispering, I'm a man. What the previous commenter said holds some truth. Seeing everyone being so bold puts my mind at ease. Ji Yanji regarded the comments with an odd expression. So, the ones teasing me are all women? Their words do seem rather crude. Is this truly acceptable? At that moment, 021 chimed in. By the way, the two who tipped last night were male. I checked. And indeed, the majority of those who have flirted with the host are female. Very well, if that is the case, it is not entirely unacceptable. The young lady, seeking a modicum of indulgence, found no fault in her desires. Ji Yanci stepped outside and procured a ticket to Songnan via her mobile device, simultaneously notifying Yuan Gang. Yuan Mama, I am heading to Songnan City. The ticket is secured, so fret not about me. Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang promptly inquired, What brings you to Songnan? Are you seeking Chinmai? Oh, Yuan Mama, you wouldn't be feeling jealous, would you? Ji Yanci teased with a playful tone. Off with you. I have already registered you for this year's training camp. Remember to return after you've had your fill of fun. Yuan Gang retorted, exasperated. No problem. Hanging up now, stay safe. You little rascal. Yuan Gang's voice carried a motherly concern, echoing the sentiment of 1,000 miles away. Rest assured, I could take on 5 at once without a hitch. Ji Yanci confidently replied. Very well, off you go. After ending the call, her phone chimed with a transfer notification. Yuan Gang had sent her 100,000 yuan with a note to not deny herself while away. A smile crept across Ji Yanci's lips. See? This is the advantage of keeping parents informed. With a sense of satisfaction, she dragged her well-packed suitcase into a taxi. At the airport, Ji Yanci followed the directional signs towards the boarding gate. Half of her hair was styled in a high ponytail, while the other half cascaded over her shoulder. Sporting sunglasses and adorned in an eye-catching ensemble of black traditional attire, she drew attention effortlessly. Is she a celebrity? How cool. I wonder. Arriving near the boarding gate, Ji Yanci found a seat, as there remained a while before her flight. Chapter 4. The art of rune crafting. Ji Yanci sat comfortably in a chair, engrossed in videos when an announcement echoed through the airport. He learned that his flight had been delayed by 2 hours. Should I take flight on my sword? By the way, does flying on a sword require a flight path? It's shooting T, right? Whatever, if I get caught, I'll just have Yuan Mama bail me out. 021 hesitated, saying, Actually, I can mask your whereabouts, and your luggage can be stored in the system space for easy access. Yes, please mask my location and, by the way, help me refund my ticket, Ji Yanci replied. Upon hearing about the system space, he promptly tossed his suitcase into it. Thinking that had he known about such storage, he wouldn't have bothered to pack. 021 responded, acknowledged, location masking function activated. Exiting the airport, Yanci found a secluded spot and softly called, Wuyuan. The sword, which had transformed into a ring, instantaneously morphed back into its blade form, growing larger to signal Yanci to mount it. Seated atop the sword, Yanci sensed that Wuyuan was aware of his destination, automatically navigating him through the skies. The sword emanated spiritual energy, enveloping him in an invisible shield, protecting him from the high-altitude winds. Wuyuan soared through the air, cutting through the vast expanse, while Yanci remained undisturbed, experiencing no turbulence despite the swift pace. He bent his legs, resting his elbows on his knees, propping his head up with his hand, and gazing at the barrage of comments before him. Wow, flying on a sword. Darling, quickly tell me what it feels like. Is it exhilarating? I second that. Yanci chuckled softly, raising an eyebrow, and drew out a prolonged hum, deliberately keeping them in suspense. Darling, stop teasing. I'm on the edge of my seat. I'm licking my lips. Truthfully, it was quite delightful. However, regrettably you cannot experience it, his enchanting voice. Languid and nonchalant, yet seemingly laced with a sharpness that pierced directly into their hearts. Whoa, that stings. No way. How can your mouth be 37 degrees and utter such chilling words? Those above have missed the point. Don't you find this enticing voice delightful? Him. The above speaks truthfully. Indeed, it is rather pleasurable. Darling, please say a few more words. Yanci pressed his lips together, regretting his choice of words. Hearing their delight, he simply chose to ignore them. 2 hours later, in Songnan City, the Wuyuan sword descended to a location where Yanci's toes touched the ground, allowing him to stand. The sword joyfully circled around him before reverting back to a ring, sliding onto his index finger. Yanci inquired, 021, do you have navigation capabilities? Indeed, brother, I do. After a moment of contemplation, Yanci decided to seek out Chun Mai. Chun Mama, I have arrived. Please track Chun Mai's location for me. Received. As the tracking location was activated, a map of Songnan unfolded before Yanci, displaying 2 red dots, one representing himself and the other indicating Chun Mai. Following the map, he suddenly spotted a youth shrouded in black satin across the street. 021. Host. That is Lin Chia. Yanci assessed him and found him to be indeed handsome, as described in the novel. The audience comments erupted upon seeing Lin Chia. Oh, ISNT that our 10-year brother? Go on, tease him. Agreed. What is up with these guys treating the protagonist like a Japanese? So what? Never mind. I'm enjoying this. Yanci nearly laughed at the audience's banter. Just then, 021's voice chimed in. 021 ding. The audience has expressed a desire. A task is now issued. Please approach Lin Chia and inquire. Are you cosplaying as a blind monk? Upon completion, the audience will reward based on their enjoyment. Audience anticipation 1, audience anticipation 2. Yanci twirled his fingers, contemplating the task, his brows arching in curiosity. As the traffic light turned green, Lin Chia, balancing a guide cane on one shoulder and a bucket of peanut oil dangling from the other hand, leisurely ambled forward. Yanci stepped in front of him, and Lin Chia, sensing the presence of a long-haired man before him, removed his sunglasses. Leaning in slightly with a teasing tone, he asked, "Excuse me, are you cosplaying as a blind monk?" Quite cool, I must say. It was rather presumptuous, to be frank, given the audience's mischievous sense of humor. Lin Chia's pupils, hidden beneath the satin, contracted in surprise at the striking appearance of the man before him. After absorbing the words, he forced a slight smile, his lips twitching. Right? I think it's pretty cool, too. So, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading home now. All right, see you next time. Yanci tilted his head, stepping aside to let him pass. As Lin Chia walked by, he glanced at Yanci, who had already turned to leave in the opposite direction. Lin Chia continued on his way to his aunt's house, while Yanci hurried towards Chun Mai's location, guided by the map. On the way, a comment appeared. Anonymous user has rewarded with a spell talisman collection. In the next moment, a golden light surged into Yanci's forehead, instantly imparting the knowledge of the spell talisman collection's usage. The spell talisman collection could be likened to the talismans in cultivation novels. Yanci could draw talismans at will, without the need for paper. He could even create his own, akin to the unscrupulous talismans found in novels. In summary, it was quite extraordinary. Yanci arrived at a certain location. Standing before a door, he looked up. Indeed, as stated in the novel, it was a one-stop service for weddings and funerals, the Peace Affairs office. He pushed open the door. Ding dong. Welcome. Upon entering, Yanci found a young man in the lobby attending to those seeking assistance. Noticing another visitor, he turned and called out, "Hong Ying, we have a visitor." At that moment, a voice echoed from within, "Coming, coming." The voice arrived before the person did. Soon after, Yanci saw a young and beautiful sister emerge. Upon spotting Yanci, Hong Ying's eyes sparkled with recognition. She hastily approached. "Dear brother, have you encountered some trouble?" A mischievous thought flickered in Yanci's mind, and he began to speak earnestly yet absurdly. "Sister, to be candid, I am here in search of someone. He left me alone back then, and I was deeply saddened." Upon hearing this, Hong Ying appeared momentarily bewildered. "Is there truly such a matter? Are you certain the person you seek is here with us? Could it be Wu Xiangnan? Or perhaps Zhao Kongsheng?" Her gaze swept over Wen Qima, dismissing him as a possibility, for otherwise, she would surely recognize him. "Brother, please tell your sister. What is the name of the person you are looking for?" "His name is Chun Mai." "What? Wait a moment. Chun Mai? Are you certain it is Chun Mai?" Yanci firmly nodded and replied, "Indeed, it is Chun Mai." Hong Ying pondered over all her life's sorrows before suppressing a laugh. She never expected the captain to have once been a scoundrel. How remarkable. Chapter 5. The older man's pursuit. Hong Ying cleared her throat softly, desperately suppressing the upward curve of her lips. "Come with me, little brother. I shall introduce you to him." After speaking, she swiftly turned around, fearful of being caught with her twitching smile. Yanci raised an eyebrow, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Knowing she would misconstrue the situation, an amusing spectacle was about to unfold. The pair made their way to Chun Mai's office, where Hong Ying knocked on the door. A voice from within beckoned, "Come in." She pushed the door open and entered, while Yanci remained outside, refraining from following. Upon entering, Hong Ying regarded Chun Mai with an expression brimming with curiosity, her gaze reminiscent of a humorous emoji, causing his eyelids to twitch. Unable to contain herself, she inquired, "Hong Ying, what is that look on your face?" With a mischievous chuckle, she raised an eyebrow and teasingly remarked, "Captain, your former lover has come to see you. Who would have thought you were involved in such affairs? Be sure to treat them well. It's no small feat for them to come such a long way." Chun Mai was momentarily taken aback. What on earth are you talking about? He had never been in a relationship, so how could he possibly have an ex-lover? "Stop reading so many novels. I have no former lover." "Where are they? Call them in, so I can see." He sighed, rubbing his temples in exasperation. Hong Ying pointed towards the door. "They're right outside." Chun Mai stood up, suspiciously moving towards the entrance. Just as he stepped out, a figure lunged at him. Instinctively, he turned, but the figure seemed to anticipate his movement, leaping onto his back, causing him to bend under the weight. Suddenly, darkness enveloped his vision, and a voice chirped, "Guess who I am?" Chun Mai paused for a second before breaking into a low chuckle. "You little rascal, get off me." Yanci pouted, allowing his hands to dangle as he clung to Chun Mai, muttering, "Not a chance." Chun Mai noticed the white strands of hair cascading down and asked, "When did you dye your hair white?" Yanci replied, "I didn't dye it. I woke up one day like this." The hospital couldn't determine the cause, but honestly, it looks rather good. At the time, he had no memory and had thought he was ill. Yanci jumped down from his back, and Chun Mai turned to appraise him from head to toe. He was just as handsome as he had been in childhood, and Chun Mai nodded in satisfaction, pleased with how Xiao Pinggu had raised him. "That is not entirely true. After you left, he found me a new mother. It has always been Yuan Gang taking care of me." Yanci silently criticized him, casting a look of betrayal at Chun Mai, who felt a twinge of guilt. Clearing his throat, he awkwardly shifted the topic. "So, do you have a place to stay?" Yanci narrowed his eyes at him, prompting Chun Mai to divert his gaze. "No," Yanci replied. arms crossed and giving a light huff. Come home with me tonight. Shenmai quickly agreed, and upon seeing Yanci nod, he breathed a sigh of relief. In the meantime, the comments read, "Hee hee, older man pursuing a younger beauty. Delightful. Great minds think alike. The age difference is simply irresistible." Exactly, especially when raised together. It adds a hint of forbidden allure. As Yanci gazed at the barrage of comments, he fell into a contemplative reverie. Is that correct? Shenmai called out to Hong Ying, who was eavesdropping just a wall away. Hong Ying, stop hiding. Come out and take Yanci to buy some necessities and put on my card. Hong Ying peeked out from behind the office door, her eyes sparkling with a smile as she looked at Shenmai and Yanci. All right, come with me, little brother. Yanci followed Hong Ying outside. Shenmai watched them leave with a sigh, realizing they had indeed found him. He would have preferred if Yanci had forgotten him entirely. It would make his eventual departure less burdensome. After 10 years apart, how much they had all changed. That little brat. Shenmai cursed inwardly. He returned to his office and made a phone call. Upon connection, he began with an outburst. Xiaopinggu, you son of a. Xiaopinggu, taken aback by the sudden tirade, could only stare blankly. Shenmai didn't let him respond before hanging up, leaving Xiaopinggu utterly bewildered. What was that about? Did I provoke you, you dog? Shenmai set down his phone and let out a long sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Hong Ying had brought Yanci along and called over Si Xiaonan. Yanci, allow me to introduce you to Si Xiaonan. Hello, I'm Yanci, he said. Si Xiaonan looked up at Yanci and smiled gently. Hello. Xiaonan, please help me get home. Upstairs. You better keep your eyes open while you sleep tonight. Friend, my car's headlights are broken. Could you take a look? Let's go shopping. The captain instructed us to buy some daily necessities for Yanci. Si Xiaonan nodded, and the three of them headed to the mall. Along the way, Hong Ying, unable to contain her curiosity, glanced at Yanci several times before finally asking, Yanci, what is your relationship with the captain? Yanci turned to Hong Ying, smiling softly as he replied, when I was a child, my parents and I went hiking in the mountains. A sudden wildfire broke out, trapping us, and I was the only survivor of that fire. He was part of the night watch team in Jing City at the time, participating in the rescue efforts. It was he who found me, allowing me to live. Hong Ying was taken aback, surprised to learn that Shenmai had once been a member of the Jing City night watch team. So, the captain was really something back then? But why did he come at Songnan? He was sent here by higher-ups, Yanci said softly, lowering his gaze. If only he had had memories back then, he could have stopped Shenmai. Never mind. He had a way to save Shenmai now. Hong Ying nodded, I see. Did the captain make a mistake? Uffed. Hong Ying, you really should stop overthinking. Yanci chuckled at her imaginative reasoning. Hong Ying scratched her head, dismissing it. Never mind that. What colors do you like, Yanci? Red, blue, white, purple, Yanci contemplated. That's quite a few. Then let us buy one of each color. With that, Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, and Yanci enter the mall. Xiaonan. Do you think I would be perfect for Yanci? Hong Ying pointed at a fox-themed headband, and Si Xiaonan's eyes lit up as she eagerly nodded in agreement. It's beautiful, truly beautiful. Hong Ying picked it up and gestured for Yanci to lower his head. He slightly bent down, and Hong Ying adorned him with the headband. Si Xiaonan's gaze became fixed, exclaiming, wow, so lovely. Let us take a picture together. Suddenly, Lung Xian appeared from nowhere, holding a camera, and asked, would you like to take a photo? Yes. Si Xiaonan and Hong Ying stood on either side of Yanci, with one wearing a reindeer headband and the other a bunny headband. The three of them simultaneously struck a sign. Click. A delightful trio photograph was freshly captured. The three friends leaned in with curiosity to take a look, and then they happily gave a thumbs up in approval. Friend, your photography skills are quite impressive, Yanci remarked, gazing at the unexpectedly appeared man. Too kind, Lung Xian replied nonchalantly. I'm Lung Xian, a member of Team 136. Chapter 6. Your strength has arrived. Yang nodded at Lung Xian, who accepted the items Red Ing handed to him with a nonchalant air, insisting he might as well carry them since they were already there. Let us go. Si Xiaonan chimed, a playful smile dancing on her lips. The trio, with Si Xiaonan and Red Ing linked arm in arm, made their way forward, while Yang followed closely beside them, maintaining a stoic expression as he played the role of their bag carrier. Xiaonan, that one looks stunning. My dear brother Yank would look magnificent in it. Absolutely. Redding exclaimed, pointing at a whimsical dress that exuded an ethereal charm, tugging at Ji Yank's arm with hopeful eyes, while Si Xiaonan mirrored her actions, grasping his other arm and gazing up at him expectantly. A flicker of hesitation crossed Ji Yank's features. Doesn't seem appropriate, does it? Redding cast a glance. Noting the size indeed appeared a tad small, a slight disappointment evident in her demeanor. All right then, let us head to the next shop. Reluctantly, Ji Yank was ushered along by the two ladies toward their next destination. At that moment, the barrage of comments erupted. No kidding, with such looks, it would be a travesty not to wear something beautiful. Absolutely. Anonymous user tipped the wardrobe and commented, "Darling, I want to see you in women's clothing." Ji Yank glanced at the wardrobe as description. Portable wardrobe. Instantly transforms the owneress attire, offering a plethora of accessories and clothing options. If one struggles with choices, the wardrobe can randomly generate matching outfits with a single button press. All right, you bunch of perverts. Dream on. Ji Yank chose to disregard their antics once more. Yank, what about that blue one? Do you like it? It's quite nice. Then let us get this one. Okay, after a lengthy shopping spree, the group, humming a cheerful tune, made their way back to the office. Peaceful Affairs office. Upon his return, Ji Yank headed straight to Chunmai's office. "Chunmama, I'm back." He pushed the door open to find Chunmai engrossed in some task. Chunmai pinched the bridge of his nose, looking up at Ji Yank. "Have you bought everything?" "Yep. What shall we have for dinner?" "It's been ages since I've tasted your cooking." Chunmama Ji Yank leaned against the desk, legs crossed, tilting his head to gaze at Chunmai. "What would you like to eat?" Chunmai inquired, setting down the documents in his hand. I'm not picky. Just make whatever you feel like." Ji Yank replied, swinging his feet and pondering for a moment. "All right, go amuse yourself for a while. We'll have dinner later. I'll introduce you to the members of Team 136. Okay, you keep busy." Ji Yank stood, closing the door behind him as he left the office. As Ji Yank stepped out, thoughts of Lin Chia attending school the following day filled his mind. He resolved to sneak in for some fun. Immediately, he called upon 021. 021, help me forge a teacher's identity. I want to infiltrate the school as Lin Chia's instructor. 021 responded, "Host, you're only 18. Does that appearance suit the role?" Ji Yank retorted, "I can dress more maturely." 021 replied. 021 demonstrated remarkable efficiency, fabricating a false identity as a Chinese language teacher and submitting a resume to the school. Upon reviewing the application, the principal exclaimed in astonishment, "A master's degree from Jing University? Applying to this little place?" Approval was granted without hesitation. 021 relayed to Ji Yanji, "The school has agreed. You may proceed there tomorrow." With a sense of anticipation, Ji Yanji strolled down the street, seemingly wandering far, when suddenly a youth caught his eye. Huh? At that moment, the barrage of comments erupted. "And Qingyu, the key to the door's host. So handsome. He little fish, he." This in Qingyu is authoritative. Ji Yanji fixed his gaze on Qingyu, who, sensing the scrutiny, turned to him with a puzzled expression, questioning why this man was staring so intently. Ji Yanji raised an eyebrow and averted his gaze. And Qingyu then turned to leave. 021 remarked, "Host," and Qingyu is heading towards the direction of the ghost-faced man. Oh, has the plot deviated? This is akin to the butterfly effect. Every alteration you make triggers a chain reaction. The ensuing narrative will require your exploration, yet fundamentally, the essential elements will remain. This promised to be an intriguing endeavor. Ji Yanji's lips curled into a smile as he followed the path Qingyu had taken. And Qingyu traversed a secluded route, nearly devoid of any passers-by, and the flickering streetlights augmented the eerie ambience. Ji Yanji maintained a discreet distance, his footsteps nearly soundless. Nevertheless, Qingyu sensed the presence behind him, momentarily pausing before proceeding with calm resolve. As they approached a narrow alley, a pungent odor assailed Qingyu's senses, prompting him to wrinkle his nose in distaste. The scent was reminiscent of blood, mingled with an unknown foulness. Realizing that advancing further could pose a peril, Qingyu promptly turned to depart. However, in the next instant, a humanoid monster lunged at him with alarming speed. and Xingyu narrowly evaded by sidestepping, his clothing torn in the process. The ghost-faced entity, with its gaping maw, let out a menacing roar. What on earth? The creature fixated on its prey, lunging again, but Xingyu defended himself with his arm, only to be bitten, a muffled groan escaping him in pain. The taste of blood exhilarated the ghost-faced man, who, invigorated by the scent, raised its hand to strike at Xingyu's head. Suddenly, a sword sliced through the air, severing the creature's arm with precision. Xingyu seized the opportunity to escape, turning to face Ji Yanji, who stood a short distance away. Without hesitation, he sprinted towards him, seeking refuge. Ji Yanji glanced at him and inquired, "Does it hurt?" And Xingyu, clutching his injured arm in silence, cast a glance at Ji Yanji. Ji Yanji smiled and commanded, "Weiyuan, avenge this brother." Following the directive, Weiyuan swiftly decapitated the ghost-faced man, who then met his demise. And Xingyu gazed at the sentient sword, his expression a blend of curiosity, excitement, and an eagerness to investigate its workings. As Weiyuan returned the sword to Ji Yanji, and Xingyu fixated on it, contemplating how he might acquire such a weapon. Does he fancy it? Ji Yanji's intentions were immediately apparent, and Xingyu silently nodded in acknowledgement. Is this sword sentient? Indeed impressive, isn't it? It is quite remarkable. Might I borrow it for some examination? And Xingyu's gaze remained fixated on Weiyuan, which trembled slightly, indicating its refusal. And Xingyu seemed to comprehend this, a fleeting shadow of regret crossing his eyes. It appears unwilling, but does it truly not hurt? Why do you remain silent? Yanci glanced at his bloodied arm. Unable to restrain himself, he reached out and poked it, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from Xingyu, his expression contorting in pain. "Ah, so you were merely putting on a brave face. Do not push yourself too hard, my friend. Your strength is evident." Yanci then raised his hand, placing a healing talisman upon Xingyu's arm. In an instant, Xingyu sensed the wound on his arm beginning to mend, a tingling sensation accompanying the healing process. Curiously, he rolled up his sleeve to witness the visible restoration of his injury. Chapter 7 with a thud. How astonishing. And Xingyu raised his hand to touch the location of his wound, now smooth and pristine, showing no signs of any injury. His gaze drifted to the corpse of the masked figure, and he stepped forward, crouching down to inspect it. "Can I take this with me?" "Suit yourself," Ji Yanci shrugged. Indifferent, for this fellow's awakening was merely a matter of time. As soon as he finished speaking, Xingyu removed his outer coat to wrap the head of the masked figure. However, in the dark of night, carrying a bloodied head looked rather sinister, leading onlookers to assume he was a murderer. Ji Yanci pondered for a moment, then conjured a spatial talisman and tossed it to Xingyu, allowing him to store it within. Xingyu accepted the talisman and affixed it to the head of the masked figure. In an instant, the head vanished, leaving only the talisman behind. He pocketed it, adjusted his glasses, and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for saving me, and for this talisman." After a moment of contemplation, he added, "My name isn't Xingyu." "Ji Yanci," came the reply. Ji Yanci crossed his arms, lightly tapping his fingertips. "Once you tear this talisman, what's inside will be revealed." "Understood," and Xingyu nodded in acknowledgement. With that, Ji Yanci prepared to leave, eager to return for a meal prepared by Aunt Shen. However, footsteps echoed behind him. He turned to see Xingyu following. "Do you need something?" Ji Yanci inquired as they walked, to which Xingyu responded, "Could I have your contact information?" Ji Yanci recited a string of numbers, and Xingyu noted them down, saying, "Perhaps we shall meet again by fate." At the fork in the road, the two parted ways, each heading in a different direction. Upon returning to the Peace Affairs office, the members of Team 136 had already gathered in the lobby. Chunmai stood up as Ji Yanci entered, his expression serious as he scrutinized him. "Did you encounter anything out there?" "Indeed, I encountered a masked figure." Chunmai's eyes widened in surprise. "You came across one? Are you injured?" "No, I'm perfectly fine. I took care of that thing," Ji Yanci replied nonchalantly. "Uncle Xiao didn't he mention you had the ability to enter the Forbidden Ruins? How could you have dealt with it without a weapon?" Chunmai frowned, perplexed. "Uncle Xiao was unaware that I had gained this ability before my arrival, and I forgot to report it to Yuan Gang," Ji Yanci admitted. "What is your ability?" Chunmai inquired. "Well, It's a bit difficult to explain. Would you like me to demonstrate? Yanci blinked innocently, his eyes filled with anticipation as he gazed at Chun Mai, sensing something ominous in his demeanor. Chun Mai hesitated before nodding. The next moment, Yanci unleashed his domain, and then, with a thud, the onlookers could not withstand the pressure and dropped to their knees. The hall fell into an eerie silence. Chun Mai knelt before Yanci, his mouth twitching uncontrollably, yet a feeling of surrender arose within him. Yanci struggled to suppress his laughter and cleared his throat. "Rise, my esteemed subjects." He then retracted his domain. As the crowd rose, they exchanged awkward glances, fidgeting and turning away as if preoccupied with invisible tasks. Chun Mai stood up from the ground, casting a contemplative gaze at Yanci, who deftly averted his eyes to the right, avoiding Chen's scrutiny. "Your abilities are truly formidable," Chun Mai remarked with a sly smile. His teeth pressed against his molars. Yanci scratched his face, admitting, in truth, it's merely a skill for show, of no other utility. Chun Mai and the members of Team 136 fell into a contemplative silence. "So, do you possess other abilities?" Yanci replied softly, lightly brushing his fingers over the ring-like form of Wen, which instantly transformed back into its sword shape before Chun Mai. "This is the weapon I used to vanquish the specter." The Yuan sword emitted a low hum, radiating a formidable sword intent. Chun Mai, feeling the sword's imposing aura, nodded appreciatively. "This sword possesses sentience?" "Indeed, Yuan can autonomously engage in combat. In that case, I shall report your abilities. Have you registered for this year's training camp?" "Yuan Mama has taken care of that for me." Yanci retracted the Yuan sword and turned his gaze to the individuals behind Chun Mai, his eyes landing on a middle-aged man. It then dawned on Chun Mai that he had neglected introductions. He cleared his throat and addressed everyone. "Let's not linger. It's time for self-introductions." The group turned in silence, with Hong Ying leading the way. "I am Hong Ying of Team 136, specializing in frontline combat." Wen Qima cast a glance at Yanci. Wen Qima, frontline combat specialist. Wu Xiangnan, vice captain of Team 136, Wu Xiangnan declared. "Range fire support, Lung Xian." Lung Xian added coolly, arms crossed. Team 136 success combat support and military medic, Si Xiaonan. Si Xiaonan said, rubbing his knee, which still throbbed from his previous kneeling. "Ahem." Team 136, Zhao Kongcheng. Zhao Kongcheng announced, brushing his hair back. Yanci regarded each of them in turn. "I am Yanci, a temporary member of the Jing City 006 team. All right, let's head for a meal. Hooray." Upon hearing the prospect of food, Hong Ying's demeanor brightened. "Thanks to Brother Yanci, we finally get to enjoy the captain's cooking." The group gathered around the dining table, where Chun Mai served Yanci a generous portion of meat. "Eat up," he urged. Yanci stared at the towering bowl, feeling overwhelmed. He then buried himself in his meal. By the end of the feast, he felt nearly stuffed to the brim, clutching his stomach and slumping in his chair. After the meal, Chun Mai called the group together for a meeting to discuss tracking the specter and strategizing a purge. Yanci, seated nearby, struggled to stay awake, the effects of overeating weighing heavily upon him. Half an hour later, after assigning everyone's tasks, Chun Mai approached the nearly slumbering Yanci and said, "Let's go. You can sleep at home." In a daze, Yanci stood and followed Chun Mai, who carried a bundle of items purchased earlier that day to the car. Yanci opened the car door and settled inside. Chun Mai started the engine and accelerated out onto the road. Upon returning to his residence in Sangnan, Yanci shuffled into the house like a specter. Chun Mai proceeded to another room to prepare the bed for Yanci. Leaning against the doorframe with half-closed eyes, Yanci observed Chun Mai radiating an aura of maternal warmth, unable to suppress a smile. Chapter 8. Please call me Teacher G at this moment. The barrage read, "Male mommy, hee. Chun Mai is in his prime. Just look at those broad shoulders, such a sense of security. I indulge in everything, ensuring my nutrition is balanced. I second this." Yanci felt his vision darken. This group is quite eccentric. Soon after, Yanci noticed another comment. Why can't the main character be the top? The main character measures 183 centimeters. Moreover, he possesses broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs. Though his physique is slim, he exudes ample dominance, doesn't he? A long-haired beauty as the top. How delightful. Yanci nodded in agreement. Indeed. He too possessed a strong demeanor. Why must he always be relegated to the bottom? No, wait. He was distracted by the comments. He is straight. Yanci promptly muted the barrage to avoid further influence. Inside the room, Chumai had already made the bed. He turned to Yanci and said, "Come in." Yanci yawned as he walked in. "Good night." Chun might turn to leave, casually shutting the door behind him. Yanci kicked off his shoes and flopped onto the bed, falling asleep without even bothering to change out of his clothes. After a while, Chunmai pushed the door open and saw Yanci, who hadn't even covered himself with a blanket. He sighed, knowing it would be like this, and reached out to pull the blanket over Yanci before quietly leaving. Meanwhile, the barrage read, "The main character's sleeping face is so beautiful. I'm drooling. Slurp slurp. Male mommy. Male mommy." In another location, Lin Chier returned to his aunt's home, placing down the vegetables and oil. After a brief conversation with Dr. Li, he retreated to his room. Recalling the words of that long-haired man made Lin Chier chuckle to himself, cosplaying as a blind muck. Haha. He ripped off the black satin and faced the mirror, straining to open his eyes. No matter how hard he tried, he could not pry them open. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. He clenched his fists and struck his leg in frustration. After a moment, he stood up to wash up, then lay on his bed, contemplating life. The following day, Yanci crawled out of bed, groggily heading to the bathroom to freshen up. 021. Host, don't forget to report to school. While brushing his teeth, Yanci murmured in acknowledgement. Abiding by the principle of making the most of what is available, Yanci opened his personal wardrobe and pondered a more mature outfit. The wardrobe automatically generated a suitable ensemble. Yanci selected an outfit, and in the next moment his white hair transformed to black, elegantly styled with a hairpin, leaving a lock cascading down to his chest. He donned a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, adding a touch of sophistication. Wait a moment, the barrage exclaimed. Wow, wow, wow. A flood of astonished comments. This style appeared quite formal. Why did it seem somewhat awkward on him? Never mind. It would have to do. Yanci tidied himself up and stepped outside. "Mommy, I'm off to play." It was essential to report his whereabouts upon exiting. A commendable habit indeed. In a certain two-character game, a charming young man stepped out, briefly notifying his parents. Later, when he encountered danger, his parents intervened just in time, brandishing a significant authority. Chunmai sat on the sofa, observing Yanci's appearance, particularly his recently dyed black hair, with a look of bewilderment. "Where are you off to with that hair?" "To Tsangnan No. 2 Middle School. I've forged an identity to apply for a teaching position." "This hair is part of my disguise," Yanci replied. "You've forged an identity? And you're going to be a teacher? You've certainly gained some skills," Chunmai exclaimed, his voice rising at the mention of the key words. "Well, I have some free time on my hands, and who knows? There might be some mysterious secrets within the school. I shall investigate for you." Yanci nodded toward Chunmai, his expression saying he understood. Chunmai waved his hand dismissively. "Go ahead, and if you actually uncover something, be sure to inform me." "Absolutely." Yanci exited and hailed a cab, heading straight for the school. Upon arriving, he fortuitously encountered a woman distributing eggs at the entrance. "Excuse me, are you Lin Chie's guardian?" Yanci approached her. Lin Chie's aunt looked up and, upon seeing Yanci, was momentarily captivated by his striking features. "Yes, may I ask who you are?" she inquired. "I am Lin Chie's Chinese teacher," Yanci replied, tilting his head with utmost seriousness. Several students gathered around. "Oh, a new Chinese teacher? We hadn't heard about that." Yanci adjusted his glasses and smiled at them, causing their faces to flush instantly. "I'm a new hire today and have already received the schedule. You must be my students, correct?" Yanci feigned authority, and the students exchanged glances. "Indeed, Lin Chie is in our class. You look quite young, teacher." "My surname is Ji, and I am 25, not much older than you," he replied. "Hello, Teacher Ji," the students chorused. "Hello, you may head inside now. I will take Lin Chie under my wing." "Yes, teacher." Li Yifei and the others turned and entered the school. "Ms. Wang, rest assured, I will ensure Lin Chie returns to class," GNC assured Lin Chie's aunt with a reassuring smile. Thank you, Teacher G. I appreciate your help, she expressed gratefully. GNC watched as Wang Feng departed. After waiting at the school gate for a while, GNC leaned against the wall, observing passing students who gazed at him with admiration. Suddenly, someone called his name. GNC? He turned to see Qingyu. It's you. Why are you dressed like that? And Qingyu scrutinized GNC's ensemble, her eyes reflecting astonishment. He was strikingly handsome. I've applied for a teaching position and started today, GNC replied nonchalantly. Where is Lin Xie? Is he lost? And Qingyu raised an eyebrow. A teacher? You look not much older than I am. Did you really forge an identity? Indeed. Speaking of which, your class's Chinese lessons are also on my schedule. Therefore, and Qingyu, please refer to me as Teacher G. GNC glanced at him, awaiting a response. In just a single night, a transformation occurred? Truly, it is the essence of the key of the door. Teacher G, shall we venture inside together? And Qingyu is quite receptive. You may enter first. I am awaiting someone. By the way, how does it feel after awakening? It is a most peculiar sensation. Please approve my friend request. I shall enter ahead, Teacher G. Upon finishing her words, and Qingyu joined the throng and entered the school. It was only then that Ji Yanci remembered. He took out his phone and opened WeChat, noticing a red dot in the friend section. Upon clicking, he found a mouse avatar with a note. I am in Qingyu. Concise and clear. Ji Yanci tapped to accept the request. Looking up, he fortuitously spotted Lin Xie approaching with a cane. He tucked his phone away and stepped forward. You must be Lin Xie. I am your Chinese teacher, Ji. Lin Xie looked up at Ji Yanci, recognizing his face, and his lips twitched. Wasn't this the person who had asked him about cosplaying as a blind monk yesterday? How could his hair color have changed in less than a day? And why the pretense of not recognizing me? Could it be that you and that person from yesterday are twins? Wait, what did you just say? My Chinese teacher? A teacher? How old is he? Is this even right? Lin Xie fell into contemplation. This, teacher? Did we meet yesterday? Is that so? You must be mistaken. Ji Yanci smiled at him. Lin Xie replied. Did we not? Could you perhaps refrain from smiling so broadly? Very well, my blind monk friend. Let us proceed to class with your teacher. Ji Yanci grasped his wrist, leading Lin Xie into the school. He glanced down at his wrist, feeling the warmth of the touch. Is it possible for me to walk on my own? This is quite embarrassing, being led like this with so many watching. I suspect this teacher is doing it intentionally, though I have no proof. Indeed, Ji Yanci was doing so on purpose. The protagonist should be the center of attention. Chapter 9. The youth's radiance surpasses all words. Could you please let go of me? Lin Xie felt a flush of warmth as the gazes around him intensified. Initially, he contemplated that there would undoubtedly be a school bully targeting someone like him, and he could play the part. However, the bully did not appear, and instead, a crowd of onlookers gathered. What s with those faces sporting an amused grin? What on earth are you all thinking? Get a grip. Ji Yanci, walking alongside him, remarked, why? I promised your aunt that I would safely escort you to class. Besides, your first period happens to be my class. We're just going the same way. Lin Xie silently lowered his head. Although others were aware that he could not see, he was fully aware of their stares. Do you care about other people's gazes? How? How could I? Don't say such nonsense, huh? Lin Xie immediately retorted, adamant in his denial. In reality, most of their attention was on me. You're merely a side note. After all, my friend's looks are top-tier globally. Ji Yanci indulged in a moment of self-admiration. Lin Xie. I got it. You're the best-looking, all right. For heaven's sake. Comments. The protagonist can chat. Our buddy has successfully become the center of attention after 10 years. This is too amusing. Protagonist. Tease him more. What the protagonist said is absolutely true. The protagonist is indeed of master level. Woof woof, don't neglect this little dog of mine. Ji Yanci found it quite entertaining. The protagonist was truly easy to amuse. The two ascended the stairs to the second floor. Upon finding the classroom, Ji Yanci finally released Lin Xie. Lin Xie stepped into the classroom just as the homeroom teacher was present. Spotting Lin Xie and Ji Yanci, the teacher greeted them. Let me introduce our new student. Lin Xie. He is visually impaired, so please take good care of him. Understood, teacher. The students responded enthusiastically. The class monitor stepped forward to guide Lin Chia to an available seat. After Lin Chia settled in, Yanci entered the room, and the homeroom teacher continued the introduction. This is Yanci, Mr. G. He will be in charge of the upcoming Chinese lesson. Let's give him a warm welcome. Hello, Mr. G. The students chimed in unison. Yanci adjusted his glasses, chuckled lightly, and assumed a teacher's demeanor. Hello, everyone. This is my first time teaching, so I hope you'll be kind to me. The homeroom teacher handed him the textbooks. Mr. G, this is your teaching material. For your first lesson, take your time to get acquainted with the class. There's no rush to start teaching. Yanci accepted the materials with a polite nod. All right, I will get busy now. The homeroom teacher departed. Yanci browsed through the textbook before casting it aside, while the curious eyes of the classroom fixed on him. Suddenly, a student inquired, Mr. G, if I may be so bold, how old are you this year? Yanci turned to the student. Oh, I'm 25 this year. You can treat me as a friend. How young? Exclaimed another student. Yes, yes, and Mr. G is so handsome, not at all effeminate, just beautiful. I hereby declare that this is the 1,897th man I have fallen in love with. My goodness, sister, do you simply fall for every man you encounter? The classmates began to chatter excitedly. Yanci glanced over at the quietly seated Lin Chia, who lowered his head in silence. Do not see me, do not see me. Silence, everyone. We should still be unfamiliar with our new classmate. Should we not allow him to introduce himself? Yanci said with a mischievous smile. Lin Chia tensed, his toes gripping the ground. All eyes turned towards him. Lin Chia feigned blindness. Oh, but he was indeed blind. Yet Yanci was not one to let him off so easily. Our classmate Lin Chia may be a bit shy. So how about this? Let each of us introduce ourselves one by one, allowing me to get to know everyone as well. What do you think? No problem. Teacher G. Yanci scanned the classmates before him. Let's begin with you, the one who was most vocal. Li Yifei noticed Yanci's gaze upon him and pointed to himself. Me? Indeed, young man, you are the chosen one. Please commence your performance. Yanci nodded, resting his hands on the podium. Li Yifei stood, scratching his head in embarrassment, clearing his throat. Ahem, my name is Li Yifei. I am 17 years old. I stand at 185 centimeters, and my hobbies include basketball and various sports, as well as music. Yanci lightly tapped the desk, his eyes twinkling as he observed Li Yifei. This lad, if he were not a descendant of a troublesome serpent demon, would indeed be quite popular with the girls. What a pity. Li Yifei, please take your seat. Next, I am Jiang Qian, 17 years old, and I am the class monitor. I am Zhang San. I am Chen Lu. I am Zheng Niu. Finally, it was Lin Chia's turn. He stood silently. I am Lin Chia, 17 years old, 175 centimeters tall, with no particular hobbies. After speaking, he sat down. A few female classmates murmured softly, he seems so aloof. Indeed, but he looks quite handsome. He would surely be even more attractive without that black satin covering. I eagerly await to see what he looks like once his sight is restored. Yanci observed the classmates in the room. There appeared to be no signs of serpent demon offspring. Perhaps they had yet to take action? It seems so. Lin Chia had not yet awakened. Chapter 10. The aesthetics of being Yanci engaged in a delightful lesson with her students, who were brimming with enthusiasm and admiration for their strikingly beautiful teacher. Who could resist the allure of someone so aesthetically pleasing? After class, Yanci approached Lin Chia's desk, saying, Lin Chia, may I escort you home after school? No, I don't think so, Teacher G. Lin Chia replied without a moment's hesitation. Yanci leaned slightly closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. An angel with 6 wings upon the moon. At her words, Lin Chia's pupils dilated in surprise. You cannot truly believe this world is safe, can you? Yanci's voice was soft yet laced with an unsettling undertone, sending shivers down Lin Chia's spine. Straightening up, she regarded him with a playful smile that hinted at mischief. After a brief hesitation, Lin Chia decisively nodded. Thank you, Teacher G. See you after school. Pleased that she had managed to unnerve him. Yanci chuckled to herself for a while. See you later. With that, she turned and departed, while 021 provided her with directions to the office. Upon entering, she noticed several teachers looking her way. You must be the new Teacher G. Your workspace is over there, all set up for you. Yanci acknowledged the kind gesture with a nod of gratitude before taking a seat in her office chair. Bullet comments flooded in. Main package. What was your major before? I too am curious. The teacher's demeanor is impeccably poised. Yanci engaged in conversation, replying, It's nothing special, just an ordinary freshman. A freshman? Such acting skills? I don't believe it. Not convinced 10086. Yanci retorted playfully. Believe it or not, it's up to you. In truth, he had once harbored a rather reclusive personality, a trait that evolved over time. His striking looks had drawn the attention of talent scouts, who earnestly invited him into the entertainment industry. At that time, he was impoverished, and the allure of wealth in showbiz tempted him to comply. However, he soon fell prey to the predatory desires of depraved capitalists, ultimately delivered into the clutches of a loathsome agent. In an act of defiance, he fought back, injuring his assailant. During his escape, he encountered a man whose gaze upon him felt strangely familiar, as if he were recognized from another life, and he was subsequently taken under the man's wing. This man supported his education and enlisted instructors to teach him self-defense. The reasons for this man's kindness eluded Yanci, but unlike the others, his gaze was devoid of malice. Rather, it seemed to peer into his very soul. Yanci could not discern the man's identity, as he never spoke of it. Affluent and generous, he provided Yanci with the finest opportunities available. Eventually, Yanci could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, Why are you so kind to me? The man replied, If he were still alive, you would call me father. Who is he? Yanci pressed. Your father. Though Yanci yearned for further revelations, the man remained resolutely silent. He silently speculated that this individual might be a friend of his absent father, perhaps even something more, a bond that transcended mere friendship. Later, while in the villa, he stumbled upon a photograph. In the photograph, the man stands beside another man who bears a striking resemblance to him, presumably his father. The gaze he casts towards his father appears to be imbued with affection, perhaps. Though his father is handsome, he seems rather oblivious, sporting a rather foolish grin. He finds himself curious about how his mother could have fallen for such a dimwit, yet she must have been a stunning beauty, as evidenced by his own appearance. This may well be the quintessential conclusion often depicted in novels. I stand at the end of the story, watching you embark on the train of happiness. Those unspoken words are ultimately buried deep within, for his tale has reached its conclusion, while the other's journey is just beginning. Suddenly, the school bell rings. Yanci, clutching his textbook, makes his way to the classroom, where this lesson takes place in the class attended by Xingyu. As per the usual practice, Yanci introduces himself. He then engages in a brief conversation with his classmates, allowing them to study independently or tackle some exercises, encouraging discussions for any challenging questions. Language arts class typically involves memorizing texts and poetry, practicing reading comprehension, and enhancing writing skills. However, reading comprehension often lacks a definitive answer. After much interpretation, it turns out that even the original author cannot achieve full marks, which is rather amusing. Observing the students diligently engrossed in their studies below him, Yanci feels a sense of fulfillment in his role as a teacher. He then approaches Xingyu's desk, fortuitously finding that he has no desk mate. Peering over, he inquires, What are you reading? Upon seeing the title, his eyelids flutter. A Guide to Human Anatomy? Ah, I'm still in the research phase, and Xingyu replies, his fingers flipping through the pages. Is there much mystery in this world, akin to last night? Yanci muses. That was merely a creature from the novice village. Once you leave it, you will discover that this world is far more fantastical than you can imagine. Resting his head on his hand and tilting it towards him, his tone is rather languid. Then, why have we never noticed? Is there a special organization safeguarding everyone? And Xingyu leans in, closing the book and asking earnestly. Yanci leans back slightly. You ask so many questions. Are you looking to join? So, there really is an organization? And Xingyu prompts. Indeed, Yanci replies, tapping his finger on the desk before pulling out his phone to type swiftly. He then hands it to Xingyu to read. Yanci, such organizations are known as the Night Watchers. and the abilities you awaken are referred to as forbidden ruins. These forbidden ruins are categorized by different levels based on their abilities. Sequences 001 to 030 are divine ruins, bestowed by deities. Those below sequence 089 are classified as highly dangerous forbidden ruins, while sequences 90 to 199 fall under the category of dangerous forbidden ruins. And Xingyu takes the phone, glancing at the information, then types back. So that's how it is. The phone exchanges hands, and Yanci quickly types again. Your ability does not fall within the Forbidden Ruin sequence. It is a completely new Forbidden Ruin. Have you named it? After reading, and Xingyu was momentarily taken aback, then typed, Do you know what my ability is? Yanci smiled and gave him a glance. Is it acquiring abilities through dissection, perhaps? Upon seeing the words on the screen, and Xingyu's pupils constricted slightly. Then he nodded gently and continued typing. Do you possess a similar ability of foresight? Yanci raised an eyebrow. That would be a fair assessment. Chapter 11. I am your dog. Yanci. You have been following me after school these past few days? And Xingyu. I can. Yanci. Aren't you curious as to why? And Xingyu. Well, why? Yanci raised an eyebrow. I want to tell you. And Xingyu chuckled helplessly. All right then. Ding-ling-ling. The class bell rang. Yanci remained seated, as he had no subsequent classes. Are you not heading back to the office? And Xingyu inquired, noticing him resting his head on the desk. Not going back. The only time I feel truly drowsy is during lectures, Yanci replied, barely lifting his eyelids, turning his face towards her. And Xingyu shrugged. It was indeed the case. She decided to continue her review of the materials. 10 minutes later, the class bell chimed again. Yanci was in a deep slumber when the teacher entered, and upon seeing Yanci beside Xingyu, he thought the attire looked somewhat familiar. And Xingyu glanced up at the math teacher and said, This is Mr. G. The math teacher recognized him, saying it seemed he had seen him somewhere before. Isn't Mr. G taking a break in the office? Why is he napping in class? He decided not to pursue the matter and continued with his lesson. Taking out his exercise book, he flipped to page 25. Today we will discuss that significant problem. And Xingyu adjusted her glasses, her peripheral vision catching the golden-rimmed spectacles beside Yanci, and then gazing at his flawless visage, realizing that no embellishments could ever overshadow his beauty. A slight smile curved her lips as she anticipated what might unfold after school. Yanci slept soundly until noon dismissal, awakening precisely on cue. And Xingyu was somewhat taken aback. His timing was impeccable, with 3 seconds remaining until the bell. After a brief moment, the dismissal bell rang. Shall we go? Is the food at your cafeteria good? Average. As Yanci stood, he paused for a moment. Then let us eat out. And Xingyu nodded. I know a noodle shop with delightful flavors. Then let us go. Yanci accompanied her outside the school, completely forgetting about Lin Qi. The two entered the noodle shop, wherein Xingyu ordered 2 bowls of noodles and then returned to their seats. What do you think will happen recently? I'm uncertain. After all, the future is not immutable, and you should understand this better than I do. Yanci casually remarked while pulling out some napkins to wipe the table. Upon hearing this, and Xingyu asked, So, your disguise as a teacher and blending into the school is merely for fun? Pretty much. I wanted to experience what it feels like to be a teacher and tease certain individuals a bit. Yanci responded with a smile directed at Xingyu. Here comes the food. The owner approached, placing 2 bowls of noodles on the table. Thank you, boss. Hey, let cool a bit before you eat. Don't burn yourself. Yanci picked up a chopsticks and stirred the noodles. Let us eat first. Meanwhile, Lin Qi spent the entire morning pondering Yanci's words. So, the angel he saw in the moonlight truly existed? Are there really angels in this world? He must ask him thoroughly after school. As time ticked away, the moment of dismissal finally arrived. Lin Qi waited in the classroom when suddenly a knock echoed at the door. Raising his gaze toward the sound, he soon heard a voice call out, Lin Qi, your teacher has come to pick you up. Yanci leaned against the doorframe, announcing the arrival. Upon hearing this, Lin Qi stood and made his way to the entrance, only to discover another person outside. Allow me to introduce, and Xingyu from the neighboring class, a genius with a peculiar hobby, dissection, Yanci paused, casting a teasing glance at Enqingyu. Enqingyu remarked, "Why does it feel as if I have no secrets in front of him? It's as though I have been stripped bare." With an air of melancholy, Enqingyu fixed his gaze on Yanci. Yanci then turned his attention to Lin Qiye, noting that he was unable to see for certain reasons. However, within Lin Qiye's perception, he could distinctly visualize Enqingyu's appearance and nodded in acknowledgement. "Hello." "Likewise." Enqingyu replied. Yanci then wrapped an arm around both of their shoulders, saying, "Let us go, my dear classmates." With Enqingyu and Lin Qiye flanking him, Yanci, the tallest among them, resembled a guardian escorting children, albeit ignoring his youthful visage. "Is the angel on the moon you mentioned this morning real?" Lin Qiye could not help but inquire. "Guess," Yanci teased. "You." Lin Qiye, feeling slightly irked, turned away in silence. The journey proceeded without incident. Yet Yanci pondered whether he had inadvertently caused a butterfly effect that delayed Lin Qiye's awakening. Perhaps it was also the case that Chun Mama had eradicated all the ghostly figures. If that is the case, how can we provoke Lin Qiye's awakening? Rest assured, host, the predetermined path will not be easily altered, merely delayed, came a voice. "Very well. In that case, I shall discreetly follow Lin Qiye after school another day and await the moment of his awakening," Yanci resolved. He and Enqingyu accompanied Lin Qiye home, where he politely inquired, "Would you like to come in for a while?" Enqingyu glanced at Yanci, who nodded in affirmation. "Since you have extended such a sincere invitation, we shall not be courteous." With that, Yanci pulled Enqingyu's wrist, leading them both inside. Lin Qiye remarked, "I was merely being polite. You truly are lacking in decorum." Upon entering, Enqingyu surveyed the layout of the room before they settled onto the sofa. A small black dog bounded forth, scrutinizing Yanci and Enqingyu. Upon seeing Yanci's face, the dog's eyes transformed into heart shapes, and with a playful leap, it landed on Yanci's lap, barking, "Pet me, pet me. I am your dog." The unabashed little black pup nuzzled against Yanci's palm. Yang, who had just emerged, caught the dog's exuberant antics and grimaced. "This dog is unacceptable. How embarrassing." Yanci gazed at the little black dog at his feet, lifting his hand to scratch its chin, eliciting an expression of pure delight from the creature. Enqingyu observed the dog with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Suddenly, the little black dog sensed an impending danger. Having previously exposed its belly, it lifted its head to glare at Enqingyu, baring its teeth. Enqingyu responded with an innocent smile. Brother, are they your friends?" Yang inquired, regarding the enamored dog with exasperation. "I suppose. What does that mean? Is it or isn't it?" I suppose. "Hello, I am Yanci, Lin Qiye's teacher, and this is Enqingyu, a classmate from the adjacent class," Yanci replied while continuing to play with the dog. The little black dog barked. "Woof woof. Master, master. I want this sister-in-law." Yang retorted, "How about I give you a hammer instead?" He glanced at Yanci, who appeared to be of similar age to his brother, pondering how he had become a teacher. Chapter 12. The Celestial Hound Teacher? "You appear to be no more than 20 years old," Yang inquired politely. "Indeed, I am 18 this year," Lin Qiye responded, casting him a curious glance. "How did you manage to secure the position then?" "It's merely a matter of falsifying one's age. It's not particularly challenging, is it, scholarly friend?" Yanci teased, while petting the dog and exchanging a knowing look with Enqingyu. Enqingyu adjusted his glasses and elaborated, "It's quite simple. As long as then it can be done." Lin Qiye and Yang exchanged puzzled expressions. What on earth does that even mean? The world of academia is so convoluted. "Woof, woof, woof. Foolish master." Yang's demeanor hardened, fists clenched. "Foolish dog, you are finished." The little black hound shrank back, its tones softening. "Wolf, I become a laughingstock." "Master, you are mistaken." Yang smiled at the little black hound. The hound turned to bury itself in Yanci's embrace, exclaiming, "I cannot be seen, I cannot be seen." Yanci looked down at the dog, finding it utterly amusing. He felt an urge to take it away. "Slow hands mean no chance," he mused. "Would you consider selling this dog?" Yang responded with a firm, "No." "What a pity," Yanci remarked with a hint of regret. The little black hound gazed up at Yanci with its round, sparkling eyes, barking, "I would gladly be yours." Yang Jin's brow twitched with agitation. "You truly are something. Hurry and take it away." He waved his hand, warning that if they did not leave soon, he would take matters into his own hands. "Thank you," Yanci said, slightly bending down to extend his hand. The little black hound climbed up his arm and nestled into his embrace. Yanci and Qingyu departed from Lin Xie's residence. "Ajin, do not worry. I will bring it back for you." Lin Xie scratched his face, feeling a twinge of guilt, for it was he who had brought the dog home. He anticipated that it would be spirited away. "Never mind. It's probably for the best if that foolish dog doesn't return." Yang Jin sighed, then inquired, "Brother, how is your eye?" "Almost healed, haha." Lin Xie felt even more guilty and, after exchanging a few words, retreated indoors. Yang Jin let out a deep sigh. On the way, Qingyu's gaze occasionally drifted to the little black hound nestled in Yanci's arms, which was comfortably situated and peering at him with one eye open. "Woof, what are you staring at?" And Qingyu could not comprehend the words, but he understood the dog's expression well enough. It only added to his amusement. "I can." "No, I cannot." And Qingyu was interrupted before he could finish his thought. "You seem to know me well, yet I know nothing about you." He tilted his head, gazing at him with an inquisitive glint in his eyes. "Do you wish to learn about me?" Yanci chuckled lightly, meeting his gaze. And Qingyu nodded slightly, a bit. "Oh, so you're not interested. Very well. I shall not accompany you further. You can find your own way home, can't you?" Yanci halted his steps, tilting his head to regard him. Noticing Yanci's reluctance to speak, and Qingyu paused for a moment before replying, "All right." Yanci raised his hand, conjuring several talismans, which he handed to him. "This one is a teleportation talisman. You hold this child talisman, while the parent talisman remains with me. If you find yourself in danger, tear it apart, and you will be instantly transported to my side. This one is a ring talisman. Take it." And Qingyu accepted them and tucked them into his pocket. "See you tomorrow." Yanci watched as Qingyu departed, then lowered his gaze to rub the head of the dog. "What is your name?" "Oh, I forgot you cannot speak. Let's call you Howling Heaven, shall we? Do you like it?" The little black dog suddenly widened its eyes and let out a feeble bark. He. It must be a coincidence." The comments rolled in. "Did I just witness shock on a dog's face?" "Ha ha, the master is amusing the dog. Howling Heaven is quite the smitten one. Master, don't neglect your humble pup. Woof, woof, woof." Yanci returned to Chun Mai's house, cradling the astonished Howling Heaven. Upon entering, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of food. Chun Mai emerged from the kitchen upon hearing the commotion. "You're back, and you brought a dog? I found it wandering. Isn't it adorable?" Yanci replied, changing his shoes and letting Howling Heaven down, who immediately floated toward the scent. The dog stood by Chun Mai's feet, looking rather foolish as it licked its tongue. A dog from someone else's home? Did its owner agree? Of course. And just look at this silly dog. The moment it saw me, it completely forgot its original owner, insisting on coming home with me. Yanci pointed at Howling Heaven, prompting Chun Mai to glance over and confirm its dazed demeanor. Little black dog thought, "Though I am not human, I can understand human speech. How was school today?" "It was fine. I slept quite well," Yanci replied candidly. "Aren't you a teacher?" Chun Mai inquired with a complex expression. "Indeed. I stayed in the classroom and napped during non-lesson times. The teacher's lectures are quite hypnotic." Yanci blinked innocently. "All right, wash your hands and come to dinner." Chun Mai sighed in exasperation, gesturing for him to wash up. "Yes, Chun Mama." Yanci walked to the washstand, casually splashed some water on his face, and dried his fingers with a tissue before taking a seat at the dining table. Chun Mai brought out the dishes and sat down. As he pulled out a chair beside him, Howling Heaven leapt onto the seat, its little legs dangling over the table, drool pooling at the corners of its mouth. "It seems rather perceptive. Indeed, this dog is quite entertaining." Chun Mai placed a piece of chicken before the little black dog, which eagerly opened its mouth and rolled the meat in with its tongue, chewing excitedly. Yanci observed Chun Mai amusing the dog while enjoying his meal. "By the way, how is the extermination of the ghostly figures progressing?" "There are many of them, some scattered. It is expected to be completed within the next couple of days." "Do you need my assistance?" "What can you, a newly awakened realm, contribute?" Just focus on being a good teacher. Very well. Yanci shrugged and continued to indulge in his meal. After dinner, Yanci beckoned to the little black dog, Xiao Tian, come here. The dog hopped over with little steps. What did you name it? Shenmai raised an eyebrow at the name. Xiao Tian. It's a name I came up with. What do you think? Shenmai's lips twitched quite nice. I almost thought it was the celestial hound of Erlang Shun, Yang Jian. Yanci returned to his room when a phone call came in. He pressed the button to answer. Yuan Gang here? Yanci replied, Yuan Mama. Yuan Gong retorted. You rascal. You awakened your ability and didn't inform me first. Chapter 13. No Early Romance. Yanci chuckled to himself. How sour. Yuan Mama, are you feeling jealous? Yuan Gang snorted dismissively. Who's jealous? I'm not jealous. Yanci replied. Right. So you must be tasting lemons, feeling all sour. Yuan Gang retorted, get lost. You little brat. From now on, you must inform me of anything that happens immediately. Yanci assured him. Okay, I promise to do so next time. Yuan Gang insisted. Next time, it is a must. Yanci affirmed. Yes, understood. He hung up the phone. In a fit of anger, Yuan Gang stormed into Xiaoping's office and unleashed his frustrations. Xiaoping remarked, so, whenever you face a setback, you come to me for trouble? Am I just your punching bag? Damn it, you two rascals. The following day, Yanci went to school, as usual. After class, he promptly fell asleep in whichever classroom he found himself in. Today, it was Lin Chia's class, and as soon as the bell rang, he settled beside Lin Chia. What are you doing? Sleeping, can't you tell? Am I blind? Oh, then why ask? Lin Chia fell silent. Indeed, he was blind. What was the point of asking so many questions? However, this person seemed to know that he could see but was unwilling to divulge more. Ah, how tantalizing. Bullet comments. The main character seems to be adept at killing conversations. Does the main character not wish to engage with Shinny and Gu? Or is it just my illusion? You are not alone. I too sense that the main character is reluctant to interact with him. Perhaps it's because Shinny and Gu is too pretentious. If I were in his shoes, I would have certainly taken a sack and given him a good beating. These guys really don't regard the protagonist as a person. Yanci silently glanced at the comments. It wasn't that he didn't want to engage. He simply didn't know what to say. Better to sleep. Any conversation could wait until he awakened. Lost in thought, he drifted off. Lin Chia leaned closer, admiring his serene, sleeping face. After a moment of staring, he suddenly snapped back to reality. What am I doing? His cheeks flushed a light pink. After the third period, a female classmate approached Yanci's desk. Softly, she called out, Teacher G? Yanci stirred slightly, half opening his eyes. Is there something you need? I have a question I can't solve. Could you explain it to me? Yanci glanced over and, with utmost seriousness, replied, I teach language arts. You should ask the math teacher about such problems. They are more authoritative. Also, while I am aware of my good looks, the school prohibits early romance. So remember this. Whatever you choose to remember, just remember that. The girl was momentarily stunned. Her face quickly turned crimson, and she dashed back to her seat, covering her face. Beside her, Lin Chia silently gave a thumbs up, the terminator of romantic pursuits. Bullet comments. 666. Is the main character truly that oblivious? That girl is in for a treat. But I would much rather see the two handsome guys kiss. I too wish to witness. You must inevitably stray from the right path. Yanci disregarded the barrage of comments. It would be better to spare me the detours. Yanci rose from his seat, patted Lin Chia on the shoulder, and said, I shall not accompany you this afternoon. Do take care of your safety. Having spoken, he turned and exited the classroom. Lin Chia sighed. Upon returning to the office, Yanci left a protective talisman on Lin Chia, intending to secretly follow him tonight, first to awaken his divine realm, and subsequently to confront Zhao Kongsheng. How have you been feeling these past few days, Teacher G? Inquired the mathematics teacher within the office. Not bad. The students are quite enthusiastic. Teacher G, you clearly possess great popularity. We live in an era that values appearances, and I reckon it won't be long before a female student confesses her feelings to you. Mr. Lee, are you suggesting that you too have experienced such a thing in your youth? Indeed, back in my day, I was quite the handsome lad. always impeccably dressed. Before long, a female classmate confessed her feelings to me, leaving me so startled that I neglected my grooming and mismatched my attire. What a near miss for my career. Ha 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 ha. Old Lee was so frightened that he ran to the principal in tears. We all mocked him. Nonsense, I did not cry. So stubborn, you are. The teachers in the office engaged in light-hearted gossip with Yanci, who listened with great interest. Let me tell you, Teacher G, in my class, there was a rather amusing pair of desk mates, both academic prodigies. They nearly came to blows over a differing opinion on a problem, but later it turned out both methods were valid. Subsequently, they participated in a competition together, earning direct admission to a prestigious institution. The boy is now quite henpecked. And there's more. Ding, ding, ding. The school bell rang, signaling the end of classes. The students packed their bags and exited the school together. Chia, shall we accompany you home? Li Yifei enthusiastically placed his arm around Lin Chia's shoulder. Lin Chia stiffened and replied, "No need, I can manage on my own. Thank you." Seeing this, Li Yifei withdrew his hand. "All right, then do be careful on your way. Farewell." Jiang Xian and others bid Lin Chia goodbye, with him being the last to leave the classroom. He grasped his cane and made his way to the school gate. Students streamed out of the school, exchanging farewells as they departed in various directions. Lin Chia steered clear of the crowd and took a secluded path. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chun Mai and others were engaged in an intense pursuit of the masked specters. Hong Ying, launch a surprise attack from the side. Understood. A long spear shot forth like a meteor, piercing through the specter, while the remaining masked figures were surrounded by reinforcements. All the specters present were swiftly dispatched. Just as the group was about to conclude their efforts, suddenly, a colossal specter charged forth, and although Hong Ying raised her weapon to defend, the foe's prowess was evidently beyond her capability, resulting in her injury. Hong Ying, Chun Mai hurriedly arrived and confronted the Ghost Face King, while Si Xiaonan crouched down to tend to Hong Ying's wounds. Lung Xian positioned himself nearby, aiming his firearm at the Ghost Face King, and squeezed the trigger to assist Chun Mai in vanquishing the foe. With dual blades in hand, Chun Mai struck fiercely at the Ghost Face King, seemingly endowed with a modicum of cunning, turned to flee upon realizing it could not withstand the assault. Just then, Chun Mai's phone rang, and the voice of Wen Shima echoed through. "Hello, Captain. Several ghost facers have escaped amidst the chaos, heading towards the old district." "Understood," he replied, lighting a cigarette and taking a drag before dialing Zhao Kongchen. "Hello, Lao Zhao. A few ghost facers are making their way towards the old district. Please handle the situation." "Received." Zhao Kongcheng, situated near the old district, grasped his box and activated the boundless domain, subsequently conducting a thorough reconnaissance of the area. Chapter 14, Seeking a Mistress? And Qingyu waited in vain for Ji Yanji to reach out to him. Wasn't it said that they would depart together in the coming days? He retrieved his phone and sent a message. "And Qingyu, where are you?" "Ji Yanji, I apologize, I completely forgot about you. You may head back first." Only upon receiving the message did Yanji recall that something essential was missing. It turned out he had lost someone. Haha. And Qingyu. Oh, Ji Yanji. Sweating. JPG, bullet screen. Help. And Qingyu exudes a sense of a devoted wife. Haha. The main character resembles a scoundrel who has abandoned his wife to rendezvous with a mistress. This is captivating. I love it. Ji Yanji fell into silence for a moment. Was something amiss? You treacherous lot always attempt to sway me. Annihilate the 9 clans. Ji Yanji perched upon the Wuyuan sword, soaring through the air, stealthily trailing Lin Chia. 021. Host, there are ghost-faced beings not far from Lin Chia. At last, they have arrived. Splendid news. Brother 10 years is about to awaken. 021. So abstract. Isn't that how the narrative unfolds? 021. Indeed. Lin Chia entered a narrow alley, rubbing his neck, an unsettling premonition gnawing at him. As he walked, a nauseating stench assailed his nostrils, causing him to gag. Before he could recover, 2 humanoid monstrosities materialized in his perception. Lin Chia's pupils constricted in alarm as he turned to flee. The ghost-faced pursuers moved swiftly, grinning menacingly, and upon seeing their prey escape, they quickly closed the distance. Lin Xie was toppled to the ground by a claw, as one ghost-faced figure lunged to bite his face. In a desperate bid, Lin Xie raised his cane, thrusting it into the creature's maw, but another ghost-faced being joined the assault. Lin Xie fought back in a frenzy, a sense of despair enveloping him. Why? Why must it be me again? Damn it, damn it. Just as the ghost-faced creature was about to tear into Lin Xie's arm, a surge of fierce defiance ignited within him under the weight of impending doom. Amidst the turmoil of emotions, his eyelids quivered violently. Adrenaline surged through his veins. Suddenly, he kicked the ghost-faced assailant off him, swiftly rolling to regain his footing, and plunged his cane forcefully into the creature's eye. The ghost-faced being howled in pain and swiped at him. Lin Xie evaded the strike just in time, gasping for breath. The black satin that had encircled his eyes lay scattered on the ground after his recent struggle. The ghost-faced creature, fixated on its prey, roared before launching itself at Lin Xie once more, crashing down upon him. Lin Xie felt an intense pain coursing through his body as his cane snapped. Lying on the ground, he was consumed by a sense of injustice. Bullet screen. Here it comes. Brother 10 years is about to awaken. Quick, start recording. Share it on Moments. Share on Moments 1, 2. Finally, all emotions erupted in a fervent blaze. Lin Xie felt a fiery heat radiating from within, his eyes seemingly ablaze with an inferno. Slowly, he opened his eyes. In an instant, a pillar of light shot skyward. Scorching, divine, resplendent. The darkness was torn asunder. Yanci gazed at the radiant column of light, tilting his head and closing his eyes. Damn it, he thought, nearly blinded. The proximity to the light momentarily disoriented him, leaving his vision shrouded in darkness. He raised a hand to rub his eyes, contemplating whether to descend and lend assistance. Lin Xie had landed on the ground, observing the two ghost-faced figures. He picked up a nearby cane, relying on his dynamic perception to neutralize one of them. However, this endeavor had exhausted all his stamina. The attack from the other ghost-faced figure was now unavoidable. As the figure struck, a flash of golden light enveloped Lin Xie's shoulder, forming a protective shield around him. Glancing at his shoulder, he suddenly recalled Yanci patting him before leaving. Was this his talisman for survival? A faint smile tugged at Lin Xie's lips, warmth blooming within him. The defensive charm would withstand the ghost-faced figure's assault for the time being. Lin Xie lay on the ground, observing the ghost-faced figure's futile rage, even daring to taunt with a beckoning gesture. Yanci, high above, grimaced at the scene. Truly, one could question the audacity of his companion. The barrage of comments flowed in. Haha, this is too amusing. The protagonist is still putting on an act. I can feel the protagonist's exasperation through the screen. Hey, it's that man. The one who has dazzled the entire book has arrived. Zhao Kongcheng swiftly dispatched the ghost-faced figure. As Lin Xie recognized the danger had passed, he rose from the ground, the charm's effect dissipating into shimmering motes of light. Hey, was I just cool? Zhao Kongcheng asked, cigarette in mouth, raising an eyebrow at him. Lin Xie brushed off the dust from his clothes and glanced up at him, uncertainly replying, cool? Do you want to? Not interested. Lin Xie interrupted before he could finish. Then, Lin Xie inquired, by the way, may I ask you something? Do you know Yanci? Zhao Kongcheng's speech was interrupted, and he appeared displeased. Yes, why? Is he part of your group? Your organization? He is part of the organization, but he is not in our squad. Zhao Kongcheng took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling the smoke. Why do you ask? Are you harboring feelings for him? No, I'm not. Don't say such things. Lin Xie quickly retorted. You've awakened this supernatural power, and yet you don't want to join us in safeguarding the world? Zhao Kongcheng pressed on. What is the name of your organization? Come back with me, and I'll tell you. Forget it. I'm not that interested. He could always ask Yanci tomorrow. Surely he would provide an answer. Uncertainly. He thought, hey, you really are something. I'm heading home now, old man. Lin Xie turned and walked away. Zhao Kongcheng followed. Are you sure you want to reconsider? We offer excellent benefits. Not considering it, Lin Xie replied, quickening his pace. This left Zhao Kongcheng bewildered in the wind, scratching his head and letting out a sigh. Peacekeeping office. Upon returning, Zhao Kongcheng recounted the events, and Chun Mu Yi patted him on the shoulder. Old Zhao, a single failure is of little consequence. Tomorrow, you should persist in persuading him. It is imperative that he joins us. This fellow is acquainted with Yanci, so I will also ask Yanci to persuade him. Very well. Zhao Kongcheng slumped in his chair. By the way, I severely injured a ghost-faced king from the Chuanjing. I wonder where it has fled. Everyone should investigate the vicinity of the sewers in the coming days. If you encounter it, do not act recklessly. Wait for my arrival. Understood. Chimai returned home and knocked on Ji Yinci's bedroom door. Come in. Chimai pushed the door open. Yanci, did you see that beam of light today? I did, and I observed it from close distance. It nearly blinded me. Ji Yanci sat cross-legged on his bed, looking utterly speechless. You've been following him the entire time? Indeed. I've also been secretly protecting him. Do you know something? For instance, what brings you to Sangnan? Ji Yanci propped his head up, his gaze fixed intently on Chun Mai, as if he had already uncovered his secret. Chun Mai was momentarily taken aback, a wave of unease washing over him. Well, it's getting late. I should head to bed. Chun Mai hurriedly exited the room. Chapter 15. Experiencing university life, Ji Yanci stared vacantly at the doorway for a while. After a moment, he let out a soft grunt through his nostrils, then reclined back and closed his eyes, drifting into slumber. The following day, as Ji Yanci stepped out of his bedroom, he discovered a steaming meal laid out on the table. The little black dog scampered over, raising its head and barking. Chimai had already departed. Ji Yanci knelt down to affectionately pet the dog for a moment before washing his hands and indulging in the meal left by Chen's mother. He glanced at his phone to check messages. And Qingyu, was that pillar of light last night a sign of someone awakening? It caused quite a stir. Ji Yanci. Indeed, after tidying up the dishes, he made his way outside. At the school gate, Zhao Kongcheng was crouched nearby, clearly sent by Chen's mother to keep an eye on Lin Xie. According to the plot, Lin Xie would be apprehended by Zhao Kongcheng on the third day. Lin Xie was quite cunning. Ji Yanci felt compelled to nudge things along to ensure their encounter occurred sooner, allowing Zhao Kongcheng's storyline to proceed smoothly. With this thought in mind, he entered the school and headed straight to Qingyu's classroom. Upon entering, he noticed Qingyu already seated. Class monitor, let us find a classic film to watch. Sure thing. The enthusiastic class monitor rushed to the front to select a renowned movie for screening. Ji Yanci preferred showing them films or series that would be relevant for their upcoming exams, and afterward, he would assign them a 1,000-word reflection on what they had viewed. He also assigned tasks involving memorization of poetry and prose, eschewing any monotonous copying assignments, as he deemed them devoid of purpose. He settled into a seat beside Qingyu, tilting his head to observe him. Tell me, having completed all your university courses, what are you still doing here? Ji Yanci snatched his book for a glance, noting a topic he was unfamiliar with, and tossed it back. And Qingyu flipped to the page Ji Yanci had just seen. Although he had finished reading, he had never attended university. Upon hearing this, Ji Yanci suddenly recalled that in the later plot, they would spend several days at Kyoto University. Despite all they had experienced, they had not truly savored their university days. Would you like to go? I could take you to Kyoto University for a taste of the experience. Ji Yanci felt a tinge of regret for Qingyu, considering it was still early before the training camp commenced, and a couple of days of exploration would not pose a problem. Besides, he had received an acceptance letter from Kyoto University, though he had opted to defer his enrollment. Are you from Kyoto University? And Qingyu asked, meeting his gaze. I have an acceptance letter. What do you think? How about spending a couple of days in Kyoto? Ji Yanci smiled slightly, observing the hesitant expression forming on Qingyu's face. After a moment of silence, Qingyu nodded, acknowledging that it would be beneficial to see it. If he were to join Ji Yanci in that organization, he likely would not return to campus again. Thus, experiencing it now seemed worthwhile. Although he knew little about it at present, what did it matter? He would learn in due time. Ji Yanci patted him on the shoulder. All right then. Once things settle down here in a couple of days, I'll take you to Kyoto for a few days. Sounds good. And Qingyu smiled at him, the light refracting through his glasses, masking the obscurity of his expression. After class, Ji Yanci did not hurry to leave. Instead, he entered Lin Xie's classroom just as the next lesson was about to commence. He attempted to select a classic film from the movie section, but rather inconveniently. The touchscreen was unresponsive, and he inadvertently chose another film. Lin Xie, having removed the black satin from his eyes, fixated on Yanci seated at the edge of the podium, perplexed as to why he did not occupy the seat beside him. He had numerous inquiries he wished to pose. Yanci disregarded Lin Xie's gaze, and soon, dialogues from the film echoed through the room. "Wife, let me explain. I won't listen. I won't listen." In the next moment, the speakers emitted some indescribable gasping sounds. Yanci's body stiffened, and he mechanically turned his head to look. Wasn't this supposed to be a classic film? How did it turn intimate? He glanced at the film's title, bewildered. The students below were blushing furiously, caught in the fervor of youth. Lin Xie also felt a flush creeping onto his cheeks, and he quietly lowered his head. Yanci promptly stood up and switched off the film. Noticing the students' reactions, he silently selected a horror movie to play instead. Their faces lost their color, which was precisely the effect Yanci desired. The classroom was soon filled with the boys deliberately screaming to frighten the girls, resulting in a cacophony of shrieks from the female students and raucous laughter from the boys. Yanci cast a glance at the boys who were the most boisterous. After class, he called out those few individuals, assigning them a task of copying work to be submitted by the following morning. The boys let out a collective sigh. "What's the matter? Why the silence now? Were you not just shouting enthusiastically?" Yanci snorted softly and exited the classroom. Lin Xie got up and hurried after him, catching Yanci's wrist in the corridor. Yanci was compelled to halt, turning to face him. "At school, please refer to me as Teacher G." Lin Xie hesitated. "Teacher G, I have some questions I wish to ask you." Yanci smiled. "Are you certain you want to ask them here?" Lin Xie glanced around at the onlookers, many drawn by Yanci's striking appearance. Realizing this, Lin Xie inquired, "Can we walk together after school?" "Certainly." Receiving the affirmation, Lin Xie released Yanci, who turned to leave. Throughout the day, Lin Xie was distracted, and as soon as school dismissed, he rushed out. At the school gate, Yanci awaited him. Upon seeing him, Lin Xie approached and pulled him into a corner. "What is the name of your organization?" Yanci glanced at his wrist, where Lin Xie had grasped him and met his gaze. "Let go." Lin Xie looked down and immediately released his grip. Yanci raised his hand to inspect the imprint left by Lin Xie's hold. Lin Xie scratched his head. "I didn't grip that tightly, did I? What organization?" "I do not comprehend what you are referring to." Yanci's lips curled into a slight smile, his pace slowing as he feigned ignorance. "What was that charm you gave me yesterday? Do you know I might be in danger?" "Indeed, I possess a certain aptitude for fortune-telling, and I foretell that you are facing a calamity." Yanci spoke with an earnest absurdity, blinking as he gazed at Lin Xie. Lin Xie was momentarily at a loss for words. He leaned against the wall, his body inclining forward. "That old man informed me that you are all in cahoots." Yanci tilted his head slightly, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with the proximity. "Young man, do not be so impetuous. If you wish to know, why not simply seek him out? He is not far away." Yanci gestured with his chin, his gaze directed towards Zhao Kongsheng. Lin Xie followed his finger and indeed spotted the old man from the previous night. "Furthermore, I have yet to formally join. I am merely a temporary member for now. For specific details, you would do better to inquire with him," Yanci said, raising an eyebrow in a feigned display of helplessness. Lin Xie was utterly bewildered when, in the next instant, something was affixed to his forehead, rendering him momentarily immobile. "Since you are curious, I shall assist you. This is a binding charm. It will lift itself in 10 minutes. Yanci shouted towards Zhao Kongsheng. "Zhao Kongsheng, look this way." Zhao Kongsheng, upon hearing someone call his name, instinctively turned to look. "Ah, it's you." Chapter 16. The Red Umbrella Beauty. Zhao Kongsheng strode over. "Ah, caught you, didn't I?" He scrutinized Lin Xie, observing his stillness. "What is wrong with him? I've affixed a binding talisman to him, fearing he might flee. He can only move his eyes now. Old Zhao is in your care." "I shall take my leave," Yanci remarked, patting Lin Xie on the shoulder, then playfully gestured with his fingers against his forehead and winked. "Whatever you wish to inquire, he shall divulge, my dear classmate Lin Xie. Until tomorrow." With that, Yanci turned and departed, showing no concern for what would transpire next for Lin Xie. Lin Xie shifted his gaze, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment as Zhao Kongqing regarded him with a mischievous grin. Lin Xie's pupils constricted. What does he intend to do? Zhao Kongqing bent down, hoisting Lin Xie, and uttered words that could easily be misconstrued. Uncle will take you to broaden your horizons. Help! Lin Xie felt the weight of curious glances upon him from all directions as they traversed the winding paths together. Eventually, Zhao Kongqing led Lin Xie to a particular venue, a vibrantly energetic room with a large bed. What on earth? Lin Xie's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhao Kongqing, still carrying Lin Xie, presented his identification to the front desk. The receptionist glanced up, retrieved a room key, and handed it over. Wishing you a pleasant stay. Lin Xie noticed the receptionist's peculiar gaze, his face alternating between crimson and pale. Once inside the room, Zhao Kongqing unceremoniously tossed Lin Xie onto the circular bed. Just then, the talisman-S effect wore off. Lin Xie sprang up like a fish leaping from water, making a dash for the door. But Zhao Kongqing swiftly caught him around the waist. Where do you think you're going? Sit down. The disparity in strength saw Lin Xie flung back onto the bed once more. He retreated silently, a look of terror etched across his face as he clutched his chest. What do you intend to do? Zhao Kongqing settled himself on the side, lighting a cigarette. Nothing much. I just want to chat about you. Lin Xie hesitantly replied. Lin Xie, male, 17 years old, 175 centimeters, heterosexual. Zhao Kongqing, with a cigarette between his lips, replied with a bemused huh? Who asked you? Lin Xie stammered. Aren't you the one who wanted to talk about me? You want to be pleased with what I say anyway. Let me ask you, have you encountered Michael? The corner of Lin Xie's mouth twitched. So this was the topic of conversation. Why come to such a place for this? What did he want from you? He didn't specify. Zhao Kongqing raised an eyebrow, exhaling a plume of smoke. The two fell into a contemplative silence for a moment. Can you now reveal to me what organization you and Yanci belong to? He didn't inform you? No. Zhao Kongqing assessed him closely. You're not in the know either? What do you mean? Very well. I shall enlighten you. Pay close attention. We're the Night Watchers. Our specific duty is. As for you, Lin Xie listened intently, his worldview completely transformed. Now, do you have any thoughts of joining us? Zhao Kongqing believed he would surely agree. However, I must decline. Zhao Kongqing's previously uplifted smile instantly faded. Why? Lin Xie replied earnestly. What you say is indeed enticing. Becoming a hero is a notion that resides within everyone's heart. Yet, I have family to care for. My aunt has painstakingly raised me, and I have a younger brother. If I were to leave, what would happen to them? The Night Watchers are admirable and noble, but I cannot forsake them. I simply wish to utilize my abilities to protect my family. All else must be set aside for now. Zhao Kongqing was taken aback, sitting there in a daze, lost in thought. After a while, he smiled. Lin Xie silently slipped out of bed and approached the door, stating, I must take my leave. Thank you for sharing this with me. Zhao Kongqing watched him depart, letting out a long sigh. Yanci had already witnessed the conversation between Lin Xie and Zhao Kongqing through the real-time broadcast of 021. Indeed, as the plot had indicated, this alone could not sway Lin Xie. Then let Zhao Kongqing meet his demise. The following day, Yanci took a leave of absence and did not attend. Coincidentally, Lin Xie also stayed away. Lin Xie visited the psychiatric hospital to inquire about Nike's condition, while Yanci amused himself with his dog at home. Oh heavens! Do you think Lin Xie will join the Night Watchers? Little Black, woof woof. Since divine beings exist, perhaps your master, Erlang Shun, is lurking in some inconspicuous corner as well. By the way, is Erlang Shun Yangjian handsome? If you truly are the Hound of Heaven, you must be quite handsome too. Little Black hesitated and barked a couple of times. Upon hearing Yanci praise its handsomeness, the dog became exhilarated. I am extraordinarily formidable. Erlang Shun is merely average, not as handsome as me. Yanci spoke to himself. Time is nearly up. I'll take you home. Yanci picked up Little Black, and just as he opened the door, a heavy rain began to fall. Indeed, regrets often arrive on rainy days. He addressed the barrage of comments before him. Bring me an umbrella. The comments read, "Awoo, My wife has given a command. Let me handle it. No one is allowed to compete with me. Anonymous user rewarded with a flowing umbrella and left a message. My wife, my wife. Quickly see if you like it. A red umbrella appeared before Yanci. He grasped the handle, and the umbrella automatically unfurled, seemingly a magical artifact. This generation of netizens is truly generous. Thank you. Does my wife like it? Speak. Oomph. You sent what I wanted to send. How infuriating. Infuriating 1. Infuriating 10086. Quite pleasant. My wife. Change your clothes. I beg you. GNC opened his portable wardrobe and conjured an outfit according to his own design. A crimson attire, adorned with a silver chain at the waist. Her long hair was intricately braided with a golden thread, cascading gracefully upon her chest. Oh my goodness. Mother, I'm bleeding. A visual feast. Why flirt if not to marry? The small black dog in her arms was utterly captivated, its eyes fixed on Yanci without a blink. I never imagined I would feel envy towards a dog in my lifetime. You are not alone up there. Sobi. Yanci opened her umbrella and stepped into the rain. Drops cascaded onto the umbrella's surface, while she remained sheltered beneath it, with not a single splash reaching her feet. She made her way to Lin Chie's residence, where Lin Chie had already chased after Zhao Kongsheng. Gently placing the small black dog down, she turned and proceeded in that direction. Approaching the boundary of the Wuji Void, just outside Lin Chie's line of sight, Yanci summoned Wu Yuan and ascended into the air. As Wu Yuan could pass through barriers effortlessly, she affixed a concealment talisman to herself to avoid detection, observing the battle between Zhao Kongsheng and the Ghost-Face King from above. The onlookers remained silent, captivated by the spectacle presented by this man. Chapter 17. The Grim End. As Zhao Kongsheng grasped the ghostly divine guide in his hand, the barrage erupted. When the dark night descends, I shall stand before countless souls. When the dark night descends, I shall stand before countless souls. With a blade drawn toward the abyss, blood stains the heavens. With a blade drawn toward the abyss, blood stains the heavens. Yanci's lips curled slightly, ignited by a surge of fervor. Alas, he would soon meet his demise. Zhao Kongsheng, having awakened the forbidden ruins through the ghostly divine guide, invoked sequence 083, the moon of oblivion. Under the influence of the guide, he unleashed several arcs of black crescents. Yet it was insufficient. Below, Zhao Kongsheng struggled to maintain his stance when suddenly a corner of the void of no restraint cracked open, and he turned in disbelief. There, Lin Chie approached, golden light emanating from his eyes. What brings you here? I can assist you. Assistance? Get out of here quickly. I shall not leave. Zhao Kongsheng, with a resigned expression, said, then wait for me to finish this strike. Lin Chie nodded in agreement. The barrage continued. This strike will be magnificent. Anonymous user rewards resurrection pills, 3 anonymous user rewards 9-turn golden pills, 3 anonymous user rewards the divine elegy. Anonymous user rewards mastery of instruments. The first 2 were comprehensible, but the latter 2 seemed premeditated, didn't they? Perhaps they should purchase a Swana? Anonymous user rewards solitary whisper. Yanci regarded this final contribution, a magical artifact capable of transforming into various instruments. In any case, it matched well with the previous 2. Seriously, are you all attempting to provide me with a soundtrack? Is this appropriate? 021. Do you still possess a revival card? 021. Yes, brother. But why do you ask? The revival card can only resurrect you. There are already rewards for bringing the dead back to life. I am aware, yet I do not intend to use it. I seek an alternative. 021. All right, as long as you are pleased. There are plenty of revival cards. Feel free to court death. I will cover for you. Ah, how reassuring. 021. Ahem. Safeguarding the host is my fundamental principle. The barrage echoed. Farewell, General Zhao Kongsheng. Farewell, General Zhao Kongsheng. Yanci observed as Zhao Kongsheng executed his most splendid strike before collapsing from exhaustion. Lin Chie trembled in response to Zhao Kongsheng's fate, then seized a straight blade to strike at the masked king. Staggering, he approached Zhao Kongsheng, murmuring to himself. At that moment, As Lin Xie made his decision, Ji Yanci descended, holding an umbrella and stepping toward Lin Xie, one step at a time. Lin Xie looked up at him, tears mingling with the rain. Ji Yanci approached, squatting down, sheltering Lin Xie with the umbrella and gently caressing his face. "Why are you crying?" Lin Xie stared at him, dazed. He had perished. "Yes, I know." Lin Xie observed that his expression remained unchanged. Following that, Ji Yanci inquired, "If I were to die, would you weep for me?" The thought of what he was about to do made Ji Yanci unable to suppress a chuckle. Yet as a consummate actor, he would not allow himself to break character. Lin Xie tilted his head in confusion. "WH. What?" Ji Yanci raised his hand and placed a talisman on Zhao Kongqing's forehead, then affixed one to himself. As he released the umbrella, it automatically opened above them. Ji Yanci formed hand seals, reciting, "Life and death cycle, life for a life." What a splendid line. Ji Yanci silently criticized, resolving not to recite it aloud next time. Upon hearing his words, Lin Xie's pupils contracted, and he grasped Ji Yanci's hand, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Ji Yanci calmly lowered his hand and uttered a single word, "Reverse." Ji Yanci inexplicably thought, "Let us reverse the situation." The two talismans suddenly radiated golden light, intertwining in a flow connecting Zhao Kongqing and Ji Yanci. "I am saving him, can't you see?" Ji Yanci chuckled lightly, his eyes as calm as a tranquil lake, though internally he was laughing uncontrollably. What kind of saving is exchanging life for life? "Stop!" Lin Xie shouted with all his might, reaching out to grasp the golden thread between them, but only grasped at emptiness. "I beg you stop." Tears streamed uncontrollably down Lin Xie's face as he had just witnessed Zhao Kongqing's life slip away. Now, he was about to see Ji Yanci risk his own life to save another. It was utterly cruel. Ji Yanci felt somewhat drained. The sensation of life dissipating was rather peculiar. Lin Xie caught him, tears falling onto Ji Yanci's face. "What are you crying for?" "It looks terrible," he thought inwardly, yet felt a strange satisfaction at seeing him cry. Bullet comments. I thought the main character would say, "Che, don't cry. Such a handsome face should smile more." But instead, upstairs, the main character is a straight man. Given his personality, he would surely retort, "Real men don't act like this. Don't involve me. Ha ha ha. This is hilarious." With his character, I doubt the main character would say something so sentimental. Indeed, if the main character were to utter what the commenter suggested, I would find it pretentious. Let us start by rejecting pretentiousness. The main character not only rejects pretentiousness, but also ambiguity. He truly has a distinctive personality. I enjoy watching the host like this. This big male lead is so satisfying. I concur. While ambiguity is enjoyable, the main character is genuinely magnificent, even as a straight man. I can accept it. Lin Xie opened his mouth, but could not produce any sound. He resolved to practice how to cry, to learn the art of melodramatic tears, so that next time he could weep more beautifully. Ji Yanci spoke softly, his eyelids heavy, half closing his eyes as if on the verge of drifting into slumber. "What time is it, and you're saying this? Don't sleep, I beg you." Lin Xie clutched Ji Yanci, regaining his voice. Don't make noise. I'll sleep for a bit." Ji Yanci raised his hand to wipe away the tears from Lin Xie's eyes, but his hand fell weakly. Lin Xie sat there in a daze. Ji Yanci? Ji Yanci had already arrived in the system space. Finally finished, the sensation of death is truly remarkable. Ji Yanci reflected. 021. The protagonist is on the verge of a breakdown. When will you revive? No rush, let him weep for a while. 021. You really are treating the protagonist as if he's Japanese. So what? 021. As long as you're happy. At that moment, the barrage of comments read, "What on earth? Did the main character go to such extremes?" Well, now Lin Xie must be feeling utterly guilt-ridden. The main character has spared no mercy on Lin Xie. Yet seeing him cry somehow brings me a sense of satisfaction. Ahem. Well, I feel the same way. Just thinking about the main character resurrecting soon makes me want to laugh. Ha 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 ha. Meanwhile, and Xingyu seemed to sense something. He tore apart the fixed-point teleportation talisman and instantly appeared before Ji Yanci, noticing Lin Chia sitting dazedly on the ground, clutching Ji Yanci. And Xingyu glanced around, then stepped aside to use a ring talisman to collect the corpse of the Ghost-Face King. Subsequently, he crouched beside Lin Chia and checked Ji Yanci's pulse. There was no fluctuation whatsoever. Chapter 18. The Resurrection Card, and Xingyu could not believe that Ji Yanci had perished so abruptly. Would you mind entrusting him to me? Lin Chia clutched Ji Yanci tightly, clearly refusing the request. And Xingyu, feeling helpless, rose to his feet. At that moment, Chunmai and the others arrived. Upon seeing Zhao Kongsheng and Ji Yanci lying on the ground, his heart sank. He approached, crouched down, and felt Ji Yanci's pulse, his mouth agape in disbelief. Yanci? Chunmai took Ji Yanci from Lin Chia's arms, his lips trembling as he called out his name. Ji Yanci. He held Ji Yanci close, lamenting, I came too late. At this moment, a man in his 30s, resembling a majestic eagle, shed tears. Wu Xiangnan and Wen Qima supported Zhao Kongsheng, glancing at Chunmai, who had never before been seen in tears. Captain, old Zhao is still alive. Chunmai lifted Ji Yanci, turning to Lin Chia and Xingyu. You two keep up. Lin Chia followed them in a daze, while Xingyu walked beside him, gently patting his shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Relax a bit. I believe he won't perish so easily. Upon hearing this, Lin Chia abruptly turned to him, asking anxiously, do you know something? He has a contingency plan, right? I don't know him well, but he once mentioned wanting to take me to experience university life. I trust that he won't go back on his word. And Xingyu replied, shaking his head, yet maintaining a resolute tone. Peace Affairs Office. Ji Yanci was laid on a small bed, with Chunmai vigilantly watching over him, his eyes reddened and silently attentive. Meanwhile, Wu Xiangnan routinely inquired about the events from Lin Chia. When everyone learned that Ji Yanci had exchanged his life for another using an unknown charm, they all instinctively raised their heads. A life for a life? Old Zhao was saved by Yanci? Indeed. A profound silence enveloped them, and Xingyu listened quietly, feeling that Ji Yanci's actions were intentional. The objective was clear. He turned to Lin Chia, pondering what was so special about this individual. System Space 021. Host, are you still not awake? Give me the resurrection card. Ji Yanci, feeling pained by Chunmai's sorrow, was indifferent, thinking it was natural for the young to shed tears and release their emotions. 021. Resurrection card exchanged. Would you like to use it? Yes. Chunmai had been attentive throughout. As the resurrection card activated, Ji Yanci was enveloped in a soft green glow. Chunmai thought he was imagining things, but upon focusing, he noticed Ji Yanci's chest rising and falling. Tentatively, he reached out to check for a pulse. There was a response. It was not an illusion. Yanci? Ji Yanci's hand stirred slightly, and Chunmai grasped it, feeling Ji Yanci's faint grip. His emotions soared like a roller coaster, and he let out a sigh of relief. You little rascal, why didn't you tell me you had a trump card? You nearly gave me a heart attack. The others, hearing his exclamation, rose to approach. 021. I thought of something amusing. 021. What does the host wish to do now? Help me obscure my vision. Lin Chia would feel even guiltier if he saw me like this. As the visual shielding activated, the atmosphere became quite tense. Ji Yanci's eyelashes trembled slightly as he opened his eyes, only to be greeted by an impenetrable darkness. Chunmai, noticing the vacant expression in his eyes, began to panic. Yanci? Ji Yanci responded softly with a faint hum. What about your eyes? It's merely a side effect, temporary, he replied. With effort, Ji Yanci propped himself up, while 021 relayed the scene before him. Lin Chia clutched his clothing tightly. Upon witnessing Ji Yanci's revival, the burden in his heart finally lifted. And Xingyu smiled, feeling a sense of relief. I knew you wouldn't perish so easily. And Zhao Kongsheng? How is he? He is fine, just needs a few days of rest. The professional military doctor, Si Xiaonan, assured. That's a relief. And what of Lin Chia? Ji Yanci inquired, nodding slightly. I'm right here. Lin Chia stepped forward, crouching down, his hand gently grasping Ji Yanci's. That must have been terrifying for you, right? I, on the other hand, found it quite exhilarating. Ji Yanci chuckled, his vacant gaze settling on Lin Chia, who appeared visibly shaken on 021's broadcast. Seeing Ji Yinji's lifeless eyes, Lin Xie instinctively tightened his grip. I thought. Ji Yinji gently patted his trembling hand, feeling the need to offer some comfort. Rest assured, I wouldn't take such risks without a safety net. Just remember to cry beautifully next time. Lin Xie chuckled in disbelief. Who cares about looking good when you're crying? You little rascal. Can you promise not to frighten me like that again? Chen Mai playfully tapped Ji Yinji on the head, though not with much force. Ouch. Chen Mama, is this how you treat your patients? What kind of patient are you? If you dare to remain silent again, you'll be asking for trouble. Do you think I want to hit you? Chen Mai retorted, though his expression was filled with concern. All right, I understand. I'm not really going to die. Ji Yinji muttered under his breath. Could you repeat that? Just once more. Ji Yinji leapt off the bed, pulling Lin Xie to his side. Lin Xie blinked, glancing at Chen Mai, with a mix of amusement and exasperation, said, And what about that other one? And Qingyu? You two keep an eye on him and ensure he doesn't cause any trouble. And Qingyu and Lin Xie nodded obediently. Understood, Captain. Prior to Ji Yinji's revival, the duo had joined Team 136, with Ji Yinji observing the entire process. Lin Xie and Qingyu supported Ji Yinji as they made their way outside. Just so you know, I can't see, but I'm not crippled, Ji Yinji remarked, slightly exasperated. Had I known, I would have pretended. The comments flooded in. Ha. The main character just shot himself in the foot. The sandwich cookie, Kikik. It's a trio. We are saved. Ji Yinji stared blankly at the barrage of messages. What the heck? The main character just cursed at me. How bold. I love it. Main character, don't play favorites. Scold me too. You little brat. Oh, this feels good. 021. What has this been adjusted to? How would I know? Aren't you the one who gathered the audience? 021 paused. Is it possible that the issue lies with you? It's all my fault for being excessively beautiful. 021. How can I not count? Lin Xie, now fearful of any mishap, moved with utmost caution. And Qingyu, following the address provided by Chen Mai, led the three of them back to Chen Mai's residence, subsequently escorting Ji Yanci to his room. Speaking of which, where are you two staying? Upon this question, the two exchanged glances. We can sleep on the floor. They replied in unison. Ji Yanci, isn't it a bit inappropriate for three men to squeeze into one room? Lin Xie looked at Ji Yanci earnestly and said, It doesn't bother me. And Qingyu glanced at Lin Xie before addressing Ji Yanci. I mind. Ji Yanci took a deep breath and replied, However, Captain Chen did not arrange accommodations for us. And Qingyu continued, Ji Yanci, I gave you a few teleportation talismans. You can return home separately. Besides, and Qingyu, didn't you collect the corpse of the Ghost-Faced King? How can you conduct your research here? And Qingyu, somewhat taken aback, asked, Ji Yanci looked up in Qingyu's direction, revealing a cryptic smile. I saw it. Chapter 19, Elopement? And Qingyu smiled helplessly, realizing that research cannot be rushed. With that, she retrieved a quilt from the cabinet, preparing to set up a makeshift bed. Lin Xie, understanding the situation, also took out a quilt, and the two began to arrange their sleeping areas side by side. Ji Yanci observed through the 021 broadcast, glancing around in confusion. 021, are they unwell? 021, perhaps so. Never mind, let us just sleep for now. Ji Yanci chose to ignore their presence and promptly fell asleep. Noticing this, and Qingyu casually covered him with a quilt. After finishing their makeshift bed, the two lay down, each lost in their own thoughts. Lin Xie rested his arm over his eyes, his fists clenched tightly. He wished to no longer witness such events unfold before him. That sense of helplessness was something he would never forget. In the quiet room, only faint breathing could be heard. The three of them slept soundly without snoring. The following day, upon waking, Ji Yanci found that Lin Xie and Qingyu had already tidied up their makeshift bed and left the bedroom. 021, lift the visual shield. 021, lifted. Ji Yanci closed his eyes for a moment, taking a breath before getting out of bed to wash up. Lin Xie, burdened by guilt from the previous day, felt no need to maintain his act of ignorance. He estimated that Lin Xie's level of trust in him was remarkably high, though it seemed to bear little significance. As for Qingyu, what an uncanny sixth sense he possessed. Even in death, he managed to perceive things, instantly tearing apart the teleportation talisman. One might think they shared a telepathic bond. How bizarre. After washing up, Yanci exited the bedroom. In the living room, Lin Xie and Xingyu were seated on the sofa, facing Chen Mai. Upon hearing the commotion, they turned to look. Yanci raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Chen Mai, what are you? Your eyes seem better?" Chen Mai asked, noticing Yanci's eyes were no longer as hollow and lifeless as the day before. "Better." I said, "It's temporary." Yanci touched his nose, feeling inexplicably guilty. "Since that's the case, do you have any plans for those two?" Chen Mai inquired, glancing at them. "I want Lin Xie to train with you, and Xingyu will be accompanying me." Yanci moved closer, sitting down and casting a glance at Lin Xie and Xingyu. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie suddenly raised his voice. "You're leaving?" "Indeed. I promised Xingyu I would take him to the capital to experience university life," Yanci replied, resting his chin on his hand while looking over. "Then Lin Xie began to suggest joining them, but Yanci promptly interrupted. "You cannot leave Songnan." The moment those words were spoken, Chen Mai's breath hitched, and his gaze wavered involuntarily. "Why?" Lin Xie furrowed his brow, fixating his gaze on Yanci. "Because you are too weak. When Xingyu and I awakened, we drew no attention, but you are different. You are the agent of the divine entity known as 003, the Archangel Michael. The ancient God Church will undoubtedly seek to recruit you or devise methods to eliminate you. Remaining in Songnan is the safest option for you," Yanci explained, and Chen Mai immediately felt a sense of relief, having thought that this young man truly possessed some knowledge. Chen Mai coughed lightly and clarified for Lin Xie, asserting that Yanci was correct. The ancient God Church consists of a group of lunatics, and as the agent of this archangel, you are a coveted prize. Various factions will strive to capture you, and only by strengthening your own abilities will they refrain from provoking you. Indeed, thus, I shall diligently train alongside Chen Mama and the others. To be honest, I am not particularly keen on participating in this training camp. It is rather dull, as the members of Team 006 have already imparted this knowledge to me. Setting aside realms, even my swordsmanship may surpass that of Chen Mama. Yanci shrugged, lifting his chin with a notable confidence. "Have you grown wings? Care to spar?" Chen Mai responded with a curious, yet dangerous gaze directed at Yanci. No, I was merely boasting." Yanci hastily waved his hands, emphasizing his adaptability. Upon hearing their exchange, Lin Xie suddenly felt a twinge of disdain towards his own divine abode, which was ostentatiously displayed. He turned to Yanci and inquired, "When do you plan to depart?" "In a couple of days, I suppose." Yanci contemplated, considering the unresolved matter with the Naga demon. Perhaps I should directly confront it, capture Li Yifei, and present him to Lin Xie for a swift resolution. As for this training camp, I am not particularly eager to attend. What if I elope with Xingyu? However, attending the training camp would allow me to meet the main characters: the silent angel Shen Qingzhu, the spiritual treasure Celestial Master Bailey Pang Pang, the Black King Chao Yuan, and the mass team. Be gentle. It hurts. Spread your legs. Too slow. Yanci and Xingyu stood by, watching as Lin Xie endured the punishment. "Hiss. Chen Mama is truly ruthless," Yanci remarked, glancing at Lin Xie, who was yelping in pain, and turned to Xingyu. Xingyu cast a sidelong glance at Yanci's arm draped over his shoulder and quietly replied, "It is somewhat, but it is indeed for his own good." "When you plan to dissect that demon mask king?" Yanci mused, considering the potential havoc if Xingyu were to acquire its abilities. "Tomorrow. Would you like to watch?" Upon hearing this, Yanci politely declined, stating, "I fear you might get carried away and wish to dissect me as well." Xingyu turned to look at Yanci. They were in close proximity, allowing him to discern the fine fuzz on Yanci's flawless face. His lips a captivating shade of red, and Xingyu's eyes flickered. Then he lowered his gaze, feeling his throat constrict. Chapter 20. The Ring? Are you still intent on conducting research in the sewer? Yanci rested his chin on Xingyu's shoulder, his breath warm against Xingyu's face. Xingyu silently turned his head, a hint of crimson coloring his ears. "My home is too small to accommodate so much experimental equipment. Indeed, follow me." With that, Yanci stood up, grasping Xingyu's wrist and leading him away. And Xingyu's gaze lingered on the warmth of Yanci's hand around his wrist, surprisingly finding it rather pleasant. The two exited the peace affairs office. Yanci hailed a cab and, upon entering, provided an address. Upon hearing the destination, and Xingyu felt a twinge of confusion. What could they possibly need to do at a shopping mall? The vehicle arrived at its destination, with Xingyu trailing closely behind Yanci, who seemed purposefully directed toward a particular shop. Inside the display case lay an array of exquisite rings. Are you buying a ring? For whom? Yes, choose one. Yanci glanced at the styles within and addressed Xingyu. And Xingyu was momentarily taken aback. For me? A sales associate approached, displaying keen insight, and inquired, "Are you two looking for couple rings?" "No. Select one for him. Something not too flashy, just simple. Within a budget of 20,000. Yanci indicated Xingyu, and the associate, after a brief appraisal of Xingyu, moved to another counter where simpler styles were displayed. "Sir, please see if any appeal to you." Yanci led Xingyu over. "What do you think? Why are you buying me a ring?" And Xingyu inquired, puzzled. "It's necessary. Just choose first," Yanci urged, not hastening to explain, prompting him to make a quick selection. "You pick one. I'm fine with any." And Xingyu replied, still bewildered, relinquishing the choice to Yanci. "Very well." Yanci scanned the collection and selected the most visually appealing ring among them. "This one, please. Let's try it on." The associate retrieved Yanci's choice, and he said to Xingyu, "Try it on." And Xingyu took the ring and slipped it onto his middle finger. Yanci grasped his hand, examined it, and nodded in satisfaction. With a grand gesture, he declared, "We'll take this one. To the cashier, please." Yanci proceeded to the register, leaving Xingyu standing alone, gazing at the ring in confusion. Sensing that something felt amiss, his heart raced, and the typically composed Xingyu found himself momentarily at a loss. Meanwhile, Yanci at the checkout noticed the flurry of comments. "Oh my. Look at Xingyu's expression. Xingyu, you're done for. You've fallen in love. The main character can't possibly be gay, can he? You're buying him a ring. Xingyu is absolutely misunderstanding. Haha, this is going to be entertaining. Seriously, which straight guy buys rings for male friends? Main character, don't be too good at this." Although Xingyu has an official pairing, the future is ever-changing, so feel free to ship it. I second that. Huh, that is not what I meant. No way. He turned to look at Xingyu, who was staring blankly at the ring on his hand, clutching his chest. "Excuse me, sir, would you like me to wrap the ring?" "No, no need," Yanci replied, having completed the payment, as he pulled the dazed Xingyu out of the shopping mall to find a secluded corner. "I will create a personal space for you. This ring will serve as a medium, allowing you to enter the space for research at any time." Yanci hurriedly explained the purpose of the ring, anxious that the young man might develop inappropriate thoughts. And Xingyu listened quietly, nodding slightly, his tone gentle. "All right." Seeing that he was receptive, Yanci secretly breathed a sigh of relief, realizing how close he had come to leading the lad astray, which would have been a grave mistake. He formed hand seals, creating a talisman based on his own ideas, compressing the space into shape, thus establishing an experimental base. "Next, I need a drop of your blood." And Xingyu retrieved a surgical knife from his pocket and pricked his finger. Yanci infused the blood into the talisman, then fused the talisman with the ring, causing the ring to shimmer faintly. Instantly, Xingyu felt a connection with the ring. He probed his consciousness inside, discovering a vast experimental base. "What do you think?" And Xingyu grasped Yanci's hand, pulling him inside as both vanished from their original location. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in the ring's space. Yanci surveyed the surroundings. Due to the talisman's binding spell, it was concept level in essence, and his self-created talisman also possessed conceptual abilities. In other words, anything within this space could be real, provided he wished it to be. For instance, while the defensive talisman had a duration of only 10 minutes during that time, even the highest deity could be resisted. Of course, the 10-minute defensive talisman was merely the most basic. He could draw top-tier defensive talismans, but for now, He preferred not to reveal too much. Suddenly, Yanci adopted a commanding demeanor. Are you satisfied with what you see? Yes, I really like it. And Yu's eyes sparkled as he surveyed the experimental base, approaching to discover that all the equipment was of the finest quality. He took out the ring talisman from his pocket and tore it apart, causing the head of the Ghost Face King to appear on the experimental table. Yanci casually placed a healing talisman on it, knowing that the small cut would heal shortly. You can store all your belongings in the ring. Yanci leaned in to examine the head of the Ghost Face King, remarking on its unattractiveness. Over there, I've also arranged for a large bed for you. If you feel tired, you can rest for a while. And Yu looked in the direction Yanci indicated and indeed saw a 2-meter-wide bed, with the mattress being of the highest quality. And Yu turned his gaze toward Yanci and called his name, Yanci. Yanci tilted his head slightly. Thank you. Although he understood that Yanci had no ulterior motives, he still felt grateful for his thoughtfulness. Yanci approached, patted his shoulder, coughed lightly. All right, the base is ready for you. Go home and gather your things. And Yu removed her glasses and placed them on the table, then took Yanci's hand and led him out of the ring space. Where's your home? I can take you there. And Yu grasped Yanci's wrist, her fingertips unintentionally brushing against the skin on his arm. Yanci remained completely unaware. The two meandered through winding paths. Your home seems quite distant, Yanci remarked. Yes, it is somewhat secluded, and Yu replied. After a moment of contemplation, Yanci suddenly inquired, Are you very poor? A sharp intake of breath followed. It seemed an unnecessary question. In the narrative, and Yu always resurrected in a dilapidated vehicle, and Yanci realized he had asked a rather foolish question. And Yu paused her steps, falling silent for a moment. Well, I was just curious. It's no big deal. There are always girls who fancy poor boys. After all, in the original story, they ended up with someone extraordinary. And Yu found herself momentarily at a loss for words. What type do you prefer? Me? I've never really thought about it. He held no particular thoughts about romance. After all, his wealthy godfather ensured he didn't need to struggle. In his previous life, after entering the entertainment industry, he had attracted numerous admirers. His fan base was vast, and he had received countless love letters, a significant portion of which came from male fans. Chapter 21. The Chronicle of Rebirth and Death upon arriving in this world. My striking appearance garnered immense popularity. From elementary school through middle school and into high school, as graduation approached, a multitude of admirers surged forward, showering me with love letters and public confessions. I must ask, were they colluding? Did they feel the need to put me on a metaphorical pyre? Why could they not express their sentiments in private? Their actions left me feeling quite mortified. Moreover, they seemed unfazed by my rejections, even displaying a peculiar sense of satisfaction. It was as if being turned down by me was a badge of honor. A bunch of eccentrics, akin to the fervent spectators in a live comment section. And Yu, upon hearing this, fluttered her eyelashes slightly, keenly grasping the crux of the matter. This indicated she had yet to find someone she truly liked. At Yu's home, he pushed open the creaky old door, which emitted a strange squeak. The room was modest, adequate for a single occupant. It was dimly lit, but Yu skillfully located the switch on the wall. With a click, the darkened room was instantly illuminated. Yanci surveyed the surroundings, noting how everything was meticulously arranged. And Yu approached the refrigerator, retrieved a bottle of juice, and walked over to Yanci. As she approached, her hand grasped the cap, twisting it open with determination before presenting it to him. This flavor is quite delightful. Do give it a try, she urged. Yanci lifted the cap, tilting his head back to take a sip. Indeed, it is quite good. Where did you purchase it? I made it myself, after several attempts to perfect the flavor. And Yu replied, a slight smile gracing her lips at his compliment. Oh, you made it yourself? You haven't added anything peculiar, have you? Yanci instinctively scrutinized the juice in his hand, a hint of unease creeping in. Upon realizing his reaction, he sheepishly scratched his face. And Yu tilted her head, curious. What peculiar thing? And nothing at all. I was merely asking. You should go tidy up, he chuckled, a hint of nervousness in his voice. And Xingyu regarded him with suspicion for a moment before proceeding to arrange some essential items in the room. Ji Yanci settled onto the sofa and glanced at the comments rolling in. Comments, ha ha ha. The main character immediately thought of the wretched fish cake, didn't he they? Ji Yanci, sure, keep it down. Is it really that glamorous? By the way, main character, is this juice really that good? Ji Yanci, it truly is quite delicious. Please share the juice-making tutorial. Please share the juice-making tutorial. Resting his head on his hand, Ji Yanci raised an eyebrow. Why ask me? If you have the audacity, go ask and Xingyu yourself. Wife, oh wife, just indulge me once. I truly wish to drink it. Anonymous user tipped the Chronicle of Rebirth and Death and left a message. Wife, please share the tutorial. Ji Yanci glanced at the Chronicle of Rebirth and Death. The Chronicle of Rebirth and Death. Harness the power of the 6 realms of reincarnation, transitioning from life to death, transforming death into life. It can retrieve those who have yet to enter the cycle of reincarnation, gods, reuniting souls to assist in their rebirth. Is there indeed a deity that has not entered the cycle of reincarnation? It appears so. However, this makes one wonder if the Emperor of the Underworld has become obsolete. My apologies. Ji Yanci raised his gaze. Please wait a moment. Let me inquire. Sure, my dear. After a brief pause, and Xingyu gathered his belongings and exited the room. Ji Yanci beckoned him over and inquired, what is the matter? How did you make this juice? Please provide me with a tutorial. Ji Yanci cleared his throat softly and replied, there is no need for such trouble. If you like it, I could prepare it for you. And Xingyu chuckled. That is fine, but I still want the tutorial. Ji Yanci nodded, gesturing for him to write it down quickly. And Xingyu found paper and a pen, listing the ingredients needed for the juice before handing it to Ji Yanci. Upon reviewing the list, Ji Yanci was astonished. So many ingredients? Scholars truly are different. Even making juice is so complex. Comments. I've taken a screenshot. I'll try it out later. Screenshot 1. Screenshot. May 2nd. I timidly ask, if it fails, is it my fault or the tutorial S? It might be a problem with your intellect. To the person above, you'd best keep your eyes open while sleeping tonight. Hee with so many ingredients. How does one end up with just one flavor? Ji Yanci was perplexed. The tutorial seemed straightforward, yet scholars think differently from ordinary people, and he suspected they might falter. And Xingyu's eyes curved playfully. It's a secret. Even if I provide the tutorial, no one will be able to replicate it. Comments. No way. All right. And Xingyu, you dare play tricks on me? Ha 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 ha. This is too entertaining. I don't believe it. I must try it. I knew there would be stubborn ones. I await your good news. Ji Yanci raised an eyebrow, observing in Xingyu's cunning expression, unable to suppress a laugh. Doesn't that mean only I can enjoy it? How delightful. The thought that they might have the tutorial, yet still fail to replicate, it brought him joy. If you wish to drink it, let me know in advance. I'll need to prepare the ingredients, and you can mention your preferred flavor. I will adjust it to your taste. And Xingyu was unsure why Ji Yanci was so mirthful, but his smile was captivating. Flavor, you say? Let me think. Ji Yanci fell into contemplation, and Xingyu approached and quietly observed him lost in thought. Suddenly, Ji Yanci spoke. I want a flavor that combines both peach and pineapple. And Xingyu's expression shifted slightly at this peculiar request. Well, that is not impossible. Now it was in Xingyu's turn to ponder. Ji Yanci playfully patted in Xingyu's thigh and said, don't rush to think. Let us head back first. It's almost mealtime. The two stood up and departed. On the way, passers-by brushed past each other. Ji Yanci suddenly turned to look at a middle-aged man. His gaze sharpened, and he rubbed his fingertips together. It appears that the Nanda serpent demon has commenced his scheme. And Xingyu followed his gaze and beheld an unremarkable middle-aged man. Is there anything extraordinary about him? Perhaps there is an issue with that individual. Should we inform the captain? Not necessary. I shall resolve it by tomorrow. Upon hearing this, and Xingyu remained indifferent. Ji Yanci pondered to himself how swiftly the Nanda serpent demon acted. It is uncertain to what extent the situation has escalated. Nonetheless, it is not a significant concern. Tomorrow, I shall take Lin Xie to the school and directly apprehend Li Yifei, the source of the problem, and eliminate him. This will provide Lin Xie's asylum with a capable aid. If I were to eliminate the mysterious one, would their soul not directly enter the divine asylum? Perhaps I could find a way to alter the permissions of the asylum. This way, I could also gain entry to explore. As for how to modify it, that remains a conundrum. With this thought, Yanci called upon 021 in his mind. 021, is it possible for you to alter the permissions of Lynchia's asylum? 021, host, this notion is rather extreme. Are you unable to accomplish it? 021, it is theoretically feasible. The divine asylum's level is not superior to mine. I could directly threaten. No, I meant negotiate to have it grant you access. Did you just mention threatening? 021, I did not. Do not misinterpret. Chapter 22, sharing a bed? Yanci appeared contemplative. In that case, grant me unrestricted access. I'm rather curious to take a look inside. 021 responded, that is simple. I shall go and apply some pressure. The jest was evident. As Yanci and Qingyu approached the entrance of the Peace Affairs office, they heard 021's voice. It's done. In an instant, Yanci felt his consciousness connect with Lin Chia's asylum for the divine. Now, with a mere thought, he could immerse himself in that realm. 021, you truly wield significant authority. Proudly, 021 replied, just a small feat. Ding dong. Welcome. The two entered the Peace Affairs office, and as soon as they stepped in, the delicious aroma of food enveloped them. Yanci's eyes brightened, and he dashed toward the dining area, leaving Qingyu to follow him helplessly. In the dining room, everyone was gathered around, with Chunmai seated next to the bruised Lin Chia. Upon seeing Yanci and Qingyu return, he weakly raised a hand in greeting. Yanci, upon witnessing Lin Chia's appearance, bit his lip tightly, unable to suppress the twitching at the corners of his mouth, while Lin Chia silently lowered his head. Ha ha! Yanci finally burst into uncontrollable laughter, which prompted the others at the table to join in. Lin Chia, hearing their boisterous laughter, buried his head deeper, his face surely flushed if it could be seen. As Yanci and Qingyu took their seats, Chunmai cleared his throat, suppressing a smile, and the room fell silent. Let us eat. At this, everyone dove into their meals. After dining, Yanci called Lin Chia over and casually handed him a healing talisman. Lin Chia, accompany me to the school tomorrow. Lin Chia felt the aches in his body gradually dissipate and touched his face. The swelling had subsided. Though confused, he nodded all right. In the afternoon, Qingyu led Yanci into the experimental base of the ring space. Yanci moved a chair and began playing a game, casting a sidelong glance at Qingyu, who stood before the experiment table, his eyes sparkling with excitement and fervor, murmuring to himself. Yanci paused his gaming momentarily, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Dude, could you tone it down a bit? I'm getting nervous. The comments flowed in. Ha ha ha. Master, feeling flustered now. Don't worry, dear. Come into my arms. It's all thanks to you and Qingyu. Yanci remained silent for a considerable time. After winning several rounds, he yawned, stretching his stiff neck. He glanced over at Qingyu, who was still immersed in his research. Yanci then rose and approached the large bed nearby, shedding his shoes before lying down. Since it would take a while for Qingyu to finish, he decided to take a brief nap. Time passed, and Qingyu, having removed his gloves and glasses, rubbed his nose and glanced around, only to find Yanci peacefully asleep. He removed his white coat, stretched his limbs, and approached Yanci, gazing at him for a moment. Then, he turned to the other side and laid down in the vacant space. His mental exhaustion was overwhelming, and he desperately needed rest. Within a few minutes, he succumbed to a deep slumber. In his dreams, Yanci seemed to have encountered a large, temperature-regulated pillow. He embraced it with one arm, feeling somewhat perplexed, as the pillow was of rather poor quality and rather firm. The barrage of comments read, "Wow, which straight guy is cuddling up? The main character is such a dominant presence. Ah, I wish I could be held by the main character while sleeping. By the way, it seems like Qingyu is only 175 centimeters tall now. As we all know, our main character stands at 183 centimeters. Indeed, the beautiful dominant type is more appealing. It's not impossible. I indulge in everything. I indulge in everything one. And Qingyu looks so adorable while sleeping. Who would believe he plays with dissection? The contrast is delightful. Just like the cool guy, with both looks and charisma, akin to a wild red rose. Prickly all over, yet possessing the softest heart. Our cool guy is truly the ideal man. What are the three virtues? Good looks, great physique, and exceptional skills. Not a sister, this isn't a no man's land. So what? At 5 a.m. the following day, Yanci awoke, feeling well-rested, and suddenly sensed a heaviness in his arm. Groggily, he turned to the side. Oh, and Qingyu was resting his head on his arm. He had wrapped his arms around Qingyu's waist, holding him close. Yanci closed his eyes again, enveloped in a tranquil madness. Then he panicked. Was this truly his doing? He quietly withdrew his arm, relishing the moment. He then propped Qingyu's head up with a pillow, holding him gently. Yanci slipped on his shoes and descended from the bed, conjuring a teleportation talisman to arrive at Lin Xie's room. Lin Xie was at Chenmai's home, having set up a makeshift bed for himself. Well, at least he was considerate enough not to take my bed. Yanci crouched down, kneeling on the floor, leaning over. His hair fell softly, brushing against Lin Xie's face. Lin Xie seemed to sense it and raised his hand to touch it. Yanci swept his hair across Lin Xie's face. Lin Xie furrowed his brow slightly, his eyelashes quivering as if he were about to open his eyes. Yanci braced himself against Lin Xie, preparing to startle him. Just as Lin Xie was straining to lift his eyelids, he instinctively moved his leg. This movement inadvertently tripped Yanci. He stumbled and fell on Lin Xie. Oh no! Lin Xie let out a muffled grunt, attempting to open his eyes. And as Yanci propped himself up, their gazes met. In that instant, the air seemed to freeze. They stared at each other. Yanci bit his lip, trying to concoct an excuse, but found himself at a loss for words. He raised his hand to cover Lin Xie's eyes. Darkness enveloped Lin Xie, causing him to blink instinctively, his eyelashes brushing against Yanci's palm, creating a ticklish sensation. Yanci raised his hand and deftly placed a slumber charm upon Lin Xie's forehead. Instantly, Lin Xie succumbed to a deep slumber. Yanci brushed his hair aside, silently exhaling a breath of relief. This fellow, whether he awakens or not, must cease his restless movements. I hope that upon awakening, he remains oblivious to my actions. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to resort to more forceful measures. Yanci rose from the floor and climbed into bed, having indulged in excessive slumber. He found it somewhat difficult to drift off again. Perhaps I should affix a slumber charm upon myself as well. No, I still have pressing matters to attend to. If I were to fall asleep, there would be no one to rouse Lin Xie. I must seek some amusement to pass the time. He summoned 021. 021. What can I assist you with, host? Please procure the contact details of Wang Mian, Shun Qingzhu, and Zhou Ping. On second thought, simply hack into their phones and forcibly add me as a friend. 021. This is a simple task. Please hold on. Reliable. 021. Done. Upon hearing this, Yanci opened his phone and glanced at the message list. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Shi Wang, who are you? Brother, open the door. I am your sister-in-law. Is my nickname not clear enough? Wang Mian, dear brother Shi Wang. Do you know me? Brother, open the door. I am your sister-in-law. As you know, I have never had an older brother. Shi Wang. So, brother, open the door. I am your sister-in-law. So, shall we engage in some playful banter? Shy. JPG, Shi Wang. Chapter 23. Li Yifei. Brother, open the door. It's your sister-in-law. Hello? Are you still there? Immediately, Yanci noticed a red exclamation mark. The other party had activated the friend verification. Goodness, has he faltered so quickly? Is he truly so easily provoked? Meanwhile, Wang Mian, who was in the warehouse, clenched his fists. I hope I do not uncover your identity. Yanci decisively shifted to another target. He opened the message box of Shun Qingzhu and casually altered the name and avatar. Left Qing, Yanci Shun Qingzhu. I am Zhuo Qing, Director of the Night Watch Special Operations Division. Your credentials have been verified by the higher-ups, and your abilities are highly esteemed. I hereby invite you to report to the following address on August XX, 20XX. Sending location. Transfer 2000. Note, travel expenses. Please arrive punctually. Bullet comments. Goodness. Is the main package engaging in fraud? Suggest a thorough investigation. But the main package has money. He truly transferred it. After Yanci completed his task, he awaited a response in silence. An hour later, Shun Qingzhu sent a message. Yanci opened it. Shun Qingzhu. Received. Transfer accepted. Wonderful, he believes it. He genuinely believes it. But seriously, buddy, don't you have any doubts? I hope, when he discovers the deception, he won't come after me. However, if he strikes first, he shall be met with a counterattack. At 8 a.m., Yanci roused Lin Xie. Lin Xie sat up in bewilderment, gazing at Yanci, scratching his head. Did I dream of you? Huh? Are you harboring a crush on me? Taking the initiative, Yanci pressed on. Lin Xie was taken aback. He quickly shook his head. No, don't misunderstand. That's fine then. Hurry and get ready. We'll head to school to find someone shortly. Lin Xie got up, tidied his bedding, and, after organizing himself, he entered the bathroom to freshen up. Yanci waited in the living room, recalling that he had sent a message to Qingyu. Yanci, are you awake? Qingyu just woke up. Yanci, go to school and wait for me. We'll fly to Beijing tonight. Qingyu, so urgent? Yanci, are you unwilling? Qingyu, I didn't mean it that way. What time is the flight? Yanci, I'm not sure. I haven't bought it yet. Qingyu, then why did you say we're flying tonight? Qingyu, with a serious expression, opened the flight booking app to check for flights to Beijing tonight. Most were scheduled for midnight. He took a screenshot of the flight information and sent it to Yanci. Qingyu, image, Qingyu, choose a flight. Yanci, Shanhang, it's punctual. Yanci, transferring 3,000 yuan. For the airfare. ID number. Qingyu, transfer received. Understood. Qingyu purchased 2 flight tickets, then dressed and made his way to school. Yanci took Lin Xie to the school, where they found Qingyu waiting at the entrance. You stay here. I will fetch someone, Yanci instructed. Both Qingyu and Lin Xie nodded in agreement. Yanci approached Lin Xie's classroom and knocked on the door. The mathematics teacher, who was conducting a lesson, turned to look outside. Mr. G? The teacher inquired. Apologies for the interruption. I am looking for Li Yifei, Yanci replied. Li Yifei, please come here, the teacher called out. All right, Li Yifei responded, somewhat confused as he stepped outside. Yanci gestured for him to follow. Mr. G, where are we headed? Li Yifei asked. To be frank, the teacher has high hopes for you. Yanci began to spin a tale. Really? Li Yifei exclaimed, astonished. Yanci placed a hand on his shoulder, as if they were brothers. Of course. You possess such remarkable looks and charm. A talent such as yours should shine brightly. Flattered, Li Yifei replied. Oh, you flatter me. The teacher has arranged a wonderful opportunity for you. I assure you will enjoy it. Yanci said, leading him outside the school gates. Once outside, Yanci affixed a binding talisman to Li Yifei's forehead and signaled to Qingyu and Lin Xie to follow. Li Yifei found himself immobilized, his eyes the only part of him that could move. His pupils dilated in shock as he stood frozen. The hidden Nandu snake demon, lurking in the shadows, began to feel anxious, yet could not break free from the binding spell. It could only helplessly watch as Li Yifei was dragged into a dim corner by Yanci. What do you intend to do with him? Lin Xie asked, examining Li Yifei and stroking his chin. He doesn't seem particularly special. Lin Xie, you must eliminate him, Yanci stated calmly, uttering this grim command. Why? Lin Xie queried. Is he connected to that man from yesterday? Qingyu seemed to grasp the situation, remarking, no wonder you're a top student. You figured it out. Yanci patted his shoulder and placed another talisman on Li Yifei's head. Li Yifei suddenly appeared to recollect something, his eyes wide with astonishment. Do you remember? Yanci asked. Li Yifei blinked in response. Then you should be aware that the actions it commits will not be tolerated by the Night Watchers, Yanci added. Li Yifei lowered his gaze, his mood visibly dampened. Yanci lifted the binding spell, and Li Yifei remained rooted in place, not attempting to flee. Am I going to die? He asked. Yanci shook his head. As I said, I will find you a good place, provided you agree. The concealed persona of the Nandu snake demon within Li Yifei pondered its options. After a moment, it seized control of Li Yifei's body. Li Yifei's form transformed swiftly as the Nandu, snake demon manifested. State your terms, it demanded. Ji Yanci replied. The condition is that I want Li Yifei to remain Li Yifei. The Nandu snake demon fell silent. However, this individual before it possessed profound and inscrutable powers, along with unknown means of control, leaving it hesitant to confront him directly. Agreed, it finally conceded. GNCI summoned a knife, leaning closer to Lin Xie and whispering something before signaling him. Do it. Lin Xie, taken aback, gazed at GNCI in disbelief. How could he possibly know about my mental asylum? Moreover, he seemed more acquainted with its rules than I was. GNCI handed him the knife, and Lin Xie struck down at the Nantua snake demon, its soul ensnared and transported to the asylum. GNCI affixed a talisman on the demon's head, securing it before tossing it to Enqingyu, who smirked as she accepted it. With that, the matter was resolved, and we would soar to the capital tonight. In the next moment, GNCI bestowed a teleportation talisman upon each of them, their figures materializing in the Peace Affairs office. As soon as Enqingyu returned, she eagerly dashed into the experimental base, leaving the two behind. Lin Xie fixed his gaze on GNCI, who merely smiled in response. The two then proceeded to the lounge. Subsequently, Lin Xie made his way to the mental asylum, where GNCI appeared by his side. May I speak now? This mental asylum is inherently unowned. As you are the director, I could easily assume the role of vice director or attending physician, GNCI remarked with a casual shrug. Sensing Lin Xie's contemplation, he reassured him, but fret not. I am merely here for amusement and shall not encroach upon your position as director. Lin Xie fell silent, pondering how GNCI seemed even more familiar with the asylum than he was. Ah, this mental asylum is alive. It may favor me slightly, after all. We live in a world that values appearances, he quipped, indulging in playful absurdity. The god's mental asylum interjected. Are you mocking my silence? All right, none of that matters. Go ahead and sign on Li Yifei as this caregiver. I shall take my leave now, GNCI concluded before slipping away. Chapter 24. The abduction of the sword Saint Lin Xie swiftly signed with Li Yifei, then returned to his senses and hurried after Yanci. Outside the office, Lin Xie successfully caught up with Yanci. Yanci, wait a moment. Yanci, walking down the road, turned upon hearing the voice. What is it? Lin Xie opened his mouth, his gaze fixed on Yanci, feeling somewhat shy as he inquired, when will you be back? Noticing Lin Xie's awkward demeanor, Yanci couldn't help but smile. I will attend the training camp. See you then. Lin Xie fidgeted with his pants, his gaze slightly lowered. All right. See you at the training camp. Yanci tilted his head, stepped closer, and patted Lin Xie's shoulder, saying, if you miss me, just give me a call or send a message, or perhaps we can meet at the mental hospital. Lin Xie's face instantly flushed, stammering, who wants to miss you? Aren't we friends? You've even cried for me, before Yanci began teasing him again. The memory of that night, when Yanci collapsed in his arms, made Lin Xie's heart race. He raised his head to look at Yanci, his expression complicated. You, be careful. Yanci was taken aback by his words. It seemed Lin Xie truly cared about his safety, a commendable outcome. Don't worry, Beijing is my territory. I'll definitely take you along next time, Yanci replied with a smile. Lin Xie nodded, a smile creeping onto his face. All right, let us chat on WeChat. Yanci waved his hand and turned to leave. Lin Xie watched Yanci's figure until it vanished from his sight before returning to the office. Meanwhile, Yanci sat on the sofa at Chen Mai's home, opened his phone, and gazed at the messages from Zhou Ping, deep in thought. 021. Please hack into Yi Fan's account. 021. Received. Before long. 021. Host. I have created a duplicate of Yi Fan's account for you. The account is now synchronized with your phone. Messages sent from this account will not be received by Yi Fan, and likewise, replies from Yi Fan will only be visible to you and him. Authority. 021. Keep it low-key, low-key. 021 had become lost in self-admiration due to Yanci's praise. Yanci used this account to send a message to Zhou Ping. Yi Fan, Yanci version, Zhou Ping, come to Beijing tomorrow. I've booked a plane ticket for you. Someone will pick you up. You need to learn to socialize with others. After sending the message, Yanci waited with his phone in hand. Soon, a notification indicated a new message. Zhou Ping. But Yanci continued to entice him. Yi Fan, Yanci version. Don't you want to become the sword of mortal mentioned in the book? Come for 2 days. If it doesn't work out, you can leave immediately. It's worth a try. Zhou Ping. Okay. Seeing Zhou Ping agree, Yanci put down his phone. The plan to abduct the Sword Saint. Successfully accomplished. Shijin City. Zhou Ping requested leave from his uncle. Uncle, I'm going away for a while. Upon hearing Zhou Ping's words, Sanjiu paused momentarily, his hand holding the fan hesitating as he lifted his gaze towards Zhou Ping. Going far, are we? That is splendid. My lad, you spend all your time cooped up in my restaurant. I feel stifled on your behalf. It's high time you ventured out to see the world. Don't rush back now. Go home and tidy yourself up. Where are you leaving? Zhou Ping, gripping the hem of his clothing, responded softly, tomorrow. Excellent, excellent. Off you go, and perhaps bring back a wife. Zhou Ping's face flushed crimson at this remark. Th3 uncle. What nonsense are you spouting? Ha ha. Look at you blushing. It's bound to happen sooner or later. Zhou Ping swiftly turned and made his exit. Sanjiu called after him. If you encounter a pretty one, remember to seize the opportunity first. Zhou Ping, did you hear me? Zhou Ping quickened his pace. Sanjiu chuckled, shaking his head at the retreating figure. That lad. Upon returning home, Zhou Ping dragged a small suitcase from the corner and neatly folded his clothes to place inside. His wardrobe was modest, and the suitcase had ample capacity. He cast a troubled glance at the black box nearby. Can this be taken on the plane? Zhou Ping opened his phone and searched. Can a sword be taken on a plane? The search engine responded. Not allowed as carry-on, but may be checked as luggage. Zhou Ping's eyes widened. Checked? How does one go about checking it? He searched again and finally arrived at a conclusion. He felt torn. What a hassle, I don't want to go. Yet, Yi Fan had already purchased the tickets. If he chose not to go, wouldn't he that render the expense futile? Zhou Ping squatted there, resembling a small mushroom. If melancholy were a talent. That evening, Yanci lay in wait until he spotted Chen Mai, following him into the room. Chen Mai looked at Yanci in confusion. Aren't you supposed to be on flight tonight? Why haven't you left? Mama Chun, are you so eager for my departure? Yanci leaned in, playfully shaking Chen Mai's arm as he had in their childhood. This tactic was foolproof. Neither Chen Mai nor Yuan Gang could resist. Cough. It's not that. I'm merely concerned you might miss your flight. Not a chance. Our flight is at midnight. It's only 8 o'clock. Yanci blinked, grinning at Chen Mai. As long as you're aware, by the way, why didn't you bring Lin Qi along? Chen Mai, seated on the bed, turned to look at Yanci beside him, his gaze inquisitive. ISN T Mama, Chen more aware of this than I am? You. Chen Mai was rendered speechless, his pupils dilating as he stared at Yanci before him. Yanci affixed a binding talisman to him. Subsequently, he placed a concealment talisman within the room. This was a concept-level concealment, imperceptible even to the highest deities. Yanci then retrieved a parchment scroll from Chen Mai's embrace and casually tossed it into the system space. This item poses too great a risk for you, so I've taken it. Rest assured, it's safer with me than anywhere else. No one will find it. Additionally, I appreciate your efforts over the past decade. Yanci took out the 9 transformation golden elixir, gently pried open Chen Mai's jaw, and administered it to him. Although Chen Mai was immobile, the elixir dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, and he could feel vitality returning to him. Even the stagnation of his realm began to waver. With the full efficacy of the elixir unleashed, Chen Mai's cultivation surged to the sea realm. He was profoundly astonished, uncertain of what Yanci had given him. Yet, he now comprehended the elixir's miraculous effect, resurrection. This astonishment stemmed not only from the elixir, but also from Yanci's awareness of his past experiences. But who had divulged such information to her? Seeing Chen Mai's elevation and cultivation, Yanci smiled softly. Well, my task here is complete. Welcome back, Chen Mama. I'm certain you have many questions for me, but I prefer to remain silent. Therefore, I shall not lift this binding talisman. Rest well, and prepare to embrace the dawn of your rebirth. I shall take my leave now. GNC leaned in and embraced Chenmai. Chapter 25. Hey, aren't you quite impressive? Subsequently, under Chun Mai's furious glare, GNC subdued him and gently tucked him onto the covers. Chun Mai's eyes followed GNC's every move, and GNC raised an eyebrow at him, unfazed by his glare. I want to say a word, he remarked lightly. Upon hearing this, Chun Mai huffed through his nose, closing his eyes in defiance, refusing to look at GNC. GNC turned to leave, but paused at the door, casting a cheerful gaze back at Chun Mai. A sense of foreboding washed over Chun Mai. As expected, GNC approached him with a mischievous grin. Chun Mai narrowed his eyes. You little rascal. What are you up to? He shot back with a look of accusation. GNC feigned ignorance and raised his hand, poised to tap Chun Mai's forehead. I fear you might find it hard to sleep, so let me bestow upon you a sleep charm. In the next moment, Chun Mai closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. Satisfied, GNC clapped his hands and exited the room. Using a teleportation charm, he arrived at Qingyu's location. And Qingyu was still deeply engrossed in his research, completely oblivious to the fact that he had a flight to catch that evening. GNC sighed in exasperation, approached him, and gently patted Qingyu on the shoulder. The immersed Qingyu turned his scalpel towards GNC, his eyes gleaming with fervor, as if he intended to dissect him as well. GNC thought to himself, goodness. He swiftly delivered a light slap to Qingyu's nape, clearing his dazed expression. And Qingyu quietly set down the scalpel, rubbing the bridge of his nose. My apologies, I got a bit carried away, he explained. I understand, GNC replied, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth as he offered him an out. And Qingyu cleared his throat and, with a bashful smile, asked, Is there something you need? Have you forgotten what we were supposed to do tonight? GNC interlocked his fingers and looked at him with a hint of exasperation. And Qingyu paused, recalling something, and suddenly it dawned on him 3 seconds later. Shall we leave now? Yes, let us go. All right, let me change my clothes. And Qingyu walked over to the wardrobe and began to undress in front of GNC. GNC glanced over casually and noted how slender Qingyu was. It was no surprise, given how often he immersed himself in research, neglecting proper meals. No wonder he appeared somewhat malnourished. Are you in good health? GNC asked casually, and Qingyu looked at his lean frame, seemingly catching on to the implication. No issues. I just need to make some adjustments. GNC regarded him thoughtfully for a moment. Will altering your body help you grow taller? And Qingyu, now dressed, approached GNC. Yes. GNC eyed Qingyu, who stood a half-head shorter than him, and suddenly chuckled. And Qingyu was puzzled. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at your height, GNC replied candidly. And Qingyu felt slightly affronted. How presumptuous. He gazed at GNC with a hint of sorrow. You're 183 centimeters tall, right? When I alter my body, I'll aim for 185 centimeters. GNCI regarded Qingyu with a scornful gaze, as if questioning whether he could handle the situation. And Qingyu provocatively curled his lips. GNCI shot him a disdainful glance, uttering a derisive humph. The two then departed from the experimental base, and Qingyu trailed beside him as they hailed a cab on the bustling street. Driver, to the airport, GNCI instructed. Certainly, replied the driver. At the airport, GNCI and Qingyu walked side by side through the terminal, checking in for their flight. Their luggage remained in the spatial dimension, thus no check-in was necessary. After acquiring their boarding passes, GNCI noticed they had ample time before the flight and decided to find a restaurant to satiate their hunger. He provided Qingyu with just enough money for 2 economy-class tickets, while securing a first-class seat for Zhou Ping, concerned that he might struggle alone on a long journey, preferring him to be in a less crowded cabin. As for Shun Qingzhu, 021, where is Shun Qingzhu now? GNCI inquired. After checking, the system responded, Host, Shun Qingzhu is on a train from Linjiang to Shangjing, halfway there, expected to arrive by noon tomorrow. Really? I gave him 2,000. He chose to take the train? How frugal, GNCI remarked. Indeed, 021 confirmed. But wait, he isn't foolish. Does he genuinely believe what I said? Perhaps. 021 replied tentatively. GNCI ran his tongue over his teeth, retrieving his phone to message Shun Qingzhu. Zwiching, GNCI, where are you now? Shen Qingzhu replied almost instantly. Almost there. Zhuqing. GNCI, you really believe me? Huh? On the train? Shen Qingzhu read the message, letting out a light scoff before typing back. Not believing, just planning to give you a beating. Zhuqing. GNCI. Raised an eyebrow at this response. Hey, are you feeling bold? Shen Qingzhu countered. What is it to you? Are you scared? Yanci. Incited by the challenge. Retorted, huh? Am I afraid of you? How about the loser calls the winner brother? Shen Qingzhu flippantly replied, Fine, little brother. GNCI snorted derisively. Just wait. I'll have you kneeling before me, calling me brother. Shen Qingzhu shot back. Dream on. GNCI narrowed his eyes, fingers drumming lightly on the table. Shen Qingzhu, your fate is sealed. He bit down on the straw in front of him, sipping juice, causing Qingyu opposite him to swallow involuntarily. 021. Assist me in hacking the account of the Mask Team S Vortex. Understood, 021 replied, then asked, What are your intentions, host? Also, please remove me from Wang Mian's blacklist. All right. 3 seconds later, 021 announced, Done, host. With this, GNCI instructed, Proceed as I outline. First this, then that, and finally, 021's expression was quite animated, intrigued to witness the unfolding events as he followed GNC's directives. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Mian received several notifications on his phone. He reached out, fumbling on the bedside table until his hand found the device. As I drowsily opened my eyes, a sudden clarity enveloped me. The vortex. Without hesitation, Wang Mian donned his clothes and strode directly into the room of the vortex. In the next moment, an indescribable scream echoed from within. What are you doing, Captain? Is it even necessary to ask what you sent? What is your intention? Huh? Me? What the hell have I done? I was peacefully dreaming, and you barged in and struck me. The vortex, shielding its face, gazed at Wang Mian with a look of pitiful grievance. Wang Mian suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Could it be that the strange messages originated from the vortex? A glance at the vortex's attire revealed it to be thoroughly modest, adhering to the principles of male decorum. But then, who could be the owner of those leg-revealing photographs? You didn't send me anything peculiar, did you? Wang Mian inquired hesitantly. What? My phone was left downstairs. As soon as I entered the room, I fell asleep. The vortex retreated silently, wary of Wang Mian's potential wrath. Wang Mian seemed to realize he had been misled, upon noticing the wound at the corner of the vortex's mouth. His guilt deepened. Well, it's my fault. I thought you never mind. I'll treat you to hot pot tomorrow. Now, sleep well, be good. At the mention of hot pot, the vortex's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. All right. Chapter 26. Do you have a crush on me? Wang Mian returned to his room, the earlier commotion having completely robbed him of his drowsiness. Suddenly, his phone chimed twice. Upon checking, he saw it was from Zhuqing. Could it possibly be a mission? Usually, one would make a phone call first, wouldn't they? With a sense of perplexity, he opened the message, only to be engulfed by a surge of irritation. Zhuqing, Yanci, do you find the photo appealing? Sure, Wang. Who on earth are you? Zhuqing, Yanci, as you know, I have never had an older brother. Sure, Wang. Are you out of your mind? Wang Mian felt his composure unraveling. Zhuqing, Yanci, are you aware of this? Could it be that you harbor a secret affection for me? Sure, Wang. Wang Mian was baffled by how this individual had managed to escape from his blacklist, but clearly, blocking him had proven ineffective. He decided to ignore him altogether. However, to ensure this person wasn't affiliated with the ancient god cult, he sent the account details to the legitimate Zhuqing. Initially, Wang Mian intended to capture a screenshot of their conversation, but upon reviewing it, he found nothing suitable to share. He then proceeded to type, Wang Mian, Director Zhua, someone is impersonating you. Zhuqing, legitimate? Who is it? In a fit of exasperation, Wang Mian typed furiously on his phone. If I knew, I wouldn't bother you with it. Can't you investigate it yourself? Upon reading this, Zhuqing typed back, Am I your superior? Or are you my superior? Wang Mian remained silent, continuing to type. I apologize. Zhuqing, all right, I understand. I will look into this matter. Wang Mian, okay. After sending the message, he reclined back, draping his arm over his eyes, and sighed deeply. What on earth was happening? Had he unknowingly offended some deranged individual? He contemplated everyone he had wronged in his life, concluding that only the lunatics from the ancient god cult came to mind. Damn it, I hope I don't catch you. Meanwhile, 021 broadcasted Wang Mian's antics, causing Yanci to laugh uncontrollably. 021, did you see that? It was absolutely hilarious. After a prolonged bout of laughter, upon hearing the host call for him, he replied, I saw it. Host, you are truly a genius. Why does your voice sound different? 021, cough, it's just an illusion. You must have secretly chuckled for quite some time too, right? 021, I did not. You're imagining things. Yanci remained skeptical. You're not a real human system, are you? 021, indeed. All systems from 001 to 100 are operated by real people. Yanci stroked his chin thoughtfully. So, does your number represent your abilities? Fido 21. No. It's randomly assigned, except for 001. What do you look like? 021. Would you like to see? EMQDS. 021. You need to immerse your consciousness into the system space. At this, Yanci submerged his consciousness. Before him appeared a man with short black hair, styled in a side part, his features strikingly handsome. He wore gold-rimmed glasses, had broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs, standing at the same height as Yanci. A remarkably attractive man indeed. Hiss. 021, is your system malfunctioning? 021 chuckled lightly, remarking that there were many like him. Yanci observed quietly, truly unable to fathom such a stark contrast. So, have you donned the guise of the system and liberated yourself? The smile on 021's face faltered for a moment, his inner self screaming in turmoil. How did he see through my disguise? Yanci, witnessing this, reached a conclusion in his heart. So that's it. No need for explanations. I understand, I comprehend it all. With a stoic expression, 021 escorted Yanci out of the system space and then departed. Upon returning to the management bureau, he dashed towards 001's office, kicking the door open. 001. Do you have anything that can make a host forget? 001, seated in his office chair, lifted his eyelids to glance at the disheveled 021, letting out a small sigh. Have you forgotten the system regulations? 021 suddenly recalled something, choking back his words, raising a hand to cover his face, feeling somewhat despondent. Observing his demeanor, 001 chuckled softly, then set aside his documents and inquired, What has your host done? In a hushed tone, 021 murmured, He saw through my facade. 001 fell silent. With such poor acting skills, it would be strange if he didn't see through you. The thought of their drastic changes was somewhat exhausting. You are neither from the protagonist nor the antagonist division. Why are you concerned about such matters? 021 considered this and realized it made sense. He didn't need to assist the host with tasks. After all, he belonged to the live broadcast division. Coming to this conclusion, 021 felt it was not a big deal. Anyway, this host was rather unconventional. Thanks, I'm off now. With that, he swiftly turned and returned to his office. Watching him, 001 felt a tinge of regret for not personally guiding Yanci. But he surmised that 021 was likely preferred. After all, they each had their own independent offices. Each department was managed by a minister, and he served as the minister of the live broadcast division. 001 was the overseer of all systems, commonly referred to as the main system. The live broadcast division was new, with only 3 real systems. The artificial intelligence systems had yet to be allocated. By the way, this host was personally requested by the neighboring minister to take over. 001 did not intervene, as he typically would not let such connections slip by. He was puzzled as to why he had been assigned this task this time. Despite many indirect inquiries from 021, 001 had remained ambiguous, speaking of old acquaintances and the like. 021 always felt there was something amiss, but did not dwell on it further. Yanci and Qingyu waited at the boarding gate for quite some time, nearly dozing off when Qingyu called out to him. Yanci, it's time to board. Yanci's eyelashes fluttered slightly as he slowly opened his eyes, unable to suppress a yawn, which caused a few physiological tears to spill from the corners of his eyes. He casually wiped them away, while Xingyu paused in his motions to retrieve a tissue, silently placing it back into its packaging and then tossing it into his pocket, pretending as if nothing had occurred. Let's go. The two then approached the boarding gate, had their tickets checked, and proceeded to board the plane. The two were seated closely together, and Yanci, utterly fatigued, turned to Xingyu as soon as he settled into his seat, saying, "I'll take a nap. Wake me when we arrive." And Xingyu nodded in agreement. "Go ahead and sleep." Leaning against the back of the chair with his head tilted, Yanci closed his eyes and soon drifted into slumber. Before long, the airplane ascended abruptly, soaring into the sky. The sudden sensation of weightlessness did not disturb Yanci. Rather, it caused his head to rest on Xingyu's shoulder. Xingyu glanced over, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips, his heart racing. For the moment, he categorized this peculiar feeling as fondness. Whether it stemmed from brotherly affection or romantic love remained to be seen. He lowered his gaze to the ring on his finger, a revelation beckoning to surface, yet he suppressed it. He resolved to wait a while longer to untangle his thoughts before proceeding. Such ambiguous emotions, if left unresolved, could easily lead to misunderstandings. Chapter 27. What nonsense are you talking about? At this moment, the barrage reads, "Wow, the years are peaceful. Hee, just a light nibble. Hey. And Xingyu, are you aware of what you're doing? Step aside, let me take over." "Ah, so good, so good." Shanhang is renowned for its swiftness. 2 hours later, the plane touches down. And Xingyu wakes Yanci, who, still in a daze, is let off the plane by Xingyu. "So sleepy, I need to catch a nap in your space first. I have to pick someone up at noon." Upon hearing this, Xingyu guides Yanci to the space, where Yanci immediately flops onto the bed and falls asleep. Xingyu lies down on the other side. At 7 in the morning, Uncle San takes a taxi to see Zhou Ping off. Before departing, he reminds him, "Zhou Ping, make sure you take the initiative when you encounter someone beautiful. Otherwise, if your wife runs off with someone else, you'll be left crying." Zhou Ping, with his head bowed, murmurs, "I understand, Uncle San, you should head back now." Uncle San looks at Zhou Ping with satisfaction and closes the car door. The taxi drives away, heading straight for the airport. Zhou Ping clutches his phone, silently staring at the time displayed on it. An hour later, the taxi stops at the airport entrance. Zhou Ping retrieves his suitcase and black box from the trunk, maneuvering through the crowd to enter. Upon finding the counter, he hesitates for a moment. Noticing the handsome young man's reluctance to speak, the staff member asks, "Sir, how may I assist you?" Where can I check in my luggage?" Zhou Ping replies slowly. The staff member, sensing his shyness, says, "Please present your identification." Zhou Ping hands over his ID, which the staff member examines before summoning a male colleague. After a brief exchange, the colleague approaches Zhou Ping and addresses him in impeccable Mandarin. "Sir, please follow me." Zhou Ping silently complies, thanking him. "You're welcome, sir," the staff member replies. The staff member escorts Zhou Ping to a dedicated counter for check-in and baggage handling, then leads him through security and into the VIP lounge. "Sir, please rest here. A staff member will guide you through the exclusive passage when it's time to board." Zhou Ping nods in acknowledgement. He obediently sits on the sofa, glancing around the room. It is not crowded, which is a relief. Before long, another staff member enters the VIP lounge and approaches Zhou Ping, saying, "Sir, please follow me." Zhou Ping rises and follows the staff member. The staff member leads Zhou Ping to board the plane early. As he settles into his seat, he quietly surveys his surroundings. Does every passenger receive such treatment? At noon, Yanci is awakened by 021. 021. Host, Zhou Ping's flight has landed. Yanci gets up to find Xingyu has gone to the experimental platform to conduct research. He gently massaged his temples and opened his portable wardrobe to change his attire. His hair reverted to its snowy hue, neatly tied into a high ponytail with a blue hairband. He donned an eye-catching blue-black traditional outfit, and Xingyu departed to fetch someone. She turned, removed her white coat, and left the space with Yanci. The duo did not exit the airport. Instead, they successfully spotted the conspicuous Zhou Ping amidst the crowd, thanks to the positioning navigation provided by 021. The reason for his visibility lay in his stature and an aura that distinctly set him apart from others. The barrage of comments read, "This sword, others between. Get out of here. Unremarkable. I directly say, hi, darling. My darling. My darling. Ah, Zhou Ping. I am your loyal servant." Yanci approached, addressing Zhou Ping. Upon hearing his name, Zhou Ping turned, his pupils dilating as he beheld a remarkably beautiful individual. Hello, I am Zhou Ping. Greetings, Yanci. I am here to escort you. Yanci replied with a smile. Zhou Ping's grip on his suitcase tightened suddenly. All right, let us go. And Qingyu was also assessing him, and noted that he seemed to exhibit signs of severe social anxiety. Zhou Ping quietly followed Yanci and Qingyu, who noticed his slowing pace and turned to say, "Just come to my side." Zhou Ping pressed his lips together and stepped beside Yanci. The trio made their way to the exit. Yanci hailed a taxi, instructing the driver to this address. Understood. Meanwhile, at the 006 team's base, Yuan Gang stood at the entrance, scrutinizing the young man before him. "Who are you?" "Shun Qingzhu. Someone sent me to this location." Shun Qingzhu opened his phone, flipping to the message history and presenting it. Yuan Gang took it, his brow furrowing as he read the tone, which bore a striking resemblance to that of the troublesome Yanci. He noted the sender's name, Zhuqing. This rascal is impersonating Zhuqing to deceive this young man. Yuan Gang was now quite certain that this was one of Yanci's mischiefs. Feeling a headache coming on, he inquired of Shun Qingzhu, "You know he is deceiving you, yet you still came? And so what? Do you know who I am?" "I do not." Shun Qingzhu crossed his arms defiantly. "You signed up for this year's night watch training, correct? I am your chief instructor, Yuan Gang." "Oh." Yuan Gang felt a vain throb on his forehead, muttering to himself, "Damn it, this kid is quite arrogant." He was tempted to give him a good thrashing. With that thought, he decided to act. He unleashed the pressure of his ocean realm, directing it toward Shun Qingzhu, who visibly paled and took a few steps back. "What do you mean by this? In front of the chief instructor, what audacity do you possess?" Shun Qingzhu's expression darkened. "You're not my instructor yet. Yuangong Chuklet. Now you know, so it's quite reasonable for me to teach a little brat who dares to provoke." "You bastard." Shun Qingzhu cursed suddenly. Yuan Gang's phone vibrated, prompting him to check the screen. It was a call from GNCI. He pressed the answer button. "Hello?" Yuan Gang activated the speakerphone so that Shun Qingzhu could listen in. "Mom, I'm back in Beijing. I brought 2 friends along. By the way, is there someone named Shun Qingzhu at the 006 base? You must keep him there. I want to give him a beating." Upon hearing the playful tone of the voice, Shun Qingzhu raised an eyebrow, immediately noting that the speaker had mentioned him. His expression turned somewhat complicated. Was this the person who deceived him? The voice sounded rather delicate. If they were to meet, should he strike or not? Yuan Gang glanced at Shun Qingzhu. "You brought friends? Who are they?" "One is someone I met in Sangnan, named Qingyu. The other, you must have heard of, is Zhou Ping." Yuan Gang doubted his hearing, raising his voice. "Who? Zhou Ping? The sword saint, the pinnacle of humanity?" "Yes, what is wrong?" Yuan Gang immediately placed a hand on his forehead. "How do you know him?" It's a similar situation as with Shun Qingzhu." Yuan Gang fell silent for a moment, suddenly overwhelmed by frustration. This kid has lured the sword saint over? Whose identity did he use this time? Chapter 28. Husband. Husband. Upon my arrival, I must insist that you keep Shun Qingzhu close. With that, the call ended abruptly. Yuan Gang gazed at Shun Qingzhu with a grin, while Shun Qingzhu retreated silently. Yuan Gang reached out with a commanding gesture, beckoning him inside. He pulled Shun Qingzhu into the courtyard and shut the door behind them. Shun Qingzhu thought to himself. It felt akin to stepping into a den of wolves. He seated himself on a stool across from Yuan Gang, and the two fell into a silence filled with unspoken words. "What is your ability?" Yonggong Sunli Inkuv? Forbidden Ruins, Sequence 068, Chimin. Shun Qingzhu replied slowly. A high-risk ability indeed. Yuan Gang scrutinized him, noting the young man's handsome features, albeit marred by a prickly demeanor. With a flick of his hand, Shun Qingzhu retrieved a piece of chewing gum and tossed it into his mouth, casting a sidelong glance at Yuan Gang. "What now? Best of luck to you," Yuan Gang remarked cryptically before rising to leave, leaving Shun Qingzhu alone in the room. Once out of Shun Qingzhu's sight, Yuan Gang's lips curled into a mischievous smile. A tough nut to crack, is it? Someone will put you in your place. Encountering Yanci, consider yourself unfortunate. Half an hour later, the door to the courtyard swung open with a loud call of Mama Yuan. Shen Qingzhu turned his gaze towards the entrance, squinting slightly to discern the figure approaching. His heart raced uncontrollably. He stared in astonishment at Yanci, who entered with Qingyu and Zhou Ping trailing behind. Upon noticing Shen Qingzhu seated there, the room erupted with a flurry of comments. Cool brother. Cool brother. Ah! 3 words merged into a gang leader. So dashing. So handsome. Husband, husband, husband. Cool brother is the best. I must date someone like him in this lifetime. I must date someone like him in this lifetime. I must date someone like him in this lifetime. A perfect man. Sisters. This isn't a no man's land. So what? Yuan Gang, hearing the commotion from within, stepped outside. I've kept him for you, you little rascal. Yanci's eyes sparkled as he dashed towards Yuan Gang, leaping into his embrace. Yuan Gang caught him effortlessly. Mama Yuan, did you miss me? What for? You didn't even tell me when you awakened your ability, Yuan Gang retorted, feigning annoyance. Yanci playfully smacked Yuan Gang's face, turning his head. So sour. Go on. Go. Yuan Gang replied, gently pushing him away. Yanci landed gracefully on his feet, a grin spreading across his face. Mama Yuan, I'll settle them first and then come back to find you. Yuan Gang waved his hand, granting permission. Yanci turned to Shen Qingzhu and called out, Hey, Shen Qingzhu, come with me. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingzhu followed Yanci's lead. Where are we going? And Qingyu inquired, looking up. To my place. It's south quite close to Jing University, Yanci responded. Yanci summoned a car and signaled for them to get in. The group obediently took their seats, with Yanci placing Zhou Ping in the front passenger seat while the 3 of them squeezed into the back. The SUV offered a spacious rear cabin, yet the 3 grown men could not escape the closeness of their legs brushing against one another. Shen Qingzhu remained silent, yet he cast sidelong glances at Yanci. One could not help but admire his striking features. In a world that often values appearances, Shen Qingzhu found himself entranced, his earlier desire for confrontation dissipating. Yanci glanced at his phone, and from Shen Qingzhu's vantage point, he beheld a captivating profile. Yanci messaged, Lin Xie, did you endure any beatings today? Lin Xie replied, Teacher Ji, the captain is truly ruthless. And now we have Zhao Kongcheng added to the mix. Upon seeing Zhao Kongcheng's name, Yanci chuckled. Oh dear, I've heard that Zhao Kongcheng's knife skills are no less impressive than Shun Mama's. Lin Xie responded. Indeed, they are formidable. I fell victim to their combined onslaught. Yanci teased. So did you shed any tears? His unique focus captured Lin Xie's attention. You remember that? Yanci replied, Of course. Remember to practice your Qiong Yao style weeping. Lin Xie could only respond with silence. After finishing his playful banter, Yanci turned off his phone and glanced out the window. They seemed to be nearing their destination. The gaze from beside him was impossible to ignore. Yanci turned to meet Shen Qingzhu's eyes. What are you staring at? Shen Qingzhu instinctively retorted. What is it to you? Then, realizing the absurdity of his words, he scoffed. Yanci shot him a look that, given their earlier phone conversation, only appeared to Shen Qingzhu as a playful pout. If Yanci were to uncover Shen Qingzhu's thoughts, he would surely deliver a punch to rouse him from his reverie. Upon arrival, the group disembarked, and Qingyu gazed at the villa before them, silently turning to Yanci. Is this your home? Indeed, he confirmed, and Qingyu surveyed the 4-story residence, lost in contemplation. Let us go inside, Yanci urged, inputting the code to unlock the door. He welcomed them inside. Come, let me show you to your rooms. And Qingyu, you'll stay in this one. Yanci led them to the 2nd floor, opening a bedroom door and gesturing for Qingyu to enter and settle in. And Qingyu nodded and stepped inside. Next, Yanci took Shen Qingzhu and Zhou Ping to the adjacent room. You'll stay here. He opened the door and gently pushed Shen Qingzhu inside. Then, turning to Zhou Ping, he tugged at his sleeve, guiding him to the next bedroom. Step inside, Zhou Ping. This will be your room, Yanci said softly. Zhou Ping nodded in gratitude, opening his suitcase to hang his clothes in the wardrobe while Yanci leaned against the wall, observing him. Comments. Wow, such a strong husband vibe. Hehe. The main bag also wields a sword, quite fitting with the sword saint. Tasteful. I'm here for the feast. As Yanci observed the first bullet screen comment, he raised his hand to stroke his chin and glanced at Zhou Ping, as if contemplating the truth of the matter. They had become immune to the chaos of matchmaking that surrounded them. Their adoration for one another did not affect him. Zhou Ping's luggage was minimal, and soon he had finished packing. Standing up, he looked at Yanci and softly said, I'm ready. Yes, during this period, I will guide you through the experience of university life in the capital. You need not feel so restrained. Consider me a friend, Yanci replied. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping discreetly exhaled in relief and nodded. All right. Yanci then rose, approached him, and extended his hand. I am Yanci. It is a pleasure to meet you. Zhou Ping, he responded, reaching out to grasp the fair hand before him. Their fingers met briefly before parting. Yanci smiled and gently patted Zhou Ping's shoulder, saying, taking this step is quite commendable. Keep up the good work. Zhou Ping, momentarily dazzled by his smile, lowered his head in silence, his ears subtly flushed. Yanci tugged at him, and Zhou Ping's gaze fell upon the hand resting on his sleeve, such a fair and exquisite hand. Let us proceed to dinner. Yanci suggested cheerfully. Chapter 29. I remember you. Shun Qingzhu, are you ready? Yanci called out at Shun Qingzhu's door. Moments later, the door swung open, and Shun Qingzhu glanced at him. I'm ready. Let us go. Before Yanci could knock again, and Qingyu emerged on her own. Are we going to eat? Yes. Where shall we dine? Yanci pondered for a moment, looking at Shun Qingzhu and Zhou Ping. Do either of you have any dietary restrictions? Shun Qingzhu replied, none. Zhou Ping added, neither do I. Very well then. There is a restaurant nearby that I used to frequent. The food is quite good. Let us head there. As Yanci and his companions strolled down the street, they attracted many admiring glances. Comments. Following the main character, indeed my best decision. I get to see handsome men every day, he. I second that. The main character gets along well with everyone. To put another way, it wouldn't be impossible for the four of you to live together. Have you forgotten about Lin Xie by Daming Lake? With Tin, your brother, absent, let's just enjoy whatever we see. Tin, your brother, is temporarily out of the picture. Yanci observed them with an impassive expression. Every day. Do you have nothing better to do? Inside the restaurant, Yanci perused the menu and ordered over a dozen dishes. And Qingyu frowned slightly. That is quite a lot. Will we be able to finish all this? We could take leftovers for later, he replied. All right then. After placing the order, Yanci began to play with his phone. 021. Host, Zhuqing is investigating you. Let him investigate. I have nothing to hide. 021. I thought you would conceal your information from him. That would be rather dull. The thrill lies in being open. 021. Understood. Meanwhile, Zhuqing received a message from the technical department. A look of confusion crossing his face. Yanci? The kid from Team 006? I heard he just awakened a new ability, and it involves swords. Shortly after, Zhuqing received another message. Zhou Ping is in the capital and is staying at Yanci's house. Zhou Ping? How'd he end up in the capital? Does he know Yanci? This was something he needed to inquire about with Commander Yi. Zhuqing, genuine Commander Yi. Are you aware that Zhou Ping has come to the capital? Yifan, genuine. When did this happen? Zhuqing. Today. It was the kid from Team 006 who picked him up. Yifan, Yanci, two sword wielders together? Zhuqing. This seems a bit too coincidental, don't you think? Yifan. Indeed it is. I'll personally go and observe the situation. Seeing Yifan taking the initiative, Zhuqing set the matter aside and called Wang Mi on. 3 seconds later, the call connected. A slightly fatigued voice responded, hello? Director Zhua. Wang Mi on. We've tracked down the person impersonating me. Zhuqing glanced at the information in his hands. Who is it? Someone from the ancient god church? Wang Mian pinched the bridge of his nose and asked, not exactly. This person doesn't seem to harbor any ill intentions. By the way, how'd he get to you? Wang Mian fell into a contemplative silence for a moment, then deftly navigated his phone before speaking. Director Fu, you may wish to examine this for yourself. Zhuqing opened the message panel and clicked on the screenshot sent by Wang Mian. After perusing it, his lips twitched uncontrollably. Although there was no malicious intent, the act was rather unscrupulous. Zhuqing found himself at a loss for words. After a moment of reflection, he slowly articulated, "Well, this situation appears to be a prank. As for the individual who is harassing you, cough cough, he's a child raised by Yuan Gang, named Yanci, a temporary member of Team 006. Upon hearing this, Wang Mian closed his eyes briefly, realizing that it was indeed a child nurtured by the old Yuan, which instilled in him a sense of confidence regarding the absence of ill will. I understand now. He is likely to participate in this year's training camp, correct? Indeed. That simplifies matters. He should apply to be instructor this year. Yanci, I shall remember your name. Just wait. I shall train you rigorously. All right then. If there is nothing else, I shall hang up. After Wang Mian ended the call, he opened the message panel again and discovered that Yanci had altered his nickname to impersonate Zhuqing. Almost immediately, a new message appeared. Brother, open the door. It's your sister-in-law. Dear Wang Mian, do you now know who I am? Yanci felt a wave of nausea as he sent this message. However, the thought that the other party would suffer even more than he did brought him solace. Sure, Wang. Yanci, prepare yourself for the training camp in a month. Brother, open the door, it's your sister-in-law. Who can't talk tough? If you have the ability, come and fight me. Sure, Wang. Hee. Wang Mian ceased to engage with him further. He then made a call to Yuan Gang. Hello, old Yuan. Is there a need for instructors at this year's training camp? What do you think of our mask team? Upon answering, Yuan Gang was greeted by Wang Mian's self-recommendation to become an instructor, which promised to be quite entertaining. All right, coordinate with Zhuqing and have him temporarily assign your duties to Team Phoenix. It's settled then. See you at the training camp. Wang Mian promptly sent a message to Zhuqing, who readily agreed. After the group finished their meal, they returned to the villa. Yanci placed a hand on Shun Qingzhu's shoulder. Hey, let's have a spar. Shun Qingzhu stood still, prompting Yanci to look at him with confusion, waving a hand in front of him. Shun Qingzhu, are you listening? Shun Qingzhu swallowed hard, gazing at Yanci as he spoke. Stop acting coy. What the? Who's acting coy? Zhou Ping and Qingyu simultaneously turned their attention towards them, observing Shun Qingzhu's demeanor, and Qingyu adjusted his glasses, his eyes reflecting an ambiguous expression. Zhou Ping, with his clear gaze, glanced between the two, puzzled as to why they were about to engage in a fight. Yanci chose not to waste words and threw a punch. Shun Qingzhu instinctively sidestepped, prompting Yanci to retaliate with a horizontal kick, leading Shun Qingzhu to defend himself. And Qingyu, confident that Yanci would not lose, decided to withdraw from the scene, fearing accidental injury. He turned and retreated to his room, plunging into the experimental base. Zhou Ping, seeing him ascend the stairs, hesitated, contemplating whether he should intervene. What, after all, was the reason behind their quarrel? However, he was not particularly familiar with them. Zhou Ping retreated to a corner, observing their interactions. That last punch was somewhat off target, though the force was decent. The speed was merely passable. The two were engaged in a heated exchange, yet in Zhou Ping's eyes, it bore no distinction from a children's brawl. The flaws were evident at a glance. Why was this Shun Qingzhu always on the defensive? Was it merely Yanci's unilateral desire to fight? Shun Qingzhu remained in a defensive stance, hesitating to strike against Yanci. Oh well, let him take a beating. After all, it wouldn't be fatal. Noticing Shun Qingzhu's reluctance to retaliate, Yanci clicked his tongue in disdain. Do you look down on me? Yanci paused, standing across from him, glaring coldly. Shun Qingzhu stammered, I didn't mean it that way. Then what do you mean? Shun Qingzhu fell silent, struggling to articulate a response. Observing his prolonged silence, Yanci scoffed in annoyance and turned to head upstairs. Chapter 30. You are invincible. 021 discerned, yet refrained from voicing it. How intriguing that Shun Qingzhu had fallen head over heels for the host. Yet, he remained blissfully unaware. How amusing. The barrage of comments was equally spirited. As the saying goes, the bystander sees clearly, and they grasp the situation without uttering a word. The main character is so handsome. Indeed. Wife, come fight me. My wife. My wife. 021 glanced at the comments and silently approved. They too understood how to navigate the murky waters. Downstairs, Zhou Ping observed Shen Qingzhu and decided it was best to retreat to his room. He was not particularly skilled in social interactions. That evening, after the group consumed their takeaway, they retired to their respective rooms for rest. Yanci, increasingly agitated, recalled how Shen Qingzhu had previously threatened to beat him up. So why did he not retaliate? Yanci sprang from his bed, flung open the door, and strode over to Shen Qingzhu's bedroom. Zhou Ping, from the adjacent room, noticed the commotion, but the footsteps did not halt at his door. Instead, they proceeded to the other side. Would they continue to fight? Yanci tested the doorknob, finding it unlocked, and stealthily entered, making his way to the bedside. Beholding Shen Qingzhu's serene visage, he lifted his hand, flexed his wrist, and then delivered punch. Ugh! Shen Qingzhu was jolted awake, sitting up with his hands clutching his abdomen, gazing at the grinning Yanci. Yanci's expression boldly declared, "I did this. If you disagree, come at me." Astonishingly, Shen Qingzhu uttered, "Aren't you angry anymore?" This left Yanci bewildered. Huh? Wait, I hit you. Don't you want to hit back? Yanci stared at Shen Qingzhu, his expression a blend of complexity. Surely, he could not be mentally unhinged? The script had not indicated such a thing. Shen Qingzhu shook his head. "No, I provoked you first. Your retaliation was justified." "Wow, you are invincible." Yanci's lips twitched. Then he shifted the conversation. "If that's the case, does our previous agreement still stand?" "What agreement?" Shen Qingzhu inquired. "Whoever loses must call the other big brother." "Let me hear you say it." Shen Qingzhu opened his mouth, but found the word big brother lodged in his throat, impossible to utter. "Hey, are you incapable of playing along?" Yanci crossed his arms and leaned closer. Shen Qingzhu steeled himself, conceding, "Yes, I cannot play along." "So what?" 6. Nothing, just go to sleep. Yanci raised his hand and affixed a sleeping charm to Shen Qingzhu's forehead, laying him down. He then exited the bedroom, closing the door behind him. Descending to the living room, he retrieved a can of ice-cold cola from the refrigerator, popped the tab, and tilted his head back to gulp down a generous mouthful. "Don't make noise, I'm barbecuing." Was Shen Qingzhu being influenced by someone? He had shattered his persona. Yanci frowned, his fingers unconsciously entwining with the strands of hair at his chest. Having finished the cola in one go, Yanci casually tossed the empty can, which landed perfectly in the trash bin. He clapped his hands and ascended the stairs to retire for the night. The following day, Yanci elucidated his purpose for coming to the capital to Yuan Gang, who promptly arranged for a few individuals to grant Yanci access. This was, of course, at the behest of Yi Fan. Upon learning that Yanci intended to take Zhou Ping to experience university life, Yi Fan had a sudden epiphany. How had he not thought of this sooner? Perhaps this time, Zhou Ping might shift his mindset and successfully transcend that barrier. Yanci escorted the 3 individuals to Kyoto University. "And Xingyu, which subject do you wish to audit? Perhaps something in the medical field? You may search for it yourself. I will take these 2 to find a random classroom to occupy." "All right." And Xingyu then turned towards the lecture hall. "So, you deceived me into coming here just to take me to university?" Shen Qingzhu could no longer contain his curiosity after a moment of contemplation. "What else could it be? You didn't genuinely believe I brought you here to fight, did you?" Yanci shot him a glance, slightly vexed. Shen Qingzhu faltered. Initially, he had indeed entertained such a notion. "Do you have any subjects that pique your interest?" Shen Qingzhu scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. "I don't have anything in particular." Zhou Ping, too, could not pinpoint any interest, save for his fascination with swords. "This poses a challenge," Yanci mused, "since we don't have any specific interests. Let us randomly select a classroom and see what unfolds." The 2 had no objections and followed Yanci closely. Yanci chose a classroom and entered, settling into an empty seat at the back. Shen Qingzhu and Zhou Ping flanked him on either side. As soon as he sat down, Yanci felt the urge to sleep. He laid his head down, resting it on his arms, and closed his eyes. Shen Qingzhu and Zhou Ping were momentarily taken aback. Is he really sleeping? Shen Qingzhu hesitated, contemplating whether he should also recline, just as the teacher entered from the front. By sheer coincidence, Yanci had selected a foreign language class, focusing on various languages from around the globe, and today's lesson was on Japanese. Shen Qingzhu surprisingly picked up a few phrases. Zhou Ping, sitting upright like a model student, attentively listened to the teacher, also managing to learn several Japanese expressions. Yet Yanci was truly there to slumber. After class, Yanci awoke promptly, his face slightly flushed and his eyes misty. Zhou Ping looked down at Yanci and quietly inquired, "Where shall we go for the next class?" Yanci, his voice low, responded, "What did you learn?" "The teacher taught us Japanese." "Oh, really? Japanese?" Yanci nodded, still groggy and struggling to grasp the situation. 3 seconds later, a realization dawned upon him. Despite the disappearance of other nations, Kyoto University maintained foreign language courses as electives, hence the presence of a Japanese class. He then turned to Shen Qingzhu. "Did you attend the lecture?" Shen Qingzhu confidently raised his chin, "Of course." "How many phrases did you learn?" Yanci queried. "Several." Shen Qingzhu glanced at the time, indicating it was time to switch classrooms. Yanci fell into contemplation. If that were the case, wouldn't Shen Qingzhu be able to navigate the circles of the Japanese with ease? Have I inadvertently dismantled the plot concerning the 3 lines involving the gang leader? It shouldn't pose a significant issue, should it? I sense that the narrative has become somewhat skewed due to my interference. However, as 021 once mentioned, the essential plot points are not easily altered. This remains to be assessed. Let us proceed to the next classroom to audit a lesson. Yanci led the 2 of them in search of a classroom to settle down in. Once seated, Yanci took out his phone and sent a message to Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping's phone vibrated in his pocket. He retrieved it to find a new notification. Opening the message, he read, "Brother, it's me, your sister-in-law. Zhou Ping, this is Yanci." Zhou Ping glanced over to see Yanci, shaking his phone and saying, "Do remember to note me down." Zhou Ping nodded slightly, "All right." He promptly amended the contact details. Yanci then sent a message to Qingyu as well. "Yanci, where are you?" "Qingyu, in the laboratory." "Yanci, have you returned to the space?" "Qingyu, no. I am in the medical department's laboratory. A professor wants to discuss some matters with me, so I accompanied him." Yanci teased, "Oh, it seems you have caught the professor's eye, an academic star. If you don't join the Night Watchers, you might very well become a professor yourself." Qingyu chuckled at the message. "I believe being a Night Watcher is far more appealing. It allows for the exploration of many unknowns." Chapter 31. Are you still choosing? Yanci remarked, "There are many mysteries in the capital. I shall take you to capture one for fun another day." Qingyu replied, "All right." Yanci continued, "Classmate Qingyu, do not respond in such a robotic manner." Qingyu replied, "One." Yanci responded, "Shest," with a smile. Qingyu set down his phone and turned to the professor beside him, wearing an affectionate smile as he gazed at him. It appeared that it was responding to a message from his girlfriend. "It's not a girlfriend," Qingyu corrected him. The professor wore an understanding expression, implying that the pursuit was still underway, and encouragement was in order. Qingyu nearly voiced his thoughts, but swallowed them back. Close enough. Noon arrived. Yanci and his companions emerged from the classroom, making their way straight to the cafeteria. Qingyu was pulled aside by the professor for a luncheon, who held a high regard for his abilities, nearly wishing to take him as a disciple. However, Qingyu graciously declined. On their way to the cafeteria, the trio's striking appearances attracted the attention of many onlookers, both male and female. "How handsome! I wish I could get a contact number. The one in the middle is a stunning beauty. I prefer the one on the right. He exudes such a husbandly aura. Are you not sisters? Are you still choosing?" The admirers, particularly the younger ones, were wide-eyed with excitement. "Oh my, any one of them would be incredibly alluring. The white-haired beauty is my ideal type. Oh no, I think I might be bending the other way. That's wonderful. By the way, are you a 1 or a 0? Zhou Ping absorbed all their chatter, though he struggled to comprehend it. Curiosity got the better of him, and he inquired, "What does husbandly aura mean?" Yanci and Shen Qingzhu simultaneously turned to him. It means you possess the qualities they envision in an ideal husband." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping's expression momentarily froze, and once he processed the information, a faint blush crept onto his face. Is that something one can say? Yanci pondered for a moment, considering that perhaps a romantic relationship might be a good approach for Zhou Ping. Thus, he gently asked, Zhou Ping, do you have a type you're fond of? Zhou Ping glanced at Yanci and shook his head. No. That is all right. Engage with more people, and you might just discover someone you like, Yanci reassured him, waving his hand dismissively. Zhou Ping lowered his head, softly responding with a hum. At that moment, a beautiful young lady mustered her courage and approached. Her cheeks flushed as she directed her gaze at Shen Qingzhu. Hello, may I have your contact information? Yanci tugged at Zhou Ping's sleeve, leaning in slightly to whisper, did you see that? When you encounter someone you like, you must charge forward. Opportunities favor those who are prepared. Zhou Ping lowered his gaze towards Yanci, somewhat grasping his words. Shen Qingzhu placed a hand on the back of his neck, contemplating the young lady before ultimately declining her request. The young lady, visibly disappointed, lowered her head, exchanged a few words, and then departed. Yanci watched the scene unfold with an amused expression, gently leaning against Zhou Ping's shoulder. Shen Qingzhu approached, scratching his face. Well, let us go. The photograph of the trio was uploaded to the campus forum, sensationally titled, Shocking. 3 extraordinary beauties spotted on campus. The title lured many in. Anonymous user, wow. Truly extraordinary. Anonymous user. In 3 minutes, I demand all their information. Anonymous user. You're still pulling that domineering CEO act. Remember to send me the details. Anonymous user. The original poster knows how to name things. I thought there would be gossip, but instead, it's just handsome men. Now, they're trapped. How incredibly handsome. Anonymous user. I think I understand what love at first sight means. The ethereal, white-haired beauty from novels now has a face. My heart flutters. Anonymous user. What year are they in? Which department? Which class? Does anyone have insider information? Anonymous user. EM searching. EM searching. Anonymous user, damn. Folks, I've scoured all the students at Jing University and found no information about them. They must not be from our school. Anonymous user. Could they be exchange students? After finishing lunch, the trio strolled through the Jing University campus. Occasionally, someone approached them for contact information. Yanci and Shen Qingzhu declined with resolute ease. But when it came to Zhou Ping, no, Zhou Ping's face flushed, and he couldn't muster a complete sentence. He took a few steps back, hiding behind Yanci. I'm sorry, my brother is socially anxious. Yanci glanced back at Zhou Ping, who was staring at the ground, clutching the hem of Yanci's sleeve. A young lady observing Yanci and Zhou Ping seemed to concoct something in her mind, sporting a knowing smile before rushing back to her friends under the tree, sharing some words, and both erupted in laughter that was difficult to describe. Yanci sighed lightly, tugging at his sleeve. Come, let us return home. Zhou Ping's grip on the fabric shifted, but he did not let go, trailing closely beside Yanci. That was so embarrassing. Zhou Ping cast a furtive glance at Yanci, his cheeks tinged with crimson. How about we choose a scenic spot to visit this afternoon? Yanci, while walking, glanced at his phone, locating a nearby zoo and purchasing 3 tickets. Sounds good. Shen Qingzhu replied, as he was brought along under false pretenses, with no immediate urgency to return to Linjiang. Zhou Ping quietly responded, I'll follow your lead. Yanci nodded, guiding them back to the villa. At 2 in the afternoon, they arrived at the zoo's entrance. After passing through the ticket gate, the trio wandered around, observing various exhibits. Hey, look quickly. That tiger looks so ridiculous. Shen Qingzhu and Zhou Ping followed Yanci's finger and indeed spotted a tiger, the patterns on its face resembling the character for confused. Shen Qingzhu couldn't help but laugh, having never seen such an unattractive tiger. The tiger seemed to understand, baring its teeth at Shen Qingzhu. Ha ha, it looks like it wants to devour you. The tiger snorted, letting out a roar. Yanci purchased a bag of meat nearby, donned a pair of gloves, and extracted a piece. The tiger's expression suddenly morphed into one of sycophancy upon seeing the meat. It approached with an air of self-assured elegance, its gaze fixated intently on the morsel in Yanci's hand. Suddenly, it lay down and rolled over, exposing its pristine white belly. Such a display was remarkably devoid of the tiger's usual majesty. Shen Qingzhu regarded this foolish creature with an odd expression. "Mimi, open wide." Yanci chuckled as he tossed the meat, and the tiger sprang to its feet, leaping adeptly to catch the piece in its jaws. In mere moments, it devoured the morsel. The tiger gazed up at Yanci with obsequious eyes, lifting its chin slightly, its tail unconsciously swaying. "Sit." The tiger tilted its head, shifted its hind legs, and obediently settled on the ground. Yanci produced another piece of meat, casually tossing it. The tiger's eyes followed the trajectory with keen intensity, and with a swift pounce, it successfully captured the meat in its mouth. Truth be told, if this creature were to return to the mountains, it would surely starve. "Don't just watch me. You two should join in to entertain it as well." Yanci handed gloves to the other two, who promptly donned them and retrieved pieces of meat from a bag, taking turns to toss them to the eager tiger. By the end, the tiger was thoroughly exhausted, feeling as though it had barely eaten. With a look of silent reproach, it turned away from the trio, leaving them with a dismissive rear view. Chapter 32. Well done. Yanci chuckled a couple of times before leading the two away from Tiger Garden. In the shadows, Yifan observed. Just now, Zhou Ping seemed to be enjoying himself thoroughly. Yanci is quite impressive. One wonders how he managed to coax Zhou Ping here. Yifan perused the information sent by Zhuqing, which indicated that Zhou Ping had arrived alone by plane. Although he had Yanci as a friend on his phone, they had never conversed. How peculiar. Could it be that they communicated in a dream? No matter how Yifan pondered, he could not fathom that Yanci had deceived Zhou Ping using his own identity. In the monkey garden, Yanci requested a bunch of bananas from his staff. He shared them with Shen Qingzhu and Zhou Ping. Come, let us have some fun." The monkeys perched on the rocks noticed the bananas in their hands and quickly leaped down, landing on a railing. The nearest monkey pointed at the bananas Yanci held. Yanci shook the fruit, and the monkey, clearly impatient, snatched it from him and eagerly peeled it open to take a bite. Why did this monkey steal it? Yanci crossed his arms, glaring at the cheeky creature. The monkey mirrored his expression, its face clearly stating, "So what if I took it? What are you going to do about it?" "Zhou Ping, look at it." Yanci tugged at Zhou Ping and pointed at the monkey. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Ping extended the banana toward the monkey, which eagerly reached out to grab it. However, Zhou Ping suddenly raised his arm and tossed the banana away. The monkey, eyes wide with shock, leaped off the railing to chase after the flying banana. Just as it was about to catch it, Zhou Ping gently flicked his finger at the airborne banana, which exploded, splattering banana mush all over the monkey's face. At that moment, the comments flooded in. The sword saint just turned into a sesame ball. So exhilarating. Our sword saint merely seeks vengeance for his wife. Ha ha ha. Well done, Zhou Ping. Yanci laughed heartily at the monkey's misfortune, giving Zhou Ping a thumbs up. Zhou Ping smiled shyly. The monkey, now covered in banana pulp, sat dazed on the ground. Once it realized it had been tricked, it furiously charged towards them, intent on revenge. Hey, run. Yanci called to Shen Qingzhu, and with one hand each, he quickly pulled both Shen Qingzhu and Zhou Ping away. The three of them raced down the path, the breeze gently tousling their hair. Zhou Ping kept pace beside Yanci, feeling elated and exhilarated. Shen Qingzhu, perplexed, clutched a banana in his hand. Why are we running? Because we just teased a monkey, and it's upset and wants to retaliate. It seems this monkey has quite the temper. Yanci raised an eyebrow, eyeing Shen Qingzhu. You two are a match made in heaven. Shen Qingzhu replied, I'm not a monkey. He quietly peeled the banana and offered it to Yanci. Do you want some? Sure. Yanci took a bite, then waved his hand. It's quite sweet. Shen Qingzhu consumed the remaining bite and casually discarded the banana peel into the trash bin. What lay ahead? Yanci glanced around, having rushed earlier and forgotten to observe the signposts. Black Bear Park, Zhou Ping remarked, tilting his head. Let's take a look, he suggested, having heard that the black bears in this zoo were quite distinctive. Indeed, they were unique. Yanci observed the bear as it performed, eliciting a chorus of wows from the audience outside the enclosure. It seemed as though the bear was amusing them. Were they merely the bear's entertainment? Shen Qingzhu noted the spectators, clearly entertained by the antics of the black bear. I think we might as well skip the bear. Let us move on to the next attraction. Yanci decisively shifted his focus, glancing at the signpost indicating the peacock garden ahead. Let us go see the peacocks. The two followed in Yanci's footsteps. Within the peacock garden, only a few visitors lingered, most having gone to enjoy the black bear's performance. Why aren't the peacocks displaying their feathers? One of the few visitors mused. I've been waiting for ages. The 2 or 3 tourists present exchanged silent complaints. Let us not wait any longer. Let us go. Yanci approached the peacocks and caught sight of a white peacock that sauntered over, gradually fanning its plumage towards him. The barrage of comments erupted. Wow. Oh my gosh, huh? This peacock is showing off for the main character. Has the charm of the main character transcended species? The main character is being courted by a peacock. Yanci inadvertently glanced at the comments and was taken aback. His lips twitched as he maintained a stoic expression, grabbing the 2 beside him and departing. Zhou Ping and Shen Qingzhu exchanged puzzled glances. After wandering the park for an entire afternoon, Yanci felt somewhat drained. I can't go on anymore. Let us find a place to eat and then head home for some sleep. Zhou Ping felt little fatigue, while Shen Qingzhu was still relatively fine. Yanci's physical abilities surpassed those of the average person, but without the enhancements from the Forbidden Ruins. His physical constitution remained unaltered. He sensed that his mental fortitude seemed boundless, yet his physical capabilities lagged behind. The trio exited the zoo and sought a restaurant. After enjoying a hearty meal, Yanci yearned for sleep. Shen Qingzhu hailed a cab by the roadside, while Zhou Ping helped the drowsy Yanci into the vehicle. Shen Qingzhu provided the driver with an address, and the driver reminded them to fasten their seatbelts. Half an hour later, they arrived at their destination. Zhou Ping quietly roused Yanci, who groggily disembarked and stood there with drooping eyes. Shen Qingzhu grasped Yanci's wrist, and he obediently followed. Upon reaching the entrance, Yanci input the passcode. Shen Qingzhu stepped forward to unlock the door. Once inside, Yanci trailed after him. Shen Qingzhu pushed open the bedroom door, and Yanci, in a daze, followed suit. Shen Qingzhu, exasperated, rubbed his forehead, steadied Yanci's shoulder, turned him around, and guided him back to his own room. Yanci collapsed onto the bed, oblivious to the world around him. Shen Qingzhu crossed his arms, leaning against the door frame for a moment before resignedly stepping forward, just as his mother would, to remove his shoes. He deftly tucked the blanket around him. Upon completing these actions, Shen Qingzhu found it hard to believe what he had done. What was my initial purpose here? How did I end up tending to someone? He scratched his head and turned to leave Yanci's room. Once Yanci had fallen asleep, his consciousness drifted to the psychiatric hospital of the gods. Upon entering, he spotted Lin Xie engaged in conversation with Nikes. Suddenly, Nikes lifted her gaze toward Yanci's direction, prompting Lin Xie to follow her line of sight. Yanci, he waved. Yanci immediately inquired, have you been secretly practicing the Qiong Yao style crying technique? Lin Xie, is this matter never to be forgotten? No. Darnatus, who is this? Nikes asked, puzzled. My mother, she is the vice president of this hospital and also a friend of mine. I see. Yanci approached, smiling at Nikes. Madam Nikes, it is a pleasure to meet you. Please accept a small token of my appreciation. With a flick of his wrist, a bouquet of lilies suddenly appeared in his seemingly empty hand, to Nikes' astonishment. She covered her mouth in surprise, her eyes brimming with joy as she reached out to receive the flowers. Thank you, Vice President. I truly appreciate it. Lin Xie observed a sudden shift in Nikes' treatment progress, raising a reasonable suspicion that she too might be captivated by appearances. Please, I implore you all, do not focus on me anymore. Each day, I merely log in to clear the notifications. Chapter 33. Do not kill him the next day. After Yanci awoke, he refreshed himself and donned a new outfit. Descending the stairs, he found Shen Qingzhu and Zhou Ping seated on the sofa. Where's Qingyu? Yanci inquired. A professor came early and took him away. Shen Qingzhu replied, reclining on the sofa as she gazed at Yanci. Yanci poured himself a glass of water, poised to drink when he paused at her words. It seemed Qingyu had been busy these past few days. Have you eaten? Yanci asked. Both Shin Qingzhu and Zhou Ping shook their heads in unison. Then let us grab something to eat. I'm rather hungry, Yanci said, patting his stomach and beckoning them to follow. Shin Qingzhu and Zhou Ping exchanged glances. Rising together to accompany Yanci, they casually chose a nearby breakfast shop, entering to order a few baskets of soup dumplings. The trio dined in silence. After the meal, as they strolled along the street, an unexpected scene caught their attention. In a dim alley, a frail young boy was encircled by a group of thugs. Yanci's gaze darkened, his hand discreetly twisting beneath his sleeve. This was a scene all too familiar. Yanci stepped forward. Look at this delicate little thing. The leader of the thugs sneered, gripping the boy's chin and forcing him to look up. The boy's eyes were calm and devoid of emotion, as if he had grown accustomed to such treatment. The thug's eyes narrowed as he leered at the boy, his words laced with lewd intent. Your parents owe me money, and you've been collateral, so you'd best behave to avoid further suffering. The boy remained silent. The thug, irritated by the boy's lack of response, scoffed and slapped his face, threatening, I don't want to play with a corpse. Suddenly, Yanci interjected, how about you come play with me instead? A slight smile graced his lips as he stood at the alley's entrance, causing the thug to turn and feel a surge of interest. Damn, what a gem, the thug exclaimed, releasing the boy and beckoning Yanci forward. Beautiful one, how would you like to play? We are quite a number here. I prefer more company. Yanci replied, twirling a strand of hair with his fingers and lifting his gaze, his expressive eyes captivating the thug. All right, since the beauty has spoken, let us go, the thug said, casting a glance at his underling, who promptly moved to seize Yanci. I can walk on my own. You merely follow behind, Yanci insisted. Taking a step back, the thug's subordinate, seeing his compliance, acquiesced. Yanci followed them, as Shin Qingzhu and Zhou Ping covertly trailed the young boy, who silently walked behind. His eyes fixed on Yanci, gratitude flickering within them. The thug turned to Yanci, saying, we have over 100 men. Can your frame withstand us? Yanci shot him a sidelong glance, but remained silent. At this moment, a barrage of comments erupted. Damn, don't stop me, I want to kill him. What a toad dares to covet my wife? Is it even a match? Yanci raised an eyebrow, observing the warehouse before him. With a hand concealed beneath his sleeve, he clutched a talisman. Upon the return of their leader, the ruffians in the warehouse greeted him with curiosity. Boss, who is this? The ruffian leader attempted to place an arm around Yanci's shoulders, but was deftly evaded. His smile faltered. Beautiful one, what does this mean? Yanci regarded him with an enigmatic smile, his voice laced with frost. Everyone is present, correct? The ruffian leader glanced at his underlings who had come to welcome him. One of them scratched his head, confirming, yes, they're all here. Then let us proceed, Yanci declared. At these words, the ruffian leader beamed with delight, swallowing hard as he rallied his subordinates. Today, you are fortunate to spend the night with a beauty. The crowd's eyes sparkled at their boss's invitation, and they immediately began to unfasten their belts. The ruffian leader discarded his shirt, tossing aside. Yanci tilted his head slightly, calling softly, Wein. A resounding chime of a sword echoed as a gleaming silver long sword materialized before Yanci. Just don't kill them, he instructed. Wu Yuan responded to the command, its blade enveloped in a myriad of sword intents, humming gently as it sliced through the air towards the assembled crowd. A cacophony of screams erupted within the warehouse. Yanci stood aluof, resemblu amir observer. Outside the warehouse, Shin Qingzhu and Zhou Ping stood in stunned silence, watching as the sword wreaked havoc. What? Is this his forbidden domain? Zhou Ping's black box trembled slightly behind him, which he gently patted to silence. He also wields a sword. How remarkably sentient it is, capable of autonomous attack. Wu Yuan circled around Yanci, who sighed in resignation. Very impressive. With a final sword chime, Wu Yuan transformed into a ring and returned to Yanci's hand. He surveyed the battered ruffians, stepping over the leader's fallen form. Is this amusing? The ruffian leader gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Yanci. You scoundrel. Yanci raised an eyebrow, pressing down with his foot, resulting in a sickening crack as 2 ribs snapped. Continue speaking, there are still several ribs left. Yanci spoke casually, looking down at him. You. Another rib was crushed under Yanci's relentless foot. He rubbed his ears, offering a cheerful smile. That must hurt, doesn't it? As he spoke, Yanci's foot moved toward the ruffian leader's legs. What are you about to do? The ruffian leader, momentarily ignoring his pain, cried out. The next moment, a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoed throughout the warehouse. Yanci's toes twisted slightly, relieved he had muted his hearing in time. Outside, Shen Qingzhu and Zhou Ping instinctively squeezed their legs together. How terrifying! Yanci turned to look outside, bemused. What are you afraid of? Shen Qingzhu gazed skyward, scratching his head, while Zhou Ping stared intently at his toes, remaining silent. Only the youth beside him gazed at Yanci and exclaimed, "You are quite handsome." Suddenly receiving such a compliment, Yanci cleared his throat modestly, responding, "It's nothing much. But tell me, why are they targeting you?" The youth fidgeted with his fingers, a hint of discomfort in his voice as he replied, "Those two owe them money, and they used me as collateral to settle the debt. I managed to evade them for quite some time, yet they eventually caught me. If it weren't for you, I might not have survived today." He gestured towards the notorious thug lying at Yanci's feet, known for his merciless brutality, who had caused the demise of many. Yanci, perplexed, inquired, "Doesn't the police intervene?" "He has powerful backing," the youth replied. Yanci lowered his gaze to the unconscious thug, clicking his tongue in disdain. "Such a wretch has protection? What for?" The youth continued, "I know that they have already abducted many boys my age, all due to their predatory lending practices." Yanci's expression suddenly turned icy as memories of a twisted capitalist he had once encountered resurfaced. This man was notorious for his debauchery. The bottle he had hurled was aimed at that man's life. He never expected to escape unscathed. But fortune seemed to smile upon him when he fortuitously crossed paths with that man, who resolved everything for him. Chapter 34. Let us give it a try. Huh. Indeed. He stood alone, unencumbered by ties, when suddenly fortune struck him unexpectedly, particularly at a moment when he least required it. Yanci smiled faintly, turned, and exited the warehouse, casually tossing a talisman inside before shutting the door. Muffled, indescribable gasps emanated from within. With a stoic expression, Yanci walked forward, while Shen Qingzhu and Zhou Ping, their faces flushed, hurried to catch up. The youth followed closely beside Yanci. "Brother, thank you for your help. I must take my leave now. Where are you headed?" "Your health. I'm going to the countryside to see my grandmother. She is elderly and needs care." "Grandmother. That is acceptable. Do you have any money?" "A little. Don't worry, brother." Unable to resist, Yanci reached out to ruffle the boy's hair and handed him a talisman. "Here, take this protective charm. May it ensure your safe journey." The youth accepted it, placing it in his pocket over his heart. "Thank you, brother. Wishing you all the best." Yanci nodded. "Goodbye. Goodbye." The boy turned and departed. Yanci watched him leave, a twinge of pain piercing his heart. He suppressed the discomfort and addressed the two beside him. "Let's depart. What about those people?" Shen Qingzhu inquired. "Someone will handle it." Yanci waved his hand dismissively, glancing in a particular direction. In the shadows, Yi Fan was taken aback. Was it merely an illusion? Zhou Ping had noticed long before. He was uncertain why Yi Fan had been lurking in the shadows, observing him. The trio departed from the location. Yi Fan emerged outside the warehouse, listening to the unspeakable sounds emanating from within, his lips twitching. Has this kid taken the herbal medicine? He moved to a distance and made a phone call. Soon, reinforcements would arrive to deal with the ruffians, including his superiors. Witnessing Yanci take action for the first time, Yi Fan formed an initial impression of him. Within the villa, Yanci retrieved a can of beer from the refrigerator and stepped onto the balcony, tilting his head back to drink. Observing this, Shen Qingzhu opened the fridge, grabbed another beer, and tossed it to Zhou Ping, who caught it deftly. The two then joined Yanci on the balcony, sitting one on each side of him. "What brings you here?" Yanci inquired, glancing left and right puzzled. "Noticing you seemed downcast, we came to share a drink with you." Shen Qingzhu replied candidly, pulling the tab and taking a swig. Zhou Ping silently regarded the beer in his hand, hesitating whether to drink. Yanci raised an eyebrow at him. "Can you handle it?" At this, Zhou Ping lifted the tab, popped it open, and brought it to his lips for a sip. Suddenly, his expression contorted. "So bitter." Puffed. Yanci couldn't help but laugh at his pained expression. Shen Qingzhu teased Zhou Ping, "If you can't handle it, don't drink." Zhou Ping felt underestimated. He gripped the aluminum bottle firmly. "I can do it." After declaring this, he tilted his head back and gulped a substantial mouthful, his brow furrowing tightly. "Still tastes awful." Zhou Ping grimaced, feeling an urge to flee. Shen Qingzhu abruptly pulled Yanci closer, wrapping an arm around his shoulder. "Let us have a toast." Yanci, caught off guard, shot him a glare, but extended his hand, clutching an aluminum can, and clinked it against Shen Qingzhu's. "How's your tolerance?" Unfazed by 1,000 cups, Shen Qingzhu raised an eyebrow, brandishing his can. "I don't believe you," Yanci replied skeptically. "Care to test it?" Shen Qingzhu challenged, a teasing sound escaping him. "Who is afraid of whom?" Yanci nak Shen Kvingsu playfully. The two engaged in a drinking contest, consuming 5 or 6 cans as if they were mere water. Shen Qingzhu showed no sign of inebriation, nor did Yanci. However, Yanci had resorted to a trick. His alcohol tolerance was not as impressive as he portrayed, aided by a sobering talisman nestled in his palm. Zhou Ping observed their drinking competition quietly, taking a small sip from his own drink. "All gone," Yanci remarked, glancing at the empty cans. He retrieved his phone from his pocket, ordered a few dishes along with a case of beer, and prepared to wait for the delivery while they indulged in food and drink. "All right." Shen Qingzhu leaned against Yanci and suddenly expressed, "Thank you." Yanci was momentarily taken aback. "What is this for?" Shen Qingzhu awkwardly continued. "I was expelled from school for fighting in high school, and thought I'd never have the chance to experience university, but you deceived me into coming here." Zhou Ping listened quietly. Yanci exchanged a knowing glance with Shen Qingzhu, a playful gleam in his eyes. "Oh, and how do you intend to thank me?" Shen Qingzhu hesitated. "What do you want?" "You." At this, Zhou Ping glanced over. Shen Qingzhu's heart raced inexplicably. "You want me?" Yanci smirked, then added, "Call me Big Brother." Shen Qingzhu. "Absolutely not." He turned his head away with a scoff. Yanci poked him, teasingly saying, "Don't be so quick to refuse. If you acknowledge me as your big brother, I'll protect you." "Who needs your protection?" Shen Qingzhu exclaimed, flustered. "Are you trying to give me a heart attack?" His chest heaved. The sound of his heartbeat echoed in his ears, feeling a bit lightheaded. "What's going on? Really don't want to? I'm quite formidable." Yanci leaned closer, nudging his shoulder. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, and Shen Qingzhu sprang to his feet, gesturing to Yanci to stay put. Zhou Ping effortlessly pulled Yanci along, and Shen Qingzhu glanced back. "I'll get it." Yanci leaned against Zhou Ping's chest and turned to smile. "Let us go downstairs." Zhou Ping helped Yanci to stand, and they proceeded down the stairs one after the other. Downstairs, Shen Qingzhu had already opened the packaging, laid out the dishes on the table, and uncapped several bottles of beer, setting 3 glasses aside. "Let us continue. Whoever wins gets to be called Big Brother." Shen Qingzhu was determined to hear Yanci call him Big Brother today. "Then you're bound to lose." Yanci smirked, knowing he had a trick up his sleeve. "Regardless of your famed tolerance, I have my ways to ensure you succumb to inebriation. That Big Brother title must be uttered." Zhou Ping observed the tense atmosphere between them, quietly retreating to the side to minimize his presence. Fearful that the flames of war might encroach upon him, Yanci sat opposite Shen Qingzhu, while Zhou Ping obediently indulged beside him. The two resumed their revelry. "Drink up. Come on." After several rounds of toasting, Shen Qingzhu began to feel a bit lightheaded, puzzled by the sensation. "Isn't this beer?" Yanci stifled a chuckle, and Zhou Ping turned his head towards him, as if he had uncovered something. "You're drunk," Yanci teased, pointing at Shen Qingzhu. Who is drunk? Don't speak nonsense." Shen Qingzhu, his lips the only part of him that remained defiant, immediately denied it. "You're slurring your words." "Still denying it." Yanci nudged Zhou Ping. "What do you think? Isn't he drunk?" Zhou Ping glanced between Yanci and Shen Qingzhu, caught in a dilemma. After a moment, he reluctantly nodded, betraying his conscience. "You've lost. Now call me Big Brother." Shen Qingzhu staunchly refused. "Why should I?" "Absolutely not. Are you not a man?" Try not doing it and see what happens. Shun Qingzhu slammed his hand on the table, rising in defiance. GNC, feeling the effects of the alcohol as well, was also a bit dazed. Come on, let us see what happens. He too was unsure of what words escaped his lips. Chapter 35. Minister Song. Reading Guide. This chapter contains a substantial amount of past events regarding GNC. If you find it unappealing, feel free to skip it, as it will not affect the subsequent reading. Zhou Ping observed that the conversation between the two had taken a peculiar turn. What were they discussing? Yanci, under the influence of alcohol, mistakenly believed that Shun Qingzhu was provoking him and raised his fist, ready to strike. Zhou Ping, noticing this, felt a jolt of alarm and quickly intervened, blocking GNC's path. Please, do not resort to violence. Let go of me. He is provoking me. I must teach him a lesson. GNC protested, struggling against Zhou Ping's firm grasp. He did not provoke you, Zhou Ping explained, glancing at Shun Qingzhu, who wore a bewildered expression, tilting his head in confusion. Turning to Zhou Ping, GNC said, then release me. I shall not strike him any longer. Zhou Ping, believing that GNC had genuinely calmed down, eased his hold, only for GNC to immediately throw a punch. Though Shun Qingzhu was inebriated, his reflexes remained intact, and he managed to evade the blow. Zhou Ping was momentarily taken aback before stepping forward to restrain Yanci once more. Do not cause a scene. Behave yourself. I am behaving. Yanci blinked innocently, appearing quite docile. However, after witnessing the earlier commotion, Zhou Ping was no longer convinced. You are intoxicated, he remarked with a hint of exasperation. That is impossible. I possess a sobering talisman. You are deceiving me. Yanci retorted. Zhou Ping chose not to respond, instead directing his attention to Shun Qingzhu. Can you make it back to your room on your own? Feeling somewhat disoriented, Shun Qingzhu nodded and ascended the stairs. Yanci glared at Shun Qingzhu's retreating figure, letting out a disgruntled huff. Zhou Ping, noticing Yanci's rebellious demeanor, couldn't help but smirk slightly, finding it rather endearing. I'm sorry, he whispered, before hoisting Yanci onto his shoulder and making his way upstairs. Suddenly lifted off the ground, Yanci instinctively grasped for something, causing Zhou Ping to wince as a sharp pain shot through his scalp. Silently enduring it, he pushed open the door to Yanci's bedroom and unceremoniously tossed him onto the bed. Yanci sprang up and, in the next moment, clung to Zhou Ping's leg. Looking down, Zhou Ping found Yanci nestled at his feet, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, gazing up at him with a pitiful expression, seemingly unable to distinguish between those around him due to his inebriation. Grandma, please do not leave, Yanci whimpered. Zhou Ping felt a wave of discomfort. I am not your grandmother. I miss you so much. They bully me when you are not here, Yanci lamented, resembling a forsaken child as he clung tightly to Zhou Ping's leg. With a soft sigh, Zhou Ping stood there, listening to Yanci's grievances. It was so close, my luck is so poor, always just out of reach. My foster parents nearly perished. Just a little further, I had earned enough. Yet I cannot keep you. Why is the world so cruel to me? I harbor a profound disdain for this world, a loathing for those who are oblivious to the truth, hurling harsh words at me without understanding the full context, an aversion to my own ineffectiveness. The comments read, Hiss, what has the protagonist endured in the past? From the words conveyed by the protagonist, I surmise that his foster parents treated him poorly. The grandmother he speaks of may have taken him in after his foster parents, only to later fall ill, requiring exorbitant medical expenses. Do you recall when everyone praised the protagonist's acting skills? It appears he may have ventured into the entertainment industry, known for its rapid monetary gains. However, by the time he earned money, his grandmother's health had already deteriorated beyond repair. The young boy he saved likely reminded him of his own past or shared similar experiences, prompting him to assist the boy as a means of redeeming his former self. 021 quietly reviewed the experiences of Yanci in his previous life. As Yanci spoke, he gradually succumbed to slumber, his hand tightly clutching Zhou Ping's pant leg. Zhou Ping bent down to lift Yanci, placing him onto the bed and covering him with a blanket before turning to leave the room. 021 perused Yanci's history, quietly reflecting on it. This host is hardly one to be bullied. He repays enmity on the spot. However, those foster parents are truly despicable, frequently abusing him. At such a tender age, he suffered a broken leg. How painful that must have been in the biting winter. The wretches even conspire to sell him to wealthy men with a penchant for young children. Fortunately, despite his youth, the host's intellect remained intact, and he recorded their conversation. That night, seizing the opportunity while they slept, he fled with the recording. Later, those wretches nearly perished from carbon monoxide poisoning due to burning coal for warmth. At a young age, Yanci, limping and exhausted, ran for a considerable distance before collapsing from fatigue. He was discovered and taken in by a kind elderly woman. Little Yanci possessed a keen sense of wariness, trusting no one. Yet, the elderly woman treated him with great kindness and even assisted him in reporting the abuse. It was only after several months of living with her that Yanci fully placed his trust in her. The elderly woman nurtured him well, transforming his previously malnourished state into a healthy and plump figure, and ensured his broken leg received timely medical attention, preventing lingering complications. Though their life was not affluent, Yanci found contentment. In the elderly woman's presence, Yanci behaved as a model child, yet she, being wise and experienced, could not fail to notice his vengeful nature. Nevertheless, Yanci understood the balance, and the elderly woman refrained from excessive interference. At the age of 15, when the elderly woman fell ill and required substantial medical expenses, Yanci wandered the streets in despair, only to be discovered by a talent scout who invited him into the entertainment industry. Faced with financial woes and sensing no malice in the scout, he acquiesced. Indeed, the entertainment industry proved lucrative. Yanci earned his first sum of money, which he used to cover the elderly woman's medical bills. However, as her condition worsened, Yanci accepted numerous jobs, dedicating all his earnings to her care. Yet, fate proved unyielding, and the elderly woman ultimately departed from this world. On that fateful day, Yanci lost his entire world. In a daze, he conducted the funeral for the elderly lady and immersed himself in work, seeking to numb his emotions. 021 took note of the lady's name, Song Shui, feeling a flicker of recognition. Wait a moment, isn't that the name of the minister of the adjacent female supremacy department? It was indeed she who personally came to request that he take over Yanci's affairs. Thus, she must be Yanci's grandmother. This warranted further inquiry. 021 swiftly returned to the administration bureau, making his way to the office of the female supremacy minister. Upon entering, he was greeted by a strikingly beautiful woman seated at her desk. "Ah, Minister Liu, what brings you here?" "Minister Song, what is your connection to my host?" 021 asked forthrightly. "As for little Yanci, in my current capacity, I merely serve as his elder. Before my return, I happen to have been his grandmother," Song Shui replied, gracefully fanning herself. "Are you aware that he harbors a deep-seated emotional burden due to your demise in his past life?" 021 inquired, furrowing his brow. Song Shui raised her delicate brows in surprise. "Really? Is that so? Allow me a moment to investigate." After perusing the subsequent experiences of Yanci, she mused, "This young man, I shall personally pay him a visit." With that, Song Shui closed her fan and vanished from sight. These chapters delve into the mundane daily life of the capital, bearing no relation to the original narrative. I wonder if you are able to accept this? If not, perhaps it would be best for you to seek solace elsewhere. In an effort to avoid detection by the little Shinha, the narrative regarding his adoptive parents has been altered. They are depicted as burning coal themselves, when in truth, it was the host's doing. The host is far from a saint. He is one who seeks vengeance. I have observed comments suggesting the host stands at 183 centimeters, which is hardly remarkable. This only underscores the inadequacy of those who pursue him. The host is inherently a dominant figure, not a fragile, submissive partner. If the pursuers cannot surpass the protagonist, they are simply outmatched. Chapter 36. The sanctioned Shao Yanci slipped into a deep slumber, his consciousness drawn into another realm. Bewildered, he gazed at the figure before him, and after a moment, his eyes glistened with tears. He hurriedly approached Song Shui. "Grandma." Song Shui did not present herself as the elderly matriarch before Yanci. Upon recognizing her immediately, she smiled with warmth. Little Yanci, why are you still crying at such an age? At her words, Yanci wiped away his tears and pouted. I'm not crying. Song Sherwei raised her hand to caress Yanci's face. Then what is this? Drool? She teased, observing the tears on her fingertips. Humph. Yanci turned his head, refusing to meet her gaze, his expression one of defiance. You little rascal. Haven't you heard the saying about letting go of past lives? Why are you still troubled by matters from your previous existence? Song Sherwei playfully slapped the back of Yanci's head, the force just right, not enough to harm, yet enough to startle. Yanci clutched his head. But you were my only relative in my past life. How can I just let that go? Did I not tell you before I passed? To live well? Did you heed my words? Yanci pondered for a moment. Indeed, he had listened, living quite freely after stepping back from the limelight. Don't think I can't see through your thoughts. Who worked relentlessly for 2 consecutive years, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. Wasn't he that you? That was my past self, Yanci argued, though his stance weakened. Song Sherwei raised an eyebrow, pinching his ear and giving a light tug. Say that again. Again. Hey. Don't twist it, I was wrong. Releasing him, Song Sherwei watched as Yanci rubbed his ear. So, am I dreaming, or is this real? Of course it's real. Your grandmother is quite formidable. Just consider this as my trial. Now, I am back to my original self, she said, casting a reproachful glare at Yanci. I always said Grandma was a stunning beauty in her youth. Enough with the flattery. Now that you've seen me, does your heart feel a bit lighter? Yanci nodded obediently. Even at your age, you still cause me worry. You could die from reading a novel, Song Sherwei remarked, delivering a light tap to Yanci's head. Yanci scratched his head, suddenly at a loss for words. How did you know? Who do you think brought you here? Song Sherwei waved her fan, casting a sidelong glance at him. Yanci locked eyes with her, his intellect returning. So, was 021 also your arrangement? Of course. I personally invited Minister Liu to assist you. Then, Grandma, who are you? I am the minister of the neighboring Women's Authority. I see. Is it fun over there? Can I join once I pass? Song Sherwei, listening to his peculiar musings, rubbed her temples. Thank goodness this boy had no memories. Otherwise, he would surely be slapping himself for asking such pointless questions. Just enjoy your time in this world. When you've had your fill and don't wish to return to that realm, just inform 021, and he will bring you back. Can you really grant me such a privilege? As Yanci's eyes brightened, Song Sherwei, with a hint of resignation, replied affirmatively. Yanci leaned in and gently embraced Song Sherwei. She patted his back and said, I am truly pleased to see you surrounded by friends and caring individuals. Do not dwell on the matters of your past life. I hope you live freely and with ease. I will, he affirmed. After a moment's embrace, they parted ways. Song Sherwei raised her hand, and Yanci silently lowered his head. She smiled and affectionately ruffled his hair before departing. Returning to consciousness, Yanci, still under the influence of alcohol, felt a lingering sleepiness, yet a smile graced his lips. Zhou Ping quietly entered to check on Yanci, concerned he might be unwell from excessive drinking. However, upon seeing him seemingly lost in a pleasant dream, Zhou Ping felt a sense of relief and quietly exited the room. The emotional knot buried deep within Yanci's heart was forcefully severed by Song Sherwei, allowing him a restful slumber. Upon awakening, he found that night had fallen. He pressed a hand to his aching head, realizing he could not indulge in alcohol excessively. Rising, he attended to his physiological needs and freshened up. What had he done while intoxicated? Suddenly, a message popped up. Please watch the VCR. Instantly, scenes from his drunken escapade unfolded before him, viewed from a godlike perspective. Yanci rubbed his face. Drunkenness was not frightening, but having someone to remind you of your actions was mortifying. He had actually clung to Zhou Ping's leg, calling out for Grandma. How mortifying! Stepping out his bedroom, he noticed that the doors to Zhou Ping and Shun Qingzhu's rooms were both ajar. It appeared they were downstairs. Yanci made his way down. In the living room, and Qingyu was also present, with the 3 gathered around the dining table, indulging in food. Upon hearing footsteps from the staircase, they all turned to look, making Yanci feel somewhat uncomfortable. He cast a glance at Shun Qingzhu, who seemed oblivious to the events of his drunken state. That was indeed fortunate. Stealing another look at Zhou Ping. Their eyes met for a brief moment before Yanci offered a smile. He then scratched his face and took a seat. "Good evening. Are you feeling dizzy?" Zhou Ping inquired. Yanci propped himself on the table and nodded a bit. And Qingyu poured a glass of honey water and pushed it towards him. Yanci drank it gratefully. "Thank you. How did you end up drinking so much?" And Qingyu asked. "Perhaps my mind was not functioning properly." Yanci replied, clearing his throat, his gaze inadvertently flitting to Shun Qingzhu, who subtly averted his eyes. Zhou Ping observed the two and couldn't help but smile. "Have you been conducting research these past few days?" And Qingyu inquired. "Not really. I haven't had time. I've been engrossed in discussions with Professor Jiang," he replied. Zhou Ping served Yanci a bowl of rice, to which Yanci looked up and said, "Thank you." He then turned to Qingyu and added, "I see. Once you find some free time, let us go and capture a few mysterious creatures for you to play with. By the way, is there any ability you wish to acquire? One must have a goal," he continued. And Qingyu pondered for a moment before responding. "I am particularly interested in the ability to regenerate severed limbs." As Yanci reminisced about the original storyline, he recalled how Qingyu had acquired the extraordinary ability of rapid regeneration through a lizard. He pondered whether such mysteries existed in the capital. "All right, let's first have a meal. The following day, what class should we audit today?" Yanci inquired, glancing at the two individuals beside him. "Shall we choose one at random?" Shun Qingzhu suggested, meeting Yanci's gaze with uncertainty. "By the way, do you understand any of this?" Yanci raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing him. "I don't comprehend," Shun Qingzhu replied, casting his eyes skyward and then downward. "You're quite honest," Yanci observed, chuckling as he noted Shun Qingzhu's averted gaze, a sign of his embarrassment. Indeed, it is said that in moments of silence, laughter often emerges. Then, Zhou Ping. "It's your turn to choose." Yanci turned to his right, finding Zhou Ping, who, upon realizing the selection was now his responsibility, nervously fidgeted with the hem of his shirt, uncertain of what to choose. Both Shun Qingzhu and Yanci fixed their eyes upon him, prompting Zhou Ping to silently raise his hand and indicate a classroom. "How about this one?" he suggested timidly. "Let us go," Yanci declared with a flourish. Shun Qingzhu and Zhou Ping followed him closely, akin to loyal guardians. The trio strode confidently into the classroom, capturing the attention of those inside. "Wow, it's the three legends. We finally get to see them in person. Are they here to audit?" In the back row, the three subjects of discussion listened to the chatter surrounding them. Yanci had grown immune to such comments. Yet Zhou Ping found himself blushing whenever he heard someone praise his looks. He lowered his head, stealing a furtive glance at Yanci. To his surprise, Yanci was smiling at him, causing Zhou Ping to flinch like a startled rabbit, burying his head even lower. Yanci placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Why are you shy? They are merely speaking the truth. You must have confidence in yourself." Zhou Ping turned slightly, his face flushed as he whispered to Yanci. "I will do my best." Yanci tilted his head, leaning in closer. "Take your time. There's no rush." He gently patted Zhou Ping's shoulder before withdrawing his hand, resting his chin on his palm, lost in thought. Chapter 37. Could he be harboring a secret crush on me? The class was focused on drama appreciation, and both Yanci and Shun Qingzhu found themselves in a drowsy stupor, their heads nodding in unison. Meanwhile, Zhou Ping watched with rapt attention, captivated by the play's incorporation of martial arts elements, a style he particularly cherished. He couldn't help but wish he could embody the carefree spirit of the characters on stage. Suddenly, Yanci lost his balance, and it seemed his head would crash onto the desk. Fortunately, a large hand, calloused yet gentle, intervened just in time to prevent him from hurting himself. Zhou Ping exhaled in relief and removed his outer garment, folding it neatly to place beneath Yanci's head. Yanci buried his face into the fabric and instinctively inhaled its scent. Zhou Ping's pupils dilated in surprise. He quickly covered his face, wondering if there were any other lingering scents. He sniffed his own clothing and breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, there were no odd odors. The barrage of comments from the audience read, I think I might understand something, but I want to say a word. If you don't speak up, I want to either. What is going on? Please tell us. Wait, are you all? Is this right? ISNT it incorrect? What on earth are you all talking about? It's driving me insane. To the one above. If you don't comprehend, it's not your fault. Just enjoy. You lot. I can't stand you. Oh dear, little one. You're playing with fire. Goose. As the class neared its conclusion, Yanci's internal clock was impeccable. He awoke just 3 seconds before the bell rang. Blinking in confusion, he felt a piece of fabric in his hand and squinted to recognize it. Unsure, he looked over again and saw that Zhou Ping was left wearing only a shirt. So it was Zhou Ping's outer garment. When had it ended up beneath my head, there was a faint fragrance lingering on it. Yanci lifted it to his nose, confirming the scent belonged to the clothing. Zhou Ping caught a glimpse of Yanci waking up, but the next moment, a blush crept from his neck to his cheeks. He stared, somewhat flustered, as Yanci sniffed his garment. Yanci, oblivious to Zhou Ping's embarrassment, absent-mindedly touched his nose. Suddenly, a well-defined hand reached out, seized the outer garment, and swiftly pulled it away. Yanci turned to see Zhou Ping donning the garment, turning away without a word. Confused, Yanci touched the back of his neck. A voice nearby drew his attention. Is class over? Shun Qingzhu, just waking up, spoke in a low tone, stretching his arms. He then rested them on the back of Yanci's chair, poking him gently, and asked, Shall we go? Yes. Saying this, Yanci tugged at Zhou Ping's shirt, causing him to jump up suddenly. Why such a strong reaction? What is wrong with you? I'm fine. Where are we headed for the next class? Zhou Ping asked, lowering his head. Just as Yanci was about to respond, he was interrupted by an approaching figure. Greetings. This evening, our school is hosting a masquerade ball, and I represent the arts department in extending an invitation to the three of you. A young lady with curly hair approached Yanci and her companions, her eyes sparkling with warmth as she spoke gently. A masquerade ball? Indeed. I wonder if the three of you might be interested in attending? Yanci pondered for a moment, seeking the opinions of Shun Qingzhu and Zhou Ping. What do you think? Shun Qingzhu, nonchalantly with hands in pockets, replied, I'm fine with it. Zhou Ping nodded in agreement. All right, we shall attend. Yanci responded to the young lady. She produced her phone, stating, Let us exchange contact information so that I can send you the location and time. Yanci opened the WeChat QR code and exchanged contacts with her. The young lady tucked her phone away and inquired, Do you need to provide attire? Yanci replied that it was unnecessary for him. However, he could create a one-time costume spell for Shun Qingzhu and Zhou Ping. What style of clothing do you have? Do you have any pictures? I will send you some shortly. I must dash to my next class now, she said before taking her leave. All right. Subsequently, on the Jingda forum, I heard the 3 exquisite individuals will appear at the masquerade ball. Anonymous user. Is that true? I usually don't attend these events. But if they are coming, I simply must experience it. Anonymous user. Absolutely true. Our department's flower personally extended the invitation, and they accepted. Anonymous user. I might finally see my idol. Anonymous user. Can you recognize them while wearing masks? Anonymous user. With my idol's unique charisma, I would recognize him even in ashes. In the afternoon, Yanci's phone buzzed. Upon checking, he found a message from Shun Jingyan, the young lady who invited them to the masquerade ball. He opened the image to reveal a rather splendid gown, reminiscent of a Western fantasy attire, akin to that of a little prince. Following the style depicted in the image, he crafted 2 one-time costume spells. For Zhou Ping, he conjured a long black priestly robe that would undoubtedly complement Zhou Ping's towering height of 190 centimeters. Shun Qingzhu's attire was a striking black and purple ensemble adorned with various accessories, including leg rings of the thigh. Naturally, he sourced the design from the images sent by Shun Jingyan. As for himself, he accessed his portable wardrobe, generating several outfit combinations. He selected a black and red ensemble reminiscent of a vampire's attire. After securing the 2 one-time costume spells for later use, he opened another chat window to engage in playful banter with Wang Mian. Brother, open the door. It's your sister-in-law. Hello? Are you there? Sure, Wang. Not here. Wow. A quick reply. Are you waiting for my message? Do you have a crush on me? Wang Mian chuckled at the message, typing away at his keyboard. Sure, Wang. Don't flatter yourself. I just enjoy playing on my phone. Brother, open the door. It's your sister-in-law. Huh. A poor excuse. Do you think I will believe that? Dear sir, you have successfully captured my attention. Wang Mian pressed his temples, his lips twitching in disbelief. He had never encountered such unabashed audacity. He chose to ignore the provocateur. Brother, open the door. It's your sister-in-law. The message chimed. Not responding? So aloof. Do you believe I could catch a cold and deplete your health insurance? Wang Mian remained silent, taken aback. Brother, open the door. It's your sister-in-law. The message continued. Did you know I... Wang Mian awaited the continuation, staring at his phone for what felt like an eternity, only to succumb to laughter, burying his face in his hands. What was I even anticipating? 10 minutes later, a notification appeared on Wang Mian's phone. Brother, open the door. It's your sister-in-law. I really wish to see you. He gazed at those 4 words for a prolonged moment, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, pondering deeply. Could this person possibly harbor feelings for me? Wang Mian's expression grew intricate as he nearly bore a hole through his phone with his gaze. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This individual had consistently mocked him. They must be indulging in his expense. How could they possibly be fond of me? Besides, I am a straight man. Ladies, I find myself somewhat inept at crafting emotional arcs. I am uncertain when to let them realize their affection for the protagonist. If it happens too swiftly, it may seem merely lustful. A gentle, gradual unfolding is beyond my skill set. Haha. Just a chuckle amidst my inadequacies. I feel like a failure. Chapter 38. Cross-dressing. In the next moment, a notification popped up once again. Wang Mian glanced at it. Brother, open the door. It's your sister-in-law. You wouldn't believe it, would you? Raise his eyebrow. His fist clenched tightly, producing a series of cracking sounds. With gritted teeth, Wang Mian typed furiously on his phone. Sure, Wang. Gee. Yan. Chi. I will not let you off the hook. Brother, open the door. It's your sister-in-law. Is the profile picture of me not satisfactory? Wang Mian hesitated, instinctively clicking on the all-black avatar, only to be met with a prominent middle finger. Damn it. If he were guilty, let the task impose punishment, rather than being harassed by this scoundrel. Wang Mian's expression darkened as he once again added GNCI to his blacklist. GNCI, upon seeing the red exclamation mark, laughed breathlessly. 021 observed GNC's gradually abstracting figure, hesitating to speak, but eventually couldn't hold back. Host, I feel you're not far from getting beaten up. No witties. I possess both strength and means. By the way, how did you manage to catch him alone? You make a valid point. I shall go and harass Lin Chia. GNCI, open another chat box. Yanci. Hello? Are you there? Lin Kai, EM alive. GNCI. Did you get beaten up again, Lin Chia? Lin Chia. Yes. Puppy looks pitiful. GNCI. I feel sorry for you for a second, but the rest will be spent mocking you. Furiously rubs dog's head. Lin Chia. Lying on his bed, GNCI glanced at the time. The afternoon classes had been canceled, and everyone was preparing for the masquerade ball. GNCI leaped off his bed, and as he descended the stairs, he was surprised to find Qingyu had returned early. You're back so soon today? And Qingyu removed his glasses and smiled at him. Professor Jiang mentioned there's a masquerade ball tonight, and several of his students invited me. What a coincidence. We are participating as well. Do you have an outfit? GNCI observed his figure, a mischievous thought creeping in. And Qingyu shook his head. No witties. I will prepare one for you, GNCI replied. And Qingyu had a high regard for GNC's sense of aesthetics. After all, GNCI often dressed like a colorful butterfly, effortlessly managing an array of vibrant clothing. And Qingyu nodded in reassurance. All right. However, that sense of security was premature. Later that evening, at the masquerade ball venue, GNCI and his companions stood in a corner. He was the first to change into a formal suit using his portable wardrobe, donning a dark red mask. He then produced a disposable transformation talisman, applying it to Shen Qingzhu and Zhou Ping. In an instant, their attire transformed into the meticulously selected formal where GNCI had chosen for them, complete with matching masks. At that moment, the comments flooded in. Wow. Main character, I will forever follow you. Without the main character, it would take me to witness this visual feast. Hubby, 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 as Xingyu observed the splendid attire of her companions. She cast an expectant glance at Yanci, who merely curved his lips into an enigmatic smile. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding surged within her. In the next moment, Yanci playfully tapped her shoulder, activating a transformation spell. The barrage of comments erupted. What the heck? The main character is quite something. You truly understand our desires. Ha ha ha. And Xingyu, today is your day. And Xingyu looked down at her gown, her expression darkening. Surprisingly, it wasn't half bad. Shen Qingzhu stroked her chin, offering her critique. And Xingyu was clad in a dark red dress, cinched at the waist. Her hair transformed into long, softly curled locks adorned with a rose accessory. And she stood tall in high heels. Dear sister, this outfit suits you rather well, Yanci teased, leaning closer with a mischievous grin. And Xingyu gritted her teeth, shooting him a blank stare. With this attire, she exuded an inexplicable aura of noble elegance. You can glare all you want, but I won't change it for you. Look, we're in complementary colors. So harmonious, dear sister, Yanci quipped. Shen Qingzhu stifled a laugh, covering her mouth to suppress her rising amusement. Yanci draped his arm over Xingyu's shoulders, half forcing her toward the ballroom. And Xingyu remained silent, her expression icy. Upon entering the venue, their presence immediately drew considerable attention. What the heck? Are they the three great wonders? Absolutely. That stunning beauty has white hair. He looks incredibly dashing, like a character from a novel about vampires. And the one in the priestly attire must be that handsome gentleman. His proportions are divine. The one with the striking demeanor is equally impressive. In dark purple with thigh rings. Who is he trying to captivate? Oh wait, it's me. Who is the exquisite beauty accompanying him? She appears so aloof. Does anyone recognize her? No, I do not. Yanci's arm rested casually on Xingyu's shoulder as he leaned closer, whispering, "They're praising your beauty." And Xingyu closed her eyes, wishing to remain silent. She regretted coming. Behind her, Yanci's hand reached around, gently squeezing her neck to coax her to turn. His voice, soft as a whisper, brushed against her ear. Don't you like it? And Xingyu shot him a glance, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Tone down that domineering aura of yours. Yanci chuckled, all right, all right. Shen Qingzhu observed their intimate exchange, sensing something amiss but unable to articulate it. Zhou Ping remained silent, his gaze frequently darting towards Yanci, anxious not to be left out. As the group gathered in a corner, the sound system crackled to life. Good evening, everyone. Tonight, we gather to share this splendid night. When the music begins, please invite your chosen partner to dance. Enjoy yourselves. As the announcement concluded, the crowd began to stir. A considerable number of individuals, driven by a spirit of experimentation, found themselves drawn to Yanci and his companions. Hello, might I have the honor of being your dance partner? Yanci gently shook his head, apologizing. I must regretfully decline. I do not dance. Shen Qingzhu exuded an aura that deterred any ladies who held an inclination towards him from approaching. Zhou Ping, too, remained nestled behind Yanci. In contrast, and Xingyu garnered considerable attention. The trio of Yanci, Shen Qingzhu, and Zhou Ping observed the unfolding scene in silence. Madam, may I be so fortunate as to be your dance partner? A gentleman clad in a white suit bowed slightly, presenting himself with an air of chivalry. However, both Yanci and Shen Qingzhu simultaneously scoffed, dismissing him as a mere pretender. Exchanging a knowing glance, they clinked their glasses of red wine together. And Xingyu found himself surrounded by several men, and he cast a weary glance at the trio, observing the spectacle. Biting his lip gently, he then stepped towards Yanci, intertwining his arms with Yanci's and casting a challenging glance at the group of men. Yanci raised an eyebrow and addressed them. I must apologize. You are simply not to his taste. The men, upon realizing this, dispersed in search of their next target. Am I merely a shield for you? Yanci took a sip of his red wine, his gaze resting on Xingyu. If you utter another word, I shall kiss you in public, and Xingyu declared unexpectedly, provoking Yanci's irritation. At this, Yanci immediately raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, exclaiming, "I apologize. Is that not sufficient?" And Xingyu shot him a disapproving look. What if he were to speak a few more words? His gaze lingered on Ji Yanci's lips, which glistened with a hint of red wine, exuding a subtle allure. TSK. He lifted the bottle from the table and took a generous swig. Suddenly, a voice whispered in his ear, "I have tasted that." Coughing, and Xingyu was caught off guard by the wine, his face flushing a deep crimson. "What is all this excitement about?" "I have no aversion to you," Ji Yanci remarked, gently patting his back. And Xingyu lowered his head, a faint blush creeping to his ears. Chapter 39. Speak not. After a while, everyone found their dance partners in succession. "You truly cannot dance?" And Xingyu lowered her head, fixating on the wine glass he had previously sipped from, suddenly inquiring. "I can. I simply do not wish to," Ji Yanci replied, idly tugging at Xingyu's hair, twirling it between his fingers. "One cannot navigate the entertainment industry without knowing how to dance. I am not jesting. I can learn anything. There is only the matter of desire, not the inability to learn. Had it not been for that incident, I would have already become an award-winning actor." And Xingyu abruptly grasped Ji Yanci's arm. "Then dance with me." "Huh? Are you serious?" Ji Yanci, with one hand resting in his pocket, leaned slightly closer, observing in Xingyu's earnest expression, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. And Xingyu tilted his head, the rose hair accessory swaying gently. "Is that not permissible?" "Very well, it is permissible." Ji Yanci raised an eyebrow nonchalantly, his tone laced with a hint of indulgence. "Let this serve as compensation for deceiving Xingyu into cross-dressing. Cool me." Ji Yanci extended his hand toward Xingyu, who placed his hand atop Ji Yanci's pale and slender one. Ji Yanci led him to the center of the dance floor as the music began to play. Ji Yanci timely placed his hand on Xingyu's waist, while Xingyu, stepping as a lady, rested his hand upon Ji Yanci's shoulder. As the music flowed, their feet began to move in harmony. "You dance quite well." And Xingyu. Ji Yanci's tone lifted slightly, exuding a playful nonchalance, as if teasing him. "At such times, it is best not to speak. Otherwise, I cannot predict what I might do." And Xingyu's hand, resting on Ji Yanci's shoulder, tightened slightly, casting a reproachful glare at him. Ji Yanci sensed the pressure on his shoulder and raised an eyebrow, opting to remain silent. However, his hand on Xingyu's waist grew restless, pressing lightly as if in retaliation, while he stared provocatively at Xingyu. A tingling sensation coursed through Xingyu's waist, his throat bobbing nervously as he met Ji Yanci's challenging gaze, feeling his temples throb. Did he truly understand how flirtatious this behavior was? Was he deliberately teasing him? Observing Ji Yanci's expression, Xingyu was abruptly engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. Never before had he encountered such a dilemma, and it seemed he had finally met his match, an obstinate bone to chew on. Surely, the past 20 years of his life had been too smooth, and the heavens had sent Ji Yanci to torment him. Well, regardless of the difficulty, he was determined to tackle it. The word give up did not exist in Xingyu's lexicon. As the dance concluded, Ji Yanci withdrew his hand from Xingyu's waist, playfully remarking, "Quite slender," and Xingyu felt subtly insulted, his hands slightly itching. The two returned to their small table, taking a sip from a wine on the table. "You danced remarkably well." Shun Qingzhu raised her glass to clink with Ji Yanci's. "Why do you not dance a number yourself? Is it disinterest?" Ji Yanci leaned against Xingyu, his arm draped over his shoulder, pressing him down. Xingyu felt the weight upon her shoulders, silently enduring it. Shun Qingzhu took a sip and, in the most defiant tone, declared, "I will not." Ji Yanci released Xingyu and leaned closer to Shun Qingzhu, playfully tapping his chest with the back of his hand. "I can teach you how to dance. Would you like to learn?" Shun Qingzhu, taken aback by his sudden closeness, instinctively leaned back. He lowered his gaze and replied, "Sure, you can dance the feminine steps. Just call me Big Brother, and I shall be satisfied." Shun Qingzhu's eyes lingered on Ji Yanci's lips, and an unexpected thirst washed over him. Pretending he hadn't heard, he tilted his head back and gulped down a generous amount of red wine. Noticing Shun Qingzhu's disregard for his words, Ji Yanci shrugged and turned his attention to Zhou Ping, who was silently staring down at the ground. Zhou Ping, somewhat dazed, looked up, his eyes clouded him. Observing his state, Yanci wondered if he might be intoxicated. He poked Shun Qingzhu in the side, causing him to startle and turn to ask, "What? How much has he drunk?" Yanci pointed towards Zhou Ping, who was clearly inebriated. The high alcohol content of the red wine meant that even a small amount could lead to drunkenness for those with low tolerance. As for how many glasses he had consumed, Yanci had not paid attention. Yanci had been relying on a talisman to sober up, and this time it had a longer-lasting effect. Even now, he felt relatively fine. Zhou Ping had probably taken a sip, found it quite palatable, and ended up drinking quite a bit. As it turned out, Yanci's assumptions were entirely accurate. Rewinding to the moment when An Xingyu and Yanci were dancing, Zhou Ping picked up a glass from the table, took a small sip, and his eyes brightened. "This is rather good." He sipped slowly while watching Yanci and the others dance, and before he knew it, he had finished a glass. A high-priced waiter, weaving through the crowd, noticed Zhou Ping's empty glass and approached him to refill it. "Thank you," Zhou Ping said to the server, who nodded slightly before retreating. Unbeknownst to him, he had consumed 2 glasses already and was quite intoxicated. His head felt a bit dizzy, yet his lower body remained as steady as a mountain. Yanci, curious about what a drunken sword saint might be like, approached him, gently grasping Zhou Ping's sleeve. "Zhou Ping?" Zhou Ping, befuddled, instinctively responded, "I'm here." Upon hearing his name called, "Do you remember who I am?" Yanci slightly raised his head, observing Zhou Ping's expression. Zhou Ping suddenly lowered his head towards the sound, their heads drawing close. He looked at Yanci's face, furrowing his brow, his reaction slow. After a moment's thought, he tilted his head and slowly replied, "Yanci, yes, it's me. Do you realize you're drunk?" Yanci blinked, amused, watching him. "You're quite obedient when intoxicated." Zhou Ping's eyelashes fluttered, and he murmured a thoughtful, "Hmm?" Meanwhile, An Xingyu glared at Yanci with a melancholic expression, nearly crushing the wine glass in her hand, her fingertips turning white. Shun Qingzhu leaned on the table with one leg bent. His eyes narrowed slightly as he watched Yanci speak softly to the inebriated Zhou Ping, feeling inexplicably displeased. Why did Yanci raise his fist to strike him when he was intoxicated? Such unequal treatment. Chapter 40. Black Sesame. Tang Yuan. Yanci grasped Zhou Ping's wrist from last week, and Zhou Ping obediently followed him, then turned to Shun Qingzhu and An Xingyu, saying, "Let us head back." An Xingyu composed herself, setting down her wine glass, and walked over. Shun Qingzhu rose and strode towards them. Throughout their journey, Zhou Ping remained silent, his gaze fixed on his wrist. Then, he tugged slightly and grasped Yanci's warm hand. Suddenly, Yanci's hand was freed, and warmth surged through his palm. He was momentarily taken aback and looked up at Zhou Ping, whose expression was filled with innocence and obedience. Yanci opened his mouth, but remained silent. It seems the sword saint, in his inebriation, has adopted a childlike demeanor. Truly, he is a pure-hearted soul. What Yanci did not notice was that at that very moment he turned his head. Zhou Ping's lips curled into a subtle smile. It was a fleeting instant, unnoticed by anyone. However, the audience possessed a divine perspective. To indulge in their shipper fantasies without being overt, they tacitly refrained from making it explicit. Hee. Keek. Has he gone mad again? Mind your business. Absolutely. My apologies. I wish to eat Tang Yuan, preferably with black sesame filling. Agreed. Upon returning to the villa, Yanci yawned. The effects of the sobriety talisman were waning, so he hurriedly escorted Zhou Ping back to his room. In Zhou Ping's room, Yanci pressed him onto the bed. Zhou Ping looked up at Yanci, who pointed towards the bed. Misunderstanding his intent, Zhou Ping reached out and pulled him over, causing Yanci to stumble and fall onto the soft bed. Just then, the effects of the sobriety talisman dissipated, and he suddenly felt dizzy, lying there for a while without getting up. In the remnants of his rationality, he contemplated that it mattered not where one sleeps. They were both men, after all. Having shared a bed with An Xingyu, he simply tilted his head and fell asleep instantly. A hint of inscrutable amusement flickered in Zhou Ping's eyes as he attentively turned Yanci onto his side, lying down on the opposite side. Pulling up the blanket to cover them both, and placing his hands on his abdomen, peacefully closing his eyes. A night devoid of dreams. In the morning, Zhou Ping slowly opened his eyes, realizing he was in his own room, his mind momentarily confused. Wasn't he at the ball? How did he return? Hearing the soft sound of breathing beside him, he looked down to find a head buried in the blanket. White hair, it was Yanci. It seems like my room. Zhou Ping's expression became dazed as he struggled to recall the events of the previous night. However, the memories from his drunken state were elusive, and he felt a pang of frustration as he tapped his head. Why can't I remember? Surely, I didn't do anything inappropriate? He glanced down at his attire. The buttons were securely fastened, and his pants were still on. He silently exhaled in relief. It should merely be a case of sleeping in the same bed. Zhou Ping remained silent, his cheeks flushed. The head beside him shifted slightly, and Zhou Ping froze, wanting to flee, but his body refused to obey. Yanci emerged from the blanket, pressing his hand against his temple. The hangover was quite painful. He half opened his eyes and glanced at the upright figure of Zhou Ping nearby. Zhou Ping, you're awake? Yanci reached out and tugged at Zhou Ping's clothing. Zhou Ping stiffly turned his head. You got drunk last night. After I brought you back, the efficacy of the sobering charm had worn off. So I just lay down here. You don't mind, do you? Well, since you're already asleep, it's too late to care. Zhou Ping hastily shook his head. No, I don't mind. So that was it. He was relieved that he hadn't done anything inappropriate. Upon hearing this, Yanci propped himself up and stretched, his hair tousled and a rebellious tuft sticking up. Zhou Ping, eyeing the tuft, firmly restrained his hand from smoothing it down. Yanci rolled out of bed, rubbed his neck, and turned to Zhou Ping, saying, I'll head back to freshen up. You tidy up and come downstairs for breakfast. Zhou Ping clutched the blanket beneath him and nodded. Yanci pushed open the door to Zhou Ping's room and walked toward his own. Once the door closed, Zhou Ping finally regained control of his body. He got out of bed and changed out of his alcohol-scented clothes. The outfit was quite handsome, though he wondered if it might get ruined in the wash. He stepped into the bathroom and quickly took a shower. The water droplets pelted down his back. His fair skin, usually covered up, bore numerous intersecting scars, remnants from years past. Wiping his body dry, he stood before the mirror and glanced at his reflection with an indifferent gaze. Scattered scars adorned his body, truly unsettling. He let out a self-deprecating smile. He dressed himself, buttoned up his shirt, and then turned to leave the room. Downstairs, Yu had prepared breakfast. Yanci was munching on a fried dough stick, savoring the taste. Upon seeing Zhou Ping come down, he waved, Zhou Ping, come and eat breakfast. Zhou Ping walked over and took a seat beside Yanci. Yanci handed him a straw for the soy milk, urging, hurry and eat. We have activities today. Zhou Ping took a sip of the soy milk and looked over in confusion. What? Professor Jiang went back home to visit family today. And Yu has some free time, so I plan to take him to catch some mysterious creatures. After we finish breakfast, we'll head to the woods outside the city. The city's mysteries are suppressed, so we can only try our luck in the outskirts. Zhou Ping instinctively bit the straw and nodded, asking, do you need me to lend a hand? Yanci considered for a moment. If we encounter someone of a higher realm, we might need your assistance. All right. Zhou Ping smiled gently, and Yu calmly ate. What level are the mysteries in the capital? The highest is Klein, the lowest is like you, Yanci quipped lightly. And Yu fell silent. If we run into trouble, I suggest you and Zhu hide behind Zhou Ping. After all, you both are rather inexperienced. Yanci stated with a steady demeanor. Zhu coughed slightly, wiping his mouth as he looked over. And you? What about you? Me? I've mentioned before. I'm quite formidable. It's not too late for you to acknowledge me as your elder brother now, Yanci replied, raising his chin and gesturing subtly towards Zhu with his eyes. Huh, you better be impressive. Zhu crossed her arms and pursed her lips. And Yu remained silent, quietly prioritizing the plan for body augmentation. Yanci, with an enigmatic smile, surveyed the two of them. I am quite eager to witness your prowess. Do not disappoint me, he remarked playfully. And Yu continued to be reticent, having yet to dedicate time to unravel the mysteries. And mastering such abilities would require substantial time and effort. For now, he merely possessed a modicum of skill, akin to an ordinary individual. Zhu raised an eyebrow. her tone languid and teasing. Just wait and see. Yanci, with his hands clasped and chin resting upon them, offered a nonchalant hum of acknowledgement. Chapter 41. Intoxicated thoughts, by the way. And Qingyu, I realized I haven't asked you this in a while. Have you named your forbidden domain yet? Yanci suddenly recalled. Although he had known for some time, he still wished to hear it from Qingyu himself. And Qingyu paused for a moment, then replied slowly. My ability allows me to dissect and experiment, to analyze. If I reach a sufficient level, I might be able to elucidate all things, perhaps. I could name it the Soul Truth. Upon hearing him utter that name, Yanci chuckled softly. It was indeed a peculiar title. Just pursuing the truth, and Qingyu interjected, adjusting his glasses. Once everyone had finished their meal, Yanci snapped his fingers and glanced at Zhou Ping and Shun Qingzhu, tilting his head to signal them to prepare. Zhou Ping returned to his room to retrieve the black box, prompting Yanci to contemplate acquiring a storage ring for him in the future. Lacking any medium at present, he resolved to purchase two when he had the opportunity. His gaze drifted towards Shun Qingzhu. It would be unfair to favor one over the other. After all, talismans could be created at any time, so making one more wouldn't hurt. The group boarded a taxi, embarking on a journey that would take 2 full hours to reach the outskirts from the city. Of course, if they flew, they could arrive in half an hour. The complex road conditions made the trip rather convoluted, causing Yanci to feel slightly nauseated. 021 observed Yanci's discomfort and gently inquired, why not use a teleportation talisman to arrive directly? Indeed, how had he overlooked that? It must have been the excessive drinking over the past few days that clouded his mind. 021 remarked, the host seems to be becoming increasingly abstract since meeting Minister Song. How much longer? He couldn't help but ask. About 10 minutes, and Qingyu replied, noticing Yanci's apparent unease. He reached out to grasp Yanci's wrist, applying pressure to his Naguan point. After a few minutes, Yanci felt some relief, yet Qingyu did not release his grip. Instead, he continued to hold Yanci's wrist, his fingers gently caressing the soft skin. Yanci leaned back against the chair, his eyes closed, indifferent to the tender gesture. 10 minutes later, the vehicle came to a halt in the countryside, and the group disembarked one after another. Yanci draped his arm over Qingyu's shoulder, seeking support. Let me lean on you. This bumpy road is quite unbearable. Shun Qingzhu crossed his arms and furrowed his brow. Are you all right? Who says I'm not? Yanci shot back, glaring at him. Shun Qingzhu rubbed his nose, clarifying, I meant to ask if your body is holding up. Oh, not so well, Yanci replied, resting his chin on Qingyu's shoulder, his tone somewhat listless. The symptoms will gradually subside, and Qingyu assured, glancing at Yanci leaning against him. Well, I trust what you say, Doctor, and Yanci nodded, his breath brushing against Qingyu's neck. And Qingyu lowered his gaze, concealing certain emotions. After about 10 minutes, Yanci felt revitalized. He withdrew his arm and cleared his throat softly. By the way, Doctor, and you make a rather good human support. Then shouldn't you pay a bit for medical fees? And Qingyu had been pressed for quite some time, stretching his shoulders before speaking in a soft tone. What is it, my dear little treasure? Yanci had read the message and replied in a flurry. And Qingyu paused, recalling the moment he first encountered Yanci. Your strength has arrived. Well, it wasn't entirely serious. He had been captivated by the other's good looks, adding a layer of filter to his perception. He helplessly rubbed his forehead. Let's go into the mountains. And Qingyu let out a barely perceptible sigh. Onward. In the mountains, the trees towered high, obscuring the sky. The surroundings were remarkably tranquil. A faint coolness enveloping the air. Rustle, rustle, crack. After walking for so long, they had yet to glimpse any mysterious creature. Could it be that they were too afraid to emerge? Yanci surveyed the area. Suddenly, mist began to rise within the forest, shrouding Yanci's vision in a blur. He reached out to touch something beside him, seemingly grasping a corner of fabric, and tentatively inquired, Zhou Ping? It's me. Yanci fell silent for a moment. Do you know where Qingyu and Shun Qingzhu are? Yes, they are 100 meters away. The comments read, Mom. Streamer, please don't look up. Oh no, I'm terrified. Damn that goddess perspective. My eyes, Streamer, you must slay it. Yanci released the fabric, and the Zhou Ping beside him curiously asked, "Shall we go find them?" "Ah, not particularly keen on that." Yanci glanced up, and what stood before him was certainly not Zhou Ping. It was grotesquely ugly, with a mouth grotesquely stretched across its face, a long tongue lolling out. Yanci's expression turned impassive as he lowered his gaze, then abruptly turned to flee. Yeah. Don't run. Let me devour you. Become one with me, beauty." Yanci shouted back, "Get lost, you ugly monster. Have you looked in a mirror to see if you're worthy?" The creature became increasingly excited by Yanci's insults. Jia. When a beauty gets angry, she becomes even more delectable. As Yanci sprinted, he suddenly collided with something solid, producing a loud thud. He let out a howl. Ouch. What is so hard? A bump formed on his forehead, and as he pressed against it, a faint fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Yanci suddenly shouted, "Zhou Ping." He had suspected that a chest could not be so hard. It turned out he had bumped into a black box. "Damn, that really hurts." Zhou Ping turned to see Yanci's forehead turning blue and was about to speak when his gaze suddenly fixated on something behind him. He removed the black box from his back, gently tapped it, causing it to spring open, revealing a sword in Zhou Ping's grasp, which he swiftly swung at the pursuing creature. A sharp sound of the sword echoed as the creature, still some distance away, was obliterated by the sword's energy. Yanci stood there, witnessing Zhou Ping's prowess for the first time. Indeed, a swordsman exuded an undeniable coolness. 021, filled with confusion, queried, "Host, you could have easily killed the opponent. Why did you choose to run?" "Because it was intentional. I placed a tracking charm on Zhou Ping. Now that I am here, I must witness the man who is invincible from beginning to end wield his sword." Yanci rubbed his forehead, which had just collided with the black box, inhaling sharply, and casually pressed a healing charm to his brow. "Why don't you use the Weiyuan sword or a teleportation charm? Are you waiting for the sword saint to rescue the damsel in distress?" Yanci grasped Zhou Ping's arm, inexplicably excited. "People are drawn to strength, Zhou Ping. That sword strike you just executed was truly magnificent." Zhou Ping's bright eyes met Yanci's gaze as he praised him, and his cheeks flushed suddenly. "Well, your sword is quite impressive as well. My sword possesses sentience and can attack independently. In truth, I do not know any sword techniques." Yanci blinked, speaking nothing but the stark truth. In reality, if he wished, he could casually mention it to the audience and undoubtedly receive rewards for his swordsmanship the very next moment. Yet, such instant mastery lacks a sense of genuine experience. What truly belongs to oneself is the knowledge accumulated gradually, piece by piece. He possesses a divine sword yet lacks the skill to wield it. A somewhat unreasonable situation. Is that so? Zhou Ping pondered for a moment, made a decision, and then slowly spoke, "If you do not mind, I can teach you." Chapter 42, What on Earth? Is such a thing possible? Upon hearing Zhou Ping's words, Yanci's eyes sparkled with excitement. Observing Yanci's eagerness to learn the art of swordsmanship, Zhou Ping's lips curled into a slight smile. "So, what would you like to begin? Are you in a hurry to return?" Yanci pondered for a moment before responding, "If time permits. Would you be willing to join me at a training camp scheduled for a month from now?" Zhou Ping contemplated for a while. "I'm not in a rush to go back. My uncle encouraged me to enjoy myself a bit longer. I can accompany you, but what exactly does the training camp entail?" Upon hearing Zhou Ping's willingness to join him, Yanci felt a surge of excitement. The thought that someone as formidable as Yi Fan could be lured away by his persuasion brought a smile to his face. The training camp is designed for new recruits to the Night Watch. However, that is of little consequence. What truly matters is that the camp has ample space. And with you there, I will have sufficient grounds to decline any training. Suddenly, Yanci recalled something, murmuring to himself, "It seems we have lost two individuals." Zhou Ping glanced at the mysterious entity he had dispatched with a single strike, commenting, "The most formidable here is that one. The remaining threats are negligible." Yanci was aware that they were not in peril, as he had discreetly placed defensive talismans on them. "Let us first regroup with the two of them." Yanci grasped Zhou Ping's sleeve, navigating through the fog that obscured their surroundings. rendering even the faintest shadow invisible without drawing closer. Zhou Ping followed closely behind Yanci as they proceeded in unison toward a specific direction. The tracking talisman indicated that the two were in the same vicinity and were approaching them. As they walked, two silhouettes emerged in Yanci's line of sight, prompting him to call out, "Shun Qingzhu and Qingyu, have you encountered any trouble?" The figures, upon hearing his voice, approached, finally revealing the faces of Yanci and Zhou Ping. "Did you face any challenges?" Yanci was somewhat speechless. What was the meaning of that ugly creature targeting him specifically? "No, we walked the entire way without encountering a single ghost," Shun Qingzhu replied, shrugging her shoulders and raising an eyebrow. "Did you come across the mysterious entity?" And Qingyu's gaze suddenly sparkled with excitement as she fixated on Yanci. It was dispatched by Zhou Ping with a single sword strike. What a body! It was obliterated into fragments. Yanci observed and Qingyu's expression falter, unable to suppress a chuckle. "That one isn't quite all there. I fear it might be contagious." Hearing this, and Qingyu immediately lost interest. Yanci, having witnessed Zhou Ping's prowess, decided to drop the pretense. He stepped forward and tossed a broken barrier talisman, dispersing the fog that obscured their view. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared before him, and instinctively he slapped it away, exclaiming, "What on earth?" The group gazed at the person Yanci had sent sprawling to the ground. As he approached to inspect the individual, he circled around and realized, "Oh, it is Sister Sadako. Do you not understand that invading someone's personal space is quite impolite?" Yanci spoke reason to Zhongzi, who sat on the ground, looking up with a sense of grievance. Soon, ensnared by beauty, her hair stood on end as she formed a heart shape with her hands. "I am aware of my good looks, but I do not accept a romance between the living and the dead. You should abandon your hopes." Yanci did not anticipate that his allure would attract a spirit. Zhongzi understood, then crawled in a twisted, shadowy manner, glancing back at Yanci with lingering affection every few steps. And Qingyu rubbed his forehead, acknowledging the distraction this phenomenon posed to their intellect. "Let's continue our search." As the group meandered through the woods, they were uncertain whether it was Zhou Ping's sword that had instilled a sense of fear, but the mysterious entities remained elusive. Yanci fell into contemplation. Perhaps I should fish for them? With this thought, he stood still, raised his hand to craft the talisman, and cast it away, then beckoned the others to hide behind a tree. "Why must we conceal ourselves?" Shun Qingzhu inquired, peering at Yanci's head peeking from behind the tree. "I am fishing for the mysterious, hoping to ensnare a misfortunate soul." Before long, the ground beneath them trembled. "What is happening?" "It seems I have caught a big fish." Yanci stroked his chin. "Not just one, but many," Zhou Ping replied calmly. And Qingyu and Shun Qingzhu exchanged glances with Zhou Ping, curiosity evident in their eyes. "Can you sense them?" And Qingyu asked, observing Zhou Ping closely, unable to detect any fluctuations of forbidden abilities from him. What was his true level and powers? Zhou Ping responded quietly. Yanci gazed into the distance, his pupils dilating in astonishment. Had he attracted all the mysterious entities within a 10-mile radius? Approximately 20 in total, among which 3 were of the infinite realm, 5 were from the sea realm, while the remainder belonged to the river and pond realms. I will test their abilities, and Qingyu, let me know which one piques your interest. Shun Qingzhu frowned at Yanci's statement. You intend to go alone? As Yanci was about to step forward, he heard Shun Qingzhu speak, turning his head with a cheerful smile. Come here. He reached out and grasped Shun Qingzhu's wrist, pulling him along. Shun Qingzhu was compelled to follow Yanci as they approached the mysterious beings gathered around the bait talisman Yanci had cast. Jian Chialted, pulling Shun Qingzhu to a stop, and with a wave of his hand, the bait talisman transformed into a stream of light and vanished. The mysterious entities snapped back to reality. Hey, ugly creatures, come and fight me. Yanci taunted, drawing their attention. They turned to face the human before them, letting out a growl. One particularly irate entity charged forward. Seeing this, Shun Qingzhu instinctively placed himself in front of Yanci. Be careful. GNCI glanced at the arm blocking his path, then paused for a moment. Step aside. Do not hinder my performance. He forcefully pulled Shun Qingzhu behind him as the entity lunged with a claw. Shun Qingzhu's pupils contracted, yet, in the next moment, nothing happened. He tilted his head, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. The entity's claw was halted by an invisible barrier. GNCI beckoned it with a flourish, put in some effort. Have you not eaten? The entity, undeterred, continued to strike, yet still, nothing occurred. GNC crossed his arms and hummed playfully, jesting, this is an absolute defense. What do you think? Is my defense impressive? He nudged Shun Qingzhu with his elbow, inquiring. Impressive, Shun Qingzhu replied, her lips twitching slightly as she observed the scene. Enkinjiu. This one is strength-oriented. Do you want it? Take another look. Enkinjiu shouted from a distance. The other mysterious beings subsequently launched their attacks against Yanci and his companion. Yanci conjured a thunderfire talisman and hurled it, resulting in a resounding explosion. Crackle. The three previously inactive beings from the infinite realm were engulfed in black smoke, their anger directed towards the two encircled within the protective barrier. Ultimately, they could no longer restrain themselves and joined the fray. Chapter 43, A Sword? Huh, this one can clone itself. Yanci gazed intently at the mysterious entity of the infinite realm, his expression gradually becoming perilous. He caressed the abyss on his index finger, and with a flick, the abyss transformed into a long sword, cleaving towards the enigmatic being, delivering a decisive strike. The surrounding mysteries halted their assault, retreating silently. Bind. As Yanci's voice fell, vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the present mysteries within, forming a prison. He cast a charm, capturing the recently beheaded entity of the infinite realm within it. And Qingyu and Zhou Ping approached, within Qingyu. Aside from Yanci's mysterious talisman and the sentient sword, having never witnessed Yanci's own direct intervention. Moreover, the talisman's capabilities did not belong to the Forbidden Abyss sequence. What exactly is your Forbidden Abyss? And Qingyu inquired. Ipusas no Forbidden Abyss. I am merely an ordinary person, and those abilities are not inherently mine, Yanci replied with a chuckle, shrugging helplessly. So, your abilities stem from these external objects rather than your own strength? And Qingyu pondered. If that is the case, Yanci's physical prowess must not be formidable. Even with the defensive talisman impervious to the infinite realm, should something go awry, it seems the plan to enhance his physique must include Yanci as well. Setting that aside, see if there are any abilities among them that pique your interest. Eliminate them for your amusement. Yanci pulled him in close, gesturing toward the vine cage. And Qingyu, having just observed, found two entities particularly intriguing. He pointed them out, and with a flick of Yanci's finger, the abyss swiftly struck, cleaving the two mysteries in half. The abyss then emitted a gentle hum, transforming into a ring and returning to Yanci's finger. Yanci discarded the charm, capturing the heads of the two mysteries, and handed it to Qingyu. As for the rest, Yanci's gaze suddenly fell upon Shun Qingzhu, who felt an ominous premonition and instinctively took a step back. Do you wish to practice your skills? Yanci vor a mischievous grin. Shun Qingzhu hesitated for 2 seconds, then nodded. Why not? Yanci waved his hand, summoning a pool realm mystery, then tossed a barrier talisman onto the ground. Step inside and give it a try. Yanci gave Shun Qingzhu a push, and he felt himself pass through an invisible barrier. Standing opposite the mystery, he refrained from any rash movements. Do you think he has a good chance of winning? Yanci asked Zhou Ping and then Qingyu. 50-50. His realm is merely at the lamp realm. If his innate strength were solid or the Forbidden Abyss potent, it would be a 60-40 split, and Qingyu rationally analyzed, as he was unclear about Shun Qingzhu's Forbidden Abyss. Shun Qingzhu's Forbidden Abyss is sequence 068, Qi Min, and as for his innate strength, it should be quite decent. He appears robust. Yanci observed the mystery lunging at Shun Qingzhu, noting his remarkable evasion speed, clearly indicative of his strength. Zhou Ping remained silent, quietly watching Shun Qingzhu engage in battle. After a while, his brow furrowed slightly. So many questions. GNCI felt somewhat fatigued, leaning against Qingyu, treating him once more as a human prop. Meanwhile, Shun Qingzhu had vanquished the enigmatic foe, sustaining considerable injuries himself. As he emerged from the barrier, GNCI glanced over, raising an eyebrow in mild surprise. Ah, a battle-worn version. The barrage of comments read, "Wow, the blood on his face is simply stunning. Battle damage. Go, bro. How can such a handsome man exist?" Noticing Shun Qingzhu approaching, GNCI chose to disregard him, instead turning to inquire about Zhou Ping's opinion. "What do you think, Zhou Ping?" Zhou Ping appeared conflicted, gazing at Shun Qingzhu, uncertain whether to speak. After a moment's hesitation, he finally pointed out Shun Qingzhu's shortcomings in the battle. Upon reflecting, Shun Qingzhu realized that Zhou Ping's observations were astutely accurate, leaving him somewhat astonished. "Who on earth are you?" Zhou Ping was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. GNCI chuckled at Shun Qingzhu's expression. "Hey, has your night watch team not mentioned the human ceiling of Dasha to you?" Shun Qingzhu nodded, acknowledging he had heard of them. He then turned to Zhou Ping, a realization dawning. Could it be? Zhou Ping was one of the 5 pillars. Gasp. Shun Qingzhu inhaled sharply, astonished to discover that this socially anxious individual was indeed among the pinnacle of human prowess. "Hey, are you dazed?" Shun Qingzhu. GNCI playfully slapped him. Shun Qingzhu snapped back to reality from his shock, asking, "Huh? What's wrong?" "Nothing much. Would you like to give it another try?" Guidance from the Dasha Sword Saint is a rare opportunity. "Sure, I will try again." Shun Qingzhu, eager to grow stronger, recognized that he had the chance to learn from a top-tier warrior and was determined to seize it. Which one would suit me best? As GNCI was not an expert in this area, he promptly deferred the decision to Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping surveyed the mysterious entities in the prison and pointed to one of the pool-level enigmas. "This one. Very well." GNCI bestowed a healing talisman upon Shun Qingzhu, then commanded the vines to release the chosen mysterious being. Shun Qingzhu stepped once more into the barrier. Zhou Ping began to offer timely guidance, and Shun Qingzhu, quick to adapt, found this encounter to be significantly more fluid than the last. After concluding the battle, Shun Qingzhu emerged with poise. He turned to Zhou Ping, feeling somewhat bashful. "Thank you for your guidance, Sword Saint." Zhou Ping silently nodded in acknowledgement. "Let us return," GNCI announced, releasing the remaining mysterious entities and handing each of them a teleportation talisman. Inside the villa, the 4 appeared in the living room, and Qingyu, leaving a brief remark, "I'm off to conduct some research," promptly vanished, entering the experimental base. "Such impatience," GNCI remarked, casting his gaze toward Zhou Ping and Shun Qingzhu. "Perfect timing. We can select a medium together. Come, let us visit the marketplace." Shun Qingzhu was perplexed. However, since she was residing with Yanci, she followed him wherever he went. Zhou Ping, on the other hand, spoke very little. The villa was not far from a nearby shopping mall, and the trio strolled there leisurely. Upon entering the mall, Yanci fixated on a particular store and stepped inside. Shun Qingzhu glanced around and thought, Isn't this a shop selling rings?" She urged, "Come on, you two. Pick one." Yanci approached the counter and beckoned them over. "Are you planning to gift us rings?" Shun Qingzhu's expression was somewhat peculiar. "Do not phrase it so strangely. The rings serve as a medium for my storage space." Chapter 44. 5 million, or I'll tear up the ticket. "Storage space? Space ring?" Shun Qingzhu remarked. "Indeed. Unless you prefer other adornments, perhaps a bracelet or a bangle." Yanci inquired, casting a glance at Shun Qingzhu's earlobe, adding, "Ear studs would also suffice." Shun Qingzhu instinctively touched the ear studs adorning her earlobes. "Have you made your decision? What accessories do you desire?" Yanci leaned against the counter, tilting his head to scrutinize the rings within the display, and indeed found one that piqued his interest. "Let us go with a ring, then." Shun Qingzhu lowered her gaze, lightly caressing the nape of her neck. "Very well. Come over and select one for yourself," Yanci instructed, subsequently gesturing to a sales assistant behind the counter. "Please fetch me this one. I would like to try it on." The sales assistant, suppressing her excitement at the sight of the handsome gentleman, replied, "Certainly." She opened the cabinet, retrieved the chosen ring, and handed it to Yanci. He slipped it onto his finger, examined the effect, and with a slight smile at the corner of his lips, resolved to purchase it. He turned to Zhou Ping, who was silently gazing at the array of rings, and inquired, "What is the matter? Nothing catches your fancy?" "No, it's just too expensive." Zhou Ping shook his head, feeling somewhat awkward as he glanced at the price tags. "No worries, Yi Fan will reimburse you. If you don't make a choice, I shall decide for you." Yanci tilted his head, leaning slightly forward. Zhou Ping noticed the ring still adorning Yanci's finger and suddenly suggested, "Why don't you select one for me?" Hearing this, Yanci chuckled. "Very well." Shun Qingzhu, also in a state of indecision, casually added, "Then please choose one for me as well." Yanci scrutinized him, nodding slightly. He then selected 2 rings from the counter and offered them for them to try on. Zhou Ping observed as Yanci slipped a ring onto his middle finger, mimicking the action and finding it fit perfectly. Shun Qingzhu adorned herself with a ring as well, and it appeared quite pleasing. Yanci surveyed them and instructed the sales assistant, "Please ring up these 3 rings." The assistant's eyes brightened. "A substantial purchase. This way, please." Yanci followed her, producing a card to make the payment. "Sir, would you like them wrapped?" "No, thank you," Yanci replied gently. He approached the 2 and said, "Let us find a secluded spot. I shall merge the space for you." The 2 followed Yanci out of the mall to an unoccupied area. Yanci swiftly conjured the storage space talisman, presenting 2 talismans before Zhou Ping and Shun Qingzhu. "You must smear your blood on the talisman." Zhou Ping and Shun Qingzhu exchanged glances. Zhou Ping raised his hand, and a surge of sword energy traced across their fingertips, blood swiftly oozing forth. Without hesitation, they touched the talisman, which transformed into a stream of light, merging with the rings. The rings flickered slightly, and both felt an instantaneous connection with them. "How does it feel?" Yanci casually tossed 2 healing talismans to them. "Use these to mend your swiftly healing wounds." Yanci observed their curiosity regarding the nature of the space within the rings. He merely provided a storage space for the 2, which could not accommodate a person. Only consciousness could venture inside. How astonishing! The interior space was vast enough to house a villa. Zhou Ping gazed at the ring in his hand with the curiosity of a child, and upon witnessing the expanse within, he was utterly astonished. Shun Qingzhu, probing with his consciousness, was momentarily taken aback. Even if he were to toss in all his possessions, they would occupy less than 1/10 of the space. Yanci stepped aside and instructed 021, "Please dial Yi Fan's number." 021 responded, connecting. Yanci pulled out his phone and noted a call in progress. After a while, with no answer from the other end, he flicked his tongue against his teeth and commanded, "Force the call through." "I must secure a payment today," 021 replied. "Are you in need of funds? I can convert points into cash for you. How much can you provide?" Yanci inquired, intrigued. 021 answered, "As much as you desire." 6. "That 1T suffice, just connect the call." 021 responded, connecting. Yanci, observing the now forced connection, curved his lips into a smirk and spoke in a deliberately affected tone. "Hello, Commander Yi. Guess who I am?" On the other end, Yi Fan held his phone, deep in thought. After a moment, he queried, "Who are you?" "Never mind who I am. The Sword Saint is in my possession. Transfer 5 million to me, or I shall make good on my threats." Yanci chuckled, directly engaging in extortion. "Yanci, how did you manage to reach me?" Yi Fan, realizing the reference to the Sword Saint, connected the dots. It was the 006 team. "By hacking into your phone, of course," Yanci replied nonchalantly. "You can breach the firewall? Is that difficult?" Yanci lazily yawned, his eyelids drooping. Yi Fan, taken aback, exclaimed, "So, Zhou Ping was also deceived by you?" "Indeed. I lured him using your account," Yanci admitted candidly, leaning against the wall and tilting his head back. "So, will you transfer the 5 million or not? If not, I shall indeed follow through with my threats." Yanci smiled, lowering his gaze to kick a stone by his feet. Yi Fan replied, "A 1T. If you have the guts, go ahead and make your threat. Should you choose not to comply, I had intended to gift you a few storage rings if you were agreeable, but it seems that is no longer on the table. Goodbye," Yanci declared, and without allowing Yi Fan a moment to react into the call. Before Yi Fan could articulate a response, he was met with a dial tone. Realizing he had missed something significant, he regretted his inaction and attempted to redial, but the line was still busy. He chuckled to himself, recognizing the grudge held. After hanging up, Yanci turned to the two standing nearby and announced, "Let us go home." The two promptly followed suit. One evening, Yanci reclined on his bed when suddenly a phone call interrupted the tranquility. He answered, "Hello, Aunt Yuan." Yuan Gang replied, "Yanci, please come to the Sihiyuan tomorrow." Of course. Noticing that Yanci asked no questions, Yuan Gang wondered if he was aware of the reason for the summons. "You haven't gotten into trouble, have you?" he inquired uncertainly. "What? I am wronged. Aunt Yuan, how could you think such a thing? What about the trust between us?" Yanci protested vehemently, causing Yuan Gang to twitch at the corners of his mouth. All right. Commander Yi personally called to request your presence. Make sure to arrive early tomorrow." Absolutely. Hee. I would rather not rise early, Yanci replied with a grin. After hanging up, he blissfully drifted into a peaceful slumber. His consciousness arrived at the psychiatric hospital of the gods. "Director, have you missed me in these past few days?" Yanci spoke in a teasing tone to Lin Chi on the other end. Chapter 45. His deep concern Lin Chi silently lamented how difficult it was to meet, as Yanci had not entered for days. "Have you been busy these past few days?" "Not really. I'm fine," came a casual reply. Yanci leaned closer, draping an arm around his neck, and then noticed something. Have you grown taller?" Standing up straight, Yanci gestured to indicate that indeed he had gained 2 centimeters. With all the beatings and ample food, it's only natural to grow quickly, Lin Xie remarked, his tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. That's true. If you endure a few more beatings now, you can put on a show at the training camp. Let me discreetly share a little insider news. The new recruits will face the masked special squad, led by Captain Wang Mian, who is the agent of Kronos, the god of time. Yanci patted Lin Xie's shoulder in a comforting manner, observing Yanci's smiling demeanor. Lin Xie felt an inexplicable sensation welling up within him. After listening to Yanci's words, he furrowed his brow slightly. Is it related to the divine realm of time? Indeed, do not underestimate the powers of time. However, I doubt Wang Mian will have the time to pay you any mind, Yanci suddenly mentioned. Lost in thought. Why do you say that? Lin Xie inquired, puzzled. Well, Yanci scratched his face with his index finger, turning his head away with an awkward smile. I may have provoked him online. Lin Xie, upon hearing this, looked at Yanci with a resigned expression. Does he know who you are? Sort of, but it's not a big deal. Just wait and see how I handle him. Yanci pulled Lin Xie down to lie beside him, using Lin Xie's arm as a pillow without regard for his consent. As Lin Xie reclined, he turned his head to look at him. Is this really proper? Is it not? Should I say I'm toying with him instead? Yanci closed his eyes and rambled nonsensically. Lin Xie, fixated on Yanci's lips, suddenly found the filter he had just applied shattered by Yanci's words. He coughed abruptly. No. Playing is indeed more appropriate. Yanci raised his eyebrows, still with his eyes closed. Well then, that has settled. Lin Xie silently closed his eyes, feeling an inner turmoil. Why could he utter such coarse words while possessing such a beautiful visage? With an air of melancholy, Lin Xie placed his arm over his eyes. It seemed he harbored a profound attachment to Yanci. When had it begun? Perhaps from their first encounter? Or when Yanci had led him into the classroom at school? Or was it when he saved Zhao Kongshon, who had guarded his entire world? At the moment Yanci collapsed into his arms, Lin Xie pondered deeply, questioning whether he truly felt indifferent towards such a person. On the contrary, he was utterly concerned. He yearned for closeness, wishing to see Yanci at every moment. With a soft sigh, Lin Xie felt the weight on his arm dissipate. He opened his eyes to sit up and found Yanci sitting cross-legged, gazing at him with a smile. Why are you up? Lin Xie asked. I suddenly realized that the lounge chair over there is more comfortable. Yanci cast his gaze towards the lounge chair, propping himself up to rise and saunter over. He then reclined upon it, peacefully closing his eyes. LNQY stared vacantly, a helpless smile escaping his lips. He stood up and approached, unfurling a blanket to drape over JYNC. Leaning down, he admired JYNC's serene, sleeping visage, unable to resist the temptation to poke him gently. JYNC's eyelashes fluttered, and instinctively, he raised his hand to swat at the intrusion. LNQY swiftly recoiled, narrowly escaping the encounter. The following day, JYNC gradually awoke, squinting slightly as he lay still for a moment before throwing off the covers and sitting up. He swung his long legs into a pair of slippers and made his way to the washroom. While brushing his teeth, the sudden ring of his phone interrupted the silence. Without a doubt, he knew who was calling. After rinsing his mouth and clearing the foam, he walked to the bedside table to retrieve his phone. Unlocking it revealed an avalanche of messages. UNGing. Are you awake? UNGing. Commander, Y has arrived. UNGing. You little rascal. When are you coming? UNGing. Why aren't you answering your phone? UNGNG. UGYNC. If you don't reply, I'll come and kidnap you myself. JYNC scrolled through the frantic texts, a chuckle escaping him. YFN could certainly come to find him if he so wished. Unable to suppress a grin at the messages, he cleared his throat and dialed UNG's number. The call was answered almost instantaneously. JYNC. What on earth are you doing? Why haven't you responded? JYNC held the phone at a distance, feigning seriousness as he replied, Oh, just engaging in a romantic endeavor. Silence hung for 3 seconds before UNGing stammered. What? What do you mean? Are you in a relationship? With whom? It can't be that girl you brought. And QNE? Or that rebellious one? SHNQNGZH? You Haven T managed to win over ZHUPing. Have you? As UNGing's voice dwindled, he glanced toward YFN by the window, who was regarding him with a peculiar expression. YFN felt as if he had stumbled upon something monumental. Having met JYNC before, he recognized his stunning beauty, which could only be described as extraordinarily captivating, even if he was a man. Yet in this era of romantic freedom, the love between men was hardly surprising. YFN fell into contemplation. JYNC, with an unconscious flick of his right eyebrow, sauntered over to the sofa, sitting down and crossing his legs leisurely. Oh, dear UN, I was merely jesting with you. But why would you assume I prefer men? After a moment of silence, UNGing's thoughts spiraled into chaos. Damn it, who's been plundering my cabbage? Upon hearing JYNC's words, UNGing exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that his cabbage remained intact. You scare me. You've never shown any romantic inclination towards anyone. How was I to know if you liked men or women? This is your first time bringing someone home, and it's 3 men. How could I not overthink? In that moment, UNGing resembled a concerned mother, rambling incessantly and completely forgetting the original purpose of the call, as well as YFN waiting in the background. Do not worry. I have no intentions of pursuing a romantic relationship. At least, not for the time being. JYNC felt that those words resembled a flag being planted. Hence he merely uttered them in his heart. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The true essence lies in the fact that if you truly harbor feelings for someone, you must be the first to inform me. Yuan Gang recalled the last time JYNC awakened his abilities. He was the last to be informed, which caused him to feel quite vulnerable. All right, I promise. Is there anything else, Mama Yuan? JYNC elongated his tone, a smile gracing his lips. Nothing else. Go enjoy yourself. Yuan Gang received a satisfactory response, secretly reveling in joy, unable to suppress the grin on his face. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, feeling overlooked, interjected, Excuse me, are you not going to acknowledge me? Chapter 46 Dare to Refuse Me? After hanging up the phone, Yuan Gang turned around with a smile, only to meet a gaze filled with resentment. Commander Yi, you're still here? Yuan Gang's smile instantly faded, and his eyes darted away. Yi Fan's forehead twitched in irritation as he chuckled lightly. Indeed, I've been here all along. Oh, then please enjoy your tea. Yuan Gang approached silently and filled Yi Fan's teacup to the brim. Yi Fan gazed at the overflowing cup, pondering its implication. Should I take my leave? Am I truly so unwelcome? As Yi Fan prepared to rise, his phone rang abruptly. He sat back down, feigning ignorance of the earlier situation. He lifted the teacup and took a sip. It was no longer full. On the other end, after hanging up, Yanci opened his portable wardrobe to change his attire. He donned a black shirt and a loose, dark green outer garment. The clothing from the wardrobe possessed the quality of providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer, allowing for comfort even when layered. Once dressed, Yanci dialed Yuan Gang's number again. Upon answering, Yanci spoke first. "Yuan Mama, have Yi Fan wait, I need to have a meal first." Yi Fan, sipping his tea, was taken aback by the unexpected words coming from the phone. His hand trembled slightly. Yuan Gang happened to glance over and stifled a laugh at the sight. "Ahem, take your time. No rush," Yuan Gang said, observing Yi Fan's pretense of not hearing anything, intentionally making his remark. "All right," Yanci replied before hanging up again. Yuan Gang could no longer contain himself. He sought an excuse. "Commander Yi, Yanci will arrive shortly. Please enjoy your tea a bit longer. Excuse me while I visit the restroom." Yi Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Yuan Gang swiftly exited the office, striding towards the furthest restroom. Once inside, he burst into laughter, clutching his stomach for what felt like an eternity. This kid really dares to say such things, asking Yi Fan to wait for him. Ha ha, that was brilliantly done. Yi Fan stared forlornly at the teacup, nearly boring a hole through it with his gaze. He regretted yesterday's refusal to Yanci's extortion. A mere 5 million, he could have simply acquiesced. Moreover, he had played a crucial role in successfully facilitating Zhou Ping's departure from Shijin City. Over the past few days, he had observed subtle changes in Zhou Ping, enough to convince him of Yanci's formidable capabilities. Meanwhile, Yanci had descended for breakfast and addressed the others at the table. "I am heading to the 006 team's base. Would you like to join, or shall you entertain yourselves at home?" And Xingyu extracted a tissue to dab his mouth. "I have experiments to conduct, so I will pass." Yanci nodded. "Very well. How about you, Shen Qingzhu and Zhou Ping? Will you go?" The two, unfamiliar with the surroundings of Beijing, relied solely on Yanci as their anchor. They nodded in agreement to accompany him. Yanci snapped 2 transport symbols for them. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was sipping his tea when 3 figures suddenly appeared. He choked on his drink, coughing violently. "What on earth?" "Yi Fan?" Zhou Ping called out, spotting the person on the sofa struggling to breathe. Yi Fan looked up at Zhou Ping. "You all? Why are there so many of you? How did you arrive here?" Yi Fan inquired, gazing quizzically at the 3 individuals who had seemingly appeared out of thin air. "Ah, I utilized a teleportation talisman. Greetings, Commanderie. Should I say it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance? Or, is this our first meeting?" Yanci replied with a mischievous smile. Yi Fan fell silent for a moment, realizing that Yanci had indeed anticipated his arrival. "So, you seek me out to fulfill your promise of payment?" Yanci tilted his head, his expression brimming with expectation. 5 million, right? "I can provide that," Yi Fan conceded, ultimately unable to resist the allure of the storage ring. Just as he was about to elaborate, he noticed Yanci shaking his head with a knowing smirk. No, that was yesterday's price. You've missed out. Today it has doubled." Yanci was intent on extracting a hefty sum from Yi Fan, declaring, "I never hold a grudge. I settle scores on the spot. You dare to refuse me? Huh, you have certainly piqued my interest." Yi Fan's lips twitched in irritation. Gritting his teeth, he relented. "Fine, 10 million it is. How many storage rings do you possess, and are they authentic?" Yanci let out a light hum, nudging Zhou Ping, who seemed to understand the cue. With a flourish of his hand, a black box materialized beside him. Yi Fan, upon sighting it, leaped to his feet and approached Zhou Ping, grasping his hand for a closer look. The silver ring on his middle finger shimmered with a silvery gleam. "Isn't this just an ordinary ring?" "Indeed, it is an ordinary ring. However, the ring serves merely as a medium. The storage space can be affixed to any accessory. I prefer rings for their convenience," Yanci explained, shrugging his shoulders. "So, other items can also serve as mediums for storage?" Yi Fan confirmed, intrigued. "Yes." Yanci nodded, shifting slightly closer to Shen Qingzhu, who sat quietly with her arms crossed, her gaze sweeping over Yanci. The two sat shoulder to shoulder, And Shen Qingzhu seemed unperturbed by the proximity. Yi Fan cautiously queried, "Payment upon delivery?" "Of course," Yanci affirmed. Yi Fan suppressed his excitement, asking, "How many can you provide?" "I can offer 5, Yanci mused. After all, it was a simple task. 2 million each was hardly exorbitant, considering the immense value of storage space that could fetch several hundred million or even more on the market. Consider it a favor for Yi Fan. Upon hearing such a generous offer, Yi Fan felt a twinge of modesty. After all, such space-related items were notoriously difficult to acquire, and GNC's willingness to provide him with 5 at once was a substantial gain. "You are aware of the value of storage space. Hence, not only must you provide the payment, but you must also unconditionally fulfill 3 of my requests," GNCI stipulated, confident that Yi Fan would not refuse. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Fan agreed, "All right, but if your requests exceed my capabilities, you cannot hold it against me." "Rest assured, my requests will not be beyond reason," GNCI replied, for he had not yet formulated any specific demands. "Very well. The 10 million will be transferred to your account within 3 days. Is the medium for the storage space included, or?" Yi Fan inwarded, feeling a slight sense of relief wash over him. "It ultimately depends on Commander Ye's decision regarding the allocation of this storage space. I shall provide merely 5 talismans, upon which they can drip their blood and affix their preferred adornments." Upon hearing this simplicity, Yi Fan cast a dubious glance at Zhou Ping, who, upon meeting her gaze, affirmed with a nod that it was indeed the case. Suddenly, GNCI interjected, stating that sometimes, "Commander Yi, your words may prove less effective than Zhou Ping's sword. I do not intend to belittle you. Rather, I wish to convey that the higher-ups among the Night Watch are nothing but spineless cowards who cower before strength." Yi Fan, although it may sound harsh, is nevertheless the truth. Chapter 47. What is your name? A glimmer of amusement danced in Ji Yinci's eyes as he said, "That is all I have to say, Commander Yi. Safe travels, no need for farewells." Yi Fan cast a glance at the silent Shen Qingzhu beside Ji Yanci and inquired, "What is your name?" "I haven't been called." Shen Qingzhu frowned slightly. Puffed. Ji Yanci draped his arm over Shen Qingzhu's shoulder and suddenly burst into laughter. Yi Fan responded, "I meant to ask for your name." "Oh, Shen Qingzhu," came Shen Qingzhu's somewhat exasperated reply, his tone rather haughty. "Shen Qingzhu, a fine name," Yi Fan remarked as he patted Shen Qingzhu on the shoulder before exiting through the door. Shen Qingzhu was left puzzled, wondering if Yi Fan was unwell. From a distance, Yi Fan remarked, "Is this the audacity of today's youth? Do they dare to openly insult the commander-in-chief? Do you have any idea who he is?" Ji Yanci shook with laughter, unable to contain himself. "The commander?" Shen Qingzhu deduced from their earlier conversation. "He is Yi Fan, the 5th commander-in-chief of the Night Watch of Daxia, your future superior," Ji Yanci emphasized. To which Shen Qingzhu replied, "Oh, and what of it? I haven't officially joined the Night Watch yet. What is wrong with a few insults?" He remained defiantly haughty. "Once I join, it will be a different matter. But he is not my superior now." "Ha ha 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 ha. You make a valid point. It must be you." Ji Yanci applauded him. Shen Qingzhu lifted his chin and snorted. "Where to now? Since we're here, let me show you around the 006 squad's base. It is worth mentioning that after training, new recruits of the Night Watch will be assigned to various squads, and there is a possibility of forming special teams. Among all, the 006 squad in Shanjing City boasts the greatest combat prowess." Ji Yanci beckoned Shen Qingzhu and Zhou Ping, leading them on a tour of the base. "The area we just exited is the office zone, and over there is where the 006 squad members reside. That area is the training ground. I often trained there in my childhood." Ji Yanci pointed to the open space, and Zhou Ping and Shen Qingzhu looked over to see various cold weapons displayed on racks. A few squad members spotted Ji Yanci and waved at him. "Yanci, good morning, everyone." Suddenly, a girl sprang forth. Ji Yanci raised his hand to gently push her head down, looking at her with a mild expression. "Li Zhenjin, how many times must I say? Do not throw yourself at men. You are not just anyone. You are my brother." The girl pouted in dissatisfaction. "There is no blood relation, and frankly, I am far too handsome. I fear you might fall for me," Ji Yanci replied with a touch of narcissism. Li Zhenjin rolled her eyes at him. "Brother, You have repeated that phrase at least 800 times, and with your looks, it is actually men who would be more inclined to like you. Li Zunzhen. Are you feeling rebellious? Yanci feigned offense, raising his hand as if to strike her. Li Zunzhen stuck her tongue out at him. I think these two handsome fellows beside you are quite impressive. Brother, do you know what a cream-filled cookie is? Her mischievous eyes swept over Yanci and the two handsome companions, accompanied by a smirk of amusement. Wow, regardless of the choice, everything suits my brother perfectly. Her gaze unabashedly fell upon Zhou Ping and Shun Qingzhu, rendering them somewhat uncomfortable. Observing this, Yanci playfully tapped Zhou Ping's head, prompting Li Zunzhen to retract her gaze and glare at Yanci. Hey, what are you doing? Go play by yourself and don't disturb us. With calm composure, Yanci led Zhou Ping and Shun Qingzhu away from the courtyard. Li Zunzhen watched their retreating figures and chuckled softly, feeling that her brother truly attracted the admiration of men. She wondered who would earn his favor. Indeed, the trio was quite pleasing to the eye. She hoped her brother might indulge in a little flirtation. After all, with such beauty, what harm was there in having multiple suitors? Ever since reading the novel by Shuangnan, Li Zunzhen had become utterly captivated, feeling a spark of excitement whenever she spotted two men together. Not to mention, having such a stunning beauty as Yanci accompanied by two exceptionally handsome fellows was simply enchanting. In the following days, aside from Qingyu, who was immersed in the experimental base, Yanci took Zhou Ping and Shun Qingzhu to attend lectures at Jing University. Occasionally, Yanci would listen in, while Zhou Ping was thoroughly engaged throughout, savoring every subject. Shun Qingzhu, on the other hand, would occasionally pay attention if a particularly interesting lecturer graced the class. One day, out of curiosity, Yanci inquired what Shun Qingzhu had learned in the previous Japanese class. To his surprise, Shun Qingzhu replied that he had only grasped 3 phrases: good, kill, and fool. Beyond those, he had failed to comprehend anything else. Upon hearing these 3 phrases, Yanci fell into an odd silence. So, the entirety of your learning amounted to these 3 expressions? What was I worrying about? Shun Qingzhu attending such mundane classes? Hilarious! You dare to fool me. Yanci, in jest, began to chase after Shun Qingzhu, giving him a playful beating. Zhou Ping had grown accustomed to this and remained calm, knowing that Shun Qingzhu had a tough exterior and Yanci would not strike too hard. Why are you hitting me again? Shun Qingzhu exclaimed. Do I need a reason to hit you? Yanci chuckled, watching Shun Qingzhu dash away with remarkable speed, and then promptly gave chase. Zhou Ping strolled leisurely along the path, observing their playful banter with a slight smile. Yanci, unable to catch up, stood still, contemplating whether to use talismans to subdue him. Zhou Ping approached, lowering his head slightly, and asked, Do you need me to help you catch him? Upon hearing this, Yanci eagerly nodded, Yes, please. Zhou Ping smiled, and in an instant, he dashed 100 meters away. A minute later, he firmly held Shun Qingzhu before Yanci, declaring, Here, I've caught him. Wait, Zhou Ping, what about you? Shun Qingzhu was taken aback, witnessing Zhou Ping's proactive approach for the first time. Just as he turned to look, he was swiftly restrained by Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping turned to him calmly and stated, Besides, you have a sturdy build. It won't harm you. Yanci approached with a mischievous grin and playfully slapped Shun Qingzhu on the head, saying, Where's your defiance now? Why aren't you running? Don't you want to? Shun Qingzhu cast a glance at the nearby Zhou Ping, who subtly swept his gaze over him with an air of intimidation, causing Shun Qingzhu's lips to twitch slightly. He recalled that Zhou Ping had not always been this way. So, what exactly prompted this aggression? Merely a restless hand. Yanci raised his hand and playfully tugged at Shun Qingzhu's neck, vigorously ruffling his hair into a disheveled mess. Shun Qingzhu let out a few discontented huffs, lamenting his hairstyle. Come on, strike a pose for the camera, cheese click. In the photograph, Yanci had his arm around Shun Qingzhu's neck, while Shun Qingzhu, blushing, cast a sidelong glance at Yanci. Zhou Ping stood beside Yanci, his eyes twinkling with amusement as he looked at Yanci. Chapter 48, Compulsory AI. As the photograph froze in time, Yanci glanced over and inquired, Zhou Ping, why aren't you looking at the camera? Shall we take another one? Zhou Ping replied slowly. Ji Yanci turned to observe Shun Qingzhu, who was adjusting her hairstyle on the right. With a gentle tug of her arm, he bent her waist slightly, encouraging, "Come on, look at the camera." Shun Qingzhu cast a wistful gaze towards the lens, while Zhou Ping leaned closer to Ji Yanci, directing his head towards the phone. Click! The trio's group photo was freshly captured, and Ji Yanci gazed at the image on the phone with satisfaction. "We must print this out later. You are not allowed to show it to anyone." Shun Qingzhu crossed her arms and leaned in to scrutinize the photo on the phone, relieved to see that it still looked handsome. He himself could not fathom why he was so concerned about his appearance, especially in front of Ji Yanci. "I'll send you both a message on WeChat so you can save it." "All right." Zhou Ping retrieved his phone from his storage ring, opened it, and saved the image. After a moment's thought, he added, "Please send me the previous one as well." "Sure." Ji Yanci promptly sent the other image to both of them. The three walked side by side along the path as the sun descended. The sky was adorned in a resplendent golden hue, captivating passers-by who couldn't help but capture the beautiful scene. Together, they strolled towards home, accompanied by the evening glow. Recently, Ji Yanci had seldom seen in Xingyu, aside from mealtimes. One evening, after dinner, Xingyu suddenly turned to Ji Yanci and said, "I'll come to your room shortly." Yanci, puzzled, nodded, "All right. But what do you intend to do?" "I've developed a potion to enhance physical capabilities, and I plan to give it to you," and Xingyu replied earnestly, locking eyes with Ji Yanci. "You've been absorbed in research all this time just for this?" Ji Yanci realized that Xingyu had been working tirelessly for his sake. "Exactly," and Xingyu affirmed, then turned and ascended the stairs directly to Ji Yanci's room. Witnessing this, Ji Yanci couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude. Indeed, his care had not been in vain, as it was yielding a return. After finishing his meal, Ji Yanci stood and made his way to the bedroom. In Ji Yanci's room, Xingyu was busy mixing the potion into the bathtub. He had tested it numerous times, and this iteration was the gentlest he had concocted. However, he was uncertain whether Ji Yanci could endure it, for even the mildest could still cause discomfort. As Ji Yanci entered the bathroom, he saw Xingyu crouched by the tub pouring in the potion. He peered into the bathtub and immediately frowned. "And why does this potion look so peculiar and bubbly?" And Xingyu turned to him and glanced at the tub, pausing for 3 seconds. The ingredients react like this. Although he found it a bit strange, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. How much longer? Ji Yanci approached the toilet and sat down. "Just wait another 10 minutes to allow the ingredients to react fully, and then you can soak in it," and Xingyu replied, pouring the last vial of the potion into the tub. He then washed his hands at the sink and returned to find Ji Yanci sitting on the toilet, engrossed in a game. "Hand it over," and Xingyu instructed. Caught up in the game, Ji Yanci looked perplexed, though he did not fully comprehend the situation, and Xingyu extended his hand, gently feeling Ji Yanji's pulse for a moment before requesting the other hand. Ji Yanji switched his phone to his other hand, allowing Xingyu to assess the pulse once more. After a brief interval, she released his hand and picked up a prepared notebook to make some notes. At that moment, Ji Yanji's game had just entered the canyon, and he maneuvered his hero directly into the wilderness. Under his guidance, they pushed through to the high ground within 10 minutes. Ji Yanji set down his phone with a smile, just as Xingyu called out to him, "Ji Yanji, you can go in now." He stood up and walked over, glancing at the potion in the bathtub. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and looked again. "Fish, are you certain this potion won't result in me losing parts of myself, or simply dissolving away?" The vivid red color of the potion elicited a look of trepidation on his face, and Xingyu fell silent for 3 seconds, contemplating that the color was adjustable. He merely believed that red suited Ji Yanji well, never anticipating such a strong reaction from him. It won tea, and Xingyu reassured him. Ji Yanji's expression conveyed skepticism, as if to say, "Do you think I believe you? Then why hesitate for 3 seconds? Will you enter on your own, or shall I carry you in?" And Xingyu sighed in exasperation, looking at Ji Yanji as if waiting for him to refuse, only to be compelled to assist him in. Ji Yanji swallowed hard and inquired, "Should I remove my clothes?" "Go ahead, just leave your underwear," and Xingyu replied after a moment's thought. "Oh." Ji Yanji began to remove his shirt right in front of Xingyu, crossing his arms as he lifted the garment from his waist. And Xingyu's gaze deepened as he observed Ji Yanji's slender waist, the shirt rising to reveal his upper body entirely. Unable to resist the allure. And Xingyu's eyes wandered to Ji Yanji's chest, which was pale with a hint of pink. Ji Yanji's physique was undeniably perfect, broad shoulders, a narrow waist. A tall and proportionate form, with just the right amount of muscle definition. His arms displayed smooth muscle lines, and his legs were long and straight, creating an overall appearance that was not overly frail. However, compared to the robust figures of Shun Qingzhu and Zhou Ping, he seemed somewhat slender. Once he completed his physical transformation, he would surely. Ji Yanji stood in his underwear and stepped into the bathtub. It's surprisingly warm. He settled into the potion, submerging himself, and Xingyu snapped back to reality, crouching down beside him. What does it feel like? The temperature is quite suitable. Yes. The interaction between the potions will achieve a constant temperature effect. And Xingyu's gaze fell upon his elegantly elongated neck, his fingertips grazing over it. Such a beautiful neck deserved to bear some mark. How enticing. Ji Yanji's hair floated in the water, and his arms rested on the edge of the bathtub. After a while, beads of sweat began to form on Ji Yanji's forehead, as if tiny needles were pricking at his body, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. 10 minutes. The potion is currently transforming your body. What sensations do you experience now? As Xingyu spoke, he diligently recorded notes in his notebook, adjusting his glasses as he glanced at the furrowed brow of Ji Yanci. It seemed akin to the prick of a needle. Yes, just as in my experiment. And Xingyu marked a check on the page. He quietly observed Ji Yanci's facial expressions. After 20 minutes, Ji Yanci's hand, resting on the edge of the bathtub, suddenly tightened. 30 minutes passed, then 40 minutes. 021. Host, do you require a pain sensitivity blocker? No need, this slight discomfort is trivial. I will let you know when it becomes unbearable. Ji Yanci firmly declined 021's well-meaning offer. At that moment, he felt as though his body had been shattered and reassembled. He bit down hard on his lower lip, stifling a few muffled groans. And Xingyu extended his fingertip to press against Ji Yanci's lips, prying open his teeth with determination. Chapter 49. If it hurts, bite me. And Xingyu extended her fingertip, pressing it against Ji Yanci's lips, forcefully prying open his teeth. Don't bite yourself. If it hurts, just bite me. She brought her arm close to his mouth, and without hesitation, Ji Yanci sank his teeth into her flesh, the pressure eliciting a wince from her. She draped her right arm over his shoulder, half embracing him. After a moment of biting, Ji Yanci released his grip, lifting his eyelids to reveal a somewhat dazed expression. I have a question, he murmured softly. And Xingyu glanced at the bite mark on her arm, still glistening with moisture, before averting her gaze. What is it? Does fainting affect the efficacy of the drug? Ji Yanci inquired, and Xingyu fell into an unusual silence for a moment before responding, no. Then why didn't you knock me out from the start? Ji Yanci's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice rising uncontrollably. And Xingyu pondered this as well. She had always maintained a state of consciousness during the process, instinctively overlooking this detail. Yet, she dared not voice her thoughts. I forgot, she said, lowering her eyes and weaving a small lie, feeling inexplicably guilty. Unable to bear the pain any longer, Ji Yanci shot her a glance. Well then, since I'm out, the rest is up to you. As he thought this, he fervently called out to 021 in his mind. 021, 021. I admit I was just pretending. Hurry and knock me out. 021 replied. Pain suppression has been activated. The next moment, Ji Yanci succumbed to unconsciousness. He silently critiqued himself, realizing he couldn't maintain seriousness for more than 3 seconds. Yet, the sensation felt oddly familiar. Where had he encountered it before? And in Xingyu's view, Ji Yanci's head tilted as he fainted, and she knelt by the bathtub, her arm supporting his shoulder to prevent him from sinking. Her gaze landed on his pale neck, her fingers delicately gliding over his carotid artery, trailing to the nape, where she gently caressed. Suddenly, as if discovering something intriguing, she applied slight pressure, leaving a crimson mark on his neck. A smile involuntarily graced her lips as she leaned closer, inhaling the faint, pleasant scent of his hair, which was distinctly not that of shampoo. And Xingyu rested her head on Ji Yanci's shoulder, patiently awaiting the full effects of the drug. She eventually lifted Yanci from the bathtub, drying his body with care, and with closed eyes, replaced his underwear before carrying him to bed, covering him with a blanket. She then quietly retreated to the bathroom for a shower. Afterward, standing at the foot of Yanci's bed, she hesitated for a moment before climbing onto the other side, closing her eyes and drifting off to sleep. The following morning at 9 o'clock, Xingyu stood by Yanci's bedside, contemplating why he had yet to awaken. Strange, he should be awake by now. She examined Yanci's body, checking his pulse, which appeared normal. The drug had integrated seamlessly, resulting in a significant enhancement in his physical condition. Since the issue did not lie with the drug, it was simply that he was in a deep slumber, and Xingyu gazed at Yanci, offering a bemused smile, somewhat at a loss for words. Such a carefree spirit, utterly unafraid of my intentions. Fortunately, your thoughts do not wander in that direction. The normal interactions between brothers are sufficient for him. For now, let us maintain the status quo, as the metaphor of boiling a frog applies aptly to Yanci. Should one hastily reveal their feelings, it may yield counterproductive results. And Xingyu crouched down, resting his elbows on the bed, quietly gazing at Yanci's serene visage. Before long, Yanci's eyelashes fluttered lightly, prompting Xingyu to raise an eyebrow. He had finally awakened. Yanci opened his eyes, groggily calling out to 021 in his mind. 021, has the medication been fully absorbed? 021 replied, indeed it has. Then please deactivate the pain receptors. After a brief hesitation, 021 asked, are you certain? Of course. There shouldn't be any delays, right? Just a reminder, don't scream later. Pain receptors deactivated. In the next moment, Yanci shot upright, exclaiming, what the hell? He clutched his lower back, grimacing in agony, his expression contorted. And Xingyu observed him spring up and raised a hand to his forehead, confirming that he was still rather sleepy. How do you feel now? And Xingyu, it feels as though I've been, well, let us just say, overwhelmed by 10 robust men. Yanci frantically called out to 021 again. 021, activated. 021, stifling laughter, adjusted his response. All right then, why are you mimicking me? Did I? And Xingyu found his words difficult to respond to, thinking it unnecessary to use such crude imagery. Clearly, he had underestimated Yanci's limits. This man changes so frequently that it is nearly impossible to discern his true self. And Xingyu felt a slight headache forming. Regardless of whether he was acting or being genuine, it was all still Yanci. To love someone is to embrace all facets of their being. Gazing at the ever-changing Yanci, and Xingyu suddenly ceased his inquiries. Not in pain anymore. Well, it's bearable. Yanci scratched his face, avoiding Xingyu's gaze, looking down instead. The integration of the medication had gone flawlessly. A day of rest would suffice. He should get dressed. Upon Xingyu's departure from the room, Yanci looked down and realized he was clad only in his underwear. Wait, isn't this the same pair from yesterday? And Xingyu had been rather considerate, having changed him. He rummaged through his wardrobe for a simple outfit and effortlessly transitioned into it. With the pain receptors still deactivated, he felt nothing, yet his body was uncooperative. As soon as he tried to stand, his legs suddenly weakened, and Yanci gracefully collapsed onto the carpet in an alluring pose. Damn it, he cursed under his breath, surrendering to the floor. He wished to rise, but found his limbs unresponsive, reminiscent of an arthropod, struggling to crawl in a dismal manner. However, Yanci still carries a semblance of an idol's burden. He would never engage in such peculiar antics. After a brief interval, 021 erupted into uncontrollable laughter at Yanci's expense. 021, ha 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 ha. As Yanci crawled in shadows, he wondered what was so amusing. 021, my apologies. I usually refrain from laughter unless it is utterly unavoidable. I wish to file a complaint against you. Yanci once again lay down. 021. And where do you intend to lodge this complaint? You bastard. 021. Cease your struggles, host. Your image is irrevocably tarnished. It matters not, for there was an element of performance involved earlier. Like a despondent fish, Yanci rolled over, his tone imbued with a serene madness. Chapter 50. The Emperor 021 inquired curiously, Host, have you now liberated yourself? Yanci replied calmly, I suppose so, though I cannot be certain. 021, puzzled, asked, Why do you say that? With his eyes closed, Yanci's lips moved slightly as he responded. You have witnessed my past life experiences and know that I am an actor. However, before becoming an actor, I was adept at masquerading. I am not a virtuous being. I understand how to utilize my advantages to lower others' defenses. Yet, after donning this fade for so long, I can no longer discern which persona is the true me. After a moment of contemplation, 021 remarked, I believe you are now quite close to your authentic self. You genuinely enjoy your current life, do you not? 021 added, At least from my perspective, you possess a delightful personality and a sense of freedom. Upon hearing this, Yanci fell silent for a while. Indeed, his grandmother had advised him to follow his heart, and he felt content with his current state. By the way, 021 interjected, Are you aware that your recent actions have been witnessed by audiences across the realms? Yanci was caught off guard. The comments flowed in, Ha! How can you be so adorable, my dear? It reminds me of a dragon from a certain film. So cute, I could just sit on you. The image of the protagonist has been irrevocably altered, yet I adore it. Yes. The protagonist's personality now feels more genuine, albeit a bit abstract, but truly enchanting. The protagonist has a magnificent face. We would accept anything you do, all right? No need to feel embarrassed. We love watching. Yanci, expressionless, gazed at the barrage of comments before giving them the finger. The comments erupted again. Ring. JPG ring. JPG ring. JPG ring. JPG Yanci. 021 laughed. Ha. This generation of netizens has never failed to amuse me. It was unclear how long Yanci had been lying on the floor when the bedroom door swung open, revealing Xingyu, who paused momentarily upon seeing Yanci sprawled on the ground. He approached, crouched down, and helped Yanci up, saying, I apologize. I forgot to mention that there would be some side effects after taking the potion. Don't apologize, just hold me. I've been lying here for ages, Yanci replied, gazing at Xingyu with a sense of disillusionment. Xingyu bit his lip, wrapping his arms around Yanci's legs, lifting him effortlessly. Yanci rested his head on Xingyu's shoulder as he carried him out of the room. Downstairs, Zhou Ping and Shun Qingzhu, seated on the sofa, heard footsteps approaching the staircase, soon witnessing Xingyu descending while cradling Yanci. What is going on? Shun Qingzhu asked, glancing at the expressionless Yanci and then at Xingyu. The side effects of the potion. He will feel weak all day and won't even be able to lift chopsticks, Xingyu explained as he gently placed Yanci on the sofa. Yanci sat there in silence, appearing lifeless. I shall retreat for a few days. Please take care of him in my absence, Xingyu remarked to Shun Qingzhu and Zhou Ping before ascending the stairs. Zhou Ping picked up a fruit platter from the table. Would you like some? He inquired. Yanci's eyes brightened. Yes. Zhou Ping skewered a grape with a small fork and brought it to Yanci's lips. Yanci eagerly began to chew, but Zhou Ping extended his hand towards him. Puzzled, Yanci looked at him, and Zhou Ping explained the grape skin. Yanci hesitated for 3 seconds before opening his mouth to expel the skin. Zhou Ping continued to feed him. Whatever was offered, Yanci consumed without hesitation. Shun Qingzhu observed Yanci, who resembled an emperor. With a twitch of his lips, you seem to be enjoying this, having the sword saint personally feed you. Little bamboo. Don't just stand there. Come here and give me a massage, Yanci commanded without restraint. Shun Qingzhu clicked his tongue lightly, yet his body was obedient as he approached. Lifting Yanci's leg onto his own, he pressed along Yanci's thigh and asked, How's the pressure? Not bad, Yanci replied. By the way, how many days until we head to the training camp? 12 days remaining, Shun Qingzhu calculated. So soon? That's splendid. Yanci, he thought of a certain someone, already itching with anticipation. Are you looking forward to it? Shun Qingzhu, noticing Yanci's demeanor, felt somewhat perplexed. For what he understood, the training camp would be quite grueling. However, Yanci seemed to regard it with indifference. Of course I am, for I shall meet the masked special team. Masked? Shen Qingzhu was unfamiliar with the term. I forgot you're not acquainted with it. The Night Watch Special Team possesses combat capabilities that far exceed ordinary personnel. They do not remain stationed within cities. Rather, they are dispatched when local Night Watch teams cannot resolve certain mysteries. Currently, the Great Xia has 4 special teams, codenamed Heroic Spirit, Medium, Phoenix, and Mask. There was originally a 5th team, but it has been obliterated, codenamed Blue Rain. Each special team has distinct responsibilities. Mask is tasked with addressing formidable mysteries within the Great Xia. The designation for Squad 005 is currently vacant, barring unforeseen circumstances. The 5th special team will be re-established after our cohort of new recruits completes training. Are you interested in joining a special team? Yanci inquired playfully. Shen Qingzhu remained silent for a moment, contemplating, I don't know. I just wish to grow stronger. The idea of joining a special team feels too distant. That's fair. The training camp lasts an entire year, so little bamboo. You have ample time to consider your future. Yanci reclined on the sofa, his eyes half closed. Relishing Shen Qingzhu's service along with the offerings from the sword saint beside him. Life felt exceedingly pleasant. He felt akin to an emperor. At noon, 12 o'clock. It's lunchtime. What shall we eat? Shen Qingzhu inquired, glancing at the time on his phone as he sat beside Yanci. Yanci leaned against Zhou Ping and pondered aloud. It seems there are still some frozen dumplings in the refrigerator. Could you cook a few? Sure, Zhou Ping replied. Shen Qingzhu rose to the kitchen to prepare dumplings. Zhou Ping had endured for quite some time before finally grasping Yanci's wrist. Yanci turned his gaze and observed Zhou Ping fiddling with his fingers, asking, Can you hold my fingers? Yanci moved slightly, feebly attempting to grip, yet found himself lacking strength. He felt as if his very essence had been drained. Tilting his head, Yanci rested it upon Zhou Ping's shoulder and murmured, Ping, if I remain like this indefinitely, would I become a burden to you? No, Zhou Ping replied without a moment's hesitation. Truly, he was a steadfast brother. Yanci thought to himself, if I were to become incapacitated, I would seek refuge with you. Yanci's fingers gently tapped the palm of Zhou Ping's hand. Chapter 51. Brother Qingzhu Zhou Ping gazed tenderly at Yanci, who had lowered his head and softly replied, All right. However, I prefer not to be brothers. Can we consider an alternative? Half an hour later, Shen Qingzhu shouted from across the room, Zhou Ping, carry Yanci over for dinner. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping stood up, supporting Yanci as he lifted him onto his shoulder. Yanci blinked as he rested on Zhou Ping's broad shoulder, while Zhou Ping strode purposefully towards the dining table. Shen Qingzhu scooped dumplings into a plate and, upon emerging, found Zhou Ping carrying Yanci as one would a child. Unable to contain his laughter, he exclaimed, You both resemble a father carrying his son. Zhou Ping gently placed Yanci onto a chair. Yanci gazed back with a hint of mischief. Then, doesn't that make you the mother, Shen Mama? At this, Shen Qingzhu's smile instantly faded. Forget I said anything. Chuckling, Zhou Ping picked up his chopsticks, observing Yanci's eager expression, waiting to be fed. So obedient, he remarked, lifting a dumpling dipped in vinegar towards Yanci's mouth. Yanci opened wide, catching it, and, while chewing, retorted, Without you, who would still consider me a child? Come on, turn your head. Shen Qingzhu peeled a shrimp, and, at the opportune moment, Yanci turned his head. Shen Qingzhu offered the shrimp to his lips, and Yanci took a bite, exclaiming, Delicious. I indeed recognize your culinary skills, Shen Mama. Should you continue to call me that, I won't peel any more for you. Shen Qingzhu shot back, rolling his eyes. Oops, my mistake. Brother Qingzhu Yanci was adaptable, knowing that a source of nourishment is akin to maternal care. Shen Qingzhu was left with goosebumps from the address. Act normal. Will you? You're not pleased when I call you brother, yet you're quite fickle, little Zhu. Yanci accepted another dumpling from Zhou Ping, casting an annoyed glare in his direction. I've had enough of you, he countered. Shen Qingzhu then shoved a piece of shrimp towards Yanci's mouth. Eating one tea silence you. With one feeding from each side, Yanci soon found himself utterly stuffed. I can't take any more. I'm done eating. You both carry on, he declared, collapsing back into his chair as the two continued their meal without him. After dinner, Zhou Ping began to clear the table, while Shen Qingzhu effortlessly hoisted Ji Yanci onto his shoulder. "Hey, what are you doing?" Ji Yanci exclaimed, startled by the sudden lift. "I'm taking you back to your room," Shen Qingzhu replied. As Ji Yanci was suddenly airborne, he was taken aback. A simple warning would suffice. "How was I to know you were still awake?" Shen Qingzhu ascended the stairs, pushed open the bedroom door, and tossed Ji Yanci onto the bed, pulling up the blanket over him. The moment Ji Yanci touched the bed, he fell asleep, while Shen Qingzhu paused for 3 seconds, then turned and returned to his own room. Dinner the following evening was once again prepared by Shen Qingzhu, with Zhou Ping carrying Ji Yanci down the stairs. Ji Yanci obediently sat in a chair, awaiting the nurturing attentions of his two mothers. The next day, Ji Yanci had finally recovered and eagerly dragged Zhou Ping and Shen Qingzhu out for a stroll. Ji Yanci had not seen Qingyu for 3 days, and his curiosity about what Qingyu was up to compelled him to teleport directly to the experimental base. Upon arriving, Ji Yanci quickly set his sights on the large bathtub. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the inky water, causing him to pause momentarily, reminiscent of a scene from a horror film. The hand grasped the edge of the tub, and with a slight effort, a head and part of a bare torso surfaced. Qingyu turned to Ji Yanci with a faint smile, remarking on the timing of his arrival just as he had completed a transformation of his body. "What changes have occurred with your body?" Ji Yanci inquired, his lips twitching with curiosity. Qingyu lingered in the bathtub, hesitating to emerge. "Could you fetch me some clothes?" "I am completely new," Ji Yanci wore an expression of amusement. "Surely, you haven't alter that aspect too?" "No." Qingyu immediately grasped the implication, covering his face in mild exasperation. "Really? I find that hard to believe." Ji Yanci shot him a sidelong glance filled with playful intrigue. Qingyu's demeanor shifted, and with a splash, he stood up from the bathtub. He stepped out, completely bare, and approached Ji Yanci, lowering his gaze. "Are you satisfied now?" Ji Yanci fell silent for 3 seconds, gazing at Qingyu, who stood 2 centimeters taller than him, feeling a mix of frustration. "You truly adjusted your height? This is unacceptable. Return, my beloved sister." Qingyu chuckled softly as he walked past Ji Yanci to retrieve his clothes. Ji Yanci observed Qingyu's physique, noting the contrast between his slender appearance while dressed and his more robust form when undressed. "Delicate? I could easily knock you out with a single punch. Thankfully, I saved a photo of you in female attire." Qingyu paused while putting on his jacket and turned to him. "Do you enjoy seeing me in a dress that much?" "Indeed, you look splendid. If you were a girl, I would undoubtedly pursue you," Ji Yanci jested. Qingyu hastily finished dressing and approached Ji Yanci calmly, stating, "Spare me. If I were truly a woman, you wouldn't even glance my way." Ji Yanci blinked, unperturbed by the revelation. Qingyu adjusted his clothing, and once finished, Ji Yanci suggested, "Let us go, fragile intellectual." As they departed the experimental base, Ji Yanci found himself unaccustomed to Qingyu's more muscular appearance and instinctively reached to place his hand on Qingyu's shoulder, only to find it uncomfortable. Ji Yanci gazed at him with longing. "Mine sister is still the cutest. You demon. Oh me, mine sister." Qingyu regarded him with an impassive expression as Ji Yanci poked him playfully, finding him surprisingly sturdy. Downstairs, Ji Yanci bounded over to Zhou Ping. Beckoning him with a gesture, Zhou Ping lowered his head slightly in response, and Ji Yanci whispered a few words into his ear, observing Zhou Ping's hesitant expression. "Are we really going to proceed with this?" "Rest assured, I possess a healing talisman. It is guaranteed not to be fatal." Zhou Ping nodded in acknowledgement. Just as Qingyu approached, Zhou Ping suddenly struck, unleashing a blade of energy that pierced directly towards Qingyu. Caught off guard, she was grazed on the shoulder. Zhou Ping retracted his hand and uttered an apology. Qingyu shook her head, assuring him it was nothing, as she sought merely to test her physical resilience. "How does it feel?" Ji Yanci stepped forward and prodded at the bleeding shoulder. Qingyu furrowed her brow slightly. Zhou Ping had not exerted his full strength, yet her current physical fortitude seemed to be at the level of the Chuan realm. Ji Yanci stroked his chin, expressing approval. With a flick of his wrist, He cast a healing talisman, and the wound healed instantaneously. Indeed, given my current realm, this level of strength is already at the pinnacle of the Chuan realm. And Qingyu adjusted her attire. Chapter 52 You Let us go out for a feast. Yanci patted and Qingyu's shoulder and addressed Zhou Ping and Shen Qingzhu. The group ventured out to find a buffet restaurant. Yanci was currently not short on funds. Just a few days prior, he had visited Yi Fan. Please watch the VCR. Yi Fan was at the headquarters of the Night Watchers, sitting in his office when Yanci suddenly appeared before him. Commander Yi, have you missed me after not seeing me for a few days? Yi Fan, sipping his tea, coughed it out in surprise. He wiped his mouth and said, "How do you manage to appear out of nowhere like that?" "Oh, that day I left a teleportation talisman on you. Whenever I wish, I can visit you." Yanci casually leaned against the desk, crossing his legs. Yi Fan's lips twitched slightly. "Be serious for a moment." "Fine, here's the thing. I plan to sell a few talismans." "Commander Yi, you must have connections, right?" Yanci smirked. "What kind of talismans?" "Teleportation talismans, healing talismans, and defensive talismans." The teleportation talisman allows one to place the mother talisman on a trusted individual while holding the child talisman. In case of danger, one can tear it to instantly arrive beside the holder of the mother talisman. The healing talisman can heal as long as there is breath left. The defensive talisman provides conceptual level defense lasting 10 minutes, capable of withstanding even the mightiest of gods. Yanci explained the specific functions of these talismans, leaving Yi Fan in astonishment. Is the defensive talisman really that powerful? Even a mightiest god can endure for 10 minutes? Cough. How many are you planning to sell? 10 of each. The highest bidder wins. Yanci conjured a talisman, a ring talisman, and tossed it to Yi Fan. Everything S inside. Of course, if Commander Yi bids higher, I wouldn't mind keeping some for myself. Yi Fan knew without a doubt that these talismans would fetch an exorbitant price. Just the teleportation talisman alone would cost no less than 10 billion. If he wished to keep some, he would need to spend at least several tens of billions. Yi Fan's heart ached at the thought. Those old-timers had no shortage of money. Yi Fan resolved to swallow his pride and said amiably to Yanci, "Well, how about we negotiate?" "Sure. What do you have in mind?" Yanci replied with a smile. "Is there any way to acquire them for free?" Yi Fan rubbed his hands together, hopeful. "I've heard that there is a prestigious position within the Night Watchers. Would I qualify for it?" Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, realizing he had been waiting for this proposal. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "All right, but given your age, I will keep your identity confidential. Are you agreeable to that?" "No problem at all." Yanci spread his hands, having achieved his goal. He then casually tossed a ring to Yi Fan. "This is for you, containing over 100 of the talismans I just mentioned. I only have one condition. These must not be distributed to those stubborn elders among the Night Watchers." Yi Fan never intended to give them anything. Upon hearing Jian's words, he quickly nodded, reassured that he had no plans to bestow gifts upon them. Jian chuckled. "All right, Commander Yi, if you miss me, just call out my name. Within your ring lies a sound transmission talisman." After saying this, Jian teleported away. Yi Fan pricked his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the ring, then probed his consciousness inside. He found several talismans, each marked, among which one was reserved solely for him. Upon tearing it apart, he discovered 10 of each of the 3 types of talismans Jian had given him, along with an additional one that had not been mentioned. As he picked it up, a white paper slipped out, inscribed with the confirmation that it was indeed the long-distance sound transmission talisman Jian had just referenced. With 3 days remaining until the training camp, Jian placed a call to Chenmai. After 3 rings, the line connected. "Hello, Chenmama. Have you missed me?" Chenmai chuckled slightly. "You little rascal. Stop with the banter. What is the matter?" Jian responded with a playful laugh. "Well, the training camp has been moved to Tsangnan, so don't go buying random things for Lin Chia." Chenmai replied, "Understood. When are you coming back?" Jian glanced at the others nearby. "In a couple of days, we'll be flying back to Tsangnan with Aunt Yuan. Make sure to prepare plenty of delicious food, besides anqing fish. May I bring 2 friends to the office?" Chenmai inquired. "If they're your friends, of course. But who are they? How could they possibly hang out with you?" "One is the new Night Watchman recruit, Shen Qingzhu, and the other, you may have heard of, is the Sword Saint Zhou Ping." Shun Mai doubted his ears. Who? That pinnacle of humanity? The sword saint, Zhou Ping. Indeed, he will be joining me at the training camp. How do you know him? What if I told you I tricked him into coming using Yi Fan's identity? Would you believe me? Shen Qingzhu and Zhou Ping exchanged glances, sensing a profound connection between them. You were tricked too? Shen Qingzhu inquired. Zhou Ping pondered for a moment before nodding. I suppose so. However, Zhou Ping felt fortunate to have been deceived. Otherwise, he would have missed this opportunity. You've really grown clever, haven't you? Using Yi Fan's identity? Chen Mai was genuinely astonished by Ji Yan's audacity. Ji Yan hurriedly clarified. Aunt Shun, remain calm. Yi Fan is aware and has tacitly approved. Oh, then that's acceptable. After hanging up, Ji Yan noticed Zhou Ping and Shun Qingzhu quietly observing him. He rubbed his nose and asked, You two aren't planning to beat me up, are you? If we wanted to, we would have done it already, Shun Qingzhu replied, crossing his arms with a teasing smirk. I've quite enjoyed this past month. Zhou Ping smiled slightly at Ji Yan, who then approached and draped an arm around each of them, exclaiming, We are the best in the world. Who would want to be with you? Shen Qingzhu turned his head away, feigning indifference. Ji Yan grinned, wrapping his arm around Shen Qingzhu's neck and mischievously ruffling his hair. Ji Yan, you've messed up my hairstyle again. Shen Qingzhu broke free and chased Ji Yanci around the room. Stop right there. I refuse. After a while, Ji Yanci, unable to outrun Shen Qingzhu, found himself caught by the nape of his neck. Hee, brother Shen Qingzhu, let us discuss this amicably. Ji Yanci, now restrained, looked up at Shen Qingzhu, blinking his eyes in an attempt to charm his way out. There's nothing to discuss. As soon as the words left his mouth, Shen Qingzhu's large hand descended upon Ji Yanci's head, tousling his hair into a disheveled mess. Ji Yanci gazed ahead with a look of utter despair. Ping Ping, look at him. Zhou Ping suppressed a smile, silently averting his gaze. So adorable, my hands are itching. Chapter 53. What reaction? As Ji Yankai noticed Zhou Ping deliberately avoiding his gaze, he felt a pang of hurt. Ping, you've changed. You used to help me. Zhou Ping, upon hearing this, shifted his stance. Shen Qingzhu halted his actions, casting a suspicious glance at Zhou Ping. To Ji Yancai's surprise, Zhou Ping reached out and ruffled his hair before contentedly turning to ascend the stairs. Both Ji Yankai and Shen Qingzhu were momentarily taken aback. Ji Yankai looked up at Shen Qingzhu, bewildered. Did he just pat my head? Surely, right? Shen Qingzhu, equally uncertain, replied. It seems he has been influenced by you. You're talking nonsense. How could I lead someone astray? How dare you slander me? Ji Yankai, exasperated, broke free and raised his hand as if to strike him. Shen Qingzhu swiftly caught his fist and pressed him against the wall, declaring, Brother, just let it go. Shun Ge. Ji Yankai retorted with a defiant expression, yet he knew when to concede. Shen Qingzhu raised an eyebrow and released Ji Yankai, who immediately retaliated with a punch to his abdomen, exclaiming, That'll teach you. Shen Qingzhu clutched his stomach, watching Ji Yankai dart away with remarkable speed, his tongue teasingly poking his cheek. TSK. The vengeful little creature. Quite endearing. Wait, why am I thinking this? Shen Qingzhu scratched his head, feeling an itch of confusion. Returning to his room, he opened a social media platform and posted a query. Snow and wind pressing me for 2 or 3 years. Seeking advice. Why do I find my brother somewhat adorable at times? Almost instantly, responses began to flood in. Star-crossed. OP, are you perhaps bent? Raindrops on light strings, wow. Do elaborate. Snow and wind pressing me for 2 or 3 years. Well, he is quite handsome and a bit mischievous. Initially, he tricked me, but when I first laid eyes on him, my heart inexplicably raced. He often hits me, but it doesn't hurt, so I let him. The supreme joy envoy, huh? OP, should I commend your awakening or question your awareness? You just described love at first sight. Begonia in drizzle. I concur with a previous statement. Snow and wind pressing me for 2 or 3 years. No way. I consider him a good brother. Star-crossed. I, for one, never experience a racing heart for a good brother, nor do I find them adorable. I only want to punch them. However, if he frequently hits you, he must regard you as a good brother. You might be in unrequited love. Begonia and drizzle. OP, why not test it? Try to maintain eye contact with your good brother for 10 seconds. There's a saying that eye contact is a platonic kiss of the spirit. If you feel something, then you definitely have feelings for him. Raindrops on light strings. What kind of reaction? That's so hard to guess. Shy facepalm. JPG, the supreme joy envoy. Just try it out. Shin Qingzhu pondered their responses, immersed in thought. Could it be that I truly have feelings for Ji and Kai? I must find an opportunity to test it. But what if I really do have a reaction? What then? Shin Qingzhu lay on his bed, torn with uncertainty. After a moment, he abruptly sat up, determination igniting within him. Curse it, let's give it a try. Shin Qingzhu strode confidently towards the door, though his synchronized movements revealed his underlying anxiety. Taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open and made his way directly to Ji Yanci's room. He forcefully opened the bedroom door, causing Ji Yanci, who had been sitting up in bed, to glance curiously towards the entrance. Shin Qingzhu entered with the audacity of a hero facing execution. Ji Yanci, puzzled, was about to speak when Shin Qingzhu boldly approached, knelt on the bed, and pushed Ji Yanci down, pinning him beneath him, his gaze intensely fixed on Ji Yanci's eyes. Ji Yanci lay on the bed, blinking in confusion. What are you doing? Without uttering a word, Shin Qingzhu maintained their gaze. After 5 seconds, he averted his eyes, a crimson hue creeping from his neck to his ears. Yanci, annoyed, swatted at him, prompting Shin Qingzhu to snap back to reality, his expression clear and his tone aggrieved. You hit me. I certainly did. What madness is this? Coming to my bed in the middle of the night? Are you sleepwalking? Ji Yanci shook his wrist, feigning another strike. Shin Qingzhu rolled over to the other side, letting out a soft sigh. His feelings for Ji Yanci were indeed inappropriate. If Ji Yanci found out, their relationship would be over. He resolved to keep his affections hidden for now, secretly cherishing them. He could tell that Ji Yanci regarded him merely as a brother. Much like Zhou Ping and Enqingyu, Ji Yanci observed Shin Qingzhu, who had closed his eyes with a melancholic expression. After a moment of silence, he inquired, Hey, what's wrong? I'm fine. You don't mind if I sleep here, do you? Shin Qingzhu, anxious about revealing his emotions, turned away as he spoke. Oh, I don't mind, Ji Yanci casually replied, noticing Shin Qingzhu's intention to stay. Shin Qingzhu, hearing this, said nothing further and pretended to be asleep. Ji Yanci lay there, staring at the ceiling, too lazy to ponder, and closed his eyes to sleep. In a subtle manner, 021 commented, Quite impressive, quite impressive. He has even learned to seek assistance from online friends. Shin Qingzhu had indeed embarked upon the path of secret admiration. The comments flowed indiscreetly, though Ji Yanci had not viewed them in a long time, having blocked them, yet they spoke cautiously, wary of Ji Yanci as potential sudden engagement. Ha ha, look at this swagger. You lad so bold. Oh my, Shin Qingzhu is also stepping up. I'm already anticipating the training camp. Wouldn't that be something? 11,011. Caught in a dilemma. Surrounded on all fronts, eagerly awaiting the grand finale. 3 days later. Mama Yuan, we have arrived. Yuan Gang stood before the armed transport plane, spotting Ji Yanci and the others approaching. His gaze landed on Zhou Ping, and he leaned closer to Ji Yanci, whispering, Is the Sword Saint coming along with you? Of course. Just think about it. Having Zhou Ping as an instructor at the training camp is quite prestigious. Yuan Gang pondered this and nodded in agreement. Ah, indeed. Should I arrange for you both to share a dormitory? That works. Ji Yanci replied with a nod. Let us board the plane. Yuan Gang waved his hand, beckoning the individuals behind him. Ji Yanci glanced back at them and said, Brothers. The group boarded the helicopter where Yuan Gang was situated, secured themselves with seatbelts, and shortly thereafter, the aircraft descended into the sky. Time passed, though its measure was uncertain. The sound of the propellers grew louder, stirring the dust and sand from the ground. The helicopter gently descended. As the cabin door opened, Yuan Gang, accompanied by a throng of young followers, disembarked. The soldiers who had been waiting nearby saluted Yuan Gang, their voices resonating as they called out, Good day, Commander. Yuan Gang, with a serious expression, acknowledged them with a nod. Chapter 54. It's no big deal if things go awry. Oh, Mama Yuan is quite formidable, Ji Yanci remarked with a teasing tone as he observed the scene. Yuan Gang's lips twitched as he turned to deliver a swift slap to Ji Yanci's head, exclaiming, "You little rascal. Call me instructor." "Ow, Mama Yuan, how could you do this?" Ji Yanci protested. Yuan Gang raised an eyebrow and glared at him. "Yuan instructor," Ji Yanci mumbled, succumbing to the authority of Mama Yuan. Yuan Gang nodded in satisfaction and then said, "Please provide me with this year's list of new recruits." He led Ji Yanci and the others into the training camp that had risen dramatically during this period. As they strolled through the camp, Instructor Hong was introducing various aspects of the facility. A soldier approached, saluting, "Sir, here is the list of new recruits." Yuan Gang took it, glanced at it, and Ji Yanci leaned in for a better look. TSK, 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 the young master of the Jinwu family from the Forbidden Relics Museum, codename 003. The Seraphim Agent Lin Xie, heir of the Mo family S Sword Sect, Forbidden Ruins Sequence 076, Myriad Phenomena, Sequence 031, Black King S Annihilation, High Risk Forbidden Ruins Owner. High Risk Forbidden Ruins, Sequence 068, Qi Min, Shun Qingzhu. Hebei SMO family. Hey, what about me? Old Yuan, are you up to the task? Hearing Ji Yanci's cheeky tone, Yuan Gang's mouth twitched uncontrollably as he slapped Ji Yanci again. "Get out of here. Who says I can't handle it? I'll have you know that Captain Wang Mian of the Mask Special Squad applied to be an instructor this year. There are certainly those capable enough to handle you." "Wait a moment. An instructor?" Ji Yanci exclaimed, bewildered. "Isn't the Special Squad supposed to be busy? How can they spare time to be instructors?" "Who knows? A month ago, Wang Mian personally called to request to be this year's instructor, and I agreed," Yuan Gang replied with a mischievous grin. Ji Yanci fell into contemplation. Was this part of the plot? 021. No, but it's no big deal if things go awry. Criminal, with you saying that, I feel reassured. Wait, Wang Mian specifically applied to be an instructor a month ago? This is trouble. He is coming for me. I knew he had a crush on me. Huh, stubborn man. Yuan Gang led the group of youngsters to the dormitory building. Shun Qingzhu and Qingyu, you two choose a dorm room. Ji Yanci instructed them. And Qingyu and Shun Qingzhu exchanged glances and asked, "What about you?" "I'll be staying in the instructor's dormitory with Zhou Ping." Ji Yanci pointed at Yuan Gang with an expression that said, "I have connections." The two shared a knowing look and reluctantly selected a room. Instructor Hong noted their dormitory number, assuring, "I've recorded it for you." "Old Yuan, where's my dormitory with Zhou Ping?" Ji Yanci inquired, looking at Yuan Gang with anticipation. Yuan Gang, with his hands behind his back, turned and said, "Follow me." The group marched towards the instructor's dormitory, which was evidently of a higher standard, boasting private bathrooms, unlike the communal facilities of the new recruits' dormitory. "Wow, having connections certainly makes a difference," murmured Shun Qingzhu and in Qingyu, casting glances filled with resentment at Ji Yanci's retreating figure. Ji Yanci, whistling nonchalantly, ignored their stares and led Zhou Ping to the dormitory reserved for them by Yuan Gang. Taking note of the dorm number, he patted Zhou Ping on the shoulder and asked, "What do you think?" "I think it's splendid," Zhou Ping replied with a faint smile. "Great. Later, we shall seek out Lin Xie. Yuan Mama, would you care to join us? Tonight, Mama Chun is cooking." Yuan Gang hesitated for a brief moment before decisively nodding. "Let's go. I am quite curious to see what makes Ji Yanci's other mother more significant than I am." As Yuan Gang drove the group towards the Peace Affairs office, Zhou Ping felt quite at ease with Shun Qingzhu and in Qingyu sitting comfortably in the back seat. Ji Yanci, seated in the front passenger seat, dialed number, and after 3 rings, the call was answered. "Hello, Mama Chun, we are back in Songnan. Would you mind setting an extra pair of chopsticks? Yuan Mama is joining us." Shamai replied, "Who?" "Oh, Yuan Gang? Sure, when will you arrive?" "In about half an hour." "All right, I'll go buy some groceries. Talk later." As the call ended, Yuan Gang listened intently, sensing an undercurrent of unwelcoming vibes from Captain Chun. I shall go regardless." Meanwhile, at Chun Mai's side, Lin Xie eagerly inquired, "Captain, are Yanci and the others back?" "Yes, they have returned. Come with me. We need to buy some ingredients for a special dinner." "Absolutely." Lin Xie beamed at the news of Ji Yanci's return. As they exited the underground training grounds, they encountered Zhao Kongsheng and Wu Xiangnan, prompting Chun Ma to call out, "Zhao Kongsheng, Wu Xiangnan, you two come along as well." Both men exchanged bewildered glances. What is the mission? The four of them left the peace affairs office, and unable to contain his curiosity, Zhao Kongqing asked, Captain, what are we doing? We're buying groceries. Yanci is bringing friends and his other mother for dinner. Oh, Yanci is back, but what is this other mother? Zhao Kongqing pondered aloud. Chun Mai's tone turned peculiar, tinged with jealousy as he remarked, ever since I left the night watch team in Shangjing, Xiaopinga has irresponsibly found Yanci another mother. Lin Xie and the others exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. That person's arrival can only be seen as a provocation. Chun Mai scoffed, noticing their silence. Lin Xie scratched his head. Captain, is it possible he is merely here for dinner? Not a chance, Chun Mai replied, lighting a cigarette. Well, as long as you're happy, Lin Xie muttered. Zhao Kongqing and Wu Xiangnan dared not utter a word. Meanwhile, Yanci inquired, Yuan Mama, will there be any new recruits facing off this time? Attempting to extract more information. How could Yuan Gang possibly fail to discern it? A smile played on his lips as he remarked, Indeed, I must instill a sense of awe in you new recruits. Oh, really? Could you perhaps employ a different strategy? It's always the same old rhetoric every year. I've memorized it all, Yanci quietly grumbled. What do you understand? The effectiveness of a script does not diminish with age. If it works, it works, Yuan Gang retorted with a raised eyebrow. Just wait and see how I stir the pot, Yanci muttered under his breath. Although Yuan Gang did not catch every word, he sensed that Yanci was concocting some mischief. Nevertheless, he held a firm confidence in the masquerade team, believing that subduing these young rascals would be well within his capabilities. However, Yuan Gang underestimated Yanci's cunning. Yanci was contemplating how best to approach the new recruits in battle. He glanced into the rearview mirror, and Qingyu was not participating in this confrontation, while Zhou Ping served as the assistant instructor. With Shun Qingzhu's current abilities, he could easily manage a 1-against-2 scenario. Chapter 55, Custody of the Child? After all, it is the Sword Saint himself who provides instruction, so it is only natural that Lin Xie possesses formidable skills. With the divine code, name 003, the powers of the Goddess of Night, and the sword techniques taught by Chun Mama and Zhao Kongsheng, he is undoubtedly capable of surpassing expectations. As for Chao Yuan and Bai Li Pangpang, they are inconsequential. Rose will certainly seek out that enchanting Lady Molly in matters of combat. It is best for gentlemen to refrain from involvement. By the way, in Qingyu, Chun Mama and her team have captured a lizard capable of rapid regeneration. Make sure to collect it when you return. Yanci suddenly recalled what Chun Mai had mentioned over the phone. He remembered Qingyu's abilities, so he had withheld the lizard's corpse. All right, and Qingyu nodded in response. You currently possess enough mysterious corpses for extensive research. After today, are you planning to enter seclusion? Yanci turned to look at Qingyu, inquiring. I do need to retreat for a while, but if you wish to see me, just send me a message. And Qingyu replied with a subtle smile. I wish to see Sister An. Please return her to me, Yanci remarked, casting a sidelong glance. And Qingyu averted her gaze, remaining silent. Yanci turned his attention forward, and Qingyu leaned her elbow against the window, contemplating the idea of creating a doppelganger in her original form. Since Yanci favored that appearance, perhaps she could have the doppelganger dress as a woman to entice him. The vehicle arrived at its destination, and the group began to disembark. Yuan Gang looked up at the shop sign, his eyelid twitching. Who chose this auspicious location? Who knows? Yanci chuckled. Yuan Gang stepped forward and pushed open the door. Ding dong. Welcome. Lin Xie, who had returned earlier, stood in the lobby and, upon hearing the commotion, rose to greet them. Before him stood several tall men. So many people, what's going on? Hey Xie, we're back. Yanci peeked out from behind Yuan Gang, waving a greeting. Yanci, who are these individuals accompanying you? Lin Xie inquired. Oh, let me introduce you. This is Yuan Gang, our chief instructor at the training camp. This rather arrogant fellow is Shun Qingzhu, a new recruit from our cohort. And this is Zhou Ping, a remarkable swordsman among humanity's elite. Yanci introduced each of the three. Lin Xie nodded and addressed Yuan Gang. Hello, Instructor Yuan. I am Lin Xie. Yuan Gang nodded solemnly. So this lad is the agent of the Seraph? Nothing particularly special, I must say. He pales in comparison to my Yanci. Shen Qing Zhu crossed his arms. Assessing Lin Xie, a divine agent? He seems rather ordinary. Zhou Ping offered a slight nod to Lin Xie as Ji Yanci introduced him. Xie, where's Chen Mama? Ji Yanci immediately sought out Chun Mai, while Yuan Gang's gaze shifted, brimming with unspoken resentment. And Xingyu cast a glance at Yuan Gang and pursed her lips. The captain is in the kitchen preparing a meal. Lin Xie pointed inside, and Ji Yanci responded with an O, suggesting they should first procure some items necessary for their training camp. Xie, are you prepared? She inquired. Not yet. Lin Xie shook her head. Shall we go together? Mama Yuan, will you join us? Ji Yanci asked Yuan Gang. Why would you little rascals want me along for shopping? Yuan Gang retorted. To pay the bill. Ji Yanci chuckled. Off you go then. I'll transfer you the money later. Just amuse yourselves. Yuan Gang waved his hand dismissively, indicating they should hurry along. All right. Love you. Ji Yanci made a heart gesture and beckoned the others to exit. Yuan Gang pulled out his phone to make a transfer. Just as Ji Yanci stepped outside, her phone chimed with a notification. ZFB had credited 20,000 yuan. Instantly, the group turned their gaze toward Ji Yanci, their faces reflecting envy. Ji Yanci blinked innocently. Instructor Yuan, are you really that wealthy? Lin Xie asked, her expression somewhat complex. Of course. The perks in Beijing are splendid. Mama Yuan has never shortchanged me. I have always received the best, Ji Yanci replied with a cheeky grin. Although Ji Yanci was a bit mischievous. Even Yuan Gang couldn't resist the charm of that pretty face. He prepared all the best for her, and not just her. But the other members of Team 006 also cherished her dearly. Zhou Ping, hearing this, appeared puzzled. What about the things Ji Yanci said earlier? It seemed there was a secret lurking beneath the surface. Let us go. Today, the expenses are on me, Ji Yanci declared as the group marched toward the mall. At the Peace Affairs office, Yuan Gang understood that it wasn't wise to roam freely on someone else's turf, so he settled down on a sofa in the lobby, waiting for the youngsters to return. Not long after he sat down, someone emerged. Yuan Gang squinted his eyes and stood up, addressing Chen Mai. Captain Chun, it's an honor to finally meet you. Instructor Yuan, I often hear about you from Yanci. Thank you for your care over the years. Chen Mai spoke with a hint of sarcasm. The two exchanged glances, tension palpable. Yanci is a member of my team 006. It is my duty to look after her. There is no need for you to thank me, Captain Chun, Yuan Gang replied calmly, internally sensing that Chun Mai was not particularly welcoming. It is still necessary to express gratitude. How about this, Instructor Yuan? Stay for dinner tonight. I'll treat you, Chun Mai stated expressionlessly. Yuan Gang's lips twitched slightly. Was he not even pretending? Did he never intend to invite me for dinner? Since Captain Chun has invited me, I shall not be rude, he acquiesced. In the background, a few heads peeked out, whispering amongst themselves. It's as if the captain is vying for custody over a child. After all, the child has been raised by him for a decade. Who wouldn't he be anxious? What is this? A meeting between biological mother and stepmother, filled with jealousy? The key point being, the stepmother had raised a child quite well. It wasn't surprising that the captain felt anxious. I would too in his place. This truly is amusing. As Yuan Gang and Chun Mai conversed, they began reminiscing about Ji Yanci's childhood. Allow me to share an intriguing narrative, Captain Chun. Upon my appointment, I was unexpectedly entrusted with a delightful young boy by that fellow, Xiaopinga. At that moment, I pondered, is it customary for vice captains to also take on the role of caretakers? I found myself stepping into the shoes of a mother without ever having experienced romance. This mischievous lad, Ji Yanci, immediately addressed me as Mama upon our first encounter. Despite my persistent corrections, he stubbornly persisted, and before long, it became a habit. Do not be deceived by his tender age. His intellect is remarkably astute, and he learns with astonishing speed, often stirring up trouble. Eventually, I enrolled him in school. On one occasion, the homeroom teacher urgently summoned me, exclaiming that Yanci had engaged in a brawl. Without hesitation, I rushed to the school. Upon my arrival, the teacher informed me that Yanci had single-handedly taken down 5 bullies, each taller than he, leaving them with bruised faces. A quick inspection revealed that he was merely slightly dusty at the hem of his pants. I later discovered that these bullies had been tormenting a female classmate. And upon witnessing the injustice, Yanci had promptly taken action, swinging his fists in defense of her honor. Chapter 56. The Dilemma of Choice. Chanmai listened intently as Yuan Gang recounted the childhood stories of Yanci, a smile gracing his face. This lad has been taught well by you. Don't be ridiculous. I certainly did not teach him how to fight. Nonetheless, he executed that task splendidly. Yuan Gang remarked, sipping the tea that Chanmai had offered. The two mothers conversing about their children's past seemed to have shed their initial tension, creating an unexpectedly harmonious atmosphere. Meanwhile, Yanci and his companions arrived at the shopping mall. Are you all buying clothes? Can we wear casual attire at the training camp? Lin Xie inquired. Not at all. But one must change their underwear daily, right? Yanci replied, his demeanor serious. Lin Xie responded, cough, that is indeed true. Let us go and buy some underwear first. Yanci led them directly to the lingerie section. The 5 exceptionally handsome men strolled through the mall, turning heads as they passed by. How charming. I feel as though I have encountered my destined husband. Goodness, any one of those 5 is quite impressive. Looking at them now, what were the partners I dated before? Sister, those who are good-looking are called exes, while the unattractive ones are labeled as dark histories. How splendid. I have no exes. Sister, you truly do not eat a single grain of fine rice. That stings. Yanci listened impassively to the discussions of passers-by. Having experienced so much throughout his life, he was completely immune to such remarks. In the lingerie section, the 5 handsome men walked in confidently, leaving the sales staff momentarily dumbfounded. Is it customary these days to form a group to buy underwear? Yanci glanced around and spotted a pink item. A smirk appeared on his face as he draped his arm over Xingyu's shoulder and asked, Fish, do you like that pink one? And Xingyu looked over at the pink lace thong, his eyelids twitching. With a forced smile, he stared at Yanci, his tone laced with irritation. What do you think? I believe you like it, Yanci teased. I do not. And Xingyu replied coldly, brushing Yanci's arm away as he turned to check his size. Yanci, left with his arm hanging, silently pouted. His eyes darted to Lin Xie, who was slightly shorter than him at just under 180 centimeters. You shall do. He approached Lin Xie, draping an arm over his shoulder, and asked, Xie, do you like pink? No, I do not like it. Lin Xie stammered, bewildered for 3 seconds before shaking his head vigorously. He had noticed the peculiar underwear Yanci had selected for Xingyu, finding the style rather embarrassing. Yanci feigned disappointment. You don't like it? It looks lovely. After all, no one can see it when it's worn underneath. Why not take a pair? He began to coax Lin Xie, attempting to brainwash him. Honestly, I think you would look splendid in it. Lin Xie responded with utmost seriousness. For Yanci was indeed very fair-skinned. Yanci raised his hand and playfully slapped him, urging, hurry up and choose. Lin Xie, momentarily dazed by the slap, covered his head and watched as Yanci turned towards Shun Qingzhu. In his line of sight, Yanci drew near, almost touching him. Leaning against Shun Qingzhu, Yanci nudged him with his elbow and teased. Little Zhu, do you really need to agonize over buying a pair of underwear? Shall I help you pick one? Shun Qingzhu silently swallowed hard, placing his hand on Yanci's shoulder to steady him, stating, I can choose for myself. Yanci stood there, observing Shun Qingzhu as he walked towards another section, where the triangular styles were displayed. Yanci's gaze lingered on Shun Qingzhu's backside. Well, never mind, respect and understanding. He casually selected a few black pairs and took them to the counter. Zhou Ping had already made his selection and was waiting there. Shortly after, Shun Qingzhu and Xingyu and Lin Xie approached, each holding several pairs of underwear. Have you all made your choices? Yanci inquired, looking at them. The 3 nodded in unison, placing their items on the table. The shop assistant scanned each item while discreetly glancing at the group. So handsome. I suggest you come every day. I could be paid to work here. Sir, the total is 500 yuan. How would you like to pay? Yanci opened his phone to display the payment code. The assistant scanned it, and the payment was successful. Please pack them separately for us. Of course, sir. Please wait a moment. The assistant quickly retrieved 5 bags, placing each selected pair of underwear inside. All sizes were the same, and the colors were quite similar, black, gray, and deep blue among them. Of course, Yanci required a smaller size, as his frame was slightly more petite than the others. However, size merely dictated fit, not shape. The assistant adeptly packaged the underwear and handed them out to the group. "Sir, here is yours." "Thank you." With everyone carrying a small bag, they exited the area. Yanci stored his bag in the system space, prompting the others to do the same. Only Lin Xie, gazing at their empty hands, fell into deep thought. "Shall I take my leave?" Yanci looked over and couldn't he help but chuckle. "Haha, I forgot you don't have a storage space, 7-Night. Here, use this for now." As Yanci spoke, he tossed a ring talisman, which Lin Xie fixed to his bag. The bag was then drawn into the talisman and casually tucked into his pocket. "Come on, let's find you a medium." Yanci threw his arm around Lin Xie's neck, who, bewildered, asked what medium. "Oh, a storage space requires a medium. Rings, bracelets, or ear studs will do." "We wish for," Yanci clarified. "Do you all have one?" Lin Xie glanced at Yanci's finger, where a sparkling ring adorned it, and then surveyed Zhou Ping, Shun Qingzhu, and then Qingyu, who each sported one as well. Lin Xie fell into contemplation. "A ring? Then I want one too." Lin Xie pondered for a moment before speaking. He merely wished to blend in. Indeed, that was correct. "All right, I have plenty of money. Let us go." A group of them strode toward a certain shop. Upon entering, the shop assistant's eyes lit up. "May I inquire how many of you are here to purchase rings? Is it for a proposal or a wedding?" "We also have men's wedding bands." "Neither. We are looking for individual styles," Yanci replied, shaking his head. "Very well. Please follow me to this section," the assistant said, guiding them to the individual ring display. Yanci gestured for Lin Xie to make his selection. Lin Xie glanced around and asked, "Did they all choose their own?" "No. I selected for them. They struggle with choices." "Actually, I also find choosing difficult," Lin Xie admitted, scratching his head in embarrassment. Chapter 57. Express your affection. "So, shall I choose for you?" Yanci spoke uncertainly. "I trust your judgment." Lin Xie promptly nodded. "All right." Yanci glanced around, his finger gesturing toward a specific ring in the glass cabinet. "Please retrieve that one for me to try on." "Certainly, sir." The shop assistant brought forth the ring Yanci had selected, which he then handed to Lin Xie. "Give it a try." Lin Xie slipped it onto his middle finger, finding it a perfect fit. "How does it look?" he inquired. Yanci examined it and replied, "It's acceptable. Let us go with this one. Let us proceed to check out." After purchasing the ring, Yanci created a storage space for Lin Xie. Lin Xie promptly tossed in the newly acquired underwear. "This is quite convenient. Now, let us procure some bed linens and other necessities." Yanci contemplated for a moment before leading everyone to the department area. "Hey, fish, I believe that one would suit you perfectly." Yanci grasped in Qingyu's arm, directing his gaze towards a mermaid mug. And Qingyu began to question Yanci's taste. "Are you certain that it looks good?" The others silently turned their attention to Yanci. "Doesn't it look good?" Yanci surveyed them, prompting an immediate chorus of agreement. "It's lovely." "Indeed, absolutely." And Qingyu furrowed his brow, his expression difficult to read, and he sighed softly. "Very well, let us go with this one." Yanci smiled, declaring, "I knew you would like it." He took the mug and placed it into Qingyu's hands. And Qingyu gazed down at the unappealing mug, lost in thought. Shun Qingzhu stifled a laugh, approaching to pat his shoulder. "Just bear with it. After all, he is the benefactor." And Qingyu, "Shun Qingzhu, what about that angry little bird?" Yanci abruptly pulled Shun Qingzhu towards him, grinning widely, his face clearly urging, "Please say you like it." Shun Qingzhu stared at the red bird, nodding silently, and with a guilty conscience, he said, "It's nice." Yanci raised his chin, retrieving the mug and securing it. History tends to repeat itself, Shun Qingzhu thought as he fixated on the red bird. At that moment, and Qingyu approached him, patting his shoulder in return. "Just endure it. He is the benefactor." Shun Qingzhu. The boomerang ultimately returned. "Oh, an angel. Lin Xie, come and see this." Yanci precisely selected the ugliest mug from a myriad of flamboyant options. Lin Shi was compelled to approach, contemplating the so-called angel that Yanci had pointed out. Are you telling me that adding 2 wings to a stick figure makes it an angel? Am I insane? Or is this world mad? Yanci stared at him, and Lin Shi forced a smile, declaring, "It's beautiful. I like it." Yanci nodded in satisfaction. "Then let us purchase it." Lin Shi glanced at his own selection before looking at Qing Yu and Shun Ju's choices, feeling a sense of balance restored within him. Wow, Zhou Ping resembles this little figure, doesn't he? Yanci picked up a Q-version figurine cup and handed it to Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping glanced at it. The figure was exceedingly adorable. Tilting his head slightly, he remarked, "Though quite charming, how does it resemble me? Just as cute as you." Yanci replied with a smile. Zhou Ping's lips curved upward. "Then I shall take this." The 3 individuals who had received the less appealing cups cast resentful glances at Yanci. "Why does he get the best one? We refuse to accept this." With a mere glance from Yanci, the trio instantly fell silent. "What do you think of that snow-white bedspread?" Lin Chi queried. "I find it rather unappealing," he replied. "And what about the pink hairdryer patterned bedspread?" And Qing Yu chimed in, "Ugly." "SpongeBob?" Shen Ju offered, "Mediocre." "Your tastes are truly lacking. It's clearly lovely, isn't it, Zhou Ping?" Zhou Ping affirmed, "Indeed." Lin Chi, Shun Ju, and Qing Yu responded with disbelief. Ultimately, Yanci purchased 5 blue bedspreads, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the group. In the clothing section, Yanci no longer sought out the unattractive, but rather gravitated toward eye-catching apparel. Shun Ju, try this one on. He tossed a suitable outfit to Shun Ju and pushed him toward the fitting room. And Qing Yu, give us a try, he called, followed by Lin Qi. You too, Ping Ping. I want to see you in this. Yanci eagerly handed an outfit to Zhou Ping, watching him with anticipation as he entered the fitting room. Yanci clapped his hands, leaning against the wall with arms crossed, awaiting their emergence. 021 quietly remarked, "Host, you resemble a brothel keeper coercing others. Do you dare to claim my chosen outfits are unappealing?" Yanci countered. 021 refrained from arguing. Recognizing Yanci's impeccable taste in fashion, they are indeed attractive. Then that settles it, just wait. Yanci unblocked the barrage of comments. Soon, blinding flashes caught their eyes. One by one, the group emerged from the fitting room, greeted by a chorus of wow from the comments. Wow, wow, wow. First to strut out was our male model number 1, Shun Ju. He wore a black sleeveless tight-fitting top, adorned with a silver chain around his neck, paired with loose black casual pants and a white shirt layered on top, perfectly showcasing his inverted triangle physique with hints of his chest and abdominal muscles subtly visible. Oh my, I'm about to drool. Damn, he's tempting me. Handsome guy, handsome guy. Darling, darling. Yanci approached, circling Shun Ju before his gaze landed on his waist and abdomen. He reached out to touch Shun Ju's abs, causing him to stiffen momentarily. After a brief touch, Yanci withdrew his hand, remarking, "The effect is splendid." I knew my taste was impeccable. Shun Ju's cheeks flushed slightly as he responded with a soft Next to grace the stage is our male model number 2, and Qing Yu. He adorns a gradient pink shirt paired with light blue jeans, exuding an aura of youthful purity. One ideal boyfriend. And Qing Yu instantly radiates sunshine. Finally, he is free from the clinical garb of a white coat. Yanci stroked his chin and snapped his fingers, proclaiming, "I told you, pink suits you perfectly." And Qing Yu replied, "Well, as long as you're happy." Following him is the rising star of the host world, Qian Yuchie. Lin Chie sports a sleek black workwear ensemble, embodying a striking contrast. Hey, truly deserving of the title of the most popular host. Well earned, haha. Yanci observed the barrage of comments and patted his shoulder, adding, "Honestly, I believe you would look even better in a skirt." Chapter 58. The Harmonious Trio. I just spotted a rather lovely camisole dress, Yanci remarked, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Lin Chi. Startled, Lin Chi took a few steps back, hastily waving his hands. No, no, no. Let us pass on that." Observing his refusal, Yanci chuckled. "All right then. I'll find an opportunity to let you use a transformation charm, Miss Lin." Finally, the fourth male model emerged, Zhou Ping, clad in a crisp white shirt and blue trousers, a seemingly simple ensemble, yet it exuded an air of sophistication. Wow, would you dare to call this unremarkable? I can't find the words. Just handsome is all. My husband. My husband. As GNCI appraised Zhou Ping, noticing his silence, inquired, "Is it odd?" "Not at all. It looks splendid. You should experiment with other colors," GNCI replied, pulling him to the mirror. "Look how good you look. In the future, don't describe yourself as unremarkable. You might get reprimanded. Understand?" Zhou Ping nodded slightly. "All right." Standing together were Qing Yu, Shen Qing Zhu, and Lin Qiyi, each embodying distinct styles, creating an unexpectedly harmonious atmosphere. Shen Qing Zhu nudged Qing Yu and asked, "Is he being double standard?" And Qing Yu turned, puzzled. "Haven't you noticed this past month?" Shen Qing Zhu responded, Didn't he want to say?" And Qing Yu raised an eyebrow. "Can you guess why he only hits you?" Shen Qing Zhu retorted, "Shut up." Shen Qing Zhu felt slightly defensive. However, the fact that he only targeted him and not others was surely a form of favoritism. He managed to soothe himself in 3 seconds. Lin Qiyi, not entirely grasping their conversation, understood the notion of double standards. Observing the arrogant figure, he suddenly spoke, "Excuse me, arrogant guy, do you often get hit?" Shen Qing Zhu turned to Lin Qiyi, his gaze sharpening. "What of it?" Lin Qiyi replied, "Nothing, as long as you're happy." Shen Qing Zhu crossed his arms and let out a cold snort. GNCI approached with Zhou Ping. "What are you chatting about?" "Nothing much, still trying on clothes?" And Qing Yu interjected, "No need. I have great confidence in my taste." With that, he waved to the clerk, and GNCI led the clerk on a brief shopping spree. "As I mentioned earlier, please wrap those up." "Certainly, sir." GNCI completed the payment. The group gathered their clothing. "It's about time. Let us head back." GNCI led them to a corner, affixed a teleportation charm on them, and they were instantly transported to the Peace Bureau. At the Peace Bureau, Chun Mu-yi and Yuan Gang were engrossed in lively conversation when several individuals suddenly appeared, startling both. "Hi, Mama Chun, Mama Yuan. We're back." The two exchanged glances and coughed. "Did you buy everything?" "Of course." "Then let us eat." Chun Mu-yi rose and headed toward the dining area. Curious, GNC approached and quietly inquired, "Yuan Gang, what were you and Chun Mai discussing?" "What else could we discuss?" "We were reminiscing about your childhood," Yuan Gang replied, affectionately ruffling GNC's hair in a surprisingly gentle manner. GNC regarded him with a peculiar expression. "Old Yuan, have you been hacked? How can you be so tender?" In an instant, Yuan Gang's demeanor shifted, and he playfully smacked GNC's head, retorting, "I see you're getting a bit too cheeky." GNC, clutching his head, chuckled, relishing the familiar banter. Yuan Gang sighed in exasperation. This brat is truly infuriating. At the dining table, everyone took their seats. GNC found himself flanked by Chun Mai on his left and Yuan Gang on his right, both mothers surrounding him like protectors. He glanced from side to side as they incessantly piled food into his bowl. Watching this, GNC stuffed his cheeks full, exclaiming, "Wait, slow down. I can't eat anymore." The four individuals across the table exchanged glances while the members of Team 136 observed in silence. Overwhelmed by the competing affections of the two women, GNC ultimately reached his limit. He attempted to balance the offerings from both Chun Mai and Yuan Gang, ensuring fairness in the feast. Eventually, he threw down a teleportation talisman, vanishing from the table. Yuan Gang and Chun Mai stared at the now vacant space, casting a glance at the others. The members of Team 136 and Lin Xie, noticing the empty seat, quickly lowered their heads to resume their meals. Once they finished, they exited the dining hall together and spotted GNC sprawled on the sofa in the lobby, looking expressionless as he stared at them. "Finished eating?" they wondered, and he nodded silently. "No need to wait for Yuan Mama. We should head back to the training camp." GNC activated another teleportation talisman, swiftly transporting everyone back to the training camp. Lin Xie surveyed the expansive training grounds, taking in the surroundings. GNC turned to Shen Qingzhu and Lin Xie, recalling the narrative from the original story. He resolved to have them abandon the uncooperative recruits and instead band together for a more strategic approach. Shun Qingzhu, Lin Xie. Why don't you explore the training camp and familiarize yourselves with the layout? In 3 days, during the new recruits competition, team up with other high-risk individuals, particularly the high-risk squad from Sequence 031 and the female student from the MO Family Sword Sect. As for the other recruits, let them fend for themselves. Shen Qingzhu and Lin Xie nodded in agreement. Our captain, Wang Mian, will undoubtedly target me. I will hold him off while you manage the rest alongside the other high-risk members. Leaning against Zhou Ping, Yanci briefly outlined the upcoming competition. Then his gaze shifted to Qingyu. And Qingyu interjected, I need to enter seclusion. Very well, if you need anything, feel free to reach out to me. Yanci nodded, then poked Zhou Ping. Ping, I'm unable to walk anymore. Zhou Ping turned around, slightly crouching down. Yanci's eyes lit up as he climbed onto Zhou Ping's back, who nodded to the others before carrying Yanci toward the instructor's dormitory. Qingyu returned to the dormitory, and upon entering, she vanished from sight, reappearing at the research base. Shen Qingzhu and Lin Xie stood still, their acquaintance still somewhat tenuous. Bro, shall we take a stroll over there? Lin Xie suggested, breaking the silence as he pointed towards the direction of the warehouse. The nickname Bro was coined by Lin Xie, and he found it rather fitting. Shen Qingzhu made no effort to correct him, considering them both as brothers in essence. Shen Qingzhu responded in a low voice. Subsequently, the duo meandered through the training camp together. By the way, bro, how did you come to know Yanci? Lin Xie inquired with a hint of curiosity that he couldn't suppress. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingzhu fell silent for a moment before slowly replying, a month ago, he deceived me into going to the capital under the pretense of being the director of the night watchman operations. So you believed him? Chapter 59. Infectious Max Lin Xie slightly raised his head to glance at Shen Qingzhu, his expression somewhat peculiar. No, thus I purchased a ticket to the capital. Intending to confront this charlatan, Shen Qingzhu continued. And then? Lin Xie's interest was piqued, eagerly anticipating Shen Qingzhu's continuation. Shen Qingzhu's lips curved into a subtle smile as he teasingly remarked, Then, that comes at a different price. Lin Xie sighed. Why does that sound so much like Yanci's tone? It appears this arrogant fellow has been influenced as well. Yanci's charisma is indeed formidable. In the instructor's dormitory building, Zhou Ping carried Yanci back to his dormitory, gently placing him onto a chair before proceeding to make the bed. Yanci slumped in the chair, watching Zhou Ping meticulously smooth out the creases in the sheets, his broad shoulders and toned waist exuding an aura of strength. It was uncertain to whom such qualities would be advantageous. However, in the original narrative, Zhou Ping remained unmarried. Thankfully, for otherwise, he would risk losing a cherished brother. Shen Qingzhu was also without a spouse, leading a solitary existence throughout the tale. It became evident that these two would undoubtedly not abandon him for romantic pursuits, which was truly splendid. Yanci's gaze fixated intently on Zhou Ping, causing the latter to feel somewhat uneasy, a faint blush creeping to his ears. Silently, he finished arranging the bed, then turned to face Yanci, asking, I've finished making the bed. Would you like to rest? The sheets and covers were identical, and Yanci nodded, standing to retrieve his own set. Zhou Ping took it and moved to the other side to make the bed. Yanci sauntered leisurely to the neatly made bed, plopping down, and after removing his shoes, reclined comfortably. 021. When Bali Pang Pang arrives, remember to call me. There are free labor's rewards not to be missed. 021. All right. How perfunctory. 021. You have changed. 021. Good. Yanci tilted his head and fell asleep. Zhou Ping, having finished making the bed, turned to look at the peacefully sleeping Yanci and walked over to tuck him in. He then took out his phone, sitting on a chair to check his messages. Yifan, Zhou Ping, did you follow Yanci to Changnan? Zhou Ping, yes. Yifan replied almost instantly. You actually left with him so easily? After all my persuasion, you would go with me. What does that mean? Zhou Ping pondered for a moment. Does that mean you're eloquent? Yifan, you actually made a joke? Yifan stared at the message in disbelief, unable to contain his laughter. He never anticipated Yanci could train someone so effectively. Zhou Ping, typically reticent and plagued by severe social anxiety, was now even capable of jesting. This was remarkable. At this rate, Zhou Ping was not far from breaking free of his constraints. Yanci truly was a genius. Zhou Ping, is that not permissible? Yi Fan, it is. The way you are now is excellent. Zhou Ping, I have faith in you. Zhou Ping, I understand, you have mentioned it numerous times. Yi Fan, Alit. I shall refrain from repeating myself. Enjoy your time at the training camp. Zhou Ping, I did not come here for leisure. Yanci wishes for me to teach him swordsmanship and to offer guidance to the new recruits. I am here for serious matters, so do not speak frivolously. Yi Fan, observing Zhou Ping's earnest demeanor, could not help but find him unexpectedly endearing. Yi Fan, all right, my apologies. With your instruction, it seems that the Great Xia will soon gain another batch of pillars of society. Zhou Ping, MHM, unbeknownst to Zhou Ping, a smile had crept onto his face. He opened another message, sent by his third uncle. Third uncle, Zhou Ping, how is your time outside? Have you encountered anyone to your liking? Zhou Ping, very well, third uncle there is. Third uncle, is she beautiful? Do you like her? When will you bring her home? Zhou Ping, she is quite beautiful. I do like her, but she is male. Third uncle, a handsome boy? That is not unacceptable. Zhou Ping, do not overthink it. Our family has no throne to inherit, and I possess no such feudal notions. A male spouse is just a male spouse. As long as you are happy. Zhou Ping's face suddenly flushed, turning as red as an apple. I understand. Third uncle. His gaze flickered towards the sleeping Yanci, then lowered, his hand resting over his heart, which was beating rapidly. The following day, after Yanci awoke, he sluggishly made his way to the restroom to attend to his physiological needs. Following that, he washed his face and brushed his teeth. Once he was alert, the voice of 021 resonated. 021. Host, by Li Ping has arrived. Finally, the government's disaster relief supplies had come. 021. You possess a fortune exceeding 100 billion. Do you still care about this small sum? Who would complain about having too much money? 021. Very well. Yanci pulled Zhou Ping along, exclaiming, Zhou Ping, let us go and collect the watch. Before Zhou Ping could comprehend, he was swept into a teleportation, and the scenery shifted before him. What a watch! The two found themselves in the corridor of the new recruits' dormitory, observing several individuals gathered before Lin Chi-Ye's dormitory. Shen Qingzhu had heard the commotion early in the morning and emerged with a cold expression, silently observing. The fact that he had not raised his fist at them was already a testament to his improved temperament. Upon seeing Yanci and Zhou Ping, Shen Qingzhu lifted an eyebrow and waved to them. Yanci drew Zhou Ping closer, and the three of them huddled together. Oh, you actually refrained from striking? Yanci teased, nudging Shen Qingzhu with his arm. Humph, I'm not a firecracker that explodes at the slightest touch, Shen Qingzhu retorted, hands shoved in his pockets, wearing a proud expression. Is that so? I seem to recall someone declaring they would beat me up not long ago. Yanci replied with a mischievous raise of his brow. This provoked Shen Qingzhu, his hands itching, and he playfully grabbed Yanci by the neck, ruffling his hair. Stop being a nuisance. Yanci wriggled free and swung a hand towards Shen Qingzhu, who easily dodged it, a reflex honed by practice. Do not dodge. What is the matter? Where's your pride? What is that? Shen Qingzhu wore an expression of indifference, which made Yanci's lips twitch slightly. 021. Ha ha. Host, does this feeling seem familiar to you? 021. Doesn't it resemble you? Ha ha ha. Was he really this sharp-tongued? Yanci fell into deep contemplation. Lin Xie returned from outside, and upon glancing around, he noticed a large crowd. Oh, Yanci and a few others were present as well. Why were so many people gathered in front of his dormitory? He approached, only to hear a voice from within the dormitory exclaim, Get lost, you street punk. This dormitory is for my future roommate. So scram, you arrogant piece of trash. Chapter 60. Sister Lin? Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the dormitory, and Shen Qingzhu delivered a swift kick. causing a man in a black suit to drag the individual away. Lin Chia's lips twitched in confusion. What on earth was happening? He cast a sidelong glance at Yanci, who shrugged in response, suggesting, why not step inside and find out? Seeing this, Lin Chia lifted his foot, ready to enter, while Yanci wore a sly smile. At that moment, Bali Pang turned around, his eyes brightening as realization dawned upon him. He raised a hand to cover his face, exclaiming, "Miss, I believe you may have taken a wrong turn. This is the boys' dormitory." He peered through his fingers, his gaze fixed on Lin Chia. A sudden chill swept between Lin Chia's legs, prompting him to glance down. Were his trousers? And what was this absurd skirt? Behind him came the sound of a shutter clicking. Click. "Oh, Sister Lin, you look absolutely stunning," Yanci remarked with a grin. Glancing at the photo on his phone, Lin Chia's lips twitched violently as he turned to face Yanci and the others. Shen Qingzhu was raising an eyebrow, scrutinizing him from head to toe, noting he didn't possess the elegance of Qingyu, but was rather more robust. Zhou Ping nodded in agreement. Lin Chia. Bali Pang, upon noticing the three individuals in the corridor, realized that the girl before him was actually a boy in disguise. He cleared his throat, straightened his attire, and, with a broad grin revealing his white teeth, approached the cross-dressing gentleman. Sir, may I introduce myself? My name is Bali Tumming. If that name proves difficult to remember, feel free to call me Tumming or Pang. He slightly bowed, continuing, "Well, I don't quite understand why you're wearing a skirt. I respect your preferences, and I must say, you look quite lovely." He scratched his face, diverting his gaze, his cheeks faintly flushed. Lin Chia. The trio of Yanci erupted into laughter, unable to contain themselves. Lin Chia exclaimed, "You're blinding my eyes with your noise." He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply. Pang, my dear classmate, I feel it necessary to clarify that I do not enjoy wearing skirts, nor am I a cross-dresser. Baili pang, nuda e ajarli. Understood. Lin Chia noted that he hadn't absorb a word, his forehead twitching with frustration. "What do you understand? May I inquire your esteemed name?" Baili pang blinka, asking. Lin Chia. "Oh, Brother Chia, a pleasure to meet you. Here is a local specialty I brought from home, a gift for you. I hope you won't find it objectionable." Baili Pang turned to retrieve a package from the gift box behind him and handed it to Lin Chia. Lin Chia, suspicious, scanned it with his mental energy before reaching out to accept it. Upon opening the box, he was nearly blinded by its contents. A box of Laoli's delicacies, whose affluent young master had come to the countryside for a transformation. "Brother Chia, is it not to your liking? How about a box of Baidat Soleil? Or perhaps Cardia? You can choose for yourself." Baili Pang gestured toward the assortment in the gift box, encouraging Lin Chia to select. As Lin Chia was about to speak, a figure brushed past him and stepped forward. "Is there any for us?" Yanci fixed his gaze on the myriad of gift boxes strewn across the floor, his eyes glinting with envy. Baili Pang adjusted his attire, observing this man who appeared even more exquisite than Lin Chia in women's clothing. With a gentlemanly demeanor, he approached and extended his hand. "Hello, I am Baili Tumming, but you may call me Pang. Yanci raised his hand to grasp the chubby little hand. "I am Yanci. It is a pleasure to meet you, Pang. No. That should be my line. It is a delight to meet you. Yanci, brother, do you enjoy these?" "Indeed," Yanci replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Baili Pang's eyes sparkled with excitement. He turned and began to lift a gift box toward Yanci. "Yanci, brother, please choose at your leisure." Oh dear, how embarrassing. Although he uttered these words, his body showed no inclination to refuse, eagerly stuffing the gifts into his space. Yanci claimed a third of the gifts for himself. Seeing his enthusiasm, Baili Pang felt certain that Yanci would become his closest friend. Behind them, Lin Chia, Shen Qingzhu, and Zhou Ping quietly observed as Baili Pang handed gifts to Yanci, who accepted them without hesitation. After choosing, Yanci draped his arm over Baili Pang's shoulder and patted his chest, declaring, "Pang, to be honest, I felt an instant connection with you upon first sight. From now on, we shall be the best of brothers." Previously embraced by them and proclaimed the best of friends, Shen Qingzhu and Zhou Ping clenched their fists at this scene. Bali Pang Pang was momentarily stunned, then beamed with joy. Really? Yanci brother? I felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing you, as if we were long-lost brothers. How fortuitous. Henceforth, I shall be your elder brother, and you shall be my second brother. How does that sound? Sounds great, elder brother, second brother, elder brother. Lin Xie, Shun Qingzhu, and Zhou Ping exchanged glances, exasperated. Who can rein him in? Is the mood of the gathering shifting? The two of them, arm in arm, resembled true siblings. Yanci, transform me back now. Lin Xie, blushing, covered his chest. Ji Yanci, reveling in the mischief, dressed Lin Xie in a variety of skirts. From spaghetti straps to JK uniforms to ultra-short skirts. Not only the attire, but also the makeup and hairstyles were meticulously coordinated. The onlookers weighed in on the fashion choices. Shun Qingzhu remarked, "That yellow long dress was quite lovely." Bali Pang Pang added, "I think the ultra-short skirt is the most appealing." Ji Yanci stroked his chin and declared with mock seriousness, "Actually, I would like to see a bikini." Zhou Ping, Shun Qingzhu, and Bali Pang Pang turned to Ji Yanci in unison, bewildered. Huh? Lini Yagast? No, brother. You are my brother. I implore you, change me back. With his legs crossed and one hand covering his chest and the other shielding below, Lin Xie was thoroughly flustered. Ji Yanci rolled his eyes and said, "Very well, I shall spare you this time." With that, he snapped his fingers, and Lin Xie's clothing and hairstyle instantly reverted to a style aligned with Ji Yanci's more conventional aesthetic. With a neat short haircut, a black inner layer, a denim jacket, black trousers, and Martin boots, Lin Xie finally felt relieved to see that his attire was now appropriate. So this is what his short hair looked like, he mused. Bali Pang Pang gazed at Lin Xie in his masculine outfit and sighed. Actually, I think Xie looks even better in women's clothing. His voice trailed off, growing softer. Lin Xie shot him a sharp glance, causing Bali Pang Pang to retreat slightly. Ji Yanci wrapped an arm around Bali Pong Pong's shoulder and pinched his chubby cheek, agreeing, "Pang Pang is right. I share the same sentiment." Chapter 61. Truly Insane Lin Xie. Shun Qingzhu pulled Ji Yanci into his embrace, draping an arm over his shoulder. "Hey, are you hungry?" Ji Yanci nudged him with his elbow, prompting Shun Qingzhu to retract his waist. Ji Yanci shot him a glare. "A bit. Shall we go out to eat?" "Sure." Ji Yanci tossed them a few teleportation talismans, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. From a distance, on the upper floor, Yuan Gang and Instructor Hong had been silently observing for quite some time. This brat, he has effortlessly won over the most rebellious Shun Qingzhu, the celestial agent Lin Xie, and now even the young master of the Baili family calls him brother. What is there that he cannot achieve? Yuan Gong silently scoffed. Truly, he is a child nurtured by a high-ranking officer. He possesses remarkable talent. Instructor Hong began to praise him openly. Yuan Gang coughed discreetly, clenching his fist to his mouth. Ahem, let us keep a low profile. The following day, Shun Qingzhu's subordinates arrived. Li Jia, Li Liang, and Deng Wei. Brother Shun. Seeing the three, Shun Qingzhu inquired, "You guys are here?" Li Jia, Li Liang, and Deng Wei exchanged puzzled glances, their heads filled with questions. They turned away to whisper among themselves. Why does Brother Shun seem softer now? Could it be that Brother Shun is in love? Wasn't he supposed to be in the capital? Could it be that he met his destined one there? That is possible. Do we have a sister-in-law now? Should we ask? Shun Qingzhu twitched his lips. Is it possible? I can hear you. Damn it. Have you three lost your minds? Li Jia, Li Liang, and Deng Wei shuddered, quickly turning to him. No, no, no. Brother Shun, how was your month in the capital? Did you encounter anything? Perhaps someone you like? Shun Qingzhu stiffened, his fists clenching. He stepped forward and slapped each of them. Behave normally. Don't hold me back in training camp, or you're out. Li Jia, Li Liang, and Deng Wei exchanged looks. Brother Shun is dodging the question. He is definitely avoiding it. We have a sister-in-law now. As Shun Qingzhu watched them communicate with their eyes, his brow twitched in agitation. Damn it. Don't ruin my plans. You three rascals. Hey came a teasing voice, accompanied by an arm draping over Shun Qingzhu's shoulder. Suddenly, he felt the weight of Ji Yanci leaning in, who smiled at the trio. Are they your subordinates? Shun Qingzhu turned to Ji Yanci, his tone inadvertently softening. Given our relationship, what's yours is mine, so your subordinates are also mine. Ji Yanci made a bold declaration. Our relationship? Could it be? Shun Qingzhu was perplexed. Cough, cough, hello. I'm Ji Yanci, your brother Shun S, elder brother. With that one statement, Ji Yanci shattered Shun Qingzhu's thoughts. The slight upward curve of his lips suddenly faltering. I never admitted to that. Stop trying to scare me. Shun Qingzhu cast him a sidelong glance. Her tone laced with irritation. Ji Yanci, with a sudden exertion of strength, bent Shun Qingzhu at the waist, exclaiming, Ha! You stingy creature. He then ruffled her hair playfully. In an instant, Shun Qingzhu's temper flared, prompting Ji Yanci to swiftly turn and flee. Yanci! Stop right there. Shun Qingzhu shouted as she pursued him. I won't. Ji Yanci retorted defiantly, gesturing with a middle finger behind him. Their commotion drew the attention of the entire dormitory, with curious heads peeking out from doors to witness the spectacle. The trio of younger boys remarked, Did Shunge actually let someone mess with his hair? And he doesn't seem too angry about it. Could it be? Is she his girlfriend? But it seems like Shunge hasn't won her over yet. What a fierce lady. Can Shunge handle this? It's hard to say. She is far too beautiful. It's clear that she attracts admirers. As onlookers observed the chase unfolding in the corridor, Lin Xie and Bai Li Pang Pang exchanged glances. Do they always behave like this? Lin Xie was caught off guard by the question, uncertain of the answer. Probably. Meanwhile, Shun Qingzhu managed to corner Ji Yanci in the hallway. Her voice low and menacing. Why have you stopped running? With a firm grip, she ensnared Ji Yanci from behind, holding him in place. Yanci, bunting heavily, turned his head to glance at her. Shun Qingzhu's gaze momentarily froze. From her perspective, Ji Yanci slightly parted his lips, revealing a glimpse of his tongue, and shot her a look that seemed to be a playful pout. Shun Qingzhu's throat bobbed as she swallowed hard. Noticing her distraction, Ji Yanci seized the opportunity to elbow her, breaking free and darting away without a second thought. Shun Qingzhu gazed after his retreating figure, a soft, amused huff escaping her lips. What a madman, she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, tinged with a sigh. Covering her face with her hand, she let out a quiet laugh. As Ji Yanci realized Shun Qingzhu had not followed, he felt a flicker of confusion. He then noticed a man with a buzz cut approaching him. Just as the man was about to pass by, Ji Yanci suddenly spoke, with dual woods standing firm, and the 8 gods converging into one after a decade of nightfall. The buzz-cut man halted, looking curiously at Ji Yanci, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Is it possible for a man to be this striking? He wondered. Who are you? I am Ji Yanci, a Taoist. I foresee that you have come here in search of someone. Ji Yanci declared with exaggerated seriousness, attempting to deceive the unsophisticated figure before him. Master, do you know where he is? The man's belief in Ji Yanci's words was palpable. Ji Yanci suppressed a smile, feigning profundity as he continued. Of course, with dual woods standing firm, it refers to Lin. 8 gods converging into one signifies 7. And after a decade of nightfall, we take the night. Together, they reveal Lin Xie. What a coincidence. I happen to know him. Chao Yuan's excitement was immediate. Master, please guide me. Ji Yanci, with hands clasped behind his back, stood tall, calling out to the dormitory, Lin Xie, if I call your name, do you dare to respond? His voice echoed through the entire dormitory complex, amplified by a magical charm. In the dormitory, Lin Xie approached the window and opened it, gazing down at Ji Yanci and the man with a buzz cut below. Not only he, but everyone in the dormitory leaned against the window, peering down. Who is Lin Xie? I am unfamiliar with him. However, I couldn't help but feel a tinge of embarrassment for this gentleman. It seems he was summoned by that stunning beauty. Goodness, such striking looks. Is he courting danger? Is he also a new recruit? I am uncertain. Ji Yanci precisely spotted Lin Xie's figure and raised his hand to wave. Xie, jump down, I'll catch you. Lin Xie glanced at the height and silently murmured, this is the 2nd floor. Chapter 62. Achieving the desired outcome? Ji Yanci responded with a smile. I am aware. Lin Xie leaned against the window sill, leaping gracefully to the ground. Ji Yanci did not step forward to assist. He merely spoke casually. You are Lin Xie, your destined benefactor. Yanci gently pushed Chao Yuan from behind, unintentionally sending him into Lin Xie's embrace. Lin Xie promptly shoved him away, stating, that comes at a different price. Yanci, who is he? Lin Xie inquired, eyeing the buzzcut man he had just pushed aside, who was now gazing at him with palpable excitement. Yanci coughed lightly into his fist and, with his other hand, began to calculate with his fingers. To be honest, I foresee that you two will achieve a positive outcome. Chaos ensued as the female lead had yet to make her appearance. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie's expression stiffened. He glanced at Chao Yuan, assessing him from head to toe, before shaking his head dismissively. No. Please do not speak nonsense. I'm not fond of this type. To Lin Xie's surprise, the buzzcut man became ecstatic. Really, master? He exclaimed, turning to Lin Xie. Benefactor. I knew that Master Jinshan would not deceive me. At this moment, the comments flooded in. Ha ha! The main character knows how to provoke a straight man's defenses. Lin Xie's disdain is palpable. Chao Yuan's words are truly open to misinterpretation. Liking a married woman, how does wife night not count as a wife? Wow, your thoughts are rather dangerous. Lin Xie took a few steps back, feeling somewhat apprehensive. He glanced at Yanci, who was spectating, then turned and walked towards him. Standing behind Yanci and grasping his arm, suddenly feeling a sense of safety. Lin Xie resolved to use magic to counter magic. Yanci, look at him. Yanci tilted his head, observing Lin Xie's demeanor, his brows furrowing slightly. This feeling is so familiar. That is, the benefactor is not the master. Can you distinguish between the two, master? Yanci inquired, his gaze shifting between Chao Yuan and Lin Xie. Chao Yuan blinked with his clear, dog-like eyes. Of course. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie exhaled in relief. Thankfully, the other party did not harbor such intentions, which startled him. Yanci patted Lin Xie's hand, signaling him to release his grip. Lin Xie complied obediently, yet still held on tightly. Let go, Yanci said with a smile. His gaze fixed on Lin Xie, causing the latter's hairs to stand on end. Reluctantly, Lin Xie released his grip, appearing somewhat aggrieved. Perhaps it was merely my illusion. Yanci pondered. You take him to select a dormitory. I shall return first. After Yanci spoke, he turned and left. Lin Xie watched Yanci's retreating figure, feeling a tinge of melancholy. He longed to be by his side at all times. Chao Yuan approached, benefactor. Lin Xie rolled his eyes in exasperation. Just call me Xie. Understood, benefactor. Lin Xie accompanied Chao Yuan to select a dormitory, conveniently situated adjacent to Deng Wei's. Along the way, he introduced him to Shun Qingzhu and Bai Li Pangpang. Upon meeting Chao Yuan, Bai Li Pangpang rolled up his sleeves and handed him a piece of labor licorice, saying, Brother Chao Yuan, a modest token of goodwill. I hope you do not find it lacking. Chao Yuan gazed thoughtfully at the golden watch in his hand. Yanci returned to the instructor's dormitory, where Zhou Ping sat on a small stool by the window, engrossed in his phone. Ping, I'm back, Yanci exclaimed, bounding over and resting his upper body on Zhou Ping's broad shoulder, causing Zhou Ping to steady himself. With his head resting on Zhou Ping's shoulder, Yanci said, Tomorrow is the new recruits battle. You should accompany Mama Yuan to the underground monitoring room just to observe. The day after, you can teach me swordsmanship. Feeling Yanci's breath near his ear, Zhou Ping's fingers tightened around his phone. He nodded slightly, all right, as Zhou Ping stood up, still adorned with a human-shaped pendant. Yanci let go and gracefully jumped down, landing steadily. He then approached Zhou Ping, gazing up at him. Shall I take you out for some fun? Zhou Ping tilted his head. Just the two of us? Indeed, it will be just us, no one else. Yanci flashed him a bright smile, prompting Zhou Ping's lips to curve slightly. Where to? I'm not sure what delights Sangnan holds, so let us be spontaneous. Wherever the teleportation talisman takes us, that's where we'll go. With that, Yanci grasped Zhou Ping's wrist, and in an instant, they vanished. In Sangnan, at the university town, Yanci and Zhou Ping found themselves randomly transported to a bustling street filled with various snacks and attractions. Zhou Ping, look at all the delicious food here. Shall we try everything? Yanci's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he surveyed the street. while Zhou Ping glanced at the seemingly endless expanse before them, and then down at Ji Yanji's flat abdomen. Can we really eat all that? However, it seemed that the storage space had the peculiar ability to pause time. Anything uneaten could simply be stowed away. With that thought, Zhou Ping replied, I'll follow your lead. Ji Yanji rubbed his hands together, ready for a culinary adventure. He pulled Zhou Ping toward a food stall. Boss, one order please. Sure thing. That LLB ate you on. The vendor packed takoyaki into a box and handed it to Ji Yanji. He picked up a skewer, offering a piece to Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping glanced at it before opening his mouth to accept. How is it? Delicious. That's good. Ji Yanji then skewered another piece and popped it into his mouth. With 6 pieces in a box, they each took turns until it was all gone. Let us move on to the next. Zhou Ping followed closely behind Ji Yanji, sharing bites as they went, storing any leftovers in their space. During their escapade, Ji Yanji encountered a few culinary misadventures. Well, I can't say it was bad. It was rather dreadful. Even Zhou Ping, who never wasted food, struggled against the urge to spit out. Zhou Ping's grimace made Ji Yanji burst into laughter. Let us grab a sweet drink to wash away this peculiar taste. The two individuals entered a bubble tea shop, where the attentive staff, upon noticing the handsome duo, couldn't he help but exclaim, What a splendid pair! As GNCI perused the menu, the staff member remarked, Gentlemen, today we have a special promotion. Couples receive the second drink at half price. Hearing this, Zhou Ping's cheeks flushed suddenly, and he cast a furtive glance at GNCI, only to observe a slight frown on his face. It seemed he was not particularly fond of the idea. Before Zhou Ping could ponder further, GNCI spoke up. If I purchase 4 cups, does that mean I only need to pay for 2? Zhou Ping was taken aback, and so was the staff member. Pardon? You see, with the second cup at half price, if I buy 4, wouldn't the discounts cancel each other out, resulting in just 1 full price? Thus, the cost for 2 cups multiplied by 1 means I only pay for 2. What do you think? The staff member replied, Sir, who taught you to calculate in this manner? This ISNTA game. On this day, Zhou Ping was diligently polishing his sword when GNCI suddenly appeared before him, exclaiming, Ping Ping, guess what I've brought? Zhou Ping blinked in surprise. With a smile, GNCI produced an item from his spatial storage. Zhou Ping gazed at the object in his hands. A sword sheath? Do you like it? I crafted it myself, GNCI said. Zhou Ping accepted the sword sheath, examining it closely, a smile creeping onto his lips. He liked it. Give it a try. Zhou Ping aligned the sword's tip with the sheath and slowly inserted it until it fit perfectly. Grasping the sheath, he withdrew the sword, the blade gliding against the sheath with a satisfying sound. Isn't it beautiful? Indeed. The two then engaged in a spirited duel, their blades clashing and ringing with each strike. After 100 exchanges, the swords began to hum slightly, vibrating in unison, and they simultaneously delivered their final blows. It ended in a draw. Thus concluded an exhilarating contest. Chapter 63. A sincere encounter at that moment. The barrage read. Is this the logic behind it? Ugh, my head itches. I must be growing a brain. Surprisingly, I feel like there's no issue. I've learned something. Next time there's a promotion at the milk tea shop, I'll give it a try and see if I get beaten. Unless you look as stunning as the main character, you will definitely be in for it. Huh? Who do you look down upon? I've always been the campus heartthrob. I don't believe it. Unless you show me on video. Let's see those legs. You upstairs, something's off with you. Jian, she blinked. Is that not permissible? The female clerk took a deep breath. He is handsome. He is handsome. He is indeed handsome. A self-affirmation. Although his thought process is peculiar, he is undeniably attractive. I'm afraid that's not possible, sir. The clerk smiled sweetly. Very well then. I shall have a cup of mango sago, 7 parts sweet, with ice. Zhou Ping, what would you like to drink? After GNCI placed his order, he turned to Zhou Ping, who replied to the clerk. The same as him. Thank you. The clerk responded, All right, sir, that will be 25. 5 in total. Please proceed to payment. GNCI scanned the code to pay and led Zhou Ping to a table to await their drinks. Did I say anything wrong just now? GNCI propped his head on his hand and poked Zhou Ping. No. Zhou Ping unconditionally sided with GNCI. Ping Ping, you two believe my reasoning is sound, right? GNCI smiled at Zhou Ping, proud of his good brother. No matter what he did, Zhou Ping always stood by his side. Zhou Ping nodded, betraying his conscience. The clerk nearby heard this exchange and rolled her eyes silently. Just indulge him. This tall, handsome guy looked like a genuine soul. He would surely believe whatever the beautiful white-haired lady said. As she shook the milk tea, she discreetly stole glances at GNCI. Amused, this striking beauty clearly had a submissive side. There is also a hint of dominance. Intriguing, isn't it? Gentlemen, your milk tea is ready. GNCI and Zhou Ping stood up and walked over to collect their drinks. The clerk, with a motherly smile, wished them, "May you two last long together." "Thank you," Zhou Ping replied. GNCI raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. Upon exiting the milk tea shop, GNCI inserted a straw and took a hearty sip. The cool sweetness was utterly refreshing. Zhou Ping hesitated for a moment, then slowly spoke. "Do you mind what you just said?" "Huh? What is there to mind? It will be foolish to pass up a good deal. As long as we don't clarify, let her misunderstand, we might save some money. Isn't it wise to know when to save and when to spend?" GNCI said nonchalantly, chewing on the fruit bits. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. So, he truly did not take it to heart. Zhou Ping lowered his gaze to his toes, feeling as if a small cloud loomed overhead. 021 observed this oblivious host and fell into contemplation. Zhou Ping's visible reactions at the mention of a couple were so apparent. Could the host not see it? Why did he insist on viewing this as merely brotherly affection? Oh, the host has never experienced love. Well, that's fine. The thought of numerous individuals harboring unrequited affections for the host, while the host remains blissfully unaware and considers them all as good brothers, brings a smile to my face. GNCI spent the day wandering outside with Zhou Ping. In the evening, GNCI decided to relish their final night, leading Zhou Ping to a luxurious suite. Zhou Ping silently followed GNCI into the room and then into the bedroom. Standing before the bed, GNCI looked at Zhou Ping, asking, "Are you going to sleep with me?" "Huh?" Zhou Ping suddenly realized he had mistakenly entered the wrong room. "Come on, the bed is large enough." GNCI waved him over, inviting him to join. Zhou Ping paused for a moment before obediently moving to the other side of the bed. "I'll take a shower. Would you like to join?" GNCI's seemingly casual invitation left Zhou Ping blushing furiously. "And no, you shower first, I'll go after." "All right, then you entertain yourself for a while." GNCI entered the bathroom, quickly showering, and emerged with a towel wrapped around his waist, his hair damp and still dripping. Zhou Ping heard the sound and turned to look, his face instantly aflame as he awkwardly averted his gaze. So pale, Zhou Ping raised his hand to pat his face, attempting to regain composure. "Zhou Ping? Zhou Ping?" GNCI called out several times before Zhou Ping responded. What is it? Why is your face so red?" GNCI, noticing Zhou Ping's flushed cheeks, inquired with curiosity, suddenly recalling something. "Oh, I forgot you're from the South. You're not accustomed to such candid interactions." With that, he took a nearby towel to wrap his hair and magically don a bathrobe. "All right, you should hurry and shower." Zhou Ping nodded, rising swiftly to head towards the bathroom. Inside, he stripped off his clothes, revealing a well-toned physique, and lowered his gaze at his uncontrollable. He silently turned on the cold water, dousing his body. How rude of him! Zhou Ping chastised himself inwardly. Once he calmed down, he picked up a towel to dry himself, then dressed meticulously. Stepping out, he saw GNCI already lying down, so he tiptoed to the other side and sat down. GNCI seemed to have drifted off to sleep. Zhou Ping exhaled in relief, pulled back the covers, and lay down. There was a bit of distance between them, ensuring they wouldn't accidentally touch. Seeing this, Zhou Ping peacefully closed his eyes. The next morning, the training camp was bustling within the dormitory. Lin Chi was awakened by the noise, and, upon glancing at the vacant bed across from him, seemed to grasp the situation. He dressed quickly and stepped outside, only to encounter Shunqing Zhu emerging from the opposite dormitory. Her expression was dark, seemingly intent on confronting the culprits behind the disturbance that shattered her peaceful slumber. "Bro, HM?" Shun Qingzhu lifted her gaze, asking, "Who is making that racket?" "Probably the chubby one." Lin Qi hesitated before responding. Shun Qingzhu raised an eyebrow, pondering the peculiar behavior of the portly fellow. Perhaps he was indeed throwing money around? "Shall we take a look?" Lin Qi suggested. Without hesitation, Shun Qingzhu stepped outside the dormitory building, with Lin Qi following closely behind. Upon exiting, they beheld Li Pang exuberantly shouting, "No need to rush, everyone. There's plenty for all." Lin Qi, taken aback, gazed at the scene before him, contemplating what is his true identity. Leaning against the wall, Shun Qingzhu began to articulate. The chubby heir of the Li family, known for the Forbidden Artifact Museum, is quite the unexpected character. "Are you aware of this?" "Not at all," Lin Qi replied. "GNCI mentioned the Li family, but I am not well informed about them," Shun Qingzhu clarified. Chapter 64. Speak up if you disagree. After a brief while, Li Pang was reprimanded by the arriving instructor Hong, who announced that they were to gather at the training ground at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Upon witnessing the commotion, Shun Qingzhu turned and made her way back to the dormitory. One might wonder why Yanci, who typically revels in such spectacles, was nowhere to be seen today. Agitated, Shun Qingzhu absent-mindedly tousled her hair and decided to indulge in a brief nap upon returning to her room. And Qingyu had not emerged from her slumber for days, leaving Shun Qingzhu in solitary tranquility. Meanwhile, in the hotel room, Yanci lay in bed, reluctant to rise, and was unable to rouse Zhou Ping as well. Zhou Ping lay rigidly still, afraid to move. They slept soundly until noon, and although Zhou Ping felt well rested, the rhythmic sound of Yanci's breathing lulled him into a drowsy state. When Yanci finally awoke, he felt warmth in his palm and a softness beneath it, only to realize that he had unwittingly used Zhou Ping as a makeshift pillow. The sensation was rather pleasant. Glancing at Zhou Ping's robust chest, Yanci noted its firmness before he compared it to his own lean physique. Taking his time, he eventually rose from the bed and tidied himself in the washroom. Upon exiting, he found Zhou Ping sitting dazed on the bed, which elicited a slight smile from Yanci as he remarked, "You're awake?" "Yes," Zhou Ping replied, his gaze drawn to the droplets of water cascading down Yanci's cheek, prompting him to hastily avert his eyes. "The rookie battle starts at 2 p.m. We still have some time. Let's get ready and grab a bite to eat," Yanci urged. With that, Zhou Ping sprang into action, quickly washing up before announcing, "I'm ready. Let us go," Yanci exclaimed as the two made their way to a restaurant, ordering several dishes. After their meal, with just over half an hour remaining before the rookie battle commenced, Yanci pondered how to make a striking entrance. He decisively turned to the barrage of comments for assistance. Comments streamed in, "Yanci, is there a cool way to make an entrance? What if the main character rides a motorcycle?" "Yanci, I can't." "No worries, we have plenty of strength and resources." "Exactly." Anonymous user tipped Shangyan and commented, "My love, this character is so cool." Anonymous user tipped Vehicle Mastery. Yanci glanced at the description of Shangyan, realizing it could traverse land, sea, and air. He then led Zhou Ping to a spacious, deserted area, summoned Shangyan, and declared, "Let us take this back." With that, Yanci changed into a motorcycle outfit using his portable wardrobe. He then produced a disposable transformation talisman and applied it to Zhou Ping, who instantaneously donned a matching motorcycle outfit. Once Zhou Ping affixed his helmet, he appeared significantly more imposing. Yanci retrieved his phone and snapped a photo of Zhou Ping, exclaiming, "You look dashing." Zhou Ping, catching a glimpse of Yanci through the helmet's visor, felt liberated from the need to suppress his smile. Yanci swung his long legs over the motorcycle and gestured to Zhou Ping, "Get on." Zhou Ping swung his long legs over and settled in the back seat. Yanci grasped his hand, wrapping it around his own waist tightly. "I'm ready to set off." Zhou Ping's arm awkwardly encircled Yanci's slender waist, a hint of bashfulness evident. Yanci twisted his wrist twice, and the motorcycle emitted a low rumble. Suddenly, it surged forward. The unexpected force pushed Zhou Ping to instinctively tighten his embrace around Yanci's waist. Yanci lifted his hand slightly, and the motorcycle soared into the sky. The tires retracted, revealing two wings. Oh, how exhilarating. The motorcycle sped through the air. Zhou Ping couldn't help but glance down. It was so high. Meanwhile, at the training camp, Lin Qiyi, Shun Qingzhu, and others donned their military uniforms and headed toward the training ground. By the time they arrived, the field was already filled with people, each displaying a lazy posture and an uneven formation. Shen Qingzhu sputa Li Jia, Li Liang, and Deng Wei in the crowd and approached them. Lin Qiyi followed suit, with Li Pangpang and Chao Yuan trailing closely behind, gathering together. Shen Qingzhu and Lin Qiyi scanned the area, but found no sign of Yanci. Where had Yanci gone? Zhou Ping was also absent from the platform. Were these two sneaking off to have fun without me? Shen Qingzhu huffed in annoyance, glaring at the martial arts stage ahead. Yuan Gang surveyed the crowd, his brows slightly furrowing. Where had that rascal Yanci disappeared to? Never mind. Let us finish reciting the lines. The instructor behind him bellowed. What is all the commotion? Stand at attention. At his command, the new recruits fell silent, their bodies instinctively straightening. Yuan Gang narrowed his eyes, releasing a pressure that weighed heavily on the group of rookies. Having previously endured Yuan Gang's unreasonable demeanor, Shen Qingzhu tilted his head and scoffed. Lin Qiyi struggled against the oppressive aura, aside from a few exceptionally bold individuals. The rest of the recruits found it hard to breathe under the weight of it. Once Yuan Gang deemed it sufficient, he withdrew his oppressive energy, a smirk curling at his lips as he began to speak. Good afternoon, talented individuals from across the Great Xia. I am your chief instructor, Yuan Gang. I understand that you may feel discontented with my earlier actions, but strength dictates everything. If you disagree, keep it to yourselves. The moment you stepped into this training camp, you ceased to be considered the so-called geniuses and became mere recruits, novices. Upon his declaration, the expressions of the new recruits shifted, with many feeling defiant. Shen Qingzhu's mind wandered, absorbing none of the words spoken. Where on earth had Yanci gone? Why hadn't he shown up yet? His thoughts were consumed by Yanci. As Yuan Gang reached the part of his speech questioning, are you dissatisfied? Bai di pank pank beside linjie inwudet. Qi, do you accept this? Without hesitation, Lin Qi replied, I accept. Li Pangpang poked Shen Qingzhu, asking, hey, cool guy, do you accept what Instructor Yuan said? Shen Qingzhu, pulled back to reality by Li Pangpang, asked, what? Do you accept what Instructor Yuan said? Confused, he looked around. Li Bang Bang Rupia. Never mind. On the stage, Yuan Gang observed the silence as no one stepped forward to take the lead as a provocateur. After a moment of contemplation, his gaze swept over Shen Qingzhu below, raising an eyebrow, as if to challenge him. Aren't you quite arrogant? Speak up if you dare to disagree. Shen Qingzhu, noticing Yuan Gang's playful gestures, hesitantly raised his hand. His voice booming with a defiant tone, I disagree. Yuan Gang's eyes sparkled with delight. Well done, young man. He cast an appreciative glance in Shen Qingzhu's direction. A twitch played upon Shen Qingzhu's lips as he thought to himself, this person is Yanci's mother. I might as well play along. Excellent. Who else dares to contest? The new recruits, inspired by the boldness of one, began to emerge one after another, proclaiming their dissent. I disagree. Damn it, I also disagree. I too refuse to acquiesce. Yuan Gang watched their reactions with satisfaction. Since this is the case, I shall grant you the opportunity to realize your own inadequacies. Chapter 65. Your teammate? Yuan Gang retrieved his walkie-talkie and uttered a couple of phrases. A voice responded from the other end, affirming receipt. Subsequently, Yuan Gang gazed skyward, prompting the new recruits to follow suit. After a brief moment of anticipation, a collective gasp escaped their lips. What was that in the sky? It appeared to be a motorcycle. Have you ever witnessed a flying motorcycle? Well, here it is. How astonishing. Who's showing off like this? They completely overlooked the few individuals nearby. By the way, aren't you all curious about those 6 people up there? Oh, indeed, but I'm more intrigued by the motorcycle. So am I. As for why there are 6 individuals. In the sky, Yanci piloted his motorcycle, spotting an aircraft with its door ajar, from which 7 figures leaped forth. Yanci raised an eyebrow beneath his helmet, Thinking that arriving early was not as fortuitous as this timing, he maneuvered his motorcycle closer, descending alongside them, and greeted them with a cheerful wave. Hey, the 7 individuals in free fall responded with bewilderment. A flying motorcycle? How cool is that? Wait, buddy, are you here to crash the party? Among the 7, one was frantically screaming and flailing his limbs. Yanci glanced over at him, and the swirling figure seized Yanci, who then found himself face to face with the masked man in his embrace, his lips twitching in response. The other members of the masked team exchanged awkward glances. How embarrassing. Your teammate? Yanci inquired, looking at the central figure, Wang Mian. Wang Mian retorted, no. He asked your teammate. Goodness, you just booted him out of the team. Comment section. Haha, I can't breathe. The new year's brother truly did not disappoint. Wang Mian. Ah, so dashing. Vortex is so adorable. I can feel their exasperation even through the mask. Vortex clung tightly to Yanci, refusing to let go. Observing this, Yanci turned to Wang Mian and said, Hey, can you manage your teammate? Wang Mian replied, I don't know him. Yanci then looked at the others. The masked team members chimed in. He's all yours. We don't know him either. Vortex blinked innocently, attempting to defend himself. Hey, you can't blame me. You all know I'm acrophobic. Besides, aren't we instructors? Why must we jump from the plane? This is unfair. Tianping interjected. Shut up. How embarrassing. Vortex retorted. Are you disdainful of me? You actually look down on me. Tianping, I'm done with you. Tianping rolled his eyes. Oh. As their banter continued, the masked team landed gracefully. Tianping manipulated gravity, ensuring a smooth touchdown for his teammates. Yanci halted his motorcycle atop the training platform, dismounted with long strides, and single-handedly cradled Vortex as he stepped down, who clung to Yanci's neck. Zhou Ping also disembarked, and, as Yanci stowed away the motorcycle, he snapped his fingers. In an instant, his attire transformed into military garb, akin to that of Shen Qingzhu and the others. While Zhou Ping's clothing reverted to its original form, the onlookers and instructors below exclaimed, What the? The Vortex was unexpectedly struck by the stunning beauty at close range, causing the heart to race wildly in a flurry of excitement. The members of the masked team turned their attention, their eyes fixated on the Vortex clinging to Yanci, some holding their foreheads in disbelief, others gazing skyward in astonishment. How much longer do you intend to hold on? Yanci inquired with a teasing smile. He then cast the Vortex aside, prompting the nearest Yuegawei to intervene and pull it back. The new recruits observed this individual, mockingly speculating whether they were truly a member of the special team or merely an imposter, utterly captivated by the striking beauty before them. Isn't your focus misplaced? Dare you claim he is not beautiful? I wouldn't dare. Wang Mian sighed, feeling somewhat exhausted. Greetings, everyone. We are the masked special team, and for the coming year, we will serve as your instructors. Before the formal training commences, we will conduct a new recruit battle. We will send only 5 individuals. If any of you can unmask one of us before 9 o'clock tonight, regardless of the means employed, you will be deemed victorious, and your training for the first half of the year will be waived. Tianping then took over the discourse, of course. We will limit our abilities to the same realm as yours. Under equal circumstances, our advantages will be minimal. 5 against 240. Consider it fair. Yanci stood beside Yuan Gang and nudged him. Yuan Mama, should I exert my full strength? Yuan Gang pondered Yanci's peculiar talisman, remaining silent for a moment. What difference is there between this fellow and invincibility? Take it easy. Don't actually win, Yuan Gang whispered. Understood. The new recruits began to murmur amongst themselves. 240 against 5? We clearly have the upper hand. And if we're all at the same level, we can simply outlast them. Meanwhile, Shen Qingzhu and Lin Xia listened quietly, saying nothing. Shen Qingzhu advised Li Jia, Li Liang, and Deng Wei. You 3 should find a way to hide. There's no need to confront them head-on. The trio nodded obediently. Okay, Brother Shun. Observing this, Yuan Gang proclaimed, Now, let me witness the extent of your abilities. With that, he and the other instructors turned to leave. Zhou Ping exchanged a glance with Yanci, nodding in acknowledgement before following Yuan Gang. Now, only the masked team and Yanci remain on stage, along with the new recruits below. Yanci signaled to Shun Qingzhu and Lin Chia, urging them to flee. Without hesitation, Shun Qingzhu and his companions turned and ran. In the next moment, a Navi recruit inquired, "When do we begin?" Almost immediately, that recruit was sent flying. "It has already begun," Yanci responded, prompting dozens of recruits to launch their attacks. Various assaults ensued, yet a purple vortex unfurled, devouring all incoming strikes. A pink hammer materialized, sending the advancing recruits soaring, thus eliminating them from the contest. Witnessing this, the remaining new recruits hastily retreated. However, the man adorned with the purple vortex mask unleashed the whirlpool once more, returning the earlier assault upon the unprepared recruits. In an instant, half of the new soldiers were eliminated. Oh, splendid indeed. Yanci stood beside the masked squad, stroking his chin as he observed this captivating scene. The 5 members of Mask turned their gazes toward him in unison, with Wang Mian curiously appraising the strikingly handsome man. "Why aren't you fleeing?" Of course. It is for you. Dear brother Wang Mian, were you not here for me? Oh, by the way, allow me to introduce myself. I am Yanci, a temporary member of Team 006. Yanci raised an eyebrow, the corners of his lips curling into a provocative smirk as he fixed his gaze on Wang Mian. Upon hearing the name Yanci, Wang Mian instinctively clenched his fists, his eyelids twitching beneath the mask. He gazed at the ethereal man before him, finding it difficult to associate him with the perverse tormentor he had encountered. Gritting his teeth, he spoke. "So you're Yanci? Indeed. Indeed, are you happy to meet me?" "Happy? How could I not be? I am so thrilled that I could just kill you." Wang Mian stepped forward, leveraging his height to look down at Yanci, grasping his shoulder with a firm hand, and directed his teammates, "You all head to the warehouse and adapt as necessary." The members of Mask understood. Chapter 66. Twists and turns. The crowd surged out like phantoms, leaving only Wang Mian and the smiling Yanci on the stage. "Gripping me so tightly? Afraid I might flee? I told you, you have a crush on me." Yanci playfully twirled a strand of hair and cast a flirtatious glance at him. Wang Mian's hand, resting on Yanci's shoulder, instinctively tightened, and sensing the pressure, Yanci deliberately raised his voice. "Brother Wang Mian, you're hurting me." At that moment, the barrage of comments read, "Brother Wang Mian, you're hurting me." The main pairing looks quite unique. I still prefer the enchanting voice of the main pairing, but they are too abstract most of the time, and such a voice is rare. The main pairing only shows off that enchanting voice during serious moments, but it's well known they are mostly unserious. You can already feel Wang Mian's impending breakdown. Laughing so hard, a straight man's defenses crumble in an instant. Wang Mian's lips twitched, and he quickly withdrew his hand, taking a few steps back. How could he forget that this person was gay? Although undeniably beautiful, Wait, why was he thinking like this? What are you avoiding? Do I look frightening? Yanci, noticing his retreat, advanced toward him. Wang Mian summoned Yuan, resolved to resolve the matter by force. "Do not attempt to bewitch me with your looks." Yanci tilted his head, seemingly amused. "So, you truly intend to strike me? How disheartening." While he spoke of sorrow, his eyes glimmered with anticipation and eagerness. Wang Mian observed his expression in silence for a moment. "Could you possibly temper your expressions before saying that?" Yanci produced a red umbrella, grasping its handle, and in an instant, it unfurled. "Come on," he said nonchalantly. Wang Mian gazed at the umbrella in his hand. "Your weapon is an umbrella?" "Not quite. Mainly, it can obscure the surveillance." Yanci released the handle, and the umbrella floated, expanding to shelter both him and Wang Mian beneath its cover. Wang Mian was perplexed, and the next moment, Yanci leisurely approached him. The brow beneath Wang Mian's mask arched slightly. Suddenly, Yanci crouched beside his feet. "What are you doing?" Yanci grasped his pant leg, looking up with glistening eyes, projecting a pitiable demeanor. An actor's self-cultivation. "You know, a fortune teller once said my life is full of twists and turns." Yanci spoke softly. Wang Mian lowered his gaze at Yanci, quietly retracting Yuan, and expressionlessly replied, "Try to take it easy." In the next moment, he heard, then I wondered, was he cursing me for being lowly? Yanci clutched his pants, lowering his head, a vague smile tugging at his lips. Wang Mian. I promptly overturned his stall, giving him a punch, and told him, "My fate is determined by me, not by heaven." Yanci stifled a laugh. "Then you truly are quite." Wang Mian felt a sudden chill on his legs, and in disbelief, he lowered his gaze. After a moment's pause, he closed his eyes and reopened them, confirming that he was not mistaken. "Where are my trousers? What is this dress?" Yanci stood up after changing his outfit, wearing a smile as he looked at him. Wang Mian was furious, a blush creeping onto his handsome face. "What have you done? Where are my clothes?" The barrage of comments erupted. "Wow, a maid outfit? Mommy. Oh, I'm bleeding from my nose. The host knows what we want to see. Host, I love you. I'm sorry for putting you in this position, but mommy loves this. Don't like it? Then let us change it." Yanci snapped his fingers, and Wang Mian's maid outfit transformed into a light-colored, academic-style suit with trousers. Wang Mian glanced at his new attire and let out a reluctant sigh of relief. However, the next moment, he felt another chill. Lowering his gaze, his heart sank. He was now clad in a black bodysuit, the fabric scant, barely covering his chest and revealing his sculpted abs. Such an outfit would be blocked during the live stream, alleviating concerns about the audience seeing it. Yanci's gaze lingered on the exposed muscles, unable to suppress a whistle. Wang Mian's forehead twitched with irritation. "You're dead meat." He summoned Yuan and drew his blade, but Yanci turned and fled, stepping outside the shimmering umbrella's range. He glanced back at Wang Mian and taunted, "Just a heads up, once you leave the umbrella's coverage, everyone will see you." Yanci, standing at a distance, raised his hand in provocation, beckoning Wang Mian to come. Wang Mian's lips twitched uncontrollably, his mask lost to an unknown one-time transformation spell. "You better wait for me." He spat out a threat, his eyes shimmering with an unearthly ripple as he activated the divine ruins to rewind time. Yanci crossed his arms, watching him calmly. The next moment, time rewound to when Wang Mian had firmly grasped his shoulder. Yanci tilted his head, questioning, "Why are you holding on so tightly?" This time, Wang Mian refused to release him, cutting off Yanci's words with a firm silence. "Could it be that you?" Yanci covered his mouth, his eyes regarding Wang Mian with a look akin to that reserved for a rogue, the implication clear. Wang Mian, taken aback, muttered, "I didn't expect you to be this kind of person." Yanci struggled slightly, attempting to distance himself from Wang Mian. "You shall pay." Wang Mian's anger flared. Having been forced into that humiliating outfit, he was already on edge, and Yanci's taunts only fueled his ire. He drew Yuan and swung, causing Yanci to turn and flee. Several blade auras landed near Yanci's feet. "What the heck? You really have no sense of martial ethics. Can't argue. So you resort to violence." Yanci summoned Yuan and turned to engage in battle. While he was not skilled in swordplay, he was proficient with a knife. As they fought, a sudden idea struck Yanci. He leaned closer to Wang Mian, a mischievous grin spreading across his face, and then unleashed the domain of kings. In the next moment, Wang Mian's legs buckled uncontrollably, and he found himself kneeling gracefully before Yanci. Yanci blinked, gazing down at the kneeling figure before him, and lifted Wang Mian's chin with his hand. Compelled to meet his gaze, Wang Mian's expression was dark and brooding beneath the now-removed mask, his eyes burning with a fierce intensity as if he wished to consume Yanci whole. "Do not be so fierce. How about I offer you a red envelope instead?" Yanci remarked with a playful smile. Wang Mian's eyes widened in response, his chest heaving with indignation. "Is this truly how old Yuan raised you? Is he aware of your peculiarities? With such a charming visage, you engage in nothing of substance. What do you truly desire? Huh? Shouldn't that be a question I pose to you?" Yanci replied innocently, toying with Wang Mian's mask. Taking a deep breath, Wang Mian felt utterly confounded. Chapter 67, Bullying. Underground Surveillance Room. What is happening? Why is Wang Mian kneeling? Yuan Gang raised his hand to his forehead. This lad possesses a skill that compels others to submit to him. How peculiar. But the crux of the matter is that he has removed Wang Mian's mask. Yuan Gang's lips twitched. That doesn't count. Well, speaking of which, do they harbor a grudge against each other? Based on their recent conversation, I surmised they had a past that soured into animosity. Yuan Gang squinted. Does Wang Mian dare to covet my prized possession? Beside them, Tan Xiang and Xing Hen exchanged glances. Tan Xiang. How come I was unaware that the captain had spoken of this? Xing Hen. I haven't heard of it either. But the captain did seem a bit unusual a month ago, as if he had been spurned. Tan Xiang. Could it be that they had a virtual romance? Perhaps they didn't inquire about each other's gender and assumed the other was female? What a revelation. Xing Hen. It's not outside the realm of possibility. Tan Xiang. But isn't the captain being a bit ungrateful? How could he resort to violence over this? Xing Hen. Perhaps he was angered by the rejection. Have you ever heard him utter a single serious word? Tan Xiang. Indeed. Yuan Gang listened intently to their exchange. If that's the case, Wang Mian must have proactively applied a month ago, perhaps in pursuit of Yanci. Although Wang Mian possesses a commendable appearance and demeanor, he cannot covet my prized possession. On the training ground, Wang Mian knelt there, fully aware that he was the center of attention. To claim that it didn't affect him would be disingenuous. He pondered whether to reverse time, but if GNCI were to employ that skill again, he would still be ensnared. Alas, Wang Mian, are you contemplating whether to reverse time? Wang Mian's pupils contracted as he instinctively replied. How did you know? Please, your thoughts are written all over your face. It would be impossible not to notice. GNCI gently patted his face, observing how time reversal altered his youthful features. Yet, it did not diminish his allure. Had he been in his past world, he would undoubtedly have been quite popular. Wang Mian gazed at him. GNCI stood before him against the light, bending down to draw closer, his striking face reflected in Wang Mian's eyes, compelling him to concede that he was indeed captivated. If only he weren't so infuriating. For the past month, Wang Mian had been harassed, unable to retaliate, suffering indignities. He yearned to reclaim the dignity he had lost over this month. The domain of the king does not restrict one's abilities. He dismissed the idea of time reversal. But in the next moment, Wang Mian unleashed his divine void, slowing down time. GNCI was enveloped within the divine void. And as the domain of the king receded, Wang Mian freed himself from control and swiftly rose to his feet. Following this, Yuan was drawn from its sheath, aimed directly at GNCI, who was frozen in time. To Wang Mian's surprise, GNC's ring, Wen, automatically unsheathed itself, parrying the attack. Wang Mian paused, astonished that this sword possessed protective capabilities. As time resumed, GNCI retreated a few steps, Wu Yuan positioned before him. Quite intriguing. GNCI grasped the hilt of Wen and smiled gently. A fierce determination welled up in his eyes as he gazed at Wang Mian, slowly stating, why not release the boundaries of our realms? We are both of the same caliber. Let us engage on fair ground. Upon hearing this, Wang Mian replied. Although his sword possessed a remarkable spirit, he discerned that GNC lacked true swordsmanship and merely wielded the sword like a blade. Since you are not deceiving me, I shall take the opportunity to overpower you. GNC cast a glance at Wu Yuan, whose sword trembled slightly, prompting GNC to thrust it towards Wang Mian with a reverse grip. While he may not master sword techniques, Wu Yuan certainly did. Their minds were in sync, allowing Wu Yuan to guide his strikes. This phenomenon is often termed as the unity of man and sword. Wang Mian swung his blade, unleashing a formidable force that clashed against GNC's sword intent. The might of Wu Yuan's sword intent was overwhelming, imbued with a murderous aura, causing Wang Mian to feel an icy chill, reminiscent of being cast into the depths of hell. The clash of blade against sword sparked a flurry of sparks. GNC raised an eyebrow, inquiring, are you truly not considering lifting the restrictions? Wu Yuan is indeed a divine sword. Gritting his teeth, Wang Mian resisted, acutely aware of the oppressive force emanating from the sword. If he did not release the boundary suppression, he feared he would succumb within a minute, especially considering this was merely a casual strike from his opponent. With this thought, Wang Mian relinquished the boundary constraint, instantly regaining his limitless state, no longer holding back. GNC allowed Wen to take the lead as he swung the sword with fervor, yet he still did not unleash his full power. This was not GNC's decision. but rather Wu Yuan's. Wang Mian positioned his blade defensively, intercepting the strike before creating distance to capitalize on an opportunity for a swift counterattack. Under Wu Yuan's guidance, Yanci engaged Wang Mian with ease. As he swung his sword, fleeting images flashed through his mind, too rapid to grasp. Instinctively, Yanci took control of his body. But in the next moment, he was sent flying by Wang Mian. Yanci tumbled to the ground, rising unsteadily as Wang Mian squinted, a hint of confusion crossing his features. Shortly thereafter, Yanci pushed himself up. The majority of the impact dissipated by Wu Yuan. His injuries were not severe. Resolutely, he approached Wang Mian once more, undeterred. Wang Mian, however, did not underestimate him. Giving his all was the utmost respect for an adversary. This time, Wu Yuan did not guide Yanci's strike, resulting in an erratic and flawed attack. Yanci was cast aside multiple times, ultimately unable to suppress a cough that expelled blood. Coughing, Yanci knelt on one knee, supporting himself with his sword, his hair disheveled, and his face smudged with dirt. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, staining his lips crimson. Rather than tending to his wounds, he stood resolutely and advanced towards Wang Mian again. Wang Mian furrowed his brow slightly, remarking, "You are gravely injured." 021 considered offering him pain suppression, but Yanci declined, sensing that something essential was amiss. 021 queried, "Why refuse? Does it not hurt?" "It does sting," Yanci admitted with a wry smile, "but I am quite lucid now. My mind is clear, and I can perceive certain things more acutely. In truth, it is rather exhilarating." 021 observed him from the background, feeling a pang of distress. Why did he feel such heartache? Yanci said to Wang Mian, "I have yet to fall. Shall we continue the fight, or is it that you can no longer proceed?" With a playful tone, he continued, "Could it be that you are concerned for my well-being?" Wang Mian, initially poised to retort, fell silent upon hearing the latter remark. How could one remain so irreverent even in such a moment? It was truly infuriating. The two resumed their battle. In the underground monitoring room, one inquired, "Shouldn't we intervene? Isn't Yanci a master of the realm?" Came a reply, "Are you foolish? Did you not hear Yanci claim that his sword is a divine weapon? The unity of man and sword is indeed formidable. Then why is he perpetually on the defensive? Perhaps the time for the unity of man and sword has yet to arrive." Chapter 68. Rejuvenation. Zhou Ping gazed intently at the figure of Yanci on the screen, his fists clenched tightly. It was evident to him that Yanci was seeking a profound understanding, perhaps gleaning insights through the peril of life and death. Yet, this method was fraught with pain. In the past, he might have believed that others could comprehend as he did. But now he recognized that such an approach was not universally applicable. Yanci's way of enlightenment, it seemed, was perilously similar to courting death. Perhaps he could not impart knowledge to Yanci on the training ground. The barrage of comments flowed. "My goodness, is it really this intense? The main character is putting in so much effort. But clearly, the main character doesn't know swordsmanship. Strange. Why is there nothing about sword techniques in the rewards?" "Oh, now that you mention it, I took a look at the reward section, and there is a plethora of options, yet no sword techniques. It seems that the rewards differ in each world. Indeed, having broadcasted fewer than 30 times, I've watched each one, and the rewards are definitely distinct. However, this time, the reward section includes some more advanced items. Could it be that this world is special? No, in previous worlds, immortal cultivation, apocalyptic, interstellar, these items have never appeared. For instance, this collection of talismanic forbidden spells, something coveted by talisman cultivators. Why hasn't it appeared in that world's reward section? Is its presence here somewhat beyond the norm? That does make some sense. Could there be someone behind the main character? 021 observed the comments, lost in thought. Indeed, these items had never been seen before. Moreover, this time the host was invited by Minister Song from next door to take over. An old acquaintance? Was it I and Yanci? Or 001 and Yanci? Minister Song and 001 were concealing something from him. Yanci paid no mind to the barrage of comments. as he suddenly entered a state of enlightenment upon feeling the threat of death. The sword techniques in his hands transformed from chaotic to fluid, flowing like water, overcoming rigidity with gentleness. With a mere 4 ounces, he could displace 1,000 pounds. As Wang Mian engaged in combat, he suddenly sensed a change in Yanci's swordsmanship, unable to discern any flaws and left with no choice but to press on. Yanci's sword danced incessantly, his consciousness immersed in a wondrous realm. The abruptly altered sword intent forced Wang Mian into a series of retreats. Yanci executed his final strike, infusing the sword intent with a mysterious power of law that surged into Wang Mian's body. Wang Mian felt an overwhelming warmth enveloping him, as if spring had arrived, washing away the fatigue of battle and restoring his visage from the backlash of time. He inexplicably found a new force of law within him, seemingly related to the laws of time. Bewildered, Wang Mian touched his face. The backlash within him completely dissipated. Was this the power of that final strike? As Yanci's consciousness returned, the memories of that period were somewhat blurred. Yet, he knew the name of that strike, rejuvenation. With spring comes revival, and all things are renewed. This strike was sufficient to erase the backlash that Wang Mian had endured. The two stood facing each other, Wang Mian's gaze fixed upon Yanci, filled with a mixture of 3 parts bewilderment, 3 parts excitement, and 4 parts shyness. Did he do all of this for me? Not only did he expend his lifespan to return, but he also gained a hint of power related to the laws of time. I must have misjudged him. His provocations online were surely intended to incite me, to bring me before him. In truth, the male figure is not entirely unappealing. Moreover, he possesses striking looks. Although he appears somewhat disheveled at present, he remains undeniably attractive. As this thought crossed his mind, his cheeks flushed suddenly, feeling a touch bashful as he gazed at the other, just about to speak when wow, that hurts like hell. Yanci grimaced, spinning in place as he quickly raised his hand to apply a healing talisman to himself. Crack! The filter he had just donned shattered unexpectedly, leaving Wang Mian staring at Yanci with a complex expression. What exactly was I expecting? He sighed silently, attempting to soothe himself. It's nothing, really. He was just in too much pain. It's my fault for being too rough. I truly should be ashamed. As Yanci's injuries were healed and the pain subsided, he breathed a sigh of relief and stretched his limbs. Glancing at Wang Mian, he tilted his head and said, "Hey, can we consider this battle a victory for me?" Wang Mian, well, it seems he didn't take this seriously at all. It was merely my own overthinking. I despise you for being so dense. Undeterred, he asked, "You heal my backlash, didn't you?" He looked expectantly at Yanci, hoping for a sense of gratitude in return. "Oh, so that means I won, right?" Yanci inquired, utterly unconcerned, his expression as impassive as ever. "Yes," Wang Mian gritted out through clenched teeth, his eyes fixed on him with intensity. "That's truly splendid. As the saying goes, one must fight to make acquaintances. How about this? You can consider me your elder brother." Yanci leaned in closer, patting Wang Mian's chest with the back of his hand. "I must say, your pectorals are quite impressive. They have a nice elasticity." Wang Mian's lips twitched uncontrollably as he took a deep breath. "Don't you want anything else, perhaps? Me?" "Not really. Just calling me Big Brother will suffice." Yanci had no need for anything else. If he desired something, he would simply take it. Wang Mian observed Yanci's indifference, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. Remaining calm, he reminded himself that this person was always like this. Taking a step back, he considered that calling him Big Brother might still forge a connection, so it wasn't a total loss. Reassuring himself, he boldly called out, "Big Brother." Yanci nodded in satisfaction. "Second brother." He completely forgot about Bai Li Yuha by the Daming Lake. Wang Mian calmly looked at Yanci and asked, "Do you have a way to make it so others cannot see us?" Yanci raised an eyebrow. Indeed. He lifted his hand and affixed a concealment talisman to the two of them. Their figures and auras vanished from sight, though they had not actually left the spot. The two exchanged glances, and Yanci clapped his hands, asking, "Now we can speak freely. Do you realize that your sword contained a hint of law power?" Wang Mian eagerly inquired, "What?" I had no idea. What kind of law are you talking about? Yanci felt a bit confused. The power of the laws within that sword has merged with my being, relating to the essence of time. Wang Mian, upon encountering this revelation, found himself at a loss, relieved that he had refrained from inquiring publicly. Hiss, how is it that I possess no laws, yet you do? Yanci's focus was rather peculiar, leaving Wang Mian utterly bewildered on how to respond. Speaking of which, what distinguishes the possession of such power? Yanci scrutinized Wang Mian, attempting to discern any differences. Yet apart from his complexion appearing more youthful, nothing else seemed apparent. Wang Mian took a moment to attune himself and was unexpectedly astonished to discover that he could wield this law without facing any backlash. He remarked with astonishment that this power resembled time itself, yet was not entirely so. It seemed to possess the capacity to accelerate or reverse the flow of time. Chapter 69. My fate is in my own hands. Is it truly so formidable? Could one not simply revert back to the void? Yanci stroked his chin, then snapped his fingers, proclaiming. Wang Mian, upon hearing this, nodded silently. Indeed, it was possible. Would that not render you invincible? I suggest you confront the god of time directly and declare yourself sovereign. Yanci, changing into a new outfit, donned a tattered and somewhat unsightly attire. However, he then transformed into a garb that exuded an ethereal charm, leaving Wang Mian utterly astonished. Wang Mian swallowed hard, dumbfoundedly uttering an affirmative sound. You two find my proposal splendid, do you not? When it comes to combat, call upon me. I shall lend you my support. Yanci adjusted the flowing ribbons on his shoulders and gazed at Wang Mian, only to discover him lost in thought. He raised his hand and playfully slapped him, treating him as if he were not a stranger. Suddenly jolted by the force, Wang Mian blinked and looked at Yanci. All right, let us not concern ourselves with the origins of this principle. I am uncertain myself. In any case, once it resides within you, it is yours. Now, let us proceed to see what our companions are up to. As Yanci spoke, he dispelled the concealment spell and casually returned the mask to Wang Mian, who accepted it and donned it on his face. The two harmoniously walked side by side in a singular direction. In total, they had engaged for merely 3 hours. In the underground monitoring room, the instructors gazed intently at the screen. One instructor broke the silence. Did you all see that? Wang Mian's complexion has become remarkably youthful. Chief, should we inquire with the higher-ups about this? Perhaps we shall discuss it post-battle, replied Yuan Gang, his eyes glued to the screen. Witnessing the transformation of Wang Mian's visage following that strike, what did this rascal Yanci do? I have heard it pertains to time, intertwined with lifespan. Wang Mian, having consumed a significant portion of his life to reverse time, cannot simply replenish it through equivalent exchange. Can he? Could it be that Yanci is utilizing his own lifespan to compensate? By heavens, I am eager to conclude this matter and inquire further. This lad must not come a harm. Zhou Ping meticulously recorded the sword technique employed by Yanci, savoring its nuances. It was indeed profound, yet it appeared incomplete, merely a fragment of a greater whole. 021 gazed at the familiar swordplay, murmuring softly, the four-season sword technique? He had once encountered an individual who wielded this technique, now a deputy minister of the villain department. 021 returned to the Multiverse Management Bureau, making his way to the office of the deputy minister of the villain department. He knocked gently on the door. A voice from within beckoned. Enter. Pushing the door open, he stepped inside, greeted by the sight of a striking beauty with snowy hair and an air of aloofness. The beauty lifted her gaze, a hint of puzzlement crossing her features. Minister Liu? To what do I owe the pleasure? 021, also known as Liu Jinya, inquired. Minister Jiang, are you familiar with the four-season sword technique? Jiang Wang, twirling a pen between her fingers, raised an eyebrow slightly at the familiar term. I have indeed encountered someone in my world who practiced this technique. It was imparted to me by my master. Liu Jinya continued. Would you mind elaborating on it? Jiang Wang smiled lightly. I do not mind at all. I am unaware of my master's name or origin. I am of the wood spirit root, and everyone claims I am suited for the path of the common people. Yet my master said to me, Master, if that is the case, Why do those old fools remain in the lower realm? Do they not wish to ascend? Jiang Wang, what path do you think I should cultivate, senior? Master, why not traverse all those paths? If, in the end, none resonate with you, then tear through the heavens and become the path yourself. As the saying goes, my fate is determined by me, not by heaven. At that moment, I thought him mad, but when I faced betrayal from all sides, I realized he was right. He imparted to me the 4 seasons sword technique, which allowed me to carve a bloody path during my later trials of betrayal. Although he did not formally take me as his disciple, I regarded him as my master. Lu Jinye, upon hearing this, lowered his gaze. The familiar tone reminded him of Yanci. Perhaps, do you still remember his visage? Indeed, Lu Jinye displayed the scene of Yanci battling Wang for Jiang Wang to see. Upon witnessing Yanci's countenance, Jiang Wang's pupils constricted. Master? Are you certain he is your master? Yes, it is he. Lu Jinye's expression turned complex. Thank you for sharing this. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Jiang Wang nodded, watching as Lu Jinye hurriedly departed. This master seemed to be merely a fragment of a shattered soul. Something must have occurred. Perhaps that individual knows something. I shall inquire another day. 3 hours prior, under Yanci's prompting, Shen Qingzhu and Lin Qiye swiftly made their escape. They arrived at the warehouse, facing the tightly shut door, exchanging glances. Bro, can you blow it open? Shen Qingzhu turned to see someone capable of opening it approaching. As the words fell, they all looked over to see a tall woman with fiery hair striding toward them. Molly, the possessor of Forbidden Ruins, Sequence 076, Myriad Manifestation. Shen Qingzhu's gaze settled on Molly as he spoke. Do you know me? Molly looked at the cool, audacious man with surprise. He was the one who had just led the charge. I do not know you, but I was informed of your existence beforehand. Shen Qingzhu answered honestly, as Yanci had instructed. Molly did not press further, but stepped forward to break open the warehouse door. The group entered one by one, arming themselves. Lin Qiye extended an invitation to Molly. Hello, I am Lin Qiye, Divine Agent Code 003, Seraphim. Would you be willing to join us? Molly, poised to leave with her katana in hand, paused at his words, turning her head. You are the Seraphim agent? Indeed, the mask team collaborates seamlessly. Your addition would enhance our odds. Molly's gaze swept over Shen Qingzhu, Bai Li, and Chao Yuan. I am Molly, Forbidden Ruins Sequence 076, Myriad Manifestation. Shen Qingzhu tossed a piece of gum into his mouth, chewing nonchalantly as he introduced himself. I am Shen Qingzhu, Forbidden Ruins Sequence 068, Qi Min. Chao Yuan glanced at Lin Qiye, while identifying himself as part of the Forbidden Ruins Sequence 031, Black King Slaughter. Molly stared in astonishment at the 3 of them, realizing that they were the other 2 high-risk individuals. Shen Qingzhu, with his hands in his pockets, raised an eyebrow and gave a nonchalant hum. Chao Yuan blinked innocently, appearing somewhat naive. Molly then turned her gaze to the silent Bai Li Pang Pang. Bai Li Pang Pang scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. I am Bai Li Tu Ming, and I have no connection to the Forbidden Ruins. Molly recalled the day Bai Li Pang Pang had extravagantly dispersed his wealth, and with a cold snort, she remarked, You aren't the one referred to as the Bai Li family of the Forbidden Objects Museum, are you? No. I am merely a child from an ordinary family, he protested. Molly remained skeptical. Do we have any strategies in place? Chapter 70. Just do it to be frank. The current tactic is merely to wait. Lin Qiye offered an awkward smile as he invited others over, only to find himself in a position of aimless anticipation, which undeniably felt rather unreasonable. Molly wore an expression that seemed to say, Are you joking? This made Lin Qiye even more self-conscious. Why the urgency? Once the rookies have been eliminated, we shall make our move. In terms of numbers, we hold the advantage, not to mention, one has yet to arrive. Shen Qingzhu appeared indifferent, harboring a mysterious confidence in Yanci. He believed Yanci could hold off the masked captain. Lin Qiye's gaze fell behind Shen Qingzhu, and he shouted a warning, Be careful. Acting on instinct, Shen Qingzhu sidestepped. The others quickly became alert. The moon ghost, surprised by the failed ambush, revealed himself and turned his gaze towards Lin Qiye, who had just spoken. You can see me? Are you the agent of the Seraph? Shun Qingzhu regarded the moon ghost, who had just attempted to ambush him, and snorted dismissively. You talk too much. If you have the guts, face me directly. With that, he snapped his fingers, producing a bubble from his mouth, and, as his ring brushed against it, a spark of electricity mingled with the bubble's essence. In the next moment, the bubble suddenly exploded. The moon ghost's pupils constricted beneath his mask as he transformed into moonlight, swiftly retreating 10 meters away. You have no sense of honor, the moon ghost exclaimed, regaining his stance and pointing at Shun Qingzhu in indignation. Come at me if you dare. Shun Qingzhu retorted with a grin. Now it's just you and us. Let us take him down together, Lin Chia said, stepping beside Shun Qingzhu. Drawing his sword, he noticed that Molly also unsheathed her katana, and together they surrounded the moon ghost. As the moon ghost surveyed his surroundings, he was utterly baffled to find himself encircled. Lin Chia was the first to strike, swinging his sword at the moon ghost, but as the blade made contact, the moon ghost dissipated into moonlight, allowing the sword to pass through without inflicting any harm. On the other side, having unleashed several explosive bubbles, the moon ghost found himself contending with not only Lin Chia and Molly's assaults, but also the unpredictable Shun Qingzhu. The explosive impact was quite formidable. As a solitary assassin beset by so many attackers, the moon ghost was at a loss. With a hint of desperation, he suggested, "How about we negotiate? Let us talk this through, brother. Who wants to reason with you?" Shun Qingzhu replied with a mischievous grin, lunging forward to seize the moon ghost's mask. The moon ghost kicked out, forcing Shun Qingzhu to retreat. Cursing under his breath, he lamented, "Damn it, I'm an assassin. And now I'm practically a warrior. Where are those guys? Why must I face so many high-risk threats alone?" Lin Chia, Molly, and Shun Qingzhu continued their coordinated assault, while Chao Yuan could not draw his blade, opting instead to observe with Bali Pang Pang and act as the morale booster. Bali Pang Pang raised his hand, cheering, "Go for it, Brother Chia, Brother Zhuang, Miss Molly, take him down." Chao Yuan echoed the sentiment, shouting, "Chia, take him down." The moon ghost scrambled to evade, appearing rather disheveled. He shouted in desperation, "Tianping, Vortex, where are you?" As soon as he finished speaking, a voice emerged, laced with a hint of mockery. "Pathetic moon ghost, is this all you've got? Just moments ago, we were wagering on how long you could endure. Who would have thought it would end so swiftly?" The figure of the balance appeared from behind, speaking leisurely. The vortex approached from the opposite direction, arms crossed as he gazed at the moon ghost. Lin Chia and Shun Qingzhu exchanged glances. The wind howled ominously. "Run!" They all darted towards the vortex. With a raised brow beneath his mask, the vortex mused. Did they come to me willingly? Shun Qingzhu released several electric sparks to confuse the adversary. Observing this, the vortex unfurled a purple vortex that engulfed the attacks, only to see them slip past him and make their escape. "No way. We just arrived. How did they manage to flee?" The moon ghost appeared, exclaiming, "Why are you all so slow? You nearly allowed them to succeed." The balance approached, remarking, "One divine agent and two highly dangerous individuals. You've worked hard." The vortex chuckled, saying, "Balance, remember to transfer the funds upon your return. I've triumphed. Why couldn't you hold on a bit longer?" The balance gazed at the moon ghost with a wistful expression. The moon ghost rolled his eyes in response, retorting, "If you're so capable, why don't you take the lead? Let us go find Sister Rose. We've already eliminated a significant portion of the new recruits on the way here." As the balance spoke, he turned and walked out of the warehouse. After Lin Chia and the others slipped out, they found an excellent vantage point to observe the unfolding events. The group watched from the rooftop as the balance and his companions made their way towards the dormitory building. They headed towards the dormitory, where a larger number of new recruits had gathered, with others scattered throughout the training camp, making it evident that locating them all would require considerable effort. Lin Chia assessed the current situation. "Once they expend some energy, we will make our move at the last moment," Shun Qingzhu remarked, leaning against the side and observing the trio from the mass team below. The Shun Qingzhu of now was no longer the same as before. After being trained by Yanci, he had learned to temper his emotions, being audacious when necessary and never underestimating the enemy. Brother Zhua was correct. After the relentless onslaught from the other new recruits, their mental fortitude must have waned, presenting us with a significant advantage for our intervention. A smile crept across Lin Chia's face as he addressed those present. Who was the other person you mentioned? Molly inquired curiously. The white-haired man who arrived on the motorcycle. He went alone to confront the captain of the masked team, Lin Chia replied, turning to Molly. Alone? Is he also highly dangerous? Molly recalled the strikingly handsome, white-haired man. His entrance was undeniably impressive. Ungdis. Molly's question caught Lin Chia off guard. He was uncertain of Yanci's forbidden abilities, as Yanci had never demonstrated his powers. Shun Qingzhu, hands in pockets, raised an eyebrow, stating he may lack forbidden abilities, but he wields a formidable sword. I have personally witnessed that sword obliterate a limitless boundary mystery in a single strike. Therefore, when he faces the king, it will be a complete dominance. Moreover, he possesses those uncanny talismans. It would be a miracle if he were to lose, unless Yanci deliberately holds back. Obliterate a limitless boundary? Molly turned to Shun Qingzhu, her expression one of astonishment, her tone involuntarily rising in pitch. He then inquired, what significance does his participation in the new recruits training hold? Upon hearing this, Shun Qingzhu fell into silence. This was due to the fact that his own capabilities were rather limited, relying solely on external aids. The encounter with Yanci had made this evident. While it was uncertain whether Yanci could indeed defeat him in a real confrontation, it did not imply weakness on his part. Rather, it indicated that without his external support, he was no match for Yanci. One could even argue that he might struggle against Zhou Ping, considering Yanci's defense talisman exceeded all standards, a defense that even the supreme deities could not breach. However, in the throes of battle, no one would concern themselves with whether one utilized external aids. The sole objective is to eliminate the opponent. Thus, in theoretical terms, Yanci could be deemed invincible. Chapter 71. Play him, however. I suspect he came to the training camp merely for amusement. Shun Qingzhu added, glancing at the expressions of those around her. Lin Chia wore a knowing look, while Molly opened her mouth, uncertain of what to say. Baili Pongpong's eyes reflected a clear but foolish innocence in Chao Yuan. Chao Yuan's gaze was fixed on Lin Chia, as if he were gazing upon a savior. Shun Qingzhu cast him a disdainful glance. Is this person even sane? Chao Yuan paid no mind to the opinions of others, fixated solely on the esteemed one. When Lin Chia met his gaze, Chao Yuan's eyes suddenly sparkled with fervor, causing Lin Chia's lips to twitch in discomfort. Could you tone it down a bit? With that look, I might actually think you have feelings for me, he said quietly, attempting to awaken Chao Yuan's reason. Upon hearing this, Chao Yuan blinked innocently and nodded. All right, esteemed one. He indeed restrained himself somewhat. It still emanated an inexplicable oddness. Baili Pang poked Shun Qingzhu, whispering urgently, Bro, he can't truly be infatuated with Brother Chia. Can he? Although Brother Chia does look stunning in women's attire. Who knows? Shun Qingzhu replied, glancing at Baili Pang with a hint of exasperation. Lin Chia silently approached Shun Qingzhu, who, upon noticing, shifted a couple of steps away, signaling with his eyes, Stay away from me. I wish not to be involved. Lin Chia. Molly observed the unfolding drama, seemingly savoring some juicy gossip. Shun Qingzhu, lost in thought, wondered why Yanci had yet to arrive. He grasped Baili Pongpong's wrist, rolling up his sleeve to check his watch. Hasn't it been nearly 3 hours? Are they still not finished? Baili Pang mistakenly thought he was interested in the watch and promptly removed it, placing it in Shun Qingzhu's hand. Bro, no need to be polite. Shun Qingzhu merely intended to check the time, but found himself forcefully given a watch. Staring at the timepiece, he remained silent for 3 seconds before storing it away. Why refuse a gift? Seeing him accept it, Baili Pongpong's heart swelled with joy. Indeed, nothing could forge friendships like a watch. If not, one should simply give too. Meanwhile, I wonder how Brother Yanci is faring. Your teammates must have gone to the dormitory by now. After they expend some energy, they may be annihilated by my team, Yanci remarked as he and Wang Mian walked along, surveying the tranquil surroundings. Not necessarily. Wang Mian maintained a strong confidence in his teammates. So, you became a coach solely for me? Yanci teased, glancing over. Upon hearing this, Wang Mian's face, hidden behind his mask, subtly flushed. So what if I did? He knew he had indeed taken on this task because of Yanci. Then don't feel inferior if you lose to me. Remember, your older brother will always be your older brother. Yanci patted his shoulder in a gesture of comfort. The two were clearly not on the same wavelength. Wang Mian sighed almost imperceptibly, fully resigned. Yanci stifled a chuckle, thinking, do you really think you can reprimand me? Not a chance. Without affording you an opportunity, if you manage to touch the hem of my garment, I shall take your surname. It seems your plans have fallen through. By the way, about that person who clung to me earlier, might I have some fun with him? Wang Mian hesitated for a moment. Fun with what? That fellow with acrophobia. I find him quite amusing. Yanci pondered for a moment and decided to tease him. Are you fond of him? What's so special about him? I am tall and handsome, with a fine physique. What does he have? Wang Mian suddenly blurted out. His thoughts momentarily derailed. I'm a straightforward guy. The messages I sent you before were just playful banter. Yanci raised his gaze towards him, but the mask obscured his expression. Wang Mian fell silent for a while. It appeared he comprehended Yanci's intentions regarding the fellow with acrophobia. Good luck to you. My friend, it's not that the captain doesn't wish to assist you. It's just that your conspicuousness has drawn his attention. You'll have to seek him out yourself. Wang Mian felt a twinge of schadenfreude at the thought of the fellow being toyed with, and a smile crept onto his face. All right, with the captain's approval. Yanci felt no need to hold back. As they passed by the building where Lin Xie and his group were hiding, Yanci glanced upward, coincidentally meeting Shun Qingzhu's gaze. Little bamboo, tell them to come down and fight. Yanci waved his hand and shouted. Shun Qingzhu's eyes narrowed as he looked at Wang Mian beside Yanci, realizing that Yanci was likely going easy on them. However, why had Yanci changed his clothes? Yanci's shout attracted the attention of several individuals on the rooftop. Heads popped out to see below, and Lin Xie's eyes brightened upon spotting Yanci. Yanci, stop dawdling, come down. Yanci gestured, and the people above leaped down one after another. Shun Qingzhu, Lin Xie, Mo Li, and Chao Yuan landed gracefully. Bai Li Pang Pang almost stumbled, but was saved by Yanci's wind talisman, landing safely. He patted his chest, looking at Yanci, and bounded over like a little fanboy, exclaiming, Yanci, I love you. Yanci replied, who are we to each other? With an arm draped over by Li Pong Pong's shoulder. Yanci surveyed the assembled individuals, his gaze settling on Mo Li. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yanci. Mo Li was momentarily taken aback before she responded. Mo Li, of the Mo family sword sect. Now that everyone is here, let's proceed to battle, Yanci declared, sweeping his hand dramatically as he led the group towards the dormitory building. Wang Mian silently joined the ranks, listening to their fierce declarations about confronting their own teammates. That moon demon who ambushed me. This time I shall bring him down, Shun Qingzhu remarked as they walked. I remember there is a girl among them. Leave her to me, Mo Li stated to the group. Well, Lin Xie began to say. Xie, you shall face him, Yanci interrupted, pointing at Wang Mian beside him. Lin Xie cast a glance at Wang Mian, who reciprocated with a gaze and remarked, Seraphim Agent, allow me to witness your prowess shortly. The god of time, is it? Let us see whose divine realm is superior. Lin Xie harbored a keen interest in this fellow divine agent, the masked captain, and relished the prospect of a duel. Yanci, did you emerge victorious? Shun Qingzhu inched closer, draping an arm over Yanci's shoulder, whispering curiously. Naturally, Yanci replied, tilting his head to meet Shun Qingzhu's gaze, a hint of pride evident in his demeanor. Why have you changed your attire? Whoever is prattling on about thunder, kindly remove yourself. It's absurd how much fuss is made over reading. Nowadays, anything can become a point of contention. Allow me to express my own pet peeve, the foolish, intellectually challenged individuals who refuse to spend money yet delight in nitpicking. I read for the sake of indulging in pairings, not to nitpick the authors. If you find it unpleasing, refrain from complaining. It's a free novel, after all. I am well aware that if one cannot persevere, they may simply swipe away without uttering a word. To those who revel in being thunderous, I apologize. The insipid are merely pretentious. May you encounter misfortune. In short, if you enjoy it, continue. If not, take your leave. I must add, the above sentiments are not directed at anyone in particular. Please do not take offense. If you feel discomfort, then the critique is aimed at you. Should you secretly insult me, you shall be unfortunate for life. If you openly condemn me, then you will remain impoverished forever. Lastly, if there are words to be spoken, do so. Chapter 72. Reasoning. Shun Qingzhu gazed at Yanci, adorned in his ethereal attire, unable to suppress her curiosity. Oh, my previous garments were tattered and quite unappealing, so I decided to change, Yanci explained. He had little affinity for unattractive clothing. Though he could wear anything and look splendid, why should he compromise when he had the means to choose? What is wrong with not donning those dreadful military uniforms? They were torn to shreds. Shen Qingzhu's gaze involuntarily shifted towards Wang Mian. Had this fellow been so ruthless? Ah, it's not a big deal. Soon you shall see, Yanci remarked as he walked, his mind fervently calling for 021. 021, please respond. After a protracted silence, a question mark hovered above Yanci's head. Had the line dropped? Never mind, there was no rush. As dusk descended, the hour approached 6 in the evening. The new recruits within the dormitory building had been nearly cleared out by the 4 members of the mass team. Wang Mian left Yanci's group, hastening towards the dormitory, eliminating any lurking recruits along the way. Meanwhile, Yanci and his entourage of 6 ambled leisurely towards the dormitory. The mass team scattered throughout the building, searching for any overlooked prey. Yanci surveyed the surroundings and turned to his companions, declaring, "Brothers, let us get to it." Shun Qingzhu, Lin Chia, and Mo Li, Chao Yuan, and the plump Bai Li responded in unison, understood. They then dispersed, each seeking their own adversaries. As Yanci wandered aimlessly, he encountered the vice-captain of the mass team, Tianping. Approaching him, he inquired, "Where's the vortex?" Tianping initially assumed Yanci was preparing for a confrontation and braced himself for a fight. However, Yanci's unexpected question left him momentarily baffled. Over there," he directed, and Yanci nodded, lightly patting his shoulder. "Thanks, brother." With that, he proceeded in the direction indicated by Tianping. Tianping scratched his head, perplexed. Was there an unexpected connection? But that couldn't be, as he couldn't even see his face through the mask. Silently, he turned to search for any overlooked recruits. Upon reaching a corner, he fortuitously collided with 2 individuals. What are you 2 searching for?" Tianping crossed his arms, eyeing these unfortunate souls. He had observed their previous encounter. They had merely played a supportive role during the battle against the Moon Ghost, not having engaged at all. However, he had heard that 3 extraordinarily dangerous individuals were present. Sequence 068, Chi Min. Sequence 076, Myriad Phenomena. He had encountered the first 2, leaving only these 2 before him and the white-haired man who had just departed. Narrowing his eyes, he scrutinized Chao Yuan and the plump Bai Li. The man with the crew cut appeared rather unassuming, not quite fitting the description. As for the rotund fellow, he seemed utterly naive, definitely not a threat. The recently departed white-haired man appeared more fitting. His attire had been changed, likely after a tussle with the captain, yet he remained in the fray. Thus, he was presumably the final extraordinarily dangerous individual. In light of this, the 2 before him posed no threat whatsoever. "Good sir, our meeting is serendipitous. Do you not wish to engage?" Bai Li Pang, with a cheerful smile, took out a box of Laoli Sure and approached. Tianping eyed the approaching figure with suspicion and commanded, "Stay right there." Bai Li Pang halted in his tracks, tilting his head in confusion. "What's wrong? Do you not like Laoli Sure? What trickery is this?" Tianping retorted, refusing to be deceived, for who could tell if the box contained Laoli Sure or explosives? "I assure you, our only aim is to delay you. As the saying goes, a gentleman speaks rather than acts. How about we settle this amicably?" Bai Li Pang gazed at Tianping with innocent eyes. Tianping fell into contemplation, glancing towards Chao Yuan before looking back at Bai Li Pang. "You intend to delay me? Are you a high-risk individual?" Bai Li Pang shook his head. "I am not. I do not possess any forbidden items. Hearing this, Tian Ping raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Then I shall eliminate you first. With that, he raised his hand, and nearby debris began to swirl around him, hurtling toward Bai Li Pang Pang. Stepping back, Bai Li Pang Pang felt a sudden surge of energy as a golden barrier enveloped him just as the debris was about to strike. He patted his chest in relief. Thank goodness, I have the protection of Yao Guang. What? Tian Ping, undeterred, continued to manipulate the stones, attempting to bury Bai Li Pang Pang. But they were all repelled by the barrier. Since he refused to reason, we shall resort to physical means. Chao, it is your turn. Bai Li Pang Pang called out to Chao Yuan. Chao Yuan strolled forward, calmly regarding Tian Ping. Are you capable of enduring this? What do you mean? Tian Ping was taken aback by the abruptness of the question. I mean, how strong are you? I fear you may not withstand it. Chao Yuan replied innocently while gripping his blade. You're quite arrogant, aren't you? Come, let's see if I am strong or not. Tian Ping laughed in anger, beckoning Chao Yuan. With a sigh, Chao Yuan remarked, is it truly impossible to discuss this rationally? Are you going to fight or not? Are you just toying with me? If you are a man, draw your sword. Tian Ping was provoked by the young man's taunts. I'm not toying with you. I am merely stating facts. Since you insist on this course, I shall not hold back, Chao Yuan replied, shaking his head. Safe travels. As soon as the words left his lips, Chao Yuan grasped the hilt of his sword and slowly drew it. Tian Ping's lips twitched. Was this man out of his mind to remain so brazen at such a moment? The instant the blade was unsheathed, Tian Ping felt an inexplicable chill, his pupils constricting beneath his mask. What is this? Before he could react, the embodiment of the Black King in Chao Yuan lunged forward with his sword, and Tian Ping instinctively retreated. Yet, Chao Yuan vanished and reappeared before him, the long blade aimed straight for his neck. In that moment, Tian Ping understood the weight of Chao Yuan's words. This is it. Am I truly about to meet my end? Instinctively, he sought to unleash his power, but the blade was already upon him. In the face of imminent danger, one often freezes, and Tian Ping found himself on the brink of despair. In the next moment, the blade struck against a barrier, failing to penetrate even an inch. Tian Ping opened his eyes and glanced at a glowing talisman on his shoulder, recalling the white-haired man who had patted him there before departing. Could it be that he had foreseen this and bestowed upon him a protective charm? With a sigh of relief, Tian Ping observed Chao Yuan before him, who relentlessly hacked at the barrier with his knife, yet could not breach this formidable defense. Meanwhile, Yanci, sensing the activation of the protective talisman, remained largely unfazed but felt it necessary to issue a warning. He took out a loudspeaker talisman and called out, "That masked vice captain." The effect of that defensive talisman lasts only 10 minutes. After that, you shall be left to your own devices. Chapter 73. Each for their own, all present heard the words spoken. The moment Chao Yuan transformed, an unmistakable sensation enveloped everyone. Upon hearing this, Tian Ping thought to himself that he must express his gratitude to this benevolent individual later. "Oh Chao, my brother, you are formidable." Bai Li Pang Pang, acting as the atmosphere creator, observed as the Black King, Chao Yuan, attempted futilely to strike Tian Ping and ultimately chose to turn his attention towards Bai Li Pang Pang. A pang of anxiety struck Bai Li Pang Pang's heart. Could it be? In the next instant, he saw Black King Chao Yuan charging at him with his blade raised. Alarmed, Bai Li Pang Pang hastily fled, exclaiming, "What the hell, Chao? Are you out of your mind? Even your teammates are attacking." Tian Ping, witnessing this comical turn of events as the fellow turned to assault his own ally, could not help but chuckle, clutching his stomach in laughter. "Ha ha! How delightful it is to have such an amusing opponent." Bai Li Pang Pang was pursued for 10 minutes, during which Tian Ping remained a spectator. Seeing Tian Ping's nonchalance, Bai Li Pang Pang decided to divert the chaos towards him. Oh no, he should have been targeting Tian Ping all along. He spun around, sprinting towards Tian Ping, with Chao Yuan hot on his heels. Observing this scene, Tian Ping took a step back and gracefully levitated into the air. Bai Li Pang Pang widened his eyes in indignation, shouting, "You lack martial ethics. Hey, your teammate can't distinguish between friend and foe. What does that have to do with me?" Tian Ping jeered from above. Li Pang ceased his flight, stepped upon Yao Guang, and ascended directly into the sky. Chao Yuan gazed upward at the two figures, momentarily taken aback. He could not fly. Oh, come up here and strike me if you dare. Tianping taunted as Chao Yuan stood frozen in place. Chao Yuan replied, This senior, he cannot ascend, but I can. Meanwhile, Li Pang rummaged through his spatial pocket, retrieving an enormous sword. With a sly grin, he declared, Behold my grand sword. Tianping turned his gaze towards him, incredulously asking, Aren't you lacking a forbidden domain? I may lack a forbidden domain, but I possess forbidden objects. Li Pang replied with a smirk. Invoking the spell, one transforms into 3,000. He waggled his index finger, and in an instant, the great sword transformed into countless sword shadows, hovering behind him. Tianping's mouth fell agape. What the? Pointing a finger at Tianping, Li Pang coolly uttered a single word, kill. In the next heartbeat, innumerable sword tips targeted Tianping, soaring through the air like a golden dragon with its maw wide open, lunging towards him. Tianping raised his hand, reversing gravity to redirect the sword shadows, and landed on the ground, only to hear a sinister chuckle behind him. Upon turning, he discovered Chao Yuan standing directly behind him. Tianping found himself in a precarious position, dodging desperately. Why was it that he faced a 2-on-1 situation? Where had the others gone? Was there still time for reason? Regret flooded Tianping's mind for not having engaged amicably with the adversaries. Now, the situation had turned tragic. Meanwhile, the moon ghost, having cloaked himself, attempted yet again to ambush Shen Qingzhu. However, Shen Qingzhu, unfazed, produced a monocle and placed it upon his nose. With a smirk, he evaded the moon ghost's assault, taunting, You wish to ambush me? Go ahead, what of it? The moon ghost, standing opposite him, provocatively declared, before vanishing and swiftly maneuvering around Shen Qingzhu. Shen Qingzhu raised his hand and snapped his fingers, a spark of electricity bursting forth, directly aimed at the location of the moon ghost. Caught off guard by the unexpected visibility of his opponent, the moon ghost quickly dodged 10 meters away. You can see me? Oh, that fat man lent me a forbidden item called the Eye of True Sight. Shen Qingzhu replied calmly, hands casually tucked into his pockets. The moon ghost felt a wave of panic. Not only was this individual inherently his nemesis, but now he could also perceive him. Should I find another adversary? Where is Vortex? Taking a deep breath, he shouted, Vortex, where are you? Shen Qingzhu watched him call for help with an air of unflustered composure. After a prolonged silence, a voice cried out from the heavens, Help! Instinctively, the moon ghost looked up, and Shen Qingzhu followed suit, raising an eyebrow in suspicion. Who is up there? The moon ghost squinted at the distant black, finding it somewhat familiar. Wait, Vortex, how did this guy manage to fly? Your teammate? Shen Qingzhu inquired, noticing the moon ghost's recognition. Reluctantly, the moon ghost evaded the question, pivoting the conversation. So, how about we discuss this reasonably? Fighting back and forth only breeds animosity. I refuse, Shen Qingzhu replied with a light scoff. As soon as the words left his lips, he stepped forward effortlessly, gliding on the wind. Observing this, the moon ghost immediately fled. Come on, there's no need for that. I merely ambushed you once. Are you holding a grudge? He ran while trying to reason with Shen Qingzhu. So what? If you're not satisfied, fight back. Shen Qingzhu grinned, snapping his fingers once more. Are you even speaking human language? I'm an assassin. Do you understand what that means? I specialize in ambushes, not as a warrior. The moon ghost fumed, cursing vehemently. Shen Qingzhu paid him no mind, relentlessly pursuing him. Meanwhile, Vortex was strutting like a model when unexpectedly, someone appeared in front of him. Upon seeing the figure, his eyes lit up. It's you, my friend. Upon encountering Yanci, Vortex's lips involuntarily curled into a smile, recalling the previous incident involving G. A faint blush crept beneath his mask. Indeed, you're my opponent, my friend. Wait, you and I? Vortex pointed between Yanci and himself, momentarily at a loss. Exactly. Let us go, Yanci declared, raising his hand to transform the abyss into a long sword, which he grasped firmly. Vortex instinctively took 2 steps back. Yanci fixed his gaze upon him, releasing several waves of sword intent. Vortex unleashed a purple vortex to devour the sword intent. Subsequently, he retaliated, sending the sword intent back, but Yanci effortlessly severed them with a swing of his sword. This devouring and releasing technique is rather intriguing, Yanci remarked with a smile, sheathing his sword. Seeing Yanci sheath his blade, Vortex assumed his opponent had conceded. By the way, thank you for catching me earlier. No need for gratitude. Besides, you jumped on me yourself. I had no intention of catching you, Yanci replied nonchalantly, a smirk forming as he contemplated his forthcoming actions. Yanci's words shattered Vortex's self-constructed narrative, leaving him momentarily speechless. Yanci offered him no chance for contemplation as he raised his hand to produce the luminous umbrella. Come, let us continue. With that, the umbrella unfurled on its own, and Yanci cast it away, his form vanishing alongside it. The vortex grew wary, the umbrella swirling through the air before hurtling directly toward the vortex. In the next instant, Yanci reappeared beneath the umbrella, delivering a powerful punch toward the vortex. Sensing the impending danger, the vortex manifested a purple swirl and leapt into it, narrowly evading the strike. With the umbrella firmly in his grasp, Yanci abruptly redirected it behind him, shielding against the assault emerging from the purple vortex. Realizing its ambush had failed, the vortex once again submerged itself within the purple depths. Chapter 74. Is it an illusion? The purple vortex reappeared 3 meters away from Yanci, and a figure emerged from within. Yanci had no intention of engaging in close combat, fully aware of his own physical limitations. With a flick of his wrist, the flowing light umbrella transformed in form. The canopy retracted, and the tip protruded, aimed directly at the vortex. He unleashed a barrage of fire. One could not fathom who had conceived such a contraption. It resembled a machine gun. Its firepower surpassed that of any conventional firearm. The tip suddenly erupted with a series of shots, causing the vortex's pupils to constrict in astonishment. Could it truly function in such a manner? The vortex expanded, attempting to absorb the incoming assault, yet the flowing light umbrella was a magical artifact. And even if the bullets did not find their mark, they retained their offensive potency. As the bullets plunged into the purple vortex, they detonated with explosive force, overwhelming the vortex, which was sent hurtling 10 meters away. The vortex landed clumsily, sprawled on the ground, unable to rise for some time. Yanci, having retracted the flowing light umbrella, leisurely approached, crouched down, and prodded the vortex's side. Hey, are you all right? Don't poke. It hurts, the vortex lamented, attempting to elicit sympathy from Yanci. Pain was a normal response, thus, does this mean I have one? Yanci exhibited no compassion, solely concerned with victory. Upon hearing his words, the vortex felt darkness enveloping him. His entire being ached, and he yearned to succumb to unconsciousness. Your silence implies consent. Henceforth, you're my prisoner of war, Yanci declared, placing a healing talisman upon the vortex's head. Suddenly, the vortex felt the wounds on his body beginning to mend, and the lingering internal injuries from the explosion eased. In a short while, he sensed a return to functionality. Tentatively, he attempted to rise and move, marveling at his recovery. He gazed eagerly at Yanci and inquired, "What was that healing treatment you just administered?" "It's a healing talisman. As long as there is still breath, it can heal." "How does it feel? Comfortable?" Yanci tilted his head, his gaze resting upon the vortex's face, which he found rather handsome. The vortex glanced at his tattered attire, with a significant portion of his mask shattered. He looked at the remnants of the mask in his hand, sighed, and quietly replied, "Comfortable," noticing the vortex's evident concern for his appearance. Yanci's eyes lit up. He raised his hand and bestowed upon him a restoration talisman. In the next moment, the vortex's mask and clothing were restored to pristine condition. The vortex's mouth formed an O shape as he rubbed his eyes, gazing at his attire and mask in disbelief. "Is this an illusion?" No. It's concept-level restoration. Are you satisfied now?" Yanci remarked, feeling quite pleased with the vortex's response, which aligned with his aesthetic preferences. It was rather pleasing to the eye. Very satisfied. The vortex nodded, donning the mask once more. Now that you are content, I must convey some unfortunate news, my prisoner of war. Your captain has entrusted me with the task of treating your acrophobia. GNCI's lips curled into a mischievous smile, casting a wicked glance at the vortex as he conveniently shifted the blame to Wang Mian. Upon hearing these words, Su NW swallowed hard and took 2 steps back. Well, I seem to have forgotten to turn off my gas at home. I must return. He turned to flee, only to find his feet weighed down as if by 1,000 pounds, rendering him unable to move. Stunned, he thought, what on earth? Am I seeing things? Move, legs. Move. Where do you think you're going, sir? Came the chilling voice of GYNC from behind. Su NW turned to see GYNC's slender fingers resting on his shoulder. Unable to move his legs but able to speak, he nervously said, My friend, let us discuss this calmly. Do not act impulsively, his voice trembling involuntarily. Very well, let us go, GYNC declared, and with a swift motion, he summoned a wind talisman. Suddenly, both of them lifted off the ground, Su NW's toes barely grazing the earth as the wind carried him skyward. He glanced down at the dizzying height, his throat tightening, and instinctively, he clutched GYNC's arm tightly. With an expressionless face, GYNC rubbed his ears. Then he raised his hand to pry Su NW's grip away, coldly commanding, Do not cling to me. Release me. At that moment, the barrage of comments erupted. Oh dear, that cry for the new year, brother, sounds so tragic. Is that all? The more he screams, the more excited I become. Did he forget to eat? Shout louder. Sing a sweeter tune, and the main sponsor might feel pity for you. I will only feel pity for my brother. I do not want to. Su NW shouted, but GYNC, overwhelmed by the din of Su NW's cries, remained oblivious to his pleas. He coldly withdrew his arm, distancing himself from Su NW to ensure this fellow would not entangle him further. As Su NW saw GYNC floating away, his pupils contracted beneath the mask. Do not leave me. GYNC controlled the wind to lift Su NW even higher. With his eyes shut tight, Su NW screamed, Help! This outcry drew the attention of everyone below. Wang Mian and Lin Xie, who had been locked in a silent stare-down, instinctively looked up at the sound. They spotted a small figure in the sky. Wang Mian immediately recognized it was Su NW and couldn't help but lament, How pitiful. However, if this could cure his acrophobia, it might be a blessing in disguise. Meanwhile, TNP-ing and BILP-NGP-ing halted their activities and gazed skyward. What a tragic cry. BILP-NGP-ing remarked. TNP-ing seemed to have guessed who it was, lighting a candle for Su NW and wishing him luck. Below, Chao Yuan was attempting to leap up to strike the 2 airborne figures. Meanwhile, on another front, Chiang Wei and ML were utterly engrossed in their competition, oblivious to the commotion. Be careful, little sister. I shall show no mercy, Chiang Wei declared, wielding her pink hammer and charging at ML. ML raised her katana to block, retorting, You better give it your all. She forcefully repelled the pink hammer, swiftly retreating before launching an aerial assault. The 2 ladies were locked in an intense battle. Meanwhile, in the sky, Su NW continued to wail, GYNC remained 10 meters away, still feeling discomfort from the cacophony. TSK, where has 021 gone? I've been shouting for ages, and he hasn't shown up. GNC felt inexplicably irritated as he gazed towards the vortex, deciding to leave him be for a while longer. The fear of heights was merely a psychological phenomenon. In other words, everyone harbors a fear of heights, albeit with varying degrees of sensitivity. He considered this a form of desensitization therapy for the vortex. There was no need to employ such gentle methods with a man. After all, he was no saint. As the vortex continued to shout, his voice gradually diminished until he was hoarse. Noticing that it was about time, GNC approached, using the wind to glide closer, and gently prodded him, asking, Are you all right? Cough, cough, I'm alive. The vortex, feeling a profound sense of disconnection, looked at GNC through his mask, instinctively wrapping his arms around him. At this moment, Yanci epitomized a sense of safety for him. Chapter 75. Spectating Yanci, this time, did not coldly push him away, for he now regarded the vortex as no different from a close relative. "Are you still afraid?" he inquired softly. Little did he know, his words were like a celestial melody to the vortex. The vortex nodded hesitantly, then shook his head, timidly responding, "What if I say I am afraid?" Yanci chuckled, raising an eyebrow with a playful expression. "I will let you soar a little higher, and then let you plummet." The vortex blinked, swallowing hard. "If I say I am not afraid, would you believe me?" At this moment, the vortex fervently wished that the man before him would show him mercy. "Captain, you truly are heartless. I will never forgive you, unless you treat me to 3 meals of hot pot." Hearing this, Yanci's eyes sparkled with amusement. "I believe you." Seeing a glimmer of hope, the vortex quickly added, "So, can we go down now?" Indeed, in the next instant, the vortex suddenly felt a sensation of weightlessness, gripping Yanci's arm tightly as they both fell freely. The vortex suppressed a scream, while Yanci, just before touching the ground, summoned the wind, allowing them to land gracefully. With solid ground beneath him, the vortex finally relaxed his racing heart and exhaled deeply. "Let's go spectate." Yanci, treating the vortex as a close companion, draped an arm around his shoulders as they sought out an excellent vantage point and settled down. The vortex's heart raced, his masked eyes involuntarily glancing at Yanci. His cheeks flushed, and his fingers absent-mindedly fidgeted with the fabric of his trousers. "He must not have intended to frighten me. It's all the captain's fault." The vortex reassured himself, lavishing praise upon Yanci in his mind. He was truly beautiful, though his words could be sharp. "I do not mind this sensation at all." In the underground monitoring room, a brawl ensued, causing the signal to falter, with dust occasionally falling from the ceiling. The instructors exchanged glances, and after a moment, one instructor spoke up. "Sir, Yanci shattered the vortex's mask. Does this count as?" Yuan Gang replied expressionlessly, "That kid isn't even in uniform. How can he be considered a new recruit? It doesn't count." Internally he thought, "That brat has secrets I am unaware of. However, his performance is quite remarkable. He is indeed a product of my teaching." Yuan Gang stood tall with pride, his gaze fixed on the screen, displaying the other's battles. As Yuan Gang's words echoed, the instructors silently nodded in agreement, acknowledging his prowess. Subsequently, they engaged in animated discussions. Chao Yuan is truly formidable. Facing 2 opponents is no small feat. That troublemaker, Shun Qingzhu, is utterly dominating, leaving Yu Gue at a disadvantage. Lin Xie and Wang Mian have yet to engage in combat. This batch of recruits is truly exceptional. Indeed, there are 3 individuals of extreme peril, 1 divine agent, the young master of the Bailey family, and a prodigy personally nurtured by Director Yuan. The performances of these individuals have been remarkable. At least in terms of their current realms, they are considered the pinnacle within their respective levels. A smirk appeared at the corner of Yuan Gang's mouth. Perhaps, before long, the 5th Special Team shall emerge triumphantly. Is it certain, Director, that the 5th Special Team will be formed during this session? The representative of the Seraphim agent embodies miracles. Perhaps they might indeed become members of the 5th Special Team. That is a valid point. As dust descended, Yanci observed the chaotic scene below from a high vantage point. Shun Qingzhu relentlessly pursued the moon ghost, who could only evade using his speed. Chao Yuan occasionally created disturbances, slashing at anyone who crossed his path. Bailey Pang Pang and Tian Ping, momentarily at a standstill in the skies, watched as Chao Yuan indiscriminately attacked friend and foe alike. When the moon ghost glanced up during his flight, he expressed his frustration. "Tian Ping, could you at least lend me a hand?" Fine." Tian Ping acquiesced, and as soon as he finished speaking, he soared off to confront Shin Qingzhu, granting the moon ghost a brief respite. However, before he could catch his breath, Chao Yuan came charging at him with his blade drawn. Damn it! The moon ghost transformed into a wisp of moonlight and swiftly vacated the battlefield. Finally, his gaze landed on Yanci and Vortex sitting atop the platform. "Vortex, you're slacking off." The moon ghost chastised him. "Vortex?" he echoed. "You're the one slacking, you useless moon ghost." running around in fear. How pathetic. Feeling embarrassed from being called out, the moon ghost retorted, that kid's abilities are inherently my weakness. If you are so capable, why don't you confront him? TCH, I've already finished my part. I want to engage, Vortex replied dismissively. Seeing this, the moon ghost darted forward and plopped down beside him, saying, then I shall not fight either. After running about, I am utterly exhausted. You just want an excuse to rest, don't you? Vortex mocked. And what of it? Bailey Pang Pang flew over, exclaiming, Yanci, my brother. Elders, you're all here? Indeed, indeed. Yanci waved at him, and Bailey Pang Pang settled beside him. Hey, brother Yanci, let me tell you, that scoundrel Chow is unable to distinguish friend from foe and nearly struck me. Bailey Pang Pang began to complain. His forbidden realm has quite a history. The Black King was once a mortal who failed to ascend to the supreme deity 2 millennia ago, subsequently losing his sanity and transforming into a monster solely driven by slaughter, thus earning the title of Black King Annihilation. Such a background? Bailey Pang Pang stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming with fascination. What? Black King Annihilation? Is it the hazardous forbidden realm numbered 031? The moon ghost, who had been struck by Chow Yuan, suddenly recalled. No wonder he cannot tell friend from foe and attacks anyone he sees. Yanci glanced over and chuckled lightly. Indeed. The four present turned their gazes toward Chow Yuan below. Tian Ping had initially intended to battle Shen Qingzhu, but upon catching the scent of confrontation, Chow Yuan had arrived. Due to the past grievances between Chow Yuan and Shen Qingzhu, the latter harbored a grudge and suggested to Tian Ping, shall we first deal with him? Tian Ping, eager to retaliate, nodded in agreement. Thus, the current situation transformed into an alliance between Shen Qingzhu and Tian Ping against Chow Yuan. Chow Yuan has incited public ire. A spectacle is about to unfold, Yanci remarked softly. Go get him, Tian Ping. Yu Guei cheered from the high platform, rallying support for Tian Ping. Yanci glanced over, contemplating whether to join in the chanting, when suddenly a voice rang out. Get him, bro. Bailey Pang Pang shouted, locking eyes with Yu Guei. My voice is louder than yours. Yu Guei's lips twitched in response. Chapter 76. The fight begins. You all are quite childish, Yanci remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Xian Yuan nodded in agreement, opting for silence to maintain his aloof and handsome demeanor. In truth, his throat ached, rendering him disinclined to speak. Upon Yanci's utterance, Yue Guei and Bailey Pang Pang suddenly fell silent. The four of them observed the unfolding scene in quiet anticipation. Before long, Rose and Molly strolled over, arm in arm, engaged in cheerful conversation. Xian Yuan exchanged glances with Yue Guei and whispered, do you think Sister Rose has taken a liking to that girl? It's hard to say. Yanci cast a disinterested glance at them, though Bailey Pong Pong's expression suggested the narrative was veering off course. Brother Yanci, do you not find those two young ladies a bit peculiar? Bailey Pang Pang inquired, leaning in with curiosity. I don't see anything unusual, Yanci replied, recalling that the original text depicted it this way. Rose and Molly settled together as Wang Mian and Lin Chiye finally commenced their battle. Had they not grown weary from merely standing there? Yanci remembered their standoff upon his arrival, where they had been locked in a gaze for nearly an hour before finally beginning to fight. Was that not absurd? I, for one, am quite exhausted. After a day filled with blows, that fire-wielding brat is utterly unreasonable. Yue Guei interjected, unable to restrain himself. Yanci's gaze shifted from Shen Qingzhu below to Yue Guei, who appeared quite disheveled. He raised his hand and tossed a healing talisman to Yue Guei. Here, let me heal you. No need for thanks. As the talisman adhered to Yue Guei's body, he felt his injuries gradually mend, astonished by the miraculous occurrence. How wonderful! Is the pain gone? Yanci grinned at him. Not only has the pain vanished, but even my internal injuries have healed. I feel as though I could take on a fight. Upon hearing this, Yanci's expression darkened, and Yue Guei felt a sudden chill of dread. In that case, why don't you two have a spar? Yanci, with an impassive face, tossed two talismans at Yue Guei and Xian Yuan, causing them to uncontrollably rise and engage in a brawl. What the hell, Weigui, are you out of your mind? Xianyuan exclaimed, bewildered by his unexpected involvement. I didn't mean to, Weigui shouted back, having received a punch from Xianyuan. He turned to flee, while Xianyuan pursued relentlessly, both under Yanci's firm control. At this moment, Xianyuan was invigorated. Despite being restrained, his desire to strike Weigui surged to an all-time high. You cowardly Weigui, don't you dare run. Then you dare not chase me. If I catch you, you're finished. Who has to say who will perish first? I'm not afraid of you. Weigui pivoted and charged at Xianyuan, and the two began to grapple fiercely, neither willing to concede. Oh my, how intense the fight is, Yanci observed with a smile. Bailey Pang Pang swallowed hard, nodding in approval. Incredible. Below them, Shen Qingzhu and Tianping combined their efforts to bring Chao Yuan's reason back to him. Cough, cough. Please stop. I concede. Cough, cough. Chao Yuan voluntarily relinquished his dark king form, gazing wearily at the two individuals before him. He then staggered up to the high platform and plopped down heavily. Exhaustion overwhelmed him. Cough, cough. Bai Li, the portly one, leaned closer. Hey Chao, are you aware that you've incited public ire? As Chao Yuan struggled to catch his breath, he paused at the remark and weakly replied, I didn't intend to. Yanci raised an amused eyebrow and addressed Shen Qingzhu and Tianping below. Aren't you too tired? Shen Qingzhu exchanged glances with Tianping before responding. Well, it's not like we had a fight. Tianping, with a serious demeanor, added, yes, we could resolve this amicably. Shall we take a break? Shen Qingzhu suggested. Let us go. Tianping nodded. The two harmoniously ascended the high platform, with Shen Qingzhu seating himself in the spot vacated by the vortex. Tianping settled beside him. Wasn't I just dashing? Shen Qingzhu prodded Yanci, seeking praise. Not as striking as I, Yanci replied dismissively. Shen Qingzhu pouted, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. He then inquired, so, what sparked that fight between those two? Oh, perhaps they were just overly energetic, Yanci replied casually. Tianping glanced over, noting the intensity of the exchange. They were truly going at it, yet he had never observed any discord between them before, just the occasional verbal sparring. Why were they fighting now? Never mind. It wasn't crucial. What mattered was the situation with the captain. He turned his head in another direction to watch Wang Mian and Lin Xie engaged in a fervent battle. Everyone present shifted their attention to that side. Over there, Lin Xie adeptly evaded Wang Mian's blade aura through keen dynamic perception, swiftly launching a counterattack. Your time goddess domain cannot last much longer. It's my turn now. Lin Xie advanced with his sword, while Wang Mian positioned Yuan defensively to block. The impact of their blades resonated differently in each of their hands, prompting Wang Mian to marvel at Lin Xie's swiftness. How are you so fast? Lin Xie, taken aback by the odd question, couldn't he help but twitch his lips? Choosing not to respond, Wang Mian paid little heed, for time had run out. He once again activated his time, God-S domain, unleashing a flurry of blade auras with the Yuan enhanced by the domain-S power, creating a web of blades. Lin Xie retreated, twisting his body to evade the deadly net. If you have the audacity, don't use that cheat. You could cheat too, Wang Mian retorted, chin lifted. Lin Xie fell silent, realizing he couldn't exactly admit to his own deception. The two clashed once more. On the high platform, Yanci was growing weary, stifling a yawn. Why isn't it ended yet? He squinted at the ongoing battle, leaning against Shen Qingzhu's shoulder. I'm so tired. Suddenly feeling the weight on his shoulder, Shen Qingzhu turned to Yanci. If you're tired, just sleep. I'll wake you when it's over. All right, Yanci replied, closing his eyes peacefully. Shen Qingzhu placed a hand on his shoulder, ensuring he wouldn't topple over. On the other side, the Vortex and the Moon Demon concluded their fierce battle, neither willing to concede to the other as they returned in succession. Upon seating themselves, they observed Wang Mian and Lin Xie. At 9 o'clock, Lin Xie severed Wang Mian's mask, splitting it in two. However, in that fleeting moment, Wang Mian liberated his realm and rewound time, restoring the mask intact upon his face. Lin Xie stared in bewilderment at the mask adorning Wang Mian's visage, just as he was about to speak. Wang Mian suddenly leaned closer, inquiring, "What do you think of that group of new recruits?" Lin Xie opened his mouth, echoing Instructor Yuan's words, "Novices. So they can truly bypass half a year's training?" Wang Mian pressed on after hearing his response. Lin Xie's expression was complex, yet he nodded, "I understand." A smile crept upon the corner of Wang Mian's mouth beneath the mask, "As long as you comprehend." It seemed he had successfully evaded the topic. On the high platform, Shen Qingzhu roused Ji Yanci from his stupor. Ji Yanci, still in a daze, softly murmured, "We won. We won." Shen Qingzhu, with the eye of true sight, absorbed the entirety of the recent events into her consciousness. Chapter 77. Competition and rivalry. Yet Shen Qingzhu remained indifferent to such matters. To him, merely being in the company of Ji Yanci was a source of profound contentment. In the underground monitoring room, it was fortunate that Wang Mian managed to rewind time at the last moment. Otherwise, they might have actually lost. "Let us go, it's time to wrap things up," Yuan Gang said, hands clasped behind his back as he turned towards the training ground. The other instructors, along with Zhou Ping and the masked Xinghin and Tan Xiang, followed suit. Zhou Ping's identity had yet to be revealed, so no one recognized him. The atmosphere was thick with unspoken words, as the members of the masked team exchanged knowing glances, as if comprehending something profound. Ji Yanci leaped down from the platform, and Lin Xie approached alongside Wang Mian. "Yanci, we won," Lin Xie whispered excitedly. "Indeed, I am aware," Ji Yanci replied with a light chuckle, clearly unimpressed by the predictability of the outcome. Feeling somewhat lethargic, Ji Yanci surveyed the gathered crowd, his gaze settling on the tall figure of Wang Mian. With utmost politeness, he inquired, "Would you be so kind as to carry me? If not, I shall seek assistance from someone else." Wang Mian paused for a brief moment before nodding slightly. Of course. Just as Ji Yanci was about to approach him, his path was intercepted by a hand. Shen Qingzhu firmly pulled Ji Yanci towards him, lifting him effortlessly without allowing for any protest. Wang Mian and Ji Yanci exchanged bewildered glances. Ji Yanci, momentarily stunned in Shen Qingzhu's embrace, turned to him and asked, "What are you doing?" Wang Mian's eyes, concealed beneath his mask, regarded Shen Qingzhu with intrigue. "What is this? Does the elder brother not enjoy being held?" With a composed demeanor, Shen Qingzhu unabashedly called out elder brother in front of everyone, leaving Ji Yanci utterly flabbergasted. Over the past month, Shen Qingzhu had only addressed him in such a manner once, and to do so now in front of a crowd was quite audacious. Despite being held in such a manner, Ji Yanci, though not particularly concerned about the opinions of others, felt a twinge of embarrassment as a grown man. In the next moment, Shen Qingzhu gently set Ji Yanci down, then slightly crouched, saying, "Then I shall carry you." Disregarding the curious gazes of those around them, Ji Yanci climbed onto Shen Qingzhu's back. Shen Qingzhu hoisted him up, playfully bouncing him slightly. Although Ji Yanci was not short and possessed a normal weight for an adult man, his slender frame made him seem less substantial. However, to Shen Qingzhu, it was a trivial task. After all, a man who could not manage such a burden might as well be deemed useless. As Shen Qingzhu carried Ji Yanci toward the training ground, a group trailing behind exchanged glances. Did he really just call Yanci elder brother? What does that make me? Bali pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Chao Yuan glanced over and remarked, "You're the third wheel." Bai Li, taken aback, responded, "Am I really the third wheel?" Chao Yuan nodded earnestly. "By the order of things, Shen Qingzhu is second. Thus, you must be the third. That makes a certain amount of sense. So it turns out I am the third wheel," Bai Li exclaimed, slapping his chubby hand in realization. Lin Xie and the members of the masked team beside him exchanged glances filled with unutterable expressions, embodying a curious blend of audacity and credulity. Behind them, Rose and Molly engaged in hushed whispers. Who do you think is most likely? If Wang Mian remains unambitious, it's impossible for him. That arrogant fellow exudes an aura of a rightful heir. I fear for your captain's prospects. I concur. Regardless, once the training camp concludes, would you care to join us? That sounds agreeable. Ji Yanci perched atop Shen Qingzhu's back, reflecting that he was frequently carried by Zhou Ping. This was indeed his first experience with Shen Qingzhu. as Zhou Ping was always his first choice. It was inevitable. Zhou Ping was exceedingly kind and exceptionally stable, never faltering. Now, resting on Shun Qingzhu's back, he found it somewhat lacking in excitement. Although his shoulders were broad, they paled in comparison to Zhou Ping's. It was merely a matter of practice. He had singled out Wang Mian due to the stability he exhibited during their sparring. Xiao Zhuzi, you need to train more, Ji Yanci mused aloud. Shen Qingzhu did not grasp his intent. Your base is not as steady as Zhou Ping's. Practice more, Ji Yanci said, his eyes closed, his head resting against Shun Qingzhu's shoulder. Upon hearing this, Shun Qingzhu paused in silence, then replied, all right. At the training ground, Yuan Gang and his group observed the new recruits below, most of whom held their heads down, a hint of shame evident on their faces. Suddenly, the heads of the instructors on the platform, along with Zhou Ping, turned towards that direction. Yuan Gang raised an eyebrow, his expression peculiar. Has this kid been injured? How is he being carried by Shen Qingzhu? No, wait, doesn't Yanci possess healing talismans? He was just lively on the surveillance feed. The only plausible explanation was that he was too lazy to move and had sought out free labor. Shen Qingzhu settled among the crowd, and Ji Yanci leisurely hopped down from his back, making his way onto the training platform to stand beside Zhou Ping. Did you see that? Am I not handsome? Ji Yanci nudged Zhou Ping's arm with his elbow, speaking softly. Zhou Ping's lips curled into a smile as he lowered his gaze to Ji Yanci's face. Indeed, you are handsome. The sword technique you employed, I have memorized, though it is somewhat incomplete. I have no recollection of the moments when I wielded that technique. I'm uncertain as to why. Ji Yanci's brow furrowed slightly, the memory too hazy, as if it were shrouded in a thick fog. He needed to clear this mist to uncover the truth. You don't recall? Under the threat of life and death, your swordplay underwent a sudden transformation. Perhaps, through repeated experiences, you can piece together a complete technique. Zhou Ping contemplated the incomplete swordplay, sensing that, if perfected, it would transcend the confines of this realm. I cannot recall the technique I executed, only the name of the final strike and the power it embodied, Ji Yanci responded, shaking his head. What? Zhou Ping inquired, intrigued. That sword, aptly named Revival. Have you observed the transformation in Wang's visage? Revival, indeed, embodies the essence of vitality and hope, thus restoring his appearance to its finest state. Ji Yan's explanation of the sword's formidable power hinted at an underlying notion within him. The principle Wang mentioned bore an uncanny resemblance to the passage of time, given that time is intrinsically linked to the concept of years. It is hardly surprising that Wang would perceive it as a temporal law. So it is thus. Zhou Ping nodded slightly, then fell into a contemplative silence. Who would have thought your naming skills could be so lackluster? I believe we could adopt a style akin to that of male-oriented genres, enticing straight men into the fray. Chapter 78. Double Standards. Lin Xie and his companions arrived late with a masked squad. The members of the masked squad stood upon the training platform, gazing down at the recruits below. Wang nodded to Yuan Gang, who, upon seeing everyone gathered, cleared his throat. Now, who among you dares to defy? 240 recruits faced the 5 members of the masked squad, aside from a few exceptionally talented individuals. The majority were eliminated without even brushing the corners of their garments. As I stated from the outset, you are nothing but inept. With these words, the recruits were shaken to their core, none daring to utter a sound in their shame. Ji Yanci listened quietly, leaning indifferently against Zhou Ping, stifling a yawn. The masked squad maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, yet internally they felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yuan Mama, have you finished? I'm so sleepy, Ji Yanci remarked, disrupting the proceedings. Yuan Gang paused mid-critique, turned towards Ji Yanci, and then directed his gaze at Zhou Ping. You two may return and rest. As the recruits were dutifully being reprimanded, they suddenly heard the tirade interrupted, looking up at the stunning beauty addressing them. In the next moment, they heard Yuan Gang speak in a gentle tone to the beauty, even permitting her to rest first. The most crucial point was that this beauty referred to the chief instructor as Mama. Would we receive such treatment if we called you that too? All right, then we'll take our leave, Yuan Mama Ji Yanci declared. Placing a teleportation talisman on himself, and Zhou Ping, their forms vanishing in an instant. At this juncture, a brave recruit raised his hand. Upon noticing, Yuan Gang fixed his gaze upon him and gestured with his chin. Speak. Chief Instructor, if we call you Mama, will you address us with such gentleness? Yuan Gang's mouth twitched at this remark, while the instructors behind him could barely contain their laughter. Among the members of the masked squad, Vortex was the first to respond. Yuan Mama? Yuan Gang shot him a fierce glare. Get lost. Vortex pouted, muttering double standards. Yuan Gang's expression hardened as he glared at the recruit. You. Go run 10 laps. The recruit blinked, pointing at himself. Me? 20 laps. Recruit. If this isn't a case of double standards, then I am Qin Shihuang. I refuse to accept this. Under Yuan Gang's intimidating presence, the recruit complied with a glum face and began his laps. Internally, he lamented, Woe is me. What a futile question. Aware of the situation, Shun Qingzhu scoffed. Who do you think you are? Trying to curry favor? You deserve this. Lin Shiye and his companions observed the unfortunate recruit, silently applauding his bravery and wishing him well on his arduous journey. Yuan Gang continued his aggressive discourse. And after listening for a while, Wang approached him. Old Yuan, that's enough. If you're not tired, I certainly am. Yuan Gang turned to him, conceding fine. This training session, due to the involvement of the masked squad, would differ entirely from previous training plans. All training content will be tailored by them. And your only task is to obey orders. 3 days hence, the formal training will commence under the guidance of the masked ones. Beginning tomorrow, a variety of physical training sessions will unfold, culminating in an extreme training exercise on the 3rd day. Prepare yourselves, novices. As Yuan Gang's words resonated, he cast a glance at the recruits below. Dismissed. With that, he departed alongside the other instructors. The masked ones, maintaining their aloof demeanor, turned away immediately after Yuan Gang finished speaking. Wang Mian, manipulating the flow of time, restored the damaged structures of the training camp, prompting the members of the masked team to gaze in astonishment at his cherubic visage, their minds swirling with questions. Xianwu approached, scrutinizing Wang Mian's face, and playfully poked at him, unable to resist pinching his cheek. Wow, so soft. Captain, did you just reverse time? Wang Mian swatted Xian was hand away, exasperated. It's not time reversal. It's merely the flow of time. This tale is rather lengthy and is related to Yanci. We shall delve into it tomorrow. Old Yuan is likely curious as well. Everyone must be quite fatigued. Let us return and rest. Fair enough. After a day of training and being tossed about in the air to frighten us. Speaking of which, Captain, you truly are something else. You had the stunning beauty do the dirty work. Xianwu glared at Wang Mian, turning away with an expression that suggested he would subject him to silent treatment. Wang Mian's lips twitched, bewildered by the unjust blame. Then Xianwu declared, Captain, this matter of 3 hot pot meals is far from over. Wang Mian sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose, and begrudgingly acquiesced. Fine. Splendid. I knew the captain had a conscience. Xianwu's anger dissipated instantly, chuckling softly. Wang Mian clenched his fists, contemplating whether it would be easier to just frighten him to death. Tian Ping cast a sidelong glance at the gleeful Xianwu, hesitating to speak, then sighed imperceptibly. Just pretend. By the way, did you experience any loss when you reversed the time of those structures? Wang Mian shook his head, replying, No loss whatsoever. Is that not invincible? Tian Ping gasped, his expression growing solemn. One could say so, Wang Mian affirmed earnestly. Very well then, let us discuss this further tomorrow. As they walked and conversed, they arrived at the dormitory area. Wang Mian and his companions resided on the same floor as Yanci. Upon entering their quarters, Wang Mian was followed closely by Xianwu. Their accommodations were arranged such that Wang Mian and Xian were shared one room, while Tian Ping and Yu Gui occupied another, and Tan Xiang and Chang Wei shared yet another. Star Mark, preferring solitude, claimed an entire dormitory for himself. Upon returning to their lodgings, the group freshened up and fell into slumber. After Yanci and Zhou Ping returned, Yanci headed straight for the bathroom, quickly taking a shower. Feeling too lazy to dry his hair, he conjured a talisman to expedite the drying process. The talisman for questioning the art of talisman making understanding it, and surpassing it. Zhou Ping silently observed Yanci as he dashed in and out, then collapsed onto his bed to sleep. In the new recruits' dormitory, Shun Qingzhu entered to find Qingyu standing by the window. He raised an eyebrow. "And Qingyu, have you finished your experiments?" And Qingyu turned his head upon hearing the sound, locking eyes with Shun Qingzhu. He shook his head in response, expressing curiosity. "Did you win? I suppose it can be considered a victory, but the last moment, Wang Mian used time reversal to restore the mask." Shun Qingzhu candidly revealed his thoughts. And Qingyu, pondering this, then uttered a chilling remark, "The time God ruins, how I wish I could dissect it." Shun Qingzhu regarded him with a perplexed expression, struggling to contain himself, but ultimately failing. "Have you gone mad?" And Qingyu cleared his throat lightly, offering a bashful smile. "I apologize, it's just that his abilities are indeed quite fascinating." Chapter 79. The Law of Time? Well, just ponder it. After all, you cannot defeat him. Shun Qingzhu shed his coat and tossed it aside, seizing a towel before departing the dormitory, making his way to the communal bath on this floor. And Qingyu reluctantly abandoned this thought, turning back to delve into the research of the mysterious creature capable of cloning in the experimental base. Such a unique ability requires considerable time for analysis. And Qingyu pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling a bit fatigued. In recent days, he had dissected the Nanda snake demon and the lizard, gaining a preliminary understanding of their enigmatic powers. However, mastering them completely would necessitate additional time. This also applied to the previously encountered Ghost Face King, who remained at a rudimentary stage. Nevertheless, he currently possessed an abundance of time. Regarding Yanci, he was confident that even if he secluded himself for a year, Yanci would not attain enlightenment. Moreover, none of the rivals surrounding him posed a genuine threat, so he had no cause for concern. In the adjacent area, Lin Xie and Bai Li Pangpang were also preparing to bathe. Upon entering, they spotted Shun Qingzhu in a cubicle applying body wash. "Yo bro." Lin Xie greeted Shun Qingzhu while undressing nearby. Bai Li Pangpang also called out to Shun Qingzhu, casting a glance at his physique. "Wow, bro, your figure is truly extraordinary." He gave Shun Qingzhu a sincere thumbs up in admiration. Shun Qingzhu paused, feeling somewhat offended, yet upon seeing Bai Li Pangpang's clear, albeit foolish, expression, he swallowed his retort and replied, "Well, what do you say?" "Bro, you're not shy, are you?" Bai Li Pangpang arched an eyebrow at Shun Qingzhu, causing him to feel an urge to strike him. "Are you itching for a beating? Just say so." Shun Qingzhu shot a cold glance his way, his tone laced with veiled threat. No, I didn't say anything. You wash, bro." Bai Li Pangpang hurriedly scurried into a cubicle. Lin Xie stepped into the middle one, turning on the shower to rinse his body. Shun Qingzhu cast a casual glance, washed off the foam from his body, then picked up a towel to dry off, wrapping it around his waist as he strode boldly out of the bathhouse. "Pangpang, why did you provoke him?" Lin Xie inquired. "Would he actually hit me, would he? I'm his third brother." Bai Li Pangpang proudly lifted his chin. Lin Xie's lips twitched. "No saving you now. Just bury it, as long as you're happy." After washing up, the new recruits enjoyed a sound sleep, save for the unfortunate soul who was running laps. Upon waking the next day, they heard that this unfortunate fellow had fainted while running and was currently lying in the medical room. The others couldn't help but click their tongues, lamenting, "What a pity, bro." A whistle echoed throughout the dormitory building. The new recruits swiftly donned their uniforms and raced to the training ground. By the time Shun Qingzhu and Lin Xie arrived, only 3 instructors stood rigidly in the training area. Instructor Hong glanced at his stopwatch, casting a pleased look at the few recruits who had performed the best. The first to arrive were Lin Xie, Shun Qingzhu, and Mo Li, who exchanged glances. The plump figure of Bai Li and Chao Yuan arrived late, standing there in confusion. Instructor Hong occasionally glanced at his stopwatch, awaiting the final recruits. At last, the last few new soldiers arrived, albeit belatedly. Instructor Hong stopped the timer and surveyed the recruits below. Those who arrived within 3 minutes stepped forward. Upon hearing this command, Lin Xie, Shun Qingzhu, and Mo Li took a step forward. "Excellent. You 3 may rest in place. Now let me address the discipline. From this moment forth, the instant the whistle blows, Regardless of whether you're dining, bathing, or using the restroom, you must assemble at the training ground within 3 minutes. Is that understood? The new recruits responded in unison. Understood. Very well then. Aside from the 3 on stage, the rest of you will run 10 laps. As soon as the words left his mouth, a chorus of groans erupted from the crowd. After the courageous inquiry from a brave soldier the previous night, no one dared to speak up again, fearful of additional laps. Everyone silently expressed their gratitude to that valiant soldier. Bai Li, with a grimace, sluggishly began to run with his weighted pack. The 3 on stage sat down, observing the others as they circled the track. Instructor Hong, are Ji Yanci and Ji Yanci not participating in the training? Lin Xie inquired of Instructor Hong. Upon hearing this, Instructor Hong fell silent for 3 seconds before responding slowly, I am uncertain. The higher-ups did not assign him. However, Ji Yanci has lived in the night watchman squad in Shangjing City since childhood, so he must have undergone extensive training. His absence from training is inconsequential. But you're different. Lin Xie nodded in understanding. He had indeed heard of this. Instructor Hong, I have heard that after the training ends, we will be assigned to various night watchman squads. How does one join a special squad? Emily suddenly asked. The night watchman squads across the regions are led by the combat prowess of Team 006 from Shangjing City. There will be an assessment at the end of the training. The higher your score, the better the squad you will be assigned to. To join a special squad, not only are there realm requirements, but one must also possess uniqueness or be personally nominated by the captain of the special squad to be transferred. Instructor Hong elucidated. Emily pondered for a moment upon hearing this. Her forbidden domain was considered extremely dangerous within the hierarchy, and it seemed she would need to exert herself. Having finally found a kindred sister, she was determined to join the mask. Shun Qingzhu glanced at her, contemplating his future. If he were assigned to a different night watchman squad, it would be difficult to see Ji Yanci again. He would have to be placed in the night watchman squad of Shangjing City. However, Ji Yanci had mentioned that the 5th Special Squad might be re-established in this cohort. He cast a glance at Lin Xie, who was a divine agent and would undoubtedly be valued by the higher-ups. What is the point of overthinking? He mused, trusting that Ji Yanci would not abandon him. Meanwhile, in Yuan Gang's office, the room was filled with people. Members of the masked squad sat lined up on the sofa, while Zhou Ping sat quietly in a single armchair. Ji Yanci leaned against the table, observing them. With a serious expression, Yuan Gang inquired, what exactly is the matter with Wang Mian's appearance? Did you use your own lifespan to compensate? No. The backlash he experienced was due to the final sword strike I delivered, which could be aptly termed the sword of life's intent. Within it lies a fragment of a principle, which, based on my conjecture and the description provided by Wang Mian, should pertain to the principle of time. Ji Yanci propped himself on the table, lifting his rear to perch upon it, while playfully swinging his feet as he spoke. Are you suggesting that with a single sword strike, you have resolved Wang Mian's karmic backlash and generously bestowed a principle upon him? Is the principle as common as a cabbage, so easily given away? Yuan Gang gazed at Ji Yanci with an expression that clearly conveyed disbelief. The eyes of everyone present were fixed upon Ji Yanci. He turned his head and made a face at Yuan Gang, then continued, but the truth remains. If you doubt it, you may inquire with Wang Mian. Chapter 80. A Devotion of the Heart? In the next moment, all eyes in the room fell upon Wang Mian. Acknowledging their gaze with a slight nod, Wang Mian affirmed the reality of the situation. Indeed, at that moment, I was unable to evade that sword and had already resigned myself to being struck away. However, the blade penetrated my body directly, its inherent power erasing the backlash within me. To my astonishment, I discovered an additional principle within me. Although I found it hard to believe, it was nonetheless the undeniable truth. In light of this, Captain, does this not imply that you owe a significant favor? Su Nw interjected, awkwardly diverting the conversation. Wang Mian, with utmost seriousness, replied, that is indeed the case. Typically, such a life-saving grace warrants a debt of devotion. Tan Xiang glanced at Wang Mian before stealing a furtive look at Ji Yanci, jesting, what a delightful predicament. Yuan Gang furrowed his brow, perplexed. What on earth is going on here? No one is allowed to covet my cabbage. What nonsense. Keep your hands off my Yanci. Yuan Gang commenced his protective tirade. Zhou Ping observed Yuan Gang in silence, pondering how formidable the guardian of Yanci was. Ji Yanci met Zhou Ping's gaze and smiled, causing Zhou Ping to momentarily lose his composure, his lips involuntarily curling upwards. Ji Yanci, watching his obedient friend smile, felt a sense of triumph within. See, there is no social anxiety he cannot conquer. He lightly tapped his fingers on the table, redirecting the conversation. I believe we were discussing serious matters? With those words, the group's focus shifted back to the topic at hand. Yuan Gang cleared his throat a couple of times. All right, where were we? Well then, since Yu Yanci did not incur an equivalent cost, I shall rest easy. As for you, Wang Mian, encountering my Yanci is indeed fortuitous. I will report your situation shortly. Yuan Gang turned to Wang Mian, who furrowed his brows. Old Yuan, can we speak about this? Is it possible that Yi Fan is already aware? Ji Yanci produced a talisman that shimmered with light, drawing the attention and curiosity of those present. Yi Fan, having listened intently throughout, remained silent for a considerable time. Could it be that this young man, Ji Yanci, is a reincarnation of a deity from the Great Xia? After all, his survival from a seemingly inescapable wildfire in his childhood is nothing short of miraculous. His abilities fall outside the confines of the Forbidden Ruins sequence. Now, he has managed to erase the backlash of time with a single sword strike and even bestowed upon himself a principle. Was he truly fortunate enough to have such a windfall fall into his lap? This is utterly inconceivable. Commander Yi? Hello, are you still there? Ji Yanci called into the distant transmission talisman. Upon hearing Ji Yanci's voice, Yi Fan quickly responded, Yes, I am here. What is it? Oh, nothing much. They are curious whether you're truly Yi Fan, so I called you over to show them. Ji Yanci tilted his head, crossing one leg over the other and giving a slight shake. Wang Mian, I am already aware of the specifics. You have truly stumbled upon great fortune this time. Let us keep your possession of a principle between us and ensure Ji Yanci's safety, Yi Fan advised Wang Mian from the other end. Upon hearing these words, Wang Mian turned his gaze towards Ji Yanci, who wore an expression that seemed to say, What are you staring at? Wang Mian silently withdrew his gaze and replied to Yi Fan, Understood, Commander Yi. Ji Yanci pouted in dissatisfaction, questioning when he had ever required anyone's protection. I say, Commander Yi, do you truly believe I am in danger? This reflects a lack of faith in my abilities. How about we spar to prove it? Yuan Gang, upon hearing this, abruptly stood and slapped Ji Yanci on the head, leaving him momentarily dazed. What are you doing? How can you speak like that? Commander Yi is concerned for you. All right. Do you have to hit so hard, Yuan Mama? Ji Yanci muttered, cradling his head. Yuan Gang raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing him. Under the pressure of maternal authority, Ji Yanci declared, Rest assured, Commander Yi, even if you doubt my strength, you must trust in my impenetrable defensive talisman. You've tried that talisman yourself. It cannot be breached within 10 minutes. And Zhou Ping, do not heed what others say. As long as I am here, he will be perfectly safe. Upon hearing his name and the promise of protection, Zhou Ping felt a flutter of joy within him. It was the first time someone had claimed to protect him. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed intently at Ji Yanci, his heart racing. Yi Fan, upon hearing the last statement, felt his pupils constrict. Could it be that Ji Yanci knew something? Zhou Ping had a calamity ahead, a secret known only to Master Jin Shan and himself. Yet, Ji Yanci spoke with such certainty, compelling Yi Fan to ponder further. Could it be that he is indeed a reincarnated deity of the Great Xia? This thought ignited a spark of excitement within Yi Fan, though he remained uncertain as to which divine being Ji Yanci might embody. Perhaps he should inquire with his master at Juan Mountain one day. Very well, I shall entrust Zhou Ping to your care. Zhou Ping furrowed his brow slightly, feeling as though he were being treated like a child, which made Yi Fan's demeanor seem rather amusing. The communication talisman dimmed. Ji Yanci surveyed the assembled individuals and inquired, Is there anything else? Zhou Ping, acting in his capacity as an assistant, asked regarding the training plan, Do you have any thoughts? Wang Mian turned towards Zhou Ping, who, upon being suddenly questioned, fell silent for a moment before responding. I need to tailor the plan according to each individual's abilities. That would be overly laborious. The new recruits will be sufficiently trained by your specialized team. There is no need for you to be involved, GNCI asserted, unwilling to let Zhou Ping bear the burden of excessive effort. The new recruits had their limitations, and having a specialized team as instructors was already quite sufficient. Zhou Ping could offer guidance, but there was no need for him to meticulously craft plans for each individual. Yuan Gang remained silent, recognizing that Zhou Ping was brought by GNCI. Thus, all decisions concerning him rested with GNCI, who had his full confidence. Wang Mian nodded in understanding. Very well, if that's the case, we shall commence formulating the training plan. Will you be participating? I will not. I wish to learn swordsmanship from Zhou Ping. GNCI replied, uninterested in undergoing rigorous training. His only desire was to master the elusive sword technique he struggled to recall. With the presence of the remarkable memory device known as Zhou Ping, he firmly believes that Zhou Ping can flawlessly replicate the sword techniques he has employed. Very well. Let us proceed, he proclaimed, gathering everyone to discuss the training regimen. Wang Mian beckoned his teammates to return to their respective offices, and the group departed from Yuan Gang's office, leaving it momentarily appearing more spacious. Yuan Mama, shall we take our leave? Ji Yanci inquired, turning to Yuan Gang, who waved his hand dismissively. Go ahead, go ahead. Receiving his response, Ji Yanci exchanged a knowing glance with Zhou Ping, who promptly rose to accompany him. The two made their way to the entrance of the masked squad's office. Upon pushing the door open slightly, they found their comrades engaged in a discussion regarding their plans. Ji Yanci leaned in, straining to listen attentively. Chapter 81. Second Brother Captain, I believe we should increase the difficulty for them, especially those high-risk agents and the Seraphim proxies. This remark was made by Yue, who felt slighted by everyone. You pathetic fool, Yue. If you seek revenge, just say it outright. Why beat around the bush? Vortex mocked, hands on hips. Isn't it more embarrassing to be thrown up in the air yelling for help? Yue retorted, skillfully targeting the sore spot. Instantly, Vortex's face flushed, his gaze wavering, stuttering. That was just an instinctive reaction. Oh, instinct. Reaction. Yue taunted, arms crossed defiantly, leaning slightly forward with an expression that begged for a punch. Damn it, do you want to fight? Vortex exploded, raising his fist as if to strike. Hey, Captain, look at him. Yue quickly ducked behind Wang Mian, peeking out and raising an eyebrow. Wang Mian tilted his head to glance at Yue, then turned to assess Vortex. The two exchanged glances and suddenly quieted down. Yue obediently moved aside, standing amicably next to Vortex. Wang Mian tapped his fingers on the table. All right, enough of the commotion. Taiyangping, what are your thoughts? I believe Yue's perspective holds merit. After all, this cohort has produced a divine proxy, and the higher-ups have high expectations for Lin Xie. Moreover, the other high-risk individuals are exceptionally capable. If we train them in the usual manner, their progress will be far too slow. Daxia is in dire need of talent at this moment. They must grow rapidly to alleviate some of the burdens on our special team. Taiyangping reflected thoughtfully. Wang Mian concurred with Taiyangping's assessment, proposing to request permission from superiors to lift the restrictions on the items that suppress the forbidden ruins, allowing them to be delivered within 3 days. Taiyangping responded affirmatively. Good. Meanwhile, outside, the two eavesdroppers, Ji Yanji and Zhou Ping, exchanged glances. Ji Yanji, undeterred, pushed the door open and entered, pulling Zhou Ping along with him. Hey, second brother. Ji Yanji greeted Wang Mian. Upon hearing this address, Wang Mian couldn't help but twitch his lips. His fists itched with a desire to punch him. What are you two doing outside? Curious about what devilish training plans you will devise, Ji Yanji replied, casually plopping down in a chair, adopting a relaxed posture with one leg crossed over the other, as if he were the master of the situation. Wang Mian, observing his demeanor, stifled his irritation and inquired, Do you have any suggestions? Well, Ji Yanji elongated his response, making Wang Mian think he had a brilliant idea, only for him to add, No. Wang Mian inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly. Stay calm, stay calm, stay calm. This guy has always been infuriating. Didn't you already know that? Having successfully calmed himself, Wang Mian instructed, just behave yourself. Zhou Ping, keep an eye on him. Don't let him cause any trouble. With that, Wang Mian resumed discussions with his teammates. Yanci beckoned to Zhou Ping, who approached and took a seat. In a hushed tone, he inquired, didn't you say you're feeling drowsy from waking up too early? Why haven't you gone back? Having been roused at dawn, the weariness had long dissipated. Who, after all, invented the notion of good morning? Who truly finds mornings to be so delightful? Upon hearing this, Yanci was enveloped in a wave of frustration. It was worth noting that his biological clock had been utterly disrupted over the past month, making it quite a challenge to rise early. Zhou Ping, sensing the palpable discontent emanating from him, instinctively shrank back, hesitant to speak further. In the next moment, Yanci fidgeted as he nudged Zhou Ping, swaying on the sofa while listening to the mass team devise their plans. He interjected occasionally, suggesting, I believe Vortex's idea is somewhat better. Vortex, inexplicably filled with a sense of pride at the recognition, puffed out his chest, his eyes sparkling as he flashed a broad smile. Then let us proceed according to Vortex's suggestion. What are your thoughts, Moonghost? Wang Mian noted Vortex's contribution on the plan and glanced towards Moonghost. After a moment of contemplation, Moonghost presented a suggestion, his gaze instinctively shifting to Yanci, as though awaiting his superior's approval. Yanci tilted his head slightly, offering a smile and a subtle nod, indicating that this Moonghost's idea was commendable as well. Following suit, Moonghost adopted Vortex's posture, proudly raising his chin and locking eyes with Vortex. As if to say, is that all? Vortex shot him an exasperated glance. Wang Mian inscribed Moonghost's suggestion into the plan, then checked the time. Let us break for lunch and reconvene in the afternoon. Finally, we can eat, Vortex exclaimed, turning on his heel towards the exit. Observing this, Yanci also stood and walked alongside Zhou Ping toward the door. Upon exiting the office, the group traversed the corridor. By the way, the new recruits' morning exercises should have concluded by now, right? I recall their first meal consisted of raw meat and steamed buns. Vortex remarked, walking backward as he addressed his teammates. They must be heading to the mess hall. We'll arrive just in time. Tian Ping nodded in agreement with Vortex's statement. How splendid it will be, feasting under the envious gazes of the new recruits. Meals will taste all the more delicious. A smile graced Vortex's handsome face, his bangs swaying gently as he turned. Tian Ping cast a disdainful glance at him. What a peculiar sense of humor you possess. Vortex chuckled, I care not. I relish it. Yanci raised an eyebrow, halting his steps. As he paused, the entire group instinctively followed suit, their gazes fixed upon him. Yanci surveyed them briefly before snapping his fingers. 9 teleportation talismans appeared before the group and, in an instant, flew to their bodies. The group vanished from their location. Buns? Raw meat? Are there no vegetables? How are we supposed to eat this? Are we expected to prepare it ourselves? Is anyone around? Someone explain this to us. A cacophony of voices erupted. Silence. What is all this commotion? An elderly man emerged from the kitchen, wielding a large spoon, his expression stern as he regarded the ravenous youngsters. This is all there is. Eat it if you can. If not, then be gone. The new recruits had yet to respond. Oh, it's you, old son? As Yanci and his companions unexpectedly entered the cafeteria, Xuanyuan's gaze immediately fell upon the old man, and he greeted him with a wave. It's you all. Come, join me for a meal. I have prepared an abundance of delightful dishes for you. Upon seeing the massed group, the old man, son, broke into a smile that etched lines upon his face, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor towards the new recruits. Good day, elder son. Wang, leading the group, offered a slight bow. His teammates collectively inclined their bodies, respectfully exclaiming, Good day, elder son. Yes, all is well. No need to linger there. Take a seat. The meal is ready. Elder son beckoned them to the large round table at the front. He then turned his attention to Yanci. So, you little rascal have come to join the training camp as well? Chapter 82. The beauty's tears indeed, Mother Yuan enrolled me, so I simply came to enjoy myself. By the way, elder son, allow me to introduce this gentleman, Zhou Ping, who is the teaching assistant this time and also a friend of mine. Yanci presented Zhou Ping to elder son, who, upon observing Zhou Ping's handsome demeanor, nodded in approval and remarked, "Truly a promising youth. Please have a seat." "All right. Thank you, elder son," Yanci said, pulling Zhou Ping over. Zhou Ping echoed, "Thank you, elder Sunday." They settled at the large round table, with Wang Mian on the left and Zhou Ping on the right. Noticing elder son's warm demeanor towards Yanci, Wang Mian curiously inquired, "Do you know elder son?" "Ah, I once attended a training camp at the age of 13 with Mother Yuan. She was too busy to cook for me, so when I grew hungry, I would run to the kitchen and cry to Elder Sunday, unable to bear my tears. He would prepare a feast of delicious snacks to placate me. Elder Son was thus compelled to learn how to make treats for me." Yanci recounted his childhood experience with an unwavering expression, perceiving no oddity in his tears. After all, tears can indeed be quite valuable when expressed at the right moment. Upon hearing this, Wang Mian's gaze fell upon Yanci. His expression tinged with confusion and perhaps a hint of intrigue. Surely, he must look splendid when he cries? Realizing his thoughts, Wang Mian suddenly lowered his head, a faint blush creeping to his ears. "How dare you say that?" A booming voice interrupted, accompanied by the enticing aroma of food. Elder Son emerged from the kitchen, pushing a small cart, and cast a disgruntled look at Yanci. As he placed the dishes on the table, he remarked, "This little rascal knows how to cry." When he wept, it melted the hearts of all who listened. I was worried he was being mistreated, only to discover later that he was merely feigning it. Damn it! I was deceived for so long. Elder Son's candidness brought laughter, while Yanci playfully blinked and smiled, a mischievous gleam in his eyes. Seeing his cheeky expression, Elder Son chuckled. "What? Are you going to cry now?" Yanci hesitantly replied, and his eyes immediately turned red. Upon witnessing this, Elder Son became flustered, adopting a soothing tone. "Oh dear, don't cry, don't cry. I'll make you some snacks shortly." The others glanced over, bewildered by Elder Son's sudden change in demeanor. Yet, as their eyes fell upon Yanci's reddened eyes, they suddenly comprehended Elder Son's sentiments. Goodness, a beauty's tears. Who could resist such a sight? Wang Mian swallowed hard, caught off guard. The surrounding recruits were mesmerized, unable to tear their eyes away. At that moment, discontent arose among the new recruits. Why do they get to eat so well? It's not fair. I refuse to accept this. Enough of the clamor. The special squad has come to serve as your instructors. You are fortunate indeed. Do you think their hard work is for naught? Have you accomplished any great deeds to warrant the same treatment? After you leave, you may return, and I shall prepare for you as well. For now, it's only steamed buns and raw meat. If you refuse to eat, then starve." Elder Son bellowed, prompting Wang Mian to pull out his weapon and place it on the table, instantly silencing the recruits. Lowering his head, he picked up a steamed bun and began to munch on it. "Umph." Seeing them settle down, Old Son turned and patted Yanci's shoulder, encouraging him to eat more, as there would be snacks later. "All right, over there." Lin Xie and Shun Qingzhu watched the buns and raw meat, unconsciously swallowing their saliva. How enviable it is for Brother Yanci to enjoy such delectable food. Bai Li, plump and round, grasped a bun tightly, taking a hearty bite while gazing longingly at the large round table occupied by Yanci. Lin Xie and Shun Qingzhu exchanged glances and silently began to nibble on their buns. Yanci was savoring his meal when suddenly, a voice that had not been heard for a while, though not too long, just a few chapters, unexpectedly emerged from 021. The sudden intrusion startled him, and Zhou Ping quickly set down his chopsticks to gently pat Yanci's back. Cough, cough, cough. Once Yanci regained his composure, he raised his hand to signal Zhou Ping that he was fine. Zhou Ping, relieved, picked up his chopsticks and resumed eating, while Yanci maintained a facade of calm. His mind was racing. 021, are you out of your mind? Don't you know that frightening someone could be deadly? 021 replied, I apologize. All he uttered were useless words. Where were you yesterday? 021 fell silent for 3 seconds before responding. I had some matters to attend to. Regarding your swordsmanship. Hearing this, Yanci raised an eyebrow. You know about that sword technique? 021 confirmed. Yes, this sword technique is called the 4-season sword technique. Mastering it completely allows one to grasp the laws of time and life and death. One sword represents rejuvenation, embodying the principle of life. Another sword, named Years of Cold, epitomizes death. So the laws of time are related to the cycle of the seasons? 021 affirmed. Indeed. No wonder when I executed that sword strike, I inadvertently gifted Wang Mian a principle. Yet, why do I feel something is off about you? 021 paused again for 3 seconds, replying, I do not care for your feelings. I care for my own. While Yanci engaged in this conversation, he had filled his stomach to a satisfactory level. By the way, isn't your special team quite busy? Why have you come to serve as instructors? Surely, you haven't left all your tasks to the Phoenix team? Yanci swallowed the braised meat in his mouth and addressed Wang Mian beside him. Wang Mian hesitated, remembering the previous call from Xia Simeng checking on him. Feeling a bit guilty. Ahem, that is indeed correct, but in the event of an emergency, we will prioritize our response. I see. However, it seems you were somewhat coerced into this arrangement. I shall bring some gifts to the Phoenix team as a gesture of goodwill. Yanci felt a sense of responsibility in this matter. In the original narrative, Captain Xia Simeng yearned for freedom, yet bore the heavy burden of responsibility and was now forced to work overtime. A sudden wave of guilt washed over him. He needed to consider what gifts would be appropriate. Perhaps he would ask the audience for some ideas, as they surely had the means. Why do you say that? Didn't the captain mention that we were requested to serve as instructors for this batch of new recruits? Vortex inquired, puzzled by Yanci's statement. Wang Mian remarked, eating one tea silence your tongue. Yanci cast a sidelong glance at Wang Mian, a mischievous smile gracing his lips, causing Wang Mian to shudder, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair. I see. I've often heard tales of the masked team and have been quite intrigued by you all. Thus, I mentioned it to Aunt Yuan, who kindly invited you to serve as instructors, Yanci stated with utmost seriousness, directing a smile towards the members of the masked team. Upon hearing this, Wang Mian sighed in relief, grateful that Yanci had not disclosed this in front of everyone. The vortex abruptly slammed the table. Eyes fixed intently on Yanci. Is that true? What do you think of me? Chapter 83. A clear day on July 7th, Yanci's gaze fell upon the vortex. A smile gracing his lips as he praised him. Of course, he was quite formidable. The vortex, having completely forgotten his grievous injuries that rendered him unable to rise, couldn't he help but beam with joy at Yanci's compliment. He chuckled, his laughter a sight to behold. The others, witnessing the vortex's exuberance, could only facepalm in disbelief. Truly, it was hard to bear. Tian Ping suddenly turned to Yanci, expressing gratitude for his talisman, remarking that without it, he might have truly faltered. It's merely a trifle. Yanci waved his hand dismissively, signaling him not to dwell on it. Yugui also contemplated sharing a thought, but upon recalling the talisman Yanci had used to heal him, which had unwittingly compelled him to engage in a confrontation with the vortex, he opted for silence, deeming it too uncanny. After their meal, the recruits returned to the training grounds, enduring the relentless drill sergeants. Yanci, Zhou Ping, and the masked one convened in the office to deliberate on the forthcoming training regimen. Eventually, they finalized a comprehensive plan. Wang Mian examined the schedule with satisfaction, nodding in approval. Let us adhere to this plan for now, adjusting as circumstances dictate. No sooner had Wang Mian's words left his lips than a ringtone pierced the air. On this clear day, July 7th, snow began to fall unexpectedly. The barrage of comments synchronously echoed. I dare not open my eyes. I hope this is but an illusion. I dare not open my eyes. I hope this is but an illusion. I dare not open my eyes. I hope this is but an illusion. Wang Mian, in silence, retrieved his phone from his pocket, listening to the maddening ringtone under the gaze of his companions, before pressing the answer button. Hello, Wang Mian, came the voice of Zhuqing. Phoenix Squad is currently dealing with a mystery in the northern territories of Daxia. But another suspected mystery of the limitless realm has emerged in the south. The situation is quite urgent. Is Yanci on site? I've heard he possesses teleportation talismans that could facilitate instant relocation. Please ask him to accompany you. Wang Mian had the phone on speaker, allowing all present to hear. Upon realizing that Zhuqing, whom he had once impersonated, was mentioning him, Yanci interjected. Directors, you actually requested my presence so courteously. Am I truly that esteemed? Zhuoqing fell silent for 3 seconds, then responded with measured words. It is what Commander Yi instructed. I understand you are now an esteemed figure among the night watchmen. Indeed, I procured that status through means, Yanci replied with a chuckle. Zhuoqing remarked, are you implying that the talismans, which even the highest deities cannot shatter, were your means of bribery? No jest intended, but the night watchman assigned to that talisman should surely revere you. How embarrassing. Director Zhua, you are quite the eloquent speaker. If you were to run for commander, I would undoubtedly cast my vote for you. Yanci's words evoked astonishment among the gathered, their expressions rife with disbelief. Is this truly not an act of rebellion? Zhuoqing fell silent once more, finally comprehending Wang Mian's earlier predicament. Choosing to feign ignorance, he continued, addressing Wang Mian. Wang Mian, I will send the mission objectives and locations to your phone. Thank you for your efforts. Understood. Wang Mian concluded the call, and shortly after, his phone displayed 2 new messages. Wang Mian handed his phone to Yanci, urging him to pinpoint their location. Can your teleportation talisman reach such a distance? Yanci replied confidently, as long as I desire it, I can go anywhere. He glanced at the address and offered a reassuring look. In the next instant, Yanci conjured several teleportation talismans, which soared towards the assembled group. In a blink, the scene shifted, and the 9 of them found themselves in a desolate wilderness. Is the address provided by Director Zhua a fabrication? Someone questioned, surveying the barren landscape that bore no resemblance to anything mysterious. The vortex took a few steps forward, scrutinizing the surroundings with a hint of skepticism. Wang Mian checked the phone's location, which indeed indicated this spot. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned no signs of anything enigmatic. He then reviewed the information on his phone. Director's intel indicated that this mysterious entity excelled in camouflage, and they needed to locate it first. Yanci chose to remain a silent observer, understanding that it was not his responsibility to take charge. Moreover, with Wang Mian's current capabilities, there was no cause for concern. With this thought, Yanci affixed several defensive talismans to his companions. Noticing this, Wang Mian turned to Yanci and asked, could you spare us a few communication talismans? Yanci raised an eyebrow, then conjured 7 communication talismans and tossed them to the group. They adhered the talismans to their wrists, transforming them into makeshift communication devices. Thank you, Wang Mian acknowledged with a nod to Yanci, then turned to his teammates. Instructing, let us split into 3 teams. Vortex and Xinghen will pair up. Rose and Sandalwood will be another group. Moon Ghost and Libra will form the last. The first to find the target should relay their message and position via the communication talismans. The members of Mask responded in unison, understood. Yanci and Zhou Ping remained behind, and feeling a twinge of boredom, Yanci poked Zhou Ping playfully. Can you sense that mysterious presence? Zhou Ping nodded, indicating a direction. Over there. He pointed toward where Moon Ghost and Libra had ventured. Is there a threat? Yanci inquired. 1 sword is sufficient. Zhou Ping replied calmly, blinking. Then I have no worries. I trust they can handle it. Upon hearing this, Yanci nonchalantly sat down, pulling Zhou Ping to join him. He then retrieved some snacks from his spatial pouch, reminiscent of those he had received from Elder Sunday. Try these. They are delicious. Yanci offered the snacks to Zhou Ping, who accepted them and began to munch. They're really good, Zhou Ping remarked, observing Yanci with his mouth full. Unable to resist, he playfully poked Yanci, who then seized Zhou Ping's face in his hands, playfully kneading it. Zhou Ping pouted, his clear eyes reflecting a puzzled expression. His face flushed slightly. Once Yanci withdrew his hands, Zhou Ping turned away, burying his face in his knees. Seeing Zhou Ping's reaction, Yanci smiled softly and resumed his snacking, the sound of munching echoing in the quiet wilderness, unmistakable even to Zhou Ping, who could not see him. He felt a warmth in his face dissipate, allowing him to silently lift his head. Subsequently, he turned and stole a few glances at Yanci. Accustomed to Zhou Ping's presence, Yanci paid little heed to the fleeting glances directed his way. Such is the nature of social anxiety. Half an hour later, the sounds of a scuffle erupted from that direction. Yanci looked up towards the commotion, and Zhou Ping's gaze shifted as well. Curiosity piqued, Yanci suggested, "Shall we go over and take a look?" Zhou Ping nodded in agreement. He stood up first, pulling Yanci to his feet. In response, Yanci activated a teleportation rune, and the two of them instantly appeared beside the masked team. Chapter 84. Dear Commander Yi, the scene before Yanci instilled in him a profound sense of fear, exacerbating his claustrophobia. Before him stood a grotesque creature, its body adorned with countless eyes, engaged in a fierce battle with the masked team. Yanci averted his gaze, rubbing the goosebumps on his arms. Truly unsettling. The black goat seemed equally revolting. One could only wonder how someone could bring themselves to consume it. The palette of demons is indeed quite extravagant. Everyone step back. I shall attempt to manipulate the laws of time, Wang Mian announced to the other members of the masked team, prompting them to retreat. He raised his hand, channeling the power of the law to envelop the mysterious creature, subsequently reversing its time. The creature watched in helplessness as its form gradually diminished, ultimately dissolving into nothingness, vanishing from existence. "Wow, Captain, you are truly formidable," Vortex exclaimed, awestruck by the spectacle. Indeed, witnessing the might of this law for the first time is astonishing. "It seems capable of transcending realms?" Tianping inquired, casting a glance at Wang Mian. Wang Mian chuckled softly, affirming that the law indeed disregarded boundaries, once ensnared by its decree. Death was assured. "So, does this mean we can return?" Yanci interjected, arms crossed, his gaze fixed intently on them, his eyes narrowing in a half-smile. Wang Mian, scratching his nose, nodded in agreement. "Yes, we can return." "Very well." Yanci snapped his fingers, activating a teleportation charm that whisked them back to the training camp. In the training grounds, the group of 9 materialized just in time to encounter Instructor Han, who had recently been transferred from the capital and was in the midst of a lecture. Yanci, eager for entertainment, recalled how in the original narrative, this instructor had an uncanny knack for stepping on landmines, inadvertently exposing the most formidable members of the group. Pulling Zhou Ping along, Yanci approached, and the masked team followed suit, soon noticing Instructor Hong and 2 other instructors peering from a distance. Yanci gently tapped Instructor Hong on the shoulder, causing him to jump in surprise. "Are you spying here, Instructor Hong?" Yanci teased. "Goodness, you startled me. I was merely observing the new Instructor Han," Instructor Hong replied, clutching his racing heart, slightly annoyed. "Are you not concerned for him?" Yanci remarked, glancing towards Instructor Han, who was passionately elucidating the use of cold weapons. "Why would I be concerned? His close combat skills are unparalleled. By the way, weren't you all discussing the training plan? We have concluded our deliberations. Implementation will commence in 3 days." Wang Mian interjected, addressing Instructor Han. Understood. Continue observing. We shall return to our card games," Instructor Hong said before departing with his colleagues. Yanci watched as Instructor Han skillfully identified Lin Chia, Chao Yuan, and others among the novices, unable to suppress his applause. Surely, Instructor Han possessed some innate ability that guaranteed success. Due to the suppression of forbidden items in the restricted abyss, Chao Yuan had not unleashed his full destructive potential, while Lin Chia and Shun Qingzhu collaborated to subdue him effectively. After witnessing the lively gathering, Yanci turned to scan the crowd. "I am off to find Commander Yi. Would you care to join me?" he inquired, albeit half-heartedly, as he had already resolved to bring them along. Before Wang Mian could respond, the scene shifted before them. In the headquarters of the Night Watchers in Shangjing, within Yi Fan's office, he was savoring his tea when suddenly the room became crowded. Cough, cough. Yi Fan nearly choked. Dear Commander Yi, have you missed me?" Wang Mian and his companions gazed at Yi Fan with bright, innocent eyes. "Commander Yi? Hello. Are you still alive?" Yanci leaned closer, waving his hand in front of Yi Fan's face. Yi Fan, his expression darkened, asked irritably, "What brings you and this throng here?" "Oh, they seem too idle, so I thought I'd bring them along for some fun," Yanci replied, leaning against the desk and gesturing for them to make themselves comfortable. Please, take a seat. Zhou Ping, you two, just treat this as your own home. No need to be formal. Yi Fan's forehead twitched with irritation. Do you truly believe this is your home? Why not? As the saying goes, one should treat the company as family. I'm merely welcoming friends in my own abode. Is that a problem? A commander should not be so petty. It invites discord among subordinates. Yanci earnestly teased Yi Fan. Wang Mian and the others exchanged glances but ultimately acquiesced to Yanci's request, seating themselves along one side. Zhou Ping obediently sat down as well. Yi Fan's mouth twitched. I can see you're merely fabricating tales. Now, let us get to the matter at hand. What is it that you want? Well, I have brought some gifts for the Phoenix Squad, Yanci announced, tossing out a ring. This is a spatial ring, rather antiquated. He then produced a vial of elixir. This is the resurrection pill. As the name suggests, it brings the dead back to life. Finally, he tossed out a talisman containing various runes such as teleportation, concealment, defense, healing, laughter, crawling, and puppetry. Yi Fan gazed at the 3 items on the desk, puzzled. What are these? The spatial ring, the resurrection pill, as its name implies, is for reviving the deceased, and the talisman contains several runes, all categorized for you to hand over to the Phoenix Squad, Yanci explained. Upon hearing about the second item, Yi Fan's face turned to one of astonishment. Reviving the dead? Such a marvelous item exists. What's the matter? Yanci blinked innocently at him. Where did you acquire such things? Yi Fan was now thoroughly convinced that this lad must be a reincarnation of a deity. How else could one explain the existence of such an elixir? Well, I have some connections, Yanci replied ambiguously, maintaining a calm demeanor. His words plunged Yi Fan into contemplation. This young man was indeed remarkable. Could he be a celestial being? Just because his reincarnation was unconventional does not imply that his return would not be serious. Very well, I shall ensure these gifts reach the Phoenix Squad. Yi Fan acquiesced to Ji Yan's request, then inquired, Wang Mian, has the law within your being had any impact on you? Wang Mian and the others, who had been quietly listening to the banter between Ji Yan and Yi Fan, were suddenly addressed. Wang Mian shook his head, responding, No, it has not affected me at all. In fact, I find it quite effortless to wield without exhausting my mental energy or shortening my lifespan. This is indeed a fortunate circumstance. Abilities related to time often bear the weight of causality. Since your situation remains undisclosed, I am unable to provide a reference for possessing such laws before attaining divinity. Originally, Zhou Ping was the most likely candidate to transcend that boundary and achieve divinity. But now with your emergence, Wang Mian, you must hasten your progress as well. Chapter 85. The feast. Wang Mian nodded after listening. I understand, Commander Yi. Well, if there is nothing else, you may return from whence you came. Yi Fan urged them to leave, his gaze resting on Yanci. Yanci feigned ignorance. Since we're here, won't you treat us to a meal? Look at how hard the masked team has worked. And Zhou Ping has been guarding the Great Xia for many years. He is practically an unofficial member. Commander Yi, not only do you withhold any monetary support, but you won't even provide a meal? Yanci paused dramatically, placing a hand over his heart. If the Night Watchers are this stingy, I shall have to reconsider my decision to join. Yi Fan's eyelids twitched. He knew Yanci would not offer any kind words. His fists clenched, feeling an urge to strike. Yanci flashed an innocent smile, his eyes gleaming with mischief, as if to say, I want to take you down. With a sigh of resignation, Yi Fan conceded, Go eat whatever you wish. I'll reimburse you. Upon hearing this, Yanci clapped his hands triumphantly. Exactly what I was waiting for. Let us go, brothers. I know a place that offers a seafood buffet, hot pot, barbecue, everything you could desire. Hot pot, Xianwu exclaimed, eyes lighting up at the mention of the key term, jumping to his feet. Where is it? Where is it? Calm down, calm down. Commander Yi, are you coming? Yanci waved a hand at Xianwu and politely inquired of Yi Fan. Yi Fan sighed again. I'll transfer you the money. Now hurry up. Yanci's lips curled into a smile, giving an okay sign with his fingers. He then tossed out a teleportation talisman, whisking everyone present away. In a narrow alley in the capital, a group of 9 appeared. GNCI beckoned them. It's about a kilometer away. Let us consider a stroll. He glanced at their unusual attire. You all look rather conspicuous. For safety's sake, you should change your outfits. Also, your faces are quite noticeable. Let us change those too. As he spoke, GNCI tossed a talisman their way, ensuring that apart from their original group, others would see only ordinary visages. All right, let us go. GNCI led the way out of the alley, with the others following closely behind. Inside the buffet restaurant, a server greeted them and guided them to a round table. Gentlemen, for hot pot, you'll need to select your own ingredients to cook. The barbecue is over there. Once prepared by our chefs, you may collect it. Other dishes can be chosen according to your preferences. Please remember not to waste any food. Enjoy your meal. Thank you. They replied in unison. The server prepared the ingredients for the hot pot, and the group dispersed to select their choices. GNCI accompanied Zhou Ping, asking, "Do you eat this?" Zhou Ping nodded obediently, and GNCI filled his plate with ingredients. Knowing Zhou Ping was not picky, GNCI asked merely for his own preference. Soon, Zhou Ping's 2 plates were overflowing with food. Let's head back to drop this off. We can come back for more later. They should have gathered quite a bit as well. With that, the 2 turned and made their way back to their seats. As expected, upon returning to the table, everyone appeared with 2 large plates brimming with ingredients. They exchanged glances, unable to contain their laughter. Deciding to indulge once they had finished eating, Wang Mian set the plates down, and the group took their seats, submerging the hot pot ingredients while enjoying fruits, cakes, and barbecued meats in the interim. "Captain, may we drink?" Su NW looked at Wang Mian with eager anticipation. Wang Mian glanced at his teammates and nodded slightly, cautioning them not to overindulge. The moment his words fell, everyone rose simultaneously to fetch a glass of fresh beer. Wang Mian, exasperated, rubbed his forehead and turned to GNC and Zhou Ping, who remained seated. "Aren't you 2 drinking?" Both shook their heads, stating, "Neither of us can handle our liquor." The mere mention of alcohol reminded GNC of a previous incident where he had drunkenly shouted inappropriately, wishing he could go back in time and slap himself. Noticing Wang Mian had abstained as well, GNC inquired, "Aren't you drinking?" "They will pour it for me. I must drink, even if I prefer not to." Wang Mian replied with a hint of resignation. "Oh, can you handle your liquor? You won't be a lightweight, will you?" GNC teased. "Not quite. Those few have helped me build my tolerance." Wang Mian recalled how, during a previous holiday, Su NW and the others had coaxed him into drinking, thus fortifying his capacity. "I felt like vomiting. Those fools." Zhou Ping stood up, retrieving meat and seafood from the hot pot and placing them on GNC's plate. GNC picked up a piece of meat, dipped it in sesame sauce, and remarked, "The beer isn't very strong. Have you ever tried white liquor?" Wang Mian raised an eyebrow at this. "Actually, I haven't." GNC chuckled lightly, teasingly remarking, "Then your ability to drink is questionable." Before long, Su NW and the others returned, each carrying 2 glasses of fresh beer. Su NW placed one in front of Wang Mian, exclaiming, "Captain, drink." Wang Mian sighed subtly. There was no escaping this. "Come on, Wang Mian, stop being so hesitant. Lift your glass and drink." Chang Wei urged him with a bold tone, encouraging him to act like a man. Wang Mian reluctantly grasped the glass and raised it. GNC blinked and raised his hand, asking, "What about me?" Chang Wei looked at GNC and coughed lightly. "Are you of legal age?" GNC nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I am." Despite hearing this, Chang Wei hesitated. "How about next time?" GNC sighed, "Fine." He lowered his head and resumed eating quietly. Zhou Ping couldn't help but chuckle at how GNC was treated like a child. The members of the mass team also found it amusing. Indeed, he still possessed a childlike nature. GNC pouted, skewering a shrimp with his chopsticks and letting out a disgruntled hum. After finishing their beers, the mass team began to eat. Wang Mian donned disposable gloves, expertly peeling the shrimp and casually tossing them onto GNC's plate. GNC, unreserved, picked one up and popped it in his mouth, looking up at Wang Mian, signaling that he wanted more. Then came this scene where everyone eagerly peeled shrimp, with 2 ladies even more fervent, rising to their feet to directly feed GNC. He, bewildered, opened his mouth to receive it. Was there something amiss? Had they mistaken him for a mere 3-year-old? What are you doing? Yanci was just about to speak when a piece of pineapple was thrust towards him. He glared at Wang Mian, who averted his gaze, feigning innocence. Strangely enough, he seemed to comprehend the sentiments of the roses and sandalwood. Adhering to the principle of nearby retribution, Yanci pinched Wang Mian's waist, causing him to flinch sharply, nearly biting his tongue. After delivering his retribution, Yanci picked up his plate, stood up, and beamed at the crowd. Chapter 86, If All Else Fails. Perish midway the platter was laden with an abundance of fruit and meticulously peeled shrimp. Yanci, donned in gloves, seized a handful and shoved it into the gaping maw of the swirling vortex. To his surprise, the vortex was caught off guard, its mouth filled unexpectedly. Yanci then turned his attention to the next target, Yuegue, who instinctively shrank his neck before, as if facing his demise, opening his mouth wide. Observing his compliance, Yanci promptly filled his mouth as well. Next came Tianping, who similarly succumbed to the fate of a stuffed mouth. As for Xinghin, he raised his hand, indicating, "I can manage." He then took a portion of the meat from the platter and stuffed it into his own mouth. Yanci regarded him with satisfaction before his gaze shifted to the two ladies present. To his astonishment, the ladies' eyes sparkled as if to say, "Is this truly happening?" This caused Yanci to raise an eyebrow in surprise. He half-heartedly fed them each a grape, and their faces lit up with joy, leaving Yanci with the peculiar impression that he was a part of their playful revelry. Ultimately, he returned to his seat, holding the platter aloft, and pinched Wang Mian's chin, unceremoniously stuffing several pieces of shrimp into his mouth. "You peel it, you deal with it." Wang Mian chewed contentedly, a glimmer of amusement shining in his eyes as he looked at Yanci. Yanci found his expression odd and mused. Has he been drinking fake wine? Once seated, Zhou Ping turned to him, gazing quietly. Yanci silently offered a grape to Zhou Ping's lips, which he accepted with delight, a satisfied smile gracing his features. "Ah, why does it feel as though I've become a master of serving?" "Never mind, it's inconsequential." Yanci propped his head on his hand, watching the mass team engage in conversation. They appear to be enjoying a rare moment of ease. Indeed, there were only a few special teams in Daxia, and divine entities were manifesting with increasing frequency. They would likely be rushing off to their next mission soon. In this light, being an instructor seemed far less taxing than undertaking missions. Observing their laughter and camaraderie, Yanci felt a sense of contentment, despite being on divergent paths. The atmosphere, after all, was rather pleasant. With the demise of the masks still distant, and Wang Mian now possessing a semblance of lawful power, they could likely face the future without trepidation. At the very least, he would intervene if necessary. As for the other teams, in the case of spiritual mediums, aside from the captain and vice captain, the rest were deceased. Their spirits likely remained, and revival would be a trivial matter. Regarding the unfolding narrative, Jiang Er could be apprehended by Old Yuan and directly integrated into the Nightfall team. Yanci reflected on the storyline, formulating some plans. 021. Host. Perhaps it would be prudent not to overthink matters. After all, plans often succumb to the unpredictability of change. Are you referring to the butterfly effect? 021. Indeed, due to your intervention, certain plot lines have either been erased or disrupted. There may be premature developments, which, while not affecting you, could disrupt your plans. Very well, then we shall take it one step at a time. After all, I have you to catch me if I fall. 021. Rest assured, I will ensure your safety. Excellent. Vortex, why are you snatching my meat? Does it bear your name? Just declare it yours. Captain, look at him. He resembles a starving ghost returned to life. In the midst of a lively argument, the two individuals continued to eat without pause. Yanci observed their quarrel with a smirk, a hint of mischief in his gaze. Just as Wang Mian was about to speak, he noticed the two had settled down. What vitality you have! Why not settle it with a duel? Yanci fanned the flames of their banter, while Xuanhua and Weiguei obediently lowered their heads, quietly consuming their food. They had no desire to engage in a brawl right after a meal. After all, they were not inclined to fight with full stomachs, lest they risk becoming ill. At that moment, the two feigned innocence. Wang Mian, curious, pondered what GNC had done to render them so compliant. Upon seeing their silence, GNC quickly lost interest. How dull. A scuffle would have been far more entertaining. Their meal stretched over 2 hours, leaving everyone reclining in their chairs, clutching their round bellies. What a delightful feast. They all agreed. Slowly, they exited the dining hall, turning into a narrow alley, where GNC promptly gathered everyone and transported them back to the Tsanan training camp. The scene shifted to the dormitory building. Time for bed. See you all tomorrow, GNC announced before stepping into his room and collapsing onto his bed. Wang Mian and the others exchanged glances before making their way inside. Lying on his bed, Wang Mian reminisced about the moments spent feeding GNC, a smile creeping onto his face. The way GNC's cheeks puffed up was utterly adorable. Who could resist such charm? Ever since their previous altercation, GNC had ceased to bother him, and now he found himself somewhat longing for that playful annoyance. In front of so many people, GNC no longer uttered those peculiar remarks. Although he understood that GNC was merely teasing him, he found himself surprisingly receptive to it now. However, there was something peculiar about Shun Qingzhu. And then there was Zhou Ping. Despite being rather taciturn, Wang Mian could discern a hint of affection in Zhou Ping's gaze when directed at GNC. GNC was indeed endearing, though it seemed he remained oblivious to it. This left everyone in a state of unrequited affection. How splendid! At present, his greatest rival appeared to be Zhou Ping, as it was evident to any observant individual that GNC held a special regard for him. From what he observed, Zhou Ping seemed to exhibit some social anxiety, hardly a significant threat, as such individuals rarely took the initiative. Yet, he nearly forgot that GNC had openly declared himself a straight man. No, he could not be the one to take the lead. As long as he did not expose the truth, GNC would continue to regard him as a friend. At this moment, rationality prevailed, pushing aside any romantic notions. Wang Mian sighed, eyes closed. On the training ground, the new recruits were engaged in physical training, reduced to muddy figures by the end of the session. That concludes today's training. Dismissed, the instructor declared before turning to leave. The group made their way back to the dormitory, grabbing their toiletries as they headed to the bathhouse. Inside the bathhouse, a gathering of men was busy scrubbing each other's backs. Xinge, would you like to experience some back-scrubbing service? Li Jia called out to Shin Qingzhu, who turned her head away, saying, I don't want to. Lin Xie, Bai Li Pangang, and Chao Yuan exchanged glances. Then each took hold of Shun Qingzhu, urging, come on. Don't be shy. We're all men. What is there to fear? Lin Xie stifled a laugh and added, indeed, Shun, it must be uncomfortable with all that mud on you. Let me down, you bastards. Shin Qingzhu protested as the three of them carried him over, forcing him to experience a rather unconventional back-scrubbing service. Chao Yuan even took the liberty of providing a little massage, and though Shun Qingzhu initially resisted, he eventually succumbed to the enjoyment. How is it? Is it comfortable? Chapter 87. The Great Deceiver Well. It's tolerable, though Shin Qingzhu would never admit to feeling quite comfortable. Moreover, the question inexplicably evoked a sense of embarrassment. You're being disingenuous, teased by Li, the chubby one, as he leaned in. Fatty, do you want me to help you stretch those stiff muscles? Shun Qingzhu shot him a glare, but Bai Li remained unfazed, grinning. If you hit me, I will still speak. Shun Qingzhu's lips twitched, her gaze shifting to Lin Xie, who blinked innocently. What's the matter? You should keep him in check, Shun Qingzhu replied, tilting her chin towards Bai Li. Lin Xie shrugged with a chuckle. I can't control him. Perhaps you should just give him a good beating. That works too, Shun Qingzhu responded, cracking her knuckles. Behind her, Chao Yuan stepped back 2 paces, wary of potential collateral damage. Bai Li gulped nervously, raising his hand. Wait, hold on, let's discuss this. A gentleman uses words, not fists. I am no gentleman, Shun Qingzhu retorted, narrowing her eyes as she approached Bai Li with swift strides, delivering a punch. Bai Li, now sporting a black eye, stumbled over to Lin Xie, looking pitiful. Xie, look at me. Am I disfigured? Lin Xie burst into laughter, only to be met with Bai Li's mournful gaze. I usually don't laugh unless I can't help it, he chuckled. Bai Li slumped into a corner, drawing circles on the floor. Shen Qingzhu took another shower and turned to Lin Xie and the others. I'm leaving. See you tomorrow. Lin Xie waved goodbye as he watched her depart. Hurry up and wash. We have morning exercises tomorrow. He then turned to Chao Yuan and Bai Li, who nodded in agreement, rushing to clean up in the vacant stall. Soon after, the three returned to their dormitory to rest. The following day, the newly enlisted soldiers, worn down from a day of grueling training, trudged back to the dormitory like zombies. When will this end? Bai Li lamented, collapsing onto his bed. Lin Xie looked at him and said, It's only the second day, and tomorrow we have extreme training. I wonder what kind of extremity awaits us. Forget it. Sleep is paramount, Bai Li declared, falling asleep instantly. Lin Xie was taken aback by his sudden slumber, a smirk creeping onto his face. He then shifted his body and laid back on the bed. The bus sped along the winding mountain roads, and Lin Xie slowly opened his eyes, gazing out the window, seemingly deducing the destination of their extreme training. Jinan Mountain? As he watched the scenery retreat outside, the vehicle finally came to a halt. The new recruits disembarked and gathered at the foot of the mountain. Instructor Hong announced the rules for the extreme training, after which everyone proceeded to collect their weights. Meanwhile, Instructor Han distributed tactical knives. Hey, Chao Yuan, find a stick to make do with, he instructed. Gao Yuan Zibli, Ohat. Beside him, Lin Xie and Bai Li stifled their laughter, while Shen Qingzhu scoffed lightly and mocked. What can stick do? Is it going to help you run? Chao Yuan glanced over and nodded in agreement. Good idea. Shen Qingzhu. The other party has accepted your attack and acknowledged it. Ha ha. Shen Qingzhu, why are you silent? Do you not wish to speak? Yanci suddenly appeared beside Shen Qingzhu, arm draped over his shoulder, playfully ruffling his hair. Shen Qingzhu bent slightly under the pressure, and once Yanci withdrew his hand, he straightened up and retorted, What if I don't want to speak? Stubborn as ever. I shall accompany you this time. Yanci turned to Zhou Ping, instructing Ping, You go with them to the tent. Zhou Ping nodded gently. All right. No sooner had he spoken than the mass team, and Zhou Ping turned to leave. Let's ascend the mountain. Yanci and his group set off towards the peaks. 30 minutes into the ascent, a voice crackled from the speaker behind them. Hello, hello. Immediately, a series of mortifying questions echoed in the ears of those present. The expressions of Lin Xie and the others suddenly shifted. Is this a punishment? How utterly embarrassing. This is absurd. Quite amusing, actually. Yanci grinned at them. Could it be that you harbor some unspeakable secrets? Shen Qingzhu and Lin Xie stiffened, discreetly averting their gazes. No, how could that be? Shen Qingzhu inadvertently revealed too much. Huh, what secrets could I possibly have? Does being blind for a decade count? Lin Xie also refrained from confessing. Yanci scrutinized the two. Shen Qingzhu's secret likely pertains to writing love letters, while Lin Xie, his curiosity was piqued. Perhaps they should be eliminated? Chao Yuan and Bailey Pang Pang exchanged glances, silently swallowing hard. Oh, what a coincidence. So many people. The group turned towards the source of the voice, revealing a woman and two men emerging from behind the trees. 021. Host, the woman is the Snake Lady, and the two behind her are followers of the ancient god church. So early to appear? By the timeline, the Snake Lady must have just joined the ancient god church, right? 021. Indeed, she is still a newcomer. Oh, then this will be manageable. Lin Xie addressed them. Who are you? One of the men behind the Snake Lady spoke up. We are from the ancient god church. Do you know where Lin Xie is? Speak, and we shall spare your lives. The Snake Lady's clear gaze turned to the man. Did you not remember what he looks like? Sorry, I have face blindness. The Snake Lady. She continued. Don't you have a phone? A glance would suffice. There is no signal in the mountains. Images 1T load. The Snake Lady looked at him, hesitating to respond. Yanci and the others exchanged glances, whispering among themselves. Lin Xie lowered his voice. Are the people from the ancient god church mentally impaired? Perhaps, Shen Qingzhu remarked, observing the rather foolish group, unable to suppress a smirk. Quite the strain. Yanci stepped forward, calling out loudly, Wei Wei, cousin, I have finally found you. The serpent woman was startled by the unexpected voice, her expression shifting to one of confusion as she gazed at Yanci. Do you know me? She inquired. Of course, I am your distant cousin, he replied. You were abducted by those despicable traffickers when you were a child, and your parents have aged in their relentless search for you. I have been honoring their wishes by searching for you all along. Yanci's impressive display of persuasive prowess left her utterly bewildered. The serpent woman blinked, processing his words. Ah, really? You're truly my cousin? Indeed. Look, we even have a photograph together. With that, Yanci retrieved his phone and opened the album to reveal a picture from their childhood, showcasing both young Yanci and the serpent woman. The revelation left her momentarily speechless, but soon she was utterly convinced. Cousin. Chapter 88. The Success of Seduction. Cousin. Cousin. The serpent woman stepped forward and exchanged a heartfelt gaze with Yanci. Yanci continued to speak. Dear cousin, you have endured much suffering these years. Cousin, do you know where Linchia is? The serpent woman had not forgotten the purpose of her visit. Dear cousin, how did you come to join the ancient god sect? Your cousin is quite disappointed in you. Yanci gently patted her shoulder and sighed. The serpent woman was bewildered. Why can't I join the ancient god sect? Oh, foolish sister. As a newcomer, they have already sent you on such a perilous mission. They are clearly using you as a pawn. Noticing the serpent woman's confusion, Yanci continued. Do you know who is stationed here? No, I don't. One of the 4 elite squads, the masked ones. Any one of them could easily overpower you. What? They never informed me of this. See, I told you. Let me ask you again. Does the ancient god sect pay you? No. So, you are working for free? Foolish sister, I truly do not know how to express my concerns for you. How about this? Return with me, and I will guide you to join the Night Watchers. Setting aside the issue of salary, at least they won't send you to your death without a clear understanding. The serpent woman, swayed by Yanci's words, found his reasoning compelling. Upon reflection, it was indeed true that the ancient god sect had offered her little in return. Why should she sacrifice herself for them? Cousin, I believe you are right. I will return with you. What nonsense is this ancient god sect, daring to toy with me? Dear sister, it is good that you understand, Yanci said, looking at her with a sense of relief. Lin Xie and Shun Qingzhu, who were watching from behind, silently nodded in approval. Given this situation, should they eliminate the remaining threats? Yanci's gaze fell upon the 2 followers. The pair shuddered and quickly stepped forward to declare their allegiance. One of them clutched a leg, looking up at Yanci. No, we are Miss Serpent Woman's followers. Wherever she goes, we shall follow. Please spare us, dear cousin. Yanci looked at the serpent woman, who kicked them away with a swift motion. Get away. That is my cousin. The 2, quickly recovering, protested. What do you mean, your cousin? He is our cousin now. They instantly betrayed their allegiance, declaring, with such good looks, he is meant to be followed. Miss Serpent Woman, please allow us to abandon you. The serpent woman erupted in anger. Wretches! How dare you covet my cousin? Master, please do not forsake us. The 2 men gazed at Yanci with tearful eyes. Yanci felt his resolve hardening. What should I do? I want to take action. Dear sister, do you think they can be trusted? Yanci asked the serpent woman. She gazed at the 2 men, momentarily unsure whether to deem them trustworthy or not. Cousin, if you wish, you may take them with you. Upon hearing this, Yanci realized that these 2 were indeed trustworthy, given their seemingly simple-minded nature. Very well. Then follow us. Yes, master. They responded obediently. Shun Qingzhu, Lin Xie, Chao Yuan, and Bai Li Pangpang approached. Shun Qingzhu seized Yanci and inquired, Are you truly taking them back? Yanci replied nonchalantly, Oh, it's not a major issue. The Night Watchers will handle their indoctrination. Shun Qingzhu raised an eyebrow at this, remarking, Your Night Watchers sound rather cult-like. Yanci responded earnestly, We conduct legitimate indoctrination, not the kind associated with pyramid schemes. All right, so what now? Shun Qingzhu asked. The nearby drones are likely destroyed. We are temporarily safe and can rest here. Yanci patted his chest and exchanged a glance with him. Very well. Meanwhile, in a tent at the foot of the mountain, an urgent voice called out, Chief, several drones have been damaged. Unknown personnel have infiltrated Jinan Mountain. They must belong to the ancient god sect. Someone must have leaked information. The officer continued. Should we terminate the training? Indeed, Chief. They are merely a group of rookies. Yuan Gang observed the screen calmly, declaring, No need, the training will proceed. Before the instructors could respond, a talisman appeared in Yuan Gang's hand, glowing and emanating a voice. Hello, hello. Yuan Mama, I've managed to subvert 3 members of the ancient god sect, one of whom is a proxy for Medusa. I've successfully convinced her to join us under the guise of being her cousin. Now I need to send them your way. How you manage them is your concern. Yuan Gang chuckled. I knew you would come through when it mattered most. Of course. Just look at who taught me. Yuan Gang tilted his chin, smirking enough flattery. Hurry and bring them here. All right, the instructors remarked. Chief, your grin could stretch to the heavens. As the communication talisman extinguished, 3 individuals suddenly materialized in the tent. The serpent woman and her 2 companions bore expressions of naive simplicity, stating, my cousin sent us. The 2 men nodded in agreement. Yuan Gang and the instructors regarded these 3 fools. They fell into contemplative silence. Subsequently, they inquired about the distribution of the ancient god sect members scattered throughout Nan Mountain. Quite a number have arrived. Let us move, brothers. Time to capture them, Wang proclaimed, leading his teammates into the mountain. Accompanying them were several instructors. Unfortunately, among the members present, only 3 were simpletons. The rest were lunatics, intent on eliminating the rookies upon sight. Fortunately, the 3 simpletons encountered Yanci, who disclosed the locations of all the members, resulting in minimal injuries among the new recruits. The extreme training continued, with the speakers occasionally broadcasting mortifying questions. Before long, Yanci managed to eliminate Shen Qingzhu and Lin Qie. They exchanged glances filled with a yearning to escape. In the next moment, both were rendered unconscious. Bali Pang Pang and Xiao Yuan, witnessing this, quietly took a step back. Brother Yanci, please spare us. Very well, run quickly, Yanci replied. As soon as he finished speaking, Bali Pang Pang dragged Xiao Yuan away at an astonishing speed, leaving Xiao Yuan astonished that the hefty figure could move with such swiftness. Soon after, the malevolent instructor appeared, exchanging a knowing smile with Yanci before dragging away Lin Qie and Shen Qingzhu. With a swift incantation of a teleportation talisman, Yanci found himself back in the tent. Mama Yuan. Upon landing, he leapt into Yuan Gang's embrace, clinging to his back. Yuan Gang leaned forward slightly from the momentum, but quickly regained his balance. You rascal, what a trickster you are. Yet, splendidly executed. Yuan Gang couldn't help but let a grin spread across his face as he witnessed Yanci's cunning maneuver that led to the downfall of Lin Qie and Shen Qingzhu. These 2 must be hiding a sensational secret. Chapter 89. I like it. Don't you think so? I believe so, too, Yanci remarked playfully, hanging onto Yuan Gang's back. Yuan Gang turned and walked towards another tent, seemingly unfazed by Yanci's presence. Yanci turned back to Zhou Ping and Wang Mian, urging, Come on, what are you waiting for? Zhou Ping and Wang exchanged glances before following suit. Inside the tent, Instructor Hong and Instructor Han were teasing Lin Qie and Shen Qingzhu with a blade of grass, tickling their noses. Both of them frowned in annoyance, awakening from their slumber. You're awake. The surgery was a success. Lin Qie and Shen Qingzhu exchanged silent glances, shrinking back from the instructor's mischievous intentions. I'm not satisfied. Shen Qingzhu indignantly addressed the instructors, attempting to reason with them. Not satisfied? Then you go first. Instructor Han retorted, reaching out to grab him. Shen Qingzhu quickly changed his tone. Wait. I concede. How about letting Lin Qie go first? After all, he is the divine agent. Better a dead friend than a dead priest. If I can delay a bit longer, I shall, Lin Qie exclaimed, wide-eyed at Shen Qingzhu. What? I might have been a bit dazed from the shock. Could you speak a little louder? Shen Qingzhu feigned innocence, mimicking Yanci flawlessly. Instructor Hong and Instructor Han exchanged knowing glances before lifting Lin Qie and seating him in a chair, placing the truth-seeking ring upon him. In the next moment, Instructor Hong flashed a sly smile, sending chills down Lin Qie's spine. Yanci rested a hand on Shen Qingzhu's shoulder, narrowing his eyes as he inquired, Do you have a secret, little bamboo? Shen Qingzhu pretended not to hear, his gaze steadfastly fixed on Lin Qie. Yanci smirked, You next. Shen Qingzhu stiffened momentarily, his body betraying him as Yanci tightened his grip around his neck, preventing any chance of escape. Instructor Hong connected to Bluetooth, observing Lin Chia in the chair as he began. "Oh, isn't this the seraphic agent Lin Chia? How did you end up eliminated?" Lin Chia looked at him in disbelief. "How could I have been eliminated? Didn't you see it all? One shouldn't say such things. When has Yanci ever claimed to be a rookie? Perhaps he is an undercover agent on our side?" Lin Chia cast a sidelong glance at Yanci, who intentionally avoided his gaze, though he was reluctant to admit it. He indeed had acted as such. "All right, now let me ponder what to ask next. If nothing comes to mind, then spare me. Behave and close your mouth. Coughs now then. Have you ever done anything embarrassing?" "No." "Are you absolutely certain?" "Yes, absolutely." Instructor Hong looked at Lin Chia with disappointment. "Fine. Then the next question. Do you have someone you like?" "Yes." Lin Chia bit his lip tightly, a flicker of panic evident in his eyes. Yanci sat closely beside Shen Qingzhu, raising an eyebrow. "Has he found someone he fancies? How was I unaware of this? The only girls he spends time with are Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan. Could it be?" Upon hearing this, Instructor Hong revealed a sly grin. He then inquired, "Who is the person you like? Please shout their name aloud." Lin Chia's expression contorted as he bit his tongue in an attempt to resist. Yet his lips betrayed him, uttering a single name, Yanci. At this revelation, silence enveloped the room. In the mountains, Chao Yuan and Bai Li Pangbang halted, staring at each other in disbelief. Chia is gay. He actually likes Yanci? Yet, it seemed reasonable. After all, Yanci is exceptionally handsome. Chao Yuan recalled their first meeting, where Lin Chia's dependence on Yanci was evident, and everything began to make sense. No wonder. Inside the tent, Yanci was suddenly the center of attention. He scanned the crowd, questioning, "What are you all looking at?" "Instructor Hong, why not ask more?" Yuan Gang glared at Lin Chia, thinking, "Another pig trying to snatch my cabbage." Li Jinjin had warned him that Yanci's type was quite appealing to men, so he needed to be cautious. Instructor Hong gestured to Yuan Gang, who stepped forward and slowly asked, "What do you like about Yanci?" Lin Chia shut his eyes, responding, "Everything about him. I long to see him constantly. Being by his side brings me a profound sense of security." Wang Mian squinted, ruthlessly pointing out, "What you feel is attachment, not love." Lin Chia opened his eyes to gaze at Yanci. Yanci concurred with Wang Mian, stating, "I believe Wang Mian is correct. Due to that incident, your feelings for me have been misconstrued. Yet attachment is not love. However, if it pertains to brotherly affection, I could accept that." Lin Chia felt a tinge of melancholy as he was released from the conversation. Yanci patted his shoulder, saying, "It's good that the misunderstanding is cleared up. I thought you were gay. You startled me." "I'm sorry." Lin Chia managed to smile, fully aware that Wang Mian was right. Yet, why did he feel a sense of discomfort within? Was it a misunderstanding? No, he understood clearly. He was indeed attached to Yanci, but so what? Why shouldn't T1's attachment be regarded as affection? He was determined to believe so. Meanwhile, Shen Qingzhu was forcibly seated in a chair, donning the truth ring. With Lin Chia's interruption, he felt no worry. However, the revelation that Lin Chia also fancied Yanci was intriguing. The competition was indeed fierce. Instructor Hong cleared his throat, exclaiming, "Ah, isn't this our swaggering new recruit? What brings you to this seat?" Shen Qingzhu replied helplessly, "I was dragged into this by someone. What can I do? As long as he is happy." Oh, listen to that tone. "Em curious. How does such a rebellious spirit come to know Yanci? He deceived me under the guise of being a night watcher and even transferred me 2,000 yuan. And you believed him?" "No, I thought, let the swindler be a swindler. At least the money is real. Thus, I purchased a train ticket to the capital, intending to give this fraudster a well-deserved thrashing. What was the outcome? The result was that I faced the wrath of Instructor Yuan, who directed me to the headquarters of Team 006 in the capital. Instructor Yuan, lacking any sense of martial ethics, exerted pressure through his authority to intimidate me. As these words escaped my lips, all the instructors turned their gazes towards Yuan Gang, their eyes clearly conveying the sentiment. So, this is what our leader is like. Yuan Gang shot them an admonishing glare, prompting them to avert their eyes and pretend they had not heard anything. Very well, but let us not emulate Yanci's behavior. Now, on to the next question. Chapter 90. Rival in love, do you have someone you fancy? Instructor Hong inquired, directing his gaze towards Yanci, who dismissed the notion. Just as Shen Qingzhu was about to respond to the previous question, a wave of inexplicable relief washed over him upon hearing the next remark. No. Yanci, with his arms crossed, retorted, "Hey, Instructor Hong, what do you mean by that? I share a profound bond with Xiao Zhu. Are you belittling our brotherhood?" He stepped forward, pushing Instructor Hong aside to stand before Shen Qingzhu. "Tell me, do you like me?" "Yes," Shen Qingzhu blurted out, lifting his gaze to meet Yanci's eyes, finally understanding Lin Chie's earlier sentiment. "I knew it." The moment Yanci spoke, Shen Qingzhu felt a sudden catch in his breath. Yanci then theatrically clutched his chest, exclaiming, "I also adore myself. Alas, we are rivals in love." Shen Qingzhu had never felt so speechless, glaring at Yanci with irritation. "Are you out of your mind? How could you possibly know? Huh, you harbor feelings for me." Yanci's words struck Shen Qingzhu like daggers to the heart. Upon hearing this familiar phrase, Wang Mian could no longer restrain himself and clenched his fists, feeling a strong urge to intervene. In the next moment, Yanci removed the truth ring from his finger and casually tossed it to Instructor Hong, then turned to rub Shen Qingzhu's head. "Xiao Zhu, do you dare insult me? Have I been too kind to you? Speak." In a swift motion, Shen Qingzhu countered, flipping Yanci's arm behind his back. "What now?" "I was wrong, Brother Shen," Yanci quickly conceded. Shen Qingzhu released him with a huff. But as soon as Yanci was free, he retaliated with a swift slap. Shen Qingzhu dodged nimbly, while Yanci cast a binding talisman. Shen Qingzhu found himself rooted to the spot, unable to move. "Your elder brother will always be your elder brother. Come here." Yanci tu gitshin kvingsu aside, beckoning to Zhou Ping and Lin Chie. "Come quickly." Confused, Zhou Ping and Lin Chie followed suit. In the grove, Yanci had Shen Qingzhu and Lin Chie ensnared by a talisman, and they began a melodramatic duet, while Yanci and Zhou Ping observed with amusement. "I like you, those captivating eyes, your laughter is even more enchanting." Their voices, akin to an unbearable cacophony, made them both feel nauseous, as they couldn't help but find the other's presence somewhat repulsive. "Ha ha ha." Zhou Ping grimaced at the dreadful melody, yet Yanci's laughter was infectious, causing his lips to curl upward. "May I gently caress you, oh, that lovely visage?" Yanci laughed until tears streamed down his face, wiping them away as he watched the two sing and squirm. With a grand gesture, he released them from the talisman, and they hurried to the tree to engage in their antics. Once they stood up and exchanged glances, that repulsive sensation resurfaced, prompting them to simultaneously avert their eyes. Yanci, Shen Qingzhu, feeling nauseated for far too long, resolved to retaliate. He fixed his gaze on Yanci and charged forward, but Yanci, sensing the impending danger, turned and fled. In the next moment, Lin Chie could no longer restrain himself and joined the pursuit. "Stop!" Yanci utilized a swift movement talisman, racing ahead at an astonishing speed, leaving the two unable to catch up. To make matters worse, Yanci teasingly returned to taunt, "Can't catch me." Lin Chie and Shen Qingzhu exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. "Damn it!" Zhou Ping swiftly maneuvered past them, murmuring, "I'll take the lead." In an instant, he vanished over 100 meters away, like the wind. Once again, Lin Chie and Shen Qingzhu locked eyes before turning away, Lin Chie exclaiming, "Bro, I think we ought to avoid eye contact." "I concur." Shen Qingzhu raised a hand to his forehead, exasperated by Yanci's antics. The two fell into silence for a moment, cautiously probing one another. You two, you go first." "No, you go first." They spoke in unison, falling silent once more for 3 seconds. "I like Yanci. I fell for him at first sight," Shen Qingzhu declared first. Lin Chie was taken aback by Shen Qingzhu's candor. He felt like a clown, bewildered by his own emotions. He chuckled bitterly to himself. "So, does this mean we are rivals in love?" "Sort of, but not really. After all, he has no romantic intentions towards either of us. We're merely infatuated. We can't truly be considered rivals unless Yanci reciprocates the feelings of one of us," Shen Qingzhu stated calmly, leaning against a tree with arms crossed. That's rather unrealistic, bro. Lin Xie pondered before replying. I know, but it's fine. I trust he won T abandoned me. And given his obliviousness, I'm not concerned about anyone stealing him away, Shun Qingzhu said, lifting his chin with a sense of self-satisfaction. Lin Xie lowered his head, uncertain of what to say. After all, he and T spent as much time with Yanci as Shun Qingzhu had. Their playful interactions appeared so commonplace. Yet he found himself incapable of replicating that bond. Yanci always seemed somewhat distant towards him, creating an insurmountable chasm between them. Despite being the first to know each other, a sense of defeat welled up within Lin Xie. Why can't he pay me a little more attention? If only I could hide him away so that he could only see me. Meanwhile, 021 observed Lin Xie's data in the background, deep in thought. Has he darkened? Never mind, it's not important. He has yet to sort out his own matters, so why concern himself with others? Yanci dashed away too swiftly, unaware of his surroundings. By sheer coincidence, he collided with Chao Yuan and Bai Li Pangpang. The three exchanged wide-eyed gazes. Brother Yanci, oh, what a coincidence. Care to come back and rest with me? Yanci raised his hand, conjuring 3 talismans, causing Bai Li Pangpang and Chao Yuan to change color in alarm and hastily retreat. No. We haven't reached the finish line yet. Brother Yanci, goodbye. In the next moment, Chao Yuan was once again dragged away by Bai Li Pangpang, covering a distance of 2 miles. Yanci tilted his head, looking at them innocently. Zhou Ping caught up and stood beside him. Ping, I genuinely just wanted to bring them back to rest. I believe you. Zhou Ping nodded slightly, speaking in a soft tone. Since they were unwilling, let us return. Yanci grasped Zhou Ping, and the two were transported back to the tent. Shun Qingzhu and Lin Xie were still lost in the grove, having lost track of Yanci and not knowing how to find their way out. They sat beneath a tree to rest. It was still not evening, and Lin Xie's abilities were unavailable, leaving the two in silence. Meanwhile, in the mountains, Bai Li Pangpang panted heavily, bending over with his hands on his knees, exclaiming, "Oh no, I can't go on, I'm out of breath." Chao Yuan looked at him and asked, "Why are you running so fast?" Chapter 91. A brother's betrayal. I certainly do not wish for my secrets to be unearthed. Do you? Bai Li, plump and jovial, plopped down, gazing up at Chao Yuan, who also settled in his seat and spoke slowly. I do not desire that. Yet it matters not if I divulge. Then do share with me, Bai Li said, intrigued, nudging him playfully with his shoulder. Not a chance, unless I am eliminated. Chao Yuan shook his head, his tone indifferent. Oh, you inner ways. Fine, you shall know in due time. The two took a moment to rest. Buzzing. The sound sent shivers down their spines, prompting them to leap to their feet and scatter in a panic. At the foot of the mountain, within the tent, Yanci returned with Zhou Ping. Yuan Gang glanced over, but, not spotting Lin Xie and Shun Qingzhu, inquired, "Where are they?" Yanci exchanged a look with Zhou Ping, who replied, "We lost them in the mountains." How unfortunate indeed. Yanci feigned concern, while Yuan Gang bluntly retorted, "Great, you've misplaced them." One cannot phrase it so. Yuan Mama, they could not keep up with me. Is that my fault? Yanci asserted, gripping Zhou Ping's arm with a sense of righteousness. Go fetch them. Yuan Gang commanded, exasperated. Yanci pouted, raised a hand, and summoned a talisman. In an instant, Shun Qingzhu and Lin Xie materialized before the crowd, seated and surrounded by onlookers. They both sighed in unison, then stood and retreated to a corner. What do you all sigh upon seeing me? Yanci approached the masked team, asking, Did you see them? The masked team turned their gazes toward the corner where the two sat and nodded. Excellent. Tomorrow, ensure they are thoroughly exhausted. Yanci resolved to give his good brothers a taste of betrayal. Absolutely. Yu Gui, who had offended everyone, was the first to respond. Vortex, not to be outdone, rest assured, they will not be able to rise from their beds. Yanci nodded emphatically at the two, then approached to embrace them. I have faith in you. Go, practice until they are spent. Vortex and Yu Gui exchanged expressions of determination, thumping their chests. Meanwhile, Lin Xie and Shun Qingzhu, squatting in the corner, shared a glance, unable to resist. Then, you. The exclamation caught the attention of all present, who turned in confusion. Those two. Vortex pointed towards them, inquiring, Perhaps they are with child. Who knows? Ji Yanci shrugged, speaking nonsensically. Shen Qingzhu raised a hand to wipe his face, then snapped, Ji Yanci. Dare you speak such nonsense again? Hey, brother, look at him! Ji Yanci exclaimed as he ducked behind Vortex. Vortex, observing the scene, lifted his chin slightly, admonishing, Mind your manners. Shen Qingzhu glared at Ji Yanci, who peeked out from behind Vortex, making faces and hardened his fists in response. With a cold snort, Shen Qingzhu squatted down once more. Yanci rested his arm upon Xuanyuan's shoulder, raising an eyebrow at him with a playful smirk. Impressive, Xuanyuan replied, unabashedly declaring, mediocre at best. I rank third in the world. As time slipped away, none managed to reach the finish line. Bailey Fatty, exhausted to his limits, fainted. Gaojuan Volunda Wide. Concluding the extreme training session, all the recruits were escorted back to the training camp and immersed in a special medicinal bath prepared by the night watchman. The 3 members of the Ancient God Society, deceived back by Yanci, underwent a mind-altering process before joining the night watchman's training as auxiliary members. The snake woman was named Mo Yan, while the 2 men were Xie Huayan and Jiang Yuchuan. Clad in military uniforms, they exuded a vibrant energy, far more appealing than the somber dark robes of the Ancient God Society. In Yuan Gang's office, the mass team gathered with Yanci and Zhou Ping. Old Yuan, there is a traitor in the training camp, Wang Mian stated solemnly, his gaze fixed on Yuan Gang. I didn't expect the Ancient God Society to infiltrate the training camp. For now, the camp is secure, especially with your presence. They wouldn't dare act rashly. Once the New Year break arrives, we shall capture all members of the Ancient God Society lurking in Songnan. Yuan Gang pondered for a moment and decided to inform Chun Mai and the others. Hey, Captain Chun, the Ancient God Society has infiltrated the training camp. Please be cautious. Understood. How is Yanci? Yuan Gang glanced at the drowsy Yanci and couldn't help but chuckle. The lad was well-fed and well-rested, thriving in every aspect. Don't spoil him too much, he teased. Why don't you come over and show me how you manage not to spoil him? Yuan Gang raised an eyebrow playfully. I have a task here. I need to hang up. Chun Mai excused himself, letting out a sigh. Joking, I can hardly resist. Yuan Gang heard the phone disconnect with a soft beep, muttering under his breath about how Chun was indeed infamous for his notorious reputation, akin to Xiaopinga. Old Yuan, we're off to train the recruits, Wang Mian announced, rising from his seat, prompting his teammates to stand as well. Go on then. With that, the group made their way to the training ground. Yuan Gang's gaze lingered on Yanci, who was slumbering against Zhou Ping. He gestured for Zhou Ping to take the recruits back. Zhou Ping nodded slightly, draping an arm over Yanci's shoulder to lift him. Unable to resist, Yuan Gang snapped a photograph of Yanci, who appeared childlike in repose, a subtle smile gracing his lips. However, as he observed the image, his smile faltered. Something felt amiss. Why did it seem like everyone was coveting his child? Could this sword saint possibly harbor feelings for Yanci? He stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. It was merely a bond of brotherhood. Besides, with Yanci's current demeanor, he was far from enlightenment. No need for concern. In the dormitory, Zhou Ping gently returned Yanci to his bed. Crouching down to poke his cheek, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. Bullet comments. Wow, Zhou Ping is adorably playful. Our sword saint has also stepped onto the stage. But the main protagonist remains oblivious. Indeed, both Lin Xie and Shen Qingzhu have openly confessed their feelings, yet he still misconstrues their intentions. So what? Isn't it more captivating this way? I love watching tales of unrequited love. Agreed. The main character is unsuitable with anyone, so it's best to keep them all hanging. What a pity. A harem would never pass the scrutiny. Otherwise, I'd wholeheartedly support the main character in collecting them all. That platform is so sensitive. It's not like it's a party of many people. What's wrong with a friendly kiss? I support the above. Speak more. By the way, it seems the main character has been ignoring us for quite some time. That hits hard. If advertisements aren't for me, then who are they for? Had I known you'd cater to other brothers, I wouldn't have come. Bite's Handkerchief, Chapter 92. The blossoms have withered unbeknownst to Yanci. The barrage of comments had been effectively muted for quite some time, as they were filled with sentiments he found displeasing. Out of sight, out of mind. In the training grounds, the new recruits gathered, their attention fixed on the 7 members of the mass team standing on the training platform. Today marked the commencement of their formal training, which promised to be grueling in the days to come. Let the training begin, Wang Mian proclaimed with a calm demeanor, his gaze settling on Tianping as he offered a slight nod. Double the gravity. Tianping raised his hand with a flourish. Instantly, the recruits felt as though lead had been poured into their legs, rendering them immobile. We will remain here, unmoving. The first to touch our sleeves can take a break. The recruits attempted to lift their feet, yet found themselves utterly still. Lin Xie, undeterred by the weight, began to shuffle forward. If he could not lift his feet, he would simply slide. Shen Qingzhu and Chao Yuan faced similar struggles, inching forward with great effort. The training platform seemed tantalizingly close, yet impossibly distant. Observing their plight, the other recruits followed suit with their own slow movements. Seeing this, Wang Mian shifted his position, settling cross-legged on the training platform, joined by his teammates who produced a deck of cards and began a play. The recruits below were left in disbelief, their progress agonizingly slow while their trainers engaged in leisurely card games. Is this even reasonable? Shen Qingzhu fumed as he painstakingly moved, his irritation mounting at their apparent nonchalance. Calm down, Brother Zhuai. We can't take them on, Li Pang urged, panting as he tugged at Shen Qingzhu's sleeve. The strain of the gravity was draining their stamina. I never suggested we confront them, merely voicing my dissatisfaction, Shen Qingzhu retorted, rolling his eyes at the misunderstanding. You resemble Brother Yanci quite a bit, Li Pang mused, contemplating the prowess of Yanci's training methods. Indeed, we are the best of brothers, Shen Qingzhu declared, puffing out his chest like a proud peacock. His long neck arched in defiance. Brother Xie, why are you so silent? Li Pang inquired, noticing Lin Xie's quiet demeanor. Lin Xie glanced over, his eyes shadowed by an unshakable melancholy, sending chills through Li Pang. What is going on with Brother Xie? Something feels amiss, Shen Qingzhu noted, his brow furrowing in concern. Lin Xie lowered his head, continuing to move with deliberate slowness. The group, akin to snails, had only managed to progress a single step after much effort. Meanwhile, the masked team, engrossed in their card game, turned their attention to the recruits, unleashing a barrage of taunts. Are you even trying? We've completed 2 rounds already, and you haven't even stepped onto the platform. Hey you, the Seraphim proxy, are you really that weak? And you, the one playing with fire, hurry up. My patience is wearing thin. Chao Yuan, why don't you jump? Aren't you supposed to be agile? Lin Xie raised his gaze towards Yue Gui, his teeth clenched, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Yue Gui met his stare defiantly. What are you looking at? If you have the guts, come up here and fight me. Lin Xie remained silent. Shen Qingzhu shot Yue Gui an exasperated look. How childish. Chao Yuan listened to Tianping's words, lowering his head in silence and muttering softly, if you have the ability, then don't take flight. Bai Li, unable to suppress his laughter, braced himself for Tianping's verbal onslaught. That chubby fellow, don't you possess any prohibited items? Why aren't you using them? Bai Li. He wished he could, but they had been confiscated. How infuriating. Thus, a group of snails lingered for 2 hours before finally earning a moment of respite. Tianping released the gravitational pressure, causing all the new recruits to collapse onto the ground in disarray. The masked squad exchanged knowing smiles at the sight, and Wang addressed the new recruits. Training for the morning concludes here. Assemble promptly at 1 in the afternoon. Those who are late will have to run 20 laps. The new recruits responded in unison, understood. Subsequently, the masked squad departed from the training ground. Such leisurely days without tasks were truly a blessing. Indeed, the relentless torment of the recruits would soon commence. Did you see how disheveled those few troublemakers looked today? It was utterly delightful. You go away, you're quite the sadist. What of it? They were the ones who disregarded martial ethics first. Later that evening, Lin Xie found himself submerged in the psychiatric ward. Oh, director. Lin Xie gazed at Yanci, who was engaged in conversation with Nikes, a smile gracing his lips. Yanci, mother, what are you discussing? Nikes and Yanci exchanged a glance, revealing a mysterious smile that instilled a sense of foreboding in Lin Xie. Nikes beckoned Lin Xie over, and with a stiff demeanor, he approached, clearing his throat cough. What's the matter, mother? Donna's, do you have someone you like? Ah. Lin Xie's gaze shifted towards Yanci, who winked at him. With an inward sigh, Lin Xie replied, Yes, mother, I do have someone I like. Observing the progress of Nike's treatment, he felt it prudent to align with her sentiments. As expected, upon uttering those words, the treatment progress surged slightly. Lin Xie, noticing he was nearing the threshold for a reward, felt a surge of excitement. When will you bring your beloved home to meet mother? Nikes, buoyed by the prospect of a daughter-in-law, appeared considerably uplifted. Cough. Well, I haven't pursued them yet. Once I do, I promise to bring them back for you to meet, all right? Lin Xie averted his gaze, sweet-talking Nikes. All right, but you must put in the effort. If you need assistance, come to mother. Nikes gently patted Lin Xie's hand, speaking softly. Okay, mother. Grandma, dinner is ready. Li Yifei poked his head out from the window, spotting others outside. Oh, you're all here too. Guomin. Lin Xie and Yanci exchanged glances before entering the activity room alongside Nikes. Inside the activity room, Lin Xie surveyed the spread before him and gave Li Yifei a thumbs up. You have quite the culinary skills. Of course, I am versatile. Li Yifei patted his chest, proudly declaring, How was training today? Yanci inquired of Lin Xie, well aware of the training content as he had been involved in the planning process with the mass squad. Let us not talk about it. I'm utterly exhausted. Lin Xie sighed dejectedly. You should eat more. Yanci stifled a laugh as he served Lin Xie a piece of fish, casually offering some to Nikes as well. Lin Xie was taken aback. This was the first time Yanci had served him food. He promptly took a bite. Nikes, glancing at the fish in his bowl, smiled as he fed himself, remarking, Your Excellency, the Vice Dean, must visit often. Just the sight of you brightens my mood. As he spoke, Nike's treatment progress reached 49, just a fraction away from the ability to draw power once more. Lin Xie's gaze flickered toward Yanci, who raised an eyebrow at him. Suddenly enlightened, Lin Xie hastily picked up a piece of greens for Nikes, exclaiming, Mother, do try this. Ah, splendid. Nikes relished the vegetables Lin Xie offered, then gazed at him tenderly, saying, Donnas, you have grown. Lin Xie fixated on the treatment progress, utterly unmoving. Is that so? Why should it be? He remained unconvinced and continued to serve Nikes an abundance of vegetables. Chapter 93. Extraordinary fertility. As Nyx ate, tears began to stream down her face. Dionysus, how I wish you could visit your mother more often. It has been ages since the house was this lively. The children have all departed, leaving me all alone. Lin Xie was taken aback. He leaned closer and said, Mother, I promise to visit you frequently. I shall not wander far. As long as you need me, I will remain by your side. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy illuminated Nyx's eyes, and the healing progress above her head reached 52. Lin Xie's eyes sparkled. Could Nyx momentarily leave the psychiatric hospital? Yanci patted Lin Xie on the shoulder. Xie, draw power first. Lin Xie nodded, all right. He silently uttered the phrase to extract a power, and the wheel began to spin rapidly. Yanci tapped his fingers on the table, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. Lin Xie watched the pointer approach extraordinary fertility and silently chanted, Not this, not this. However, contrary to his hopes, the pointer ultimately halted at extraordinary fertility. Lin Xie was immediately petrified, then broke into a grin. Ha! Extraordinary fertility. This is splendid. Yanci leaned over the table, his shoulders shaking with laughter, and remarked to Nyx, Madam Nyx, I believe you shall soon have many lovely grandchildren. Is that true, Vice Dean? But isn't Dionysus a man? Nyx inquired, her gaze falling on Lin Xie's abdomen, filled with anticipation. Because he unexpectedly acquired your extraordinary fertility ability. Yanci chuckled, glancing at the stunned Lin Xie, wiping away the tears that had escaped his eyes. Is that so? Dionysus, do you like children? Upon hearing this, Lin Xie finally regained his senses and shook his head vehemently. No, no, no. I do not like them. What a pity. This ability would allow you to have many children, making the household quite lively, Nix said, somewhat disheartened. Lin Xie opened his mouth, uncertain of what to say. When Yanci interjected, Madam Nix, Danasis is still quite young for children. Perhaps it would be best to wait a few more years. Nix turned her gaze to Yanci, her eyes reflecting his exquisite visage. With Yanci speaking to her in an exceptionally gentle tone, disappointment dissipated. The Vice Dean is right. I shall wait a few more years. Seeing the situation resolve, Lin Xie breathed a sigh of relief, but as he contemplated the perplexing ability, he grew melancholic again. Yanci grasped his wrist, pulling him outside. I won't tease you any longer. That was under my control. Draw again. With an arm draped over Lin Xie's shoulder, Yanci suddenly became serious. Lin Xie's mouth formed an shape. You orchestrated extraordinary fertility? Actually, I'm quite curious. After all, having multiple skills never hurts, does it? Yanci innocently replied. Lin Xie's eyelids twitched, his fists clenching. Yanci, you scoundrel. Yanci leaped back. Hey, surely, it's not that serious. In the twilight hours, the bond of brotherhood was palpable. Moreover, your son is also my son. If you are unable to provide for him, I shall do so. I have ample resources. Lin Xie retorted defiantly. Is this truly a matter of financial capability? With clenched teeth, Lin Xie glared intensely at Yanci. The latter's gaze wandered to Lin Xie's abdomen, then slowly descended. Reflexively, Lin Xie covered himself, while Yanci's playful eyes shifted to his backside. A vein throbbed on Lin Xie's forehead. What are you looking at? I possess everything you do. What is the issue? I've seen all of Qingyu. Yanci shot him an incredulous glance. What? You and her? Lin Xie gasped, astonished that Yanci had been involved with Qingyu. What nonsense fills your mind? Besides, what is there to admire about a man's physique? Yanci, exasperated, slapped him lightly. Lin Xie, jolted awake by the slap, blinked with